transported to a world featuring two primary professions, namely commander and central battle maiden. What? The commander profession has fallen into disfavor due to its perceived ineffectiveness? Unless one possesses extraordinary talents, no battle maiden would consent to a contract. Fear not, for the legendary commander system has been activated to assist you in becoming a legend in this realm. Thus, Yong Lin, who has awakened the system, harbors grand aspirations. One day, I shall become the greatest commander, and I will adorn each of my battle maidens with a legendary God-given contract ring that is said to exist only in tales. At the Dragon Rising War Academy, within the infirmary, a young man, pale yet with profound eyes, sits pensively at the head of a hospital bed. In close proximity, a beautiful woman, clad in professional attire, with long legs elegantly crossed, reveals her exquisite curves. At this moment, she speaks with a hint of helplessness. Yong Lin, you have lingered in the third-year position for 3 years without graduating. The Academy can no longer afford to grant you any privileges. Please heed your mentor's advice and abandon the commander profession. With your current abilities, there are alternative paths available. Why persist in a fruitless endeavor? Noticing Yong Lin's silence, the beautiful woman lets out a sigh. She intends to further persuade this promising youth when Yong Lin raises a hand to halt her. Yong Lin, what are you doing? Liue, please wait a moment. Liue, Jiang Liue, is Yong Lin's mentor. Having worked at the Dragon Rising War Academy for 3 years, she has taught Yong Lin for the same duration. However, this student is exceptional, having failed to graduate for 3 years, which leave her feeling quite exasperated. Such earnest attempts to persuade him have occurred in previous years as well, and Jiang Liue is nearing her breaking point. What is Yong Lin's current predicament? He wishes to exclaim, "What the heck?" He has traversed dimensions. Not only has he crossed into a parallel world fraught with mechanical deities, but he has also inhabited his own self within this realm. Just as Yong Lin begins to comprehend the situation, a mechanical-like synthesized voice echoes relentlessly in his mind. Congratulations on awakening the legendary commander growth system. The system has been perfectly integrated. Your spirit, strength, constitution, and agility have received significant enhancements. Congratulations on the substantial reinforcement of your foundational abilities, perception, spiritual connection, and mana supply. Congratulations on comprehending the core ability granted to you. Congratulations on mastering the special ability, synchronization. The current objectives have been updated. Please refer to the system panel for details. Having barely reconciled the memories of 2 worlds, Yong Lin's mind is almost overwhelmed by the barrage of system notifications. Meanwhile, Jiang Liue, having waited a considerable duration, sees Yong Lin still lost in thought. She can no longer contain her frustration. Yong Lin, are you trying to drive me to madness? Is it merely because of a battle maiden named Zhang Ruotong that you fainted after she reneged on your contract? Now you respond to me with such indifference? Yong Lin regains his composure and replies earnestly, "Liu, what are you talking about? I am contemplating seriously." Hearing his response, Jiang Liue strives for calmness. "Very well, then enlighten me on what you have been seriously contemplating." Stop with the umming. You know the current situation of the third-year students. Even as a B-grade candidate, it would still be quite challenging to find 2 battle maidens willing to contract with you. Do you understand? Liue, I understand. Understanding is not enough. Relinquish this unrealistic dream. Even if you abandon the commander path, you would avoid the brutal realities of the battlefield. You can engage in logistics, become a blacksmith, or with your written examination abilities, I could recommend you for the role of battlefield analyst. While wealth may elude you at the very least, you would secure your life, marry, and lead a stable existence. Liue, a true man born of the heavens and earth cannot live a life of mediocrity. Would that not be akin to decaying wood or rotting grass? Is this your serious consideration? You still wish to pursue being a commander? Yes. Jiang Liue feels a headache coming on. She remarks, "Yong Lin, we have spent 3 years together. I have regarded you as a younger brother, which is why I'm advising you. Would I expend such effort for anyone else? Thank you for your kindness, Liue, but my resolve is firm. I believe there are battle maidens who would be willing to contract with me. Very well. I can no longer persuade you. But tomorrow is the final day that if by then you have not secured a battle maiden, you will be unable to participate in the subsequent combat and become a true commander. As I mentioned earlier, the Academy has issued an ultimatum for your forced graduation, and I am powerless to change that. I understand. Liue. Jiang Liue arises, casting a complex glance at Yong Lin before saying, "Think carefully tonight. Do not stubbornly cling to the commander profession." With that, Jiang Liue exits the infirmary, leaving Yong Lin alone in the spacious room. Now, Yong Lin has ample time to assess his current situation. He has indeed traversed dimensions. Yet, he is a 3-year senior who has yet to graduate. Due to his relatively weak qualifications as a commander, no battle maiden has been willing to contract with him over the past 2 years, preventing him from becoming a legitimate commander. Though, let me clarify. It is not that his qualifications are genuinely weak, but rather that the commander profession has declined in this era, rendering his average qualifications as weak. Originally, the Academy does not permit students to repeat a year, but given that this world's version of himself excels academically, ranking first in written examinations each year, he's been granted special privileges. However, this year marks the final opportunity. If he fails to contract with a battle maiden, he will indeed face forced graduation. Yong Lin then reflects on the state of professions in this world. He feels a pang of frustration. It is evident that talented girls awaken as battle maidens, while gifted boys awaken as commanders. A symbiotic world with a commander profession has inexplicably fallen into decline. 300 years ago, even his B-grade qualifications would have been highly sought after. However, as time progressed, only A-grade qualifications barely offered a glimmer of hope, while S-grade commanders became the coveted prize. As for F, E, C, and B grades, the current battle maidens wouldn't even cast a glance in his direction. As Yong Lin ruminates, a sudden realization strikes him. He almost forgot that after his traversal, it seems that a golden opportunity has presented itself. Silently invoking the system, a translucent virtual screen materializes before him, visible only to him. Commander, Yong Lin. Position, Apprentice Commander. Core ability, Granting. Strength growth, SSS. Constitution growth, SSS. Spirit growth, SSS. Agility growth, SSS. Ordinary abilities, Perception, Spiritual Connection, Mana Supply. Special ability, Synchronization. Current mana value limit, 300. Current objective. As a commander, I cannot be without my own battle maidens. Upon formalizing a contract with my first battle maiden, I shall receive a reward in the form of an increase in my spiritual power limit, as well as the ability to comprehend a unique skill, Hiss. After reviewing my basic profile, I was astounded by the fact that my 4 fundamental growth attributes were all rated at an astonishing SSS level. If this were the case, did it not imply that I was a commander of SSS caliber? However, in the assessments of both commanders and battle maidens, the highest rating attainable is only S, with no SS or SSS tiers. Nevertheless, it matters not. Even so, I am still an S-rated commander. At this moment, as I reveled in my newfound joy, a feeling of exasperation soon washed over me. I recalled that my initial attribute data had been updated 3 years prior and had long since entered the database. Moreover, it is futile to discuss whether the world could even detect such SSS attributes. Considering 3 years have passed, could I still be compared to a normal student with my original attributes? Furthermore, in this world, while there exists an overarching alliance, the factions are intricately complex. There is a stark divide between the radiant and the shadowy, with a significant portion of individuals operating in the gray area, often disregarding proclamations in favor of their own agendas. Thus, the most pressing concern at present is not the attributes themselves, but rather how to survive, establish a foothold, and foster development. No matter how exceptional one's attributes, if one is to be eliminated by a pollution beast or an enemy at the outset, what value do they hold? I pondered that now, armed with a foundation, I must hasten to contract several battle maidens and form my own squad. Beep, beep, beep. Just as I was contemplating the formation of my squad, the communicator on my wrist suddenly chimed. It was the alarm I had set. Upon glancing at the time, I realized it was already 5 p.m. A sudden thought struck me, and without lingering in my hospital bed any longer, I swiftly sprang up, donned my shoes, and hurriedly dashed outside. If one were to inquire why I was in such a rush, it was simply to repay my debts on the final day. Desiring to become a commander is a noble ambition, but first and foremost, one must ensure their own survival. This world is in dire straits, besieged by mysterious species and rampant pollution beasts. The power of human technology has been obliterated over the course of a millennium, and the devastation wrought by this technology has only served to amplify the transformations of the pollution beasts themselves. Amidst the relentless onslaught of pollution beasts driven by enigmatic forces, humanity has repeatedly found itself on the brink of extinction. Just like the current state outside Longting City, where slums and refugee camps abound. For me to be studying at the Longting War Academy and to engage in work study within the city, those from the outer districts likely perceive my life as one of privilege. It is precisely for this reason that upon merging my memories with those of this world, I cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy of the over 1,000 first, second, and third-year students of the Longting War Academy. A staggering 70 are orphans. Those who exhibit the potential to awaken their blood energy are permitted to enter the inner city for further training. How can I not feel a pang of sadness, knowing that I am one among that 70? What weighs more heavily on my heart is that I was not necessarily required to engage in work study. The Academy provides monthly stipends sufficient as long as I do not squander them. Yet, I'll lament the fact that my previous self had been so blind as to misjudge others. Yong Lin, you have been the one to continuously give me money and buy me things this past year. Did I force you to do so? I merely stated that I would consider it carefully. When the time comes, I shall certainly sign a contract with you after graduation. Take a good look in the mirror and stop being so self-delusional. You, a mere B-rated prospective commander, should heed my advice. Return to the blacksmith shop and resume your work as a blacksmith. The battlefield is not suited for you. You and I are destined to inhabit different worlds, a chasm of disparity. Do you understand? Zhang Ruotong, a woman of similar humble origins, who deceived me throughout the year. In these final days of the semester, she finally dropped her facade, tearing the mask away, and turned to formalize a contract with the only S-rated commander in our class, Wang Dong. Recalling my previous memories, the mere thought of her ignited my ire. I could only blame my former self for being so blind, harboring fantasies about a woman like her for an entire year. Look at the outcome. She remains out of reach, and I now find myself burdened with a mountain of debt to the blacksmith shop. Thus, I have been compelled to run to the blacksmith shop daily for the past year, my life in utter disarray. It was due to this turmoil that my previous self, in a fit of rage, fainted. Upon awakening, I found myself transformed into the current version of me. I understand your feelings, my former self. Rest assured, I am now you, and I shall tread the path of a commander on your behalf. With my newfound foundation, how could I possibly linger in the depths for eternity? As I rushed toward the academy's exit, I spoke these words to myself. However, as fate would have it, just as I stepped through the academy gates, I unexpectedly encountered someone I wished to avoid. A mere glance ignited a wave of distaste within me. Who else could it be but Zhang Ruotong? Presently, Zhang Ruotong was surrounded by a throng of girls. Her irrated attributes already commanded the academy's attention, and with her recent contract with S-rated Commander Wang Dong, it was only natural that she attracted a host of admirers. In this moment, she resembled a celestial being, her face radiating with pride. She likely never anticipated encountering me, who had been confined to the infirmary at such a time. In that instant, a flicker of panic crossed Zhang Ruotong's eyes, but it quickly morphed into an expression of disdain and superiority as she regarded me. Though she uttered no words, her intentions were unmistakably clear. From this moment onward, her status was one I could never hope to attain. That a B-rated commander is scarcely distinguishable from the lowest E or F-rated individuals, not even worthy of a glance from battle maidens. Conversely, her high attributes, coupled with her contract with an S-rated commander, ensured that I, destined to remain an ordinary person, would forever gaze up at her from below. The M.Y. gaze, devoid of emotion, conveyed that even a moment's attention toward her would be an affront to my own dignity. Did she truly believe that becoming a battle maiden and allying with an S-rated commander would elevate her status? I have never revealed to anyone that I have grown close to Jiang Liue. In an effort to dissuade me from the path of a commander, has clandestinely shown me numerous battlefield footages, battle maidens being shot in the head, commanders being torn apart, regardless of gender. These videos depict the gruesome reality that is kept under wraps. Of 100 irrated commanders or higher, the data shows that less than 30 survive intact after a year, each leading their own squad of battle maidens. I am aware that Jiang Liue genuinely regards me as a younger brother, which is why she risks exposing me to such forbidden footage, hoping I might survive. Yet the students at the War Academy feign ignorance of these truths. They only comprehend that slaying pollution beasts on the battlefield earns them points, and that pollution beast cores can be sold for exorbitant prices, paving the way for a life of indulgence. Much like the woman before me, they have yet to set foot on the battlefield, yet their fantasies abound that I can only hope that once she witnesses the true horrors of war, she does not find herself overwhelmed. Well, enough of that. Once all the contracts are finalized in the coming days, it will soon be time for the real combat to commence. The matters concerning commanders in battle. Maidens are best discussed on the battlefield. Where the true essence of divinity can be proven, a mere encounter with Zhang Ruotong has unveiled a new facet of Yong Lin. He is no longer the man who languished in shadows. Such women hold no allure for him. To forge a contract with a woman of that nature might lead to a treacherous betrayal on the battlefield. In his haste, as Yong Lin exited the academy, he inadvertently collided with a young lady. Upon recognizing her, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. To his surprise, he had bumped into a renowned figure, Lin Nianxun, the belle of the Longting War Academy and one of the S-rank battle maidens of this year. Her father is a prominent entrepreneur in Longting City and its neighboring metropolises, endowing her with considerable prestige. Coupled with her striking beauty, ethereal demeanor, and S-rank credentials, her existence is impossible to overlook. The contract period between commanders and battle maidens had only lasted a day, yet countless commanders, including the illustrious Wang Dong, had extended their offers to her, all of which she summarily rejected. It is speculated that she may not hold the commander profession in high regard and intends to establish her own team under the banner of captaincy, prompting the suitors to relent. Reluctantly, after colliding with Lin Nianxun, Yong Lin wished to evade further complications and was about to apologize when she spoke first. Yong Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was lost in thought and didn't notice the path ahead, causing you inconvenience. Yong Lin paused before responding, "Oh, it's nothing that I was rather hurried myself, so I hope I didn't hurt you." Lin Nianxun playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and chuckled. "Do you underestimate me so? I am a battle maiden, after all. A mere bump wouldn't cause me any harm." Yong Lin awkwardly smiled. "I misspoke. Well, let's not dwell on that. You seem quite urgent. I have no issues here, so you should attend to your matters. Thank you for your understanding." After their brief exchange, Yong Lin hurried to the forge of Li Gue in the 2nd District. He found it somewhat astonishing. Despite being classmates for a year, their disparate social standings had rendered them almost strangers, devoid of any meaningful interaction. In Yong Lin's recollection, Lin Nianxun was an unapproachable figure, yet he was pleasantly surprised by her amiability during their encounter. However, he decided to shift his focus back to the forge as he arrived at Li Gue's establishment. Today marked the conclusion of his part-time employment. In an effort to ensure that Zhang Ruotong wanted for nothing, he had borrowed a sum from the shop owner, Li Gue, and signed a contract that would end after today. As for his experience there, it had been far from pleasant. Li Gue was particularly stringent with Yong Lin, exploiting his status as a student commander for all it was worth. In his own words, if one was dissatisfied with his wages, they were free to leave. There were plenty of apprentice commanders ready to take their place. Although the past was a bitter memory, he would soon bid farewell to this chapter of his life. As a commander, his destiny lay on the battlefield. Without delving into the notion of tarnishing his system, he was resolute in not remaining a mere underling in this world for eternity. Approaching his workstation, he noted that he was nearing the completion of a knife he had been forging over the past few days. Today, he resolved to finish the blade, thereby concluding this phase of his life. It is worth noting that in this world, knife forging is not akin to the traditional blacksmith shop, where incessant clanging prevails. The auxiliary weapon utilized by battle maidens is known as the ship-cutting blade. Typically, these blades share a similar design, differing only in the quality of materials and the artisan behind their creation. Only a select few battle maidens opt for custom-made blades, as it is generally unnecessary. Before Yong Lin lay a mechanical apparatus capable of crushing the cores of contaminated beasts into blade molds, while also allowing for the separation of the core's energy. The cores of contaminated beasts are the finest ores, serving as the foundation for blade formation. Using machinery for this initial step is manageable for anyone. However, The subsequent process is considerably more complex. The energy derived from the contaminated beast core contains impurities that must be eliminated by the forger's own vitality. Simultaneously, the forger must continuously infuse the purified energy into every aspect of the mold. This process resembles the act of drawing symbols. It may appear straightforward, yet it is far from simple in practice. One misstep can lead to dire consequences, as contaminated beast cores are not inexpensive, and significant errors may require compensation to the employer. Furthermore, prolonged exposure to these cores can be lethal for those with weaker constitutions. Currently, Yong Lin was forging a first-tier ship-cutting blade, suitable for battle maidens newly awakened and entering the fray. While not exorbitantly priced, it certainly was not cheap either. Just as he was about to insert a first-tier contaminated core into the machine, Li Nianxun ambled over, his ample belly swaying. "Ah, Yang, how's your part-time job been treating you? Li Nianxun, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing of great importance. Just a small matter. I was pondering the conclusion of our contract, and since you, a B-rank commander, cannot venture onto the battlefield, I thought you might be well suited for knife forging. How about a formal contract?" "No, thank you. I appreciate your offer." Li Nianxun, why so quick to decline? "A formal position comes with a salary that is double your current pay. Rest assured, you won't find better compensation across the 5 districts of Longting City. Li Nianxun, I never stated that I would abandon the commander profession. Thus, I shall not remain here." Li Nianxun paused, incredulous. "What do you mean? You haven't given up on being a commander? With your B-rank qualifications, you think any battle maiden would consider you?" Yong Lin smiled slightly. "There will be opportunities. The battlefield is my true calling." "Ha ha! Oh, Yong, you're quite the jester. Look around. In our forge, 8 of the workers are former commanders. Do you think we live in the past? A B-rank commander attracting battle maidens? The times have changed, my friend. Only A-rank and S-rank commanders are sought after. You should resign yourself to knife forging." Yong Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Setting aside the fact that he possessed a system, was this forge truly offering reasonable wages? Previously, they had squeezed him dry, justifying the meager salary as a means of honing his skills. Now that he has officially become a full-time worker, he claims that his salary is doubled. However, does he truly believe he can remain oblivious to the world outside, solely engrossed in scholarly pursuits, without understanding the market dynamics of several districts? Seeing Yong Lin's refusal, Li Nianxun persisted. "What about 2.5 times? As long as you perform well, increasing it to 3 times within a few months is certainly feasible." "Boss Li, I truly appreciate it, but I must head to the battlefield." Faced with Yong Lin's resolute stance, Li Nianxun felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yong Lin was undoubtedly the finest assistant he had ever employed, without exception. Over the years of operation, Yong Lin was the only one who had not made a single mistake within a year. What stood out most was Yong Lin's meticulousness. Though it was merely a first-tier ship-slicing knife, the craftsmanship in his forging was palpable to any discerning individual, reflecting a spirit of excellence and painstaking refinement. "Yong Lin, please reconsider. If the salary does not meet your expectations, Boss Li, it's really unnecessary. My interest in knife forging is minimal. I merely engage in it out of necessity." "Very well, then go to your battlefield. But let me make it clear. Should you wish to return, I shall not extend any special privileges." Yong Lin remained silent, focusing on the finishing touches of the first-tier ship-slicing knife at hand. Seeing that their negotiation had faltered, Li Nianxun could only depart in disappointment. Approximately 2 hours later, Yong Lin completed his work. Although he was not fond of this occupation, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he beheld the fruits of his labor. At that moment, he abruptly slapped his forehead. In his haste to finish his final day's work on time, he had entirely forgotten to explore the significant matter of the system. Now that he had completed his tasks, it was the perfect opportunity to delve into it. Within his personal profile, he discovered the intriguing core ability bestowal. Bestowal. As a commander, one can confer special attributes or abilities to battle maidens and items associated with them. This is the core ability of an SSS-level commander. Yong Lin pondered, realizing he did not currently possess any battle maidens. If anything related to battle maidens could be considered, might the first-tier ship-slicing knife he had just forged qualify? With a desire to experiment, Yong Lin placed his hand upon the newly forged ship-slicing knife. Chapter 4. one must strive to become a radiant man. A gentle reminder, the enhancement of abilities will depend on the commander's own spiritual energy, as well as the relationship or qualities of the object being empowered. Currently, you have locked onto the target for empowerment, as this target bears no relation to the contracted battle maiden of the host, and given the host's current spiritual and mental frailty, it can only be temporarily bestowed for 3 hours. Upon receiving the notification, Yong Lin felt a twinge of regret for lacking a battle maiden. Yet he acknowledged that a temporary enhancement was still beneficial. At the very least, it would allow him to comprehend the manifestations of this core ability. In an instant, a virtual screen materialized before Yong Lin, visible solely to him. The current object of empowerment was a first-tier quality ship-slaying sword, with the following options available for enhancement. A. When effectively striking an opponent with this weapon, it will inflict an additional 10 points of penetrating damage. B. Regardless of whether the attack hits the target, it will trigger an area explosion effect equivalent to 50% of the attack's power, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Gazing at these two options, Yong Lin was struck by a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of playing an online game. Empowerment was akin to adding various beneficial attributes, was it not? Furthermore, based on the previous hint, it was evident that this effect could be made permanent. Regrettably, he currently lacked a battle maiden, and the conditions for permanence remained unclear. Noticing that the information prompt allowed only 1 minute for selection, Yong Lin hastily chose option B. In that instant, he felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away, as a staggering 80 points of spiritual energy were deducted from him. Having already expended considerable spiritual energy while refining his blade, this latest deduction left him with merely 100 out of a maximum 300, sending a shiver down his spine. This was merely the first-tier effect. If his spiritual energy limit failed to increase, how would he manage higher-tier enhancements in the future? Thus, it was imperative to venture onto the battlefield. Slaying polluted beasts was the only way to elevate his spiritual energy capacity. Such was the nature of this world. Otherwise, possessing a system would be of no consequence, enduring the immense toll on both his spiritual and mental faculties. Yong Lin resolved to take a moment before exploring another unique ability. Just then, an unexpected visitor entered the shop. It was Lin Nianxun, the illustrious campus belle. "Boss, I wish to purchase a sword," Lin Nianxun declared as she stepped inside, prompting Li Gue, the owner, to eagerly approach her upon recognizing her as a newcomer. "Oh, young lady, you have come to the right place. I assure you, the swords in my shop, whether of the first, second, or third tier, are the finest in all of Longtung City." Lin Nianxun replied courteously, "Is that so? Then I am indeed fortunate to be here. My ship-slaying sword has suffered some wear, and as I am to undertake battlefield training the day after tomorrow, I am contemplating acquiring a new one. The second and third tier swords are too advanced for my current level. A first tier will suffice." "Excellent. Please, young lady, step inside. We have plenty of first-tier ship-slaying swords. Feel free to peruse and select whichever one catches your eye." Li Gue led Lin Nianxun to the first-tier ship-slicing knife display area, eagerly wishing to finalize this transaction. Even a first-tier ship-slicing knife could yield considerable profit, especially with a new face like hers. As the proprietor, he was keen to cultivate a good reputation, hoping she might also promote his shop. However, Lin Nianxun examined the knives meticulously for over 10 minutes without making a decision. "Boss, as a battle maiden, my weapon is my life on the battlefield. Do you not have a better first-tier ship-slicing knife?" Li Gue felt a pang of embarrassment. It was no wonder Lin Nianxun had yet to purchase. Observing her serious demeanor, occasionally furrowing her brow or shaking her head, it was clear she was a connoisseur. "My ship-slicing knives are quite excellent, and the prices are fair," he replied. Lin Nianxun replied coolly, "If that is the case, I shall look elsewhere." Seeing her prepare to leave, Li Gue felt a surge of anxiety. It wasn't that his first-tier ship-slicing knives were poorly made. On the contrary, they were reasonable. For the vast majority of battle maidens, the difference between a first-tier and a high-quality first-tier ship-slicing knife was negligible. However, encountering an expert like her meant she sought perfection. If Lin Nianxun exited his shop only to purchase a knife in another district, it would reflect poorly on his establishment. Moreover, no one wished for their profits to slip away. As she hurried toward the door, an idea struck Li Gue. His eyes brightened with excitement, and he called out, "Wait a moment, young lady. I just remembered. I have another fine blade." Lin Nianxun turned back. "Did you not just say there were no other knives?" Li Gue chuckled awkwardly. "That was my oversight. Please follow me. I have a colleague whose knives are exquisite. I saw him was nearing completion earlier, and by now, he may have a finished product that you can purchase. Really? Shall we go take a look together? Certainly, it's just in the workshop behind. It may be a bit messy, but if you don't mind, it would be worth your while. By the way, my colleague is also a student set to graduate this year. Perhaps you two are acquaintances. Lin Nianxun's interest was piqued. Hearing the proprietor speak so highly of an apprentice made her even more eager to see for herself. A part-time apprentice could earn such praise? Li Gui felt a twinge of regret. Yong Lin was indeed a promising bladesmith. Though Li Gui was somewhat ruthless in business, he had an eye for talent. Yong Lin, while only capable of forging first-tier ship-slicing knives at present, crafted each one with excellence. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding about blades would select them instantly. This only heightened Li Gui's discomfort. Due to Yong Lin's decision not to continue his work at the shop, his intentions have become quite apparent. Li Gui pondered whether treating that young man with more kindness would have encouraged him to stay. He regretted that his desire to utilize inexpensive labor had tarnished his reputation before such a promising talent. Nonetheless, there was no point in dwelling on the past. He hoped that the young man had successfully completed the sword forging and that he could smoothly finalize this deal. On Yong Lin's side, he had just completed the crafting of the ship-slaying sword and mentioned taking a moment to rest while continuing to explore the unique abilities of his system. Little did he know, he would soon encounter Lin Nianxun again. Yong Lin, is that you? Oh, Lin, how did you come to be here? At that moment, Li Gui noticed the finished sword on Yong Lin's workbench and felt a sense of relief. It seemed they were indeed acquainted. Perfect timing, Xiao Yang. Show her the finished sword. She's interested in purchasing one. Buying a sword? Well, let us take a look then. Yong Lin presented the forged ship-slaying sword to her. Lin Nianxun examined the sword meticulously for nearly 20 seconds before her face lit up with satisfaction. This sword is truly remarkable, Yong Lin. I didn't expect your swordsmithing skills to be so exceptional. You're too kind. I am not being polite. I speak the truth. This ship-slaying sword is undoubtedly a masterpiece among the first-tier category. Thank you for your praise. After exchanging a few words with Yong Lin, Lin Nianxun turned to Li Gui and said, Boss, I've taken a liking to this sword. Can we proceed to the checkout? Of course. As Li Gui led Lin Nianxun outside, he couldn't help but cast a meaningful glance at Yong Lin. Yong Lin understood the implication behind that look, but chose to ignore it. He aspired to become a legendary commander, a man destined to shine on the battlefield alongside a cadre of battle maidens, not merely a swordsmith in another world. The notion of being a swordsmith was out of the question. Chapter 5. The Campus Bell, the Ship-Slaying Sword, and the Attributes as Lin Nianxun and Li Gui departed. Yong Lin intended to focus and take another moment to rest. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to draw a sharp breath. If he recalled correctly, he had applied an enhancement to the ship-slaying sword, selecting an attribute related to explosive attack power. Surely, that wouldn't lead to any complications? In this world, swordsmiths possess the ability to inscribe magical formulas on the ship-slaying sword, augmenting its lethality. However, such capabilities were a privilege granted to only a minuscule fraction of commanders. Even if one could attain this, it would merely provide the battle maidens with a slight supplementary advantage, lacking any earth-shattering impact. In reality, a commander capable of such feats would typically possess qualifications of at least A rank, if not S rank, which is why few powerful commanders would delve into the trivialities of swordsmithing. Even if they did, the scope was limited to an exceedingly small portion, raising the question of whether it was somewhat extravagant for someone with AB rank qualification to have enhanced an attribute on the ship-slaying sword. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, Yong Lin soon found solace in the realization that the bestowed power was but temporary, lasting merely 3 hours. Glancing at the communicator on her wrist, she noted that it was already 8:30 in the evening. Surely, Lin Nianxun would not be rushing to the training room at this hour. If she were to return to her dormitory, perhaps meet friends for a leisurely outing, or simply succumb to fatigue and retire for the night, the temporary endowment would dissipate after 3 hours. Thus, instead of indulging in such thoughts, it would be more prudent to utilize this time to delve into the intricacies of the system. Furthermore, she contemplated the absence of a battle princess to form a contract with for her battlefield internship the day after tomorrow. How would she navigate the battlefield and eliminate the corrupted beasts to pass the commander's assessment without a battle princess? While musing over these matters, Yong Lin activated her special ability beyond her core competencies, synchronization. Synchronization allows a commander, upon acquiring a battle princess, to temporarily link their 10 core attributes to the battle princess based on the host's current comprehensive condition when entering the battlefield. For each major phase reached in the commander's spiritual energy limits, the foundational attributes linked to their battle princess increase by 10, capping at a maximum of 100. Moreover, aside from core abilities, any subsequent skills mastered by the commander may be temporarily synchronized with their affiliated battle princess based on the actual circumstances. This revelation genuinely astonished Yong Lin. She had not been aware that a commander could transfer a percentage of their attributes and abilities to their battle princess. The primary role of a commander on the battlefield, which had previously revolved around commanding, now appeared to pivot towards assisting and providing energy support. Essential skills such as perceiving the battlefield's conditions, establishing a mental connection with the battle princess, and supplying spiritual energy during the princess's moments of vulnerability were fundamental for every commander to master. However, the notion of synchronizing attributes and abilities was indeed a novel concept. One could only commend the legendary commander system for its ingenuity. Yong Lin envisioned a hypothetical scenario. If she were to possess a battle princess, given her current limited strength, would she not, in a state of synchronization, endow her with foundational attributes of an S rank? Taking Lin Nianxun, the esteemed campus beauty, as an example. If she were to become Yong Lin's battle princess, would her foundational attributes not temporarily elevate to an SS level? Yong Lin could not suppress a gulp. Truly, the legendary commander system was remarkable. Even the most ordinary battle princess, when held in one's grasp, could unleash tremendous potential. And as she continued to master various abilities for synchronization, her battle princess would become an unstoppable force. While Yong Lin pondered her system and the potential of her battle princess, Lin Nianxun had already arrived at the training room with her newly acquired ship-slicing blade. Despite her S-class qualification, she remained more diligent than any other girl in her endeavors. The academy is equipped with a formidable blade known as the Ship Slayer. Though she is yet to set foot on a genuine battlefield, she has already worn down her training weapon through relentless practice. Around 8:20 p.m., she arrived at the academy's training facility. The staff recognized Lin Nianxun with an uncommon familiarity, attributable to her considerable fame and her frequent visits. On duty that evening was a female martial instructor, who, upon seeing Lin Nianxun alone, inquired with curiosity, "Nianxun, have you come by yourself today? Where's Cici?" Cici, whose real name is Qin, is also renowned as one of the academy's most illustrious students. Individually, each is captivating. Together, they radiate an even more vibrant brilliance. It is indeed remarkable that these two floral gems share a close friendship and both boast an S-level qualification rating, a rarity in itself. In response to the instructor's question, Lin Nianxun smiled and replied, "Cici has some family matters to attend to and will be resting at home for a few days." "Oh, that explains why I only see you tonight," the instructor remarked, expertly swiping her card on the machine. "Nianxun, you know the drill. Room 27 is ready for you." "Thank you," Lin Nianxun replied politely, bowing her head slightly before making her way to room 27. At this moment, she remained unaware of the unique qualities of the Ship Slayer she had recently acquired. To her, the blade was simply excellent, a fine weapon. Although she had little connection with Yong Lin, she could not help but admire him, despite his status as an older student who had repeated a year. As she entered the training room, she observed a steel humanoid puppet rising from beneath the central platform. Instantly, Lin Nianxun entered her spirit shadow state and unsheathed the Ship Slayer from her waist. It is imperative to mention the significance of a battle maiden's combat style. The ability to become a battle maiden hinges on the capacity to condense a spirit shadow. The spirit shadow serves as a semblance of oneself, akin to a second life. During combat or competition, only by summoning the spirit shadow to overlay upon her true form can she navigate the battlefield with agility and grace. For a skilled battle maiden, the act of enhancing her true form with the spirit shadow becomes second nature, often requiring less than half a second. Should she be struck down, split in two, or beheaded, while the spirit shadow is active, it is the spirit shadow that perishes first. This equates to ejecting her true self from the spirit shadow. Only then can one truly defeat the battle maiden. Thus, the first point addresses the spirit shadow. The second point concerns the incomparable importance of the battle maiden's weaponry. The Ship Slayer serves merely as an auxiliary weapon, utilized by the battle maiden to engage with both corrupted beasts and adversaries. The spirit shadow state is essentially a half-explosive state for the battle maiden. while her full explosive divine state necessitates a weapon of her own spiritual essence. The ethereal weapons of the battle maidens include a variety of forms: long swords, sabers, whips, spears, bows, and crossbows, along with an assortment of advanced technologies such as lasers and grenade launchers. Truly a diverse arsenal. However, the moment of full eruption for these battle maidens, aside from a select few exceptional ones, typically occurs when they breach the enemy's defenses, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. A simple analogy would be playing cards. One cannot reveal a trump card prematurely. When the trump is finally played, it is usually in a moment of desperation or at the culmination of a decisive encounter. Returning to the training room, Lin Nianxun radiates vigor and confidence, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. In this moment, she exudes an alluring self-assurance and composure. The blade feels exceptional today, and my own state mirrors that. I should achieve a kill record faster than usual. As she observes the iron humanoid puppet charging toward her, Lin Nianxun makes a sudden advance, meeting the metallic figure head-on. The training ground reverberates with the clang of metal striking metal, accompanied by sparks flying in the air. However, in the next instant, as she feels the unparalleled explosive force accompanying her strike, Lin Nianxun, the illustrious school beauty, is momentarily taken aback. Chapter 6, Sister. Can I borrow some money? Following her recent attack, a shockwave erupts beneath the iron puppet's feet. The force is considerable, not only causing minor damage to the puppet's components, but also disrupting its pre-programmed movements, nearly causing it to stumble. Instinctively, despite her surprise, Lin Nianxun seizes the opportunity to enter a state of full eruption. In her grasp, she casts aside the ship-slicing knife, wielding instead the divine scythe of death. Brilliant light flashes across the arena, and amidst the swirling shadows conjured by the scythe, the iron humanoid puppet is swiftly cleaved into multiple pieces before it can mount a defense. To describe Lin Nianxun's feelings in that moment would be an understatement. She is utterly astonished. For as she enters her state of full eruption, an instinctual notification flashes in her mind. Due to the influence of your ship-slicing knife, you can still benefit from its enhancements while wielding your ethereal weapon. Current enhancement. Upon executing an effective attack, regardless of whether it hits, an explosion equivalent to 50 combat power will occur within the vicinity, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Am I seeing ghosts? When did a mere Tier 1 ship-slicing knife begin to confer such advantages? Glancing at the time taken to dispatch the iron puppet, a mere 8 seconds. She surpasses her previous best of 11 seconds. In past training sessions, she would first need to create an opening in the puppet's defenses before entering her full eruption state. Yet today, a singular enhancement allowed her to catch the puppet off guard, creating an exceptional opportunity for an attack. This is indeed peculiar, truly extraordinary. It is quite astonishing that Lin Nianxun, preoccupied with her thoughts, has set aside the task of applying for a humanoid puppet at the terminal and has instead turned her attention to the recently acquired ship-slicing sword. At first glance, it appears to be a high-quality first-tier sword, seemingly unremarkable. After a moment of contemplation, she channels her spiritual energy into the blade while concentrating entirely on its form. Indeed, she perceives the desired information instinctively. The first-tier ship-slicing sword possesses an augmentation ability. How could this be possible? Was it not said that only a weapon of 5th-tier quality could be inscribed with enchantments by a prodigious commander? If that were all, it might be somewhat acceptable. Yet, this sword can transfer its augmentation abilities to the divine weapons simply by being worn. Lin Nianxun finds herself at a loss for words. Even if the first revelation astounded her, she might have justified it by suggesting that the blacksmith employed some secret technique. However, the second revelation transcends the very fabric of her understanding. A ship-slicing sword is merely an auxiliary weapon for a battle maiden. How could it be linked to the divine weapon of the battle maiden herself? Lost in thought for a long while, Lin Nianxun suddenly recalls something. She nearly forgot that this sword was crafted by her classmate, Yong Lin. Could he possess some extraordinary ability? Yet, if he truly had such a miraculous talent, why had his aptitude assessment not even reached an A rank? After pondering for a moment, she resolves a singular thought. Yong Lin is certainly not an ordinary commander. He must be concealing his capabilities for some reason, and she has inadvertently stumbled upon his secret. Tomorrow marks the final day of the contract. Uncertain of her thoughts, she stands in contemplation for an extended period. Meanwhile, Yong Lin, having endured the workday, returns to his rented room after once again declining the work contract from the dubious Li Gue, the boss. His expression is grave. Regarding the final day of the contract, he has relinquished all expectations of his classmates and fellow battle maidens. Though he possesses remarkable abilities, he knows that no one would believe him if he spoke of them. Yong Lin is acutely aware that no battle maiden would jeopardize her own life. Furthermore, in the public perception, a commander below a rank is merely a stationary target on the battlefield. Should danger arise, they could potentially jeopardize the entire squad. If the benefits provided by the commander fail to outweigh the drawbacks, then the commander is simply a liability on the battlefield. Once a battle maiden enters into a contract with a commander, she is bound to protect him at all costs. And any malicious abandonment or deliberate sabotage would lead to a court-martial. This is also the primary reason why most battle maidens are reluctant to form contracts with low-ranking commanders, leading to the decline of the commander profession. Yong Lin lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling for a long while. Finally, he dialed a familiar number on his communicator. If one were to inquire who it was, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Liue. When Jiang Liue began teaching in the 3rd year at the Longmen War Academy, Yong Lin had provided her with considerable assistance. Their relationship had flourished over these 3 years, with them often referring to each other as siblings. At that moment, Jiang Liue was indulging in a bath. Enveloped in bubbles, her snow-white skin, barely visible, was exceedingly alluring. Coupled with her mature charm, she truly deserved the title of enchantress. Suddenly, the communicator beside her rang. Jiang Liue picked it up, taken aback to see that it was Yong Lin calling her so late, almost at 10 o'clock. What could it be? Had he finally realized his path and decided to abandon the commander profession? As she greeted him, Yong Lin chuckled awkwardly on the other end. Sister Liue, I have resolved to pursue the commander profession. However, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Jiang Liue replied, all right, I can't sway you. So you may continue to be a commander. What is it that you wish to consult me about? I would like to borrow some money from you. Is it that your dining expenses are insufficient? How much do you need? On the other end, Yong Lin hesitated for a moment before whispering, I need to borrow 200,000. Cough, cough. Jiang Liue was suddenly choked by her own saliva. Yong Lin, could you repeat that? How much did you say? Sister, I need to borrow 200,000. Once I become a true commander and earn some money, I'll repay you double. I am serious. Jiang Liue found it hard to catch her breath. Yong Lin, do you take me for a wealthy benefactor? 200,000 is my salary for 2 years. What on earth do you intend to do to borrow such a substantial sum all at once? Sister, I have my own plans. Even if you call me sister so affectionately, you must explain what you need such a large sum for. Have you gotten into some trouble outside that requires compensation? No. It's primarily because I aspire to be a commander. Does your ambition to be a commander necessitate borrowing money? There is a connection, Yong Lin replied, pausing before continuing. Sister Liue, it's not convenient to discuss over the communicator. How about I come to your office tomorrow? Very well, come early tomorrow. I shall be waiting in my office. Understood. After hanging up the communicator, Yong Lin sprawled on his bed. How wonderful it would be if 2 or 3 battle maidens would actively contract with me, instead of being in such a predicament now. As for borrowing money, Yong Lin merely mentioned it to Jiang Liue with a glimmer of hope. 200,000 is certainly not a trifling amount, and he did not truly believe Jiang Liue would lend it to him. Regarding the contracts at the academy the following day, Yong Lin had already prepared himself for the worst-case scenario and made alternative plans. Chapter 7. Does the campus belle wish to confess? The following morning, Yong Lin arrived early at the academy and made his way to the office of Jiang Liue. On the desk lay some soy milk and steamed buns that Jiang Liue had purchased. Upon seeing Yong Lin, she said nothing but gestured for him to eat first. Yong Lin, not one to be polite, filled his stomach until he was no longer hungry. After they had finished their breakfast and sat facing each other, Jiang Liue finally broached the topic of the previous night's request for a loan. Now, you may tell me, what do you intend to do with such a substantial amount of money? Yong Lin hesitated for a moment, gathering his thoughts before he spoke. It is quite simple. Given my current state, I am fully aware that no battle maiden would form a contract with me. Jiang Liue sighed and replied, Yong Lin, it is not my intention to discourage you, but by this time 2 years ago, you should have understood this reality. Even the most mediocre battle maidens would never enter into a contract with a commander rated below a level. I am aware of this, Yong Lin acknowledged. Commanders of a level and above possess not only 3 inherent abilities, but also the potential to comprehend new skills. Moreover, their inherent abilities are remarkably effective, allowing battle maidens to better grasp the battlefield situation. Jiang Liue nodded in agreement. You have consistently excelled in theoretical examinations, displaying unique insights in analyzing and managing battlefield dynamics. However, your critical flaw lies in your low aptitude assessment. Without a battle maiden to contract with you, you cannot enter the battlefield. The crux of the matter is this. If you, Liue, are willing to lend me 200,000, I intend to use it as a deposit to hire 3 mechanical battle maidens. Upon hearing Yong Lin mention mechanical battle maidens, Jiang Liue was nearly at a loss. Have you lost your mind? What use are they on the front lines? They might assist in logistics or manage ordinary personnel, but against pollution beasts. Even the most basic of them can inflict damage ratios of 3-to-1, 4-to-1, or even more. Are you unaware of this? Liue, that is only the case when there is no commander to direct the operations, Yong Lin began, but Jiang Liue interjected sternly, Yong Lin. I can understand your desire to be a commander, but bringing 3 mechanical battle maidens to the battlefield is akin to seeking death. I will not agree to this. Yong Lin stood up and said, I merely contemplated this and did not truly expect you to agree to lend me the money. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Liue replied, having served as a battle maiden for several years, although my current salary is modest, I could manage to procure 200,000. However, as I mentioned earlier, I will absolutely not consent to your plan to lead 3 mechanical battle maidens into combat. Understood. The hour is getting late, Liue. So I shall return to my classroom now. Wait. Jiang Liue called. Is there something else? Yong Lin, tell me. If today passes without a battle maiden contracting with you and the academy forces your graduation, what do you plan to do next? I shall not relinquish my aspiration to become a commander. Thus, I naturally possess plans for the future. What plans, you ask? That shall be disclosed in due time. As Yong Lin departed from the office, Jiang Liue felt a twinge of despondency. Despite her resolve to regard him as a younger brother, it seemed he was beyond the reach of her counsel. Even after exposing him to numerous battlefield documentaries, her efforts proved futile, which was quite disheartening. Would one dare to take risks alongside 3 mechanical battle maidens in pursuit of command? Jiang Liue found herself utterly perplexed, unable to grasp his motivations. Yong Lin, through those videos, could not have been oblivious to the battlefield's brutal realities. Yet, 3 years had passed, and he remained steadfast in his desire to become a commander. What fueled such unwavering determination? When pondering this question, Yong Lin had consulted his own heart. Born into poverty, he had striven mightily to awaken his potential, naturally wishing to seize this chance with all his might. Consequently, he had dedicated himself to learning more diligently than anyone else, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to prove himself on the battlefield after his aptitude assessment. Yet, the outcome was regrettably disheartening, no matter how well he grasped theory and knowledge. The limitations of a B-level assessment made the path to true command exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, Yong Lin was undeterred, with the legendary commander system at his disposal. He merely awaited an opportunity. A golden-scaled fish cannot remain in a pond. When it encounters a storm, it transforms into a dragon. Emerging from the office, Yong Lin made his way directly to the classroom. As he approached the class entrance, he was taken aback by the commotion. The corridor was bustling with students, predominantly boys, whose gazes were conspicuously directed toward a single point. Initially suspecting some incident had occurred, he followed their collective gaze and quickly discerned the reason. Lin Nianxun, the illustrious campus belle, was standing at the classroom door. It was unclear what her intention was, but she appeared markedly anxious, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. As she scanned her surroundings, he overheard a nearby conversation. Do you think Lin Nianxun is waiting for someone? Perhaps her boyfriend? Nonsense. Many have confessed to her before, and none succeeded. Maybe she's waiting for a friend. I heard Chini, who is usually inseparable from her, is absent today. Perhaps she has returned. So, the stunning Chini is on leave? No wonder we haven't seen her around lately. But I heard that Chini possesses S-level battle maiden aptitude as well. Indeed, like Lin Nianxun. Both are not only beautiful, but have also achieved S-level assessments. Any commander fortunate enough to contract them would be exceedingly blessed. At that moment, Yong Lin merely sought to pass through the crowd, disinterested in the gossip surrounding him. He had little connection to Lin Nianxun, having only encountered her twice the previous day. So he did not dwell on the matter. As he navigated through the throng, just as he intended to enter the classroom, fate intervened. Lin Nianxun seized his arm. Yong Lin, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Why have you arrived at this hour? As soon as the words were spoken, an immediate silence enveloped both the interior and exterior of the classroom. Many were convinced they had misheard. Could it be that Lin Nianxun, standing at the classroom door early in the morning, was not waiting for another stunning beauty from a different school, but rather for Brother Yong? Indeed, Yong Lin was affectionately referred to as Brother Yong, a senior who had repeated a year. He had not graduated for 3 years. Even those who did not know him within the institution had undoubtedly heard tales of his remarkable exploits. From a certain perspective, Yong Lin could be deemed a prominent figure at the Longting War Academy, his reputation rivaling that of the two school beauties. At that moment, it was not only the students inside and outside the classroom who were taken aback. Yong Lin himself was equally astonished. Lin Nianxun had come all this way to wait at the door for him. "Lin, are you saying you are waiting for me?" He stammered. "Yes. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. There is something I wish to ask you. Please come with me." Lin Nianxun appeared quite animated, pulling Yong Lin towards the rooftop. Those around them were utterly dumbfounded. What was unfolding? Wasn't the rooftop typically a place for romantic confessions between boys and girls? Was Lin Nianxun, the illustrious school beauty, intending to confess her feelings to Brother Yong on the final day of their academic journey? Chapter 8. Lin Nianxuan's seriousness. The crowd watched as Lin Nianxun led Yong Lin towards the rooftop. Perhaps in her excitement, she did not realize that she was holding Yong Lin's hand rather than his arm. Otherwise, countless students would not have been lost in fanciful thoughts. What had transpired? When had the illustrious school beauty become involved with Brother Yong? No one knew. There had been no prior whispers of clandestine affairs between them. Could they perhaps be secret lovers, choosing to reveal their relationship on the last day of school? The speculation ran rampant, particularly among the boys, who felt a pang of discomfort. They wondered why Lin Nianxun had chosen Brother Yong over themselves when they believed they held equal merit. Most notably, who was unaware that Lin Nianxun was almost inseparable from Chini, having already secured one school beauty. Would she now pursue the other amidst the impending graduation? Once the initial silence dissipated, the news spread like wildfire throughout the third-year students. The revelation of the two prominent figures uniting was as sensational as it was astonishing. Regardless of the truth of the matter, seeing Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun together seemed to suggest a closeness that left one person particularly troubled, Zhang Ruotong. Throughout the year, Yong Lin had been steadfast, preparing breakfast for her each morning without fail. However, in an effort to avoid becoming the subject of gossip, Zhang Ruotong had requested that he keep their relationship discreet, disallowing any rumors from taking flight. Yong Lin had taken her words to heart, resolving to arrive early each day to find a suitable location to wait for Zhang Ruotong. As Zhang Ruotong found herself in dire financial straits, Yong Lin resorted to taking on part-time work or borrowing from others. As the chill of winter set in, he would purchase clothing for her, and during festive occasions, he would discreetly present her with gifts. Initially, Zhang Ruotong had deceitfully approached Yong Lin, underestimating how easily he would fall for her charms. At first, she was unaccustomed to his attentions, but after savoring the numerous benefits he provided, she began to take everything for granted. Now, as graduation approached, Zhang Ruotong had successfully forged a contract with Commander Wang Dong, who possessed an S-grade qualification, thanks to her A-grade credentials. She reassured herself that deceiving this man was inconsequential. After all, a B-grade commander would ultimately find himself incapable of stepping onto the battlefield, leaving him only slightly better off than the average person. However, her own path was far from simple. Perhaps she could ascend to become a legendary warrior by the side of a renowned commander. She fantasized about the day she might receive a contract ring alongside him, which would undoubtedly be an even greater achievement. Yet now, she was taken aback to see the boy who had always orbited around her now bonding with a woman more beautiful than herself. For reasons she could not articulate, an unsettling discomfort washed over Zhang Ruotong. "Lin Nianxun, what kind of taste do you have to even consider a B-grade commander?" she thought, observing the doorway to the classroom and listening to the chatter of classmates speculating about Yong Lin and Lin Nianxuan's relationship. Biting her lip tightly, she seethed inwardly. If you hold Yong Lin in such high regard, why not wait a little longer and agree to be his warrior today? A cold smile flickered across her mind. She could not bring herself to believe that Lin Nianxun was oblivious to the implications of being involved with a B-grade commander. She doubted that Lin Nianxun and the boy who had been so infatuated with her could yield any fruitful outcome. Meanwhile, Yong Lin found himself being forcibly led to the rooftop by Lin Nianxun. Once there, they were alone, enveloped in a tranquil silence. "Lin, did you need something from me?" he inquired, having extricated his hand from her grasp, prompting Lin Nianxun to realize, in her excitement, how intimate their earlier interaction had been. A flush of crimson crept across her typically composed visage, rendering her all the more enchanting. With a purpose in mind and eager to avoid any awkwardness, Lin Nianxun steadied her emotions and promptly expressed the reason for summoning Yong Lin. Actually, Yong Lin, I have something quite significant to discuss with you. Go ahead, he replied. Lin Nianxun hastily unfastened the ship-slaying sword from her waist, fixing her gaze intently upon Yong Lin. This ship-slaying sword, it was forged by you, correct? Indeed. It was I who crafted it. Then allow me to inquire further. Was there anyone who assisted you throughout the entire process? From the moment you began forging the sword until its completion and eventual sale to me, were you alone in this endeavor? At that moment, Yong Lin's mind was preoccupied with the implications of his imminent graduation. Thus, he found himself somewhat indifferent to Lin Nianxun's inquiries regarding the sword. Upon hearing Lin Nianxun's words, he instinctively nodded in agreement. However, he was unaware that the excitement in her beautiful eyes was already beginning to sparkle. Yong Lin, if that is the case, the enhancement ability of the slashing ship blade was also bestowed by you, correct? Do not deny it. Just from your expression, demeanor, and the glint in your eyes while speaking, it is evident that what you say is indeed true. Yong Lin suddenly recalled that he had granted a temporary attribute to the slashing ship blade yesterday. Yet, since it was temporary, it could only last for 3 hours and had since faded. Yong Lin, are you concealing some ability? Lin, does this concern you in any way? Are you implying that you wish to form a contract with me to become my warrior? Lin Nianxun casually flicked her hair behind her ear and replied, if you truly possess the capability, why should I not contract with you? This retort left Yong Lin momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he inquired, Lin, how do you define capability? Quite simply, regardless of the means you employ, as long as you can earn my recognition of your strength. I am willing to contract with you as your warrior. Yong Lin discerned that Lin Nianxun was speaking earnestly. She was not jesting. However, proving such capability posed a significant challenge. At present, aside from abilities, there was nothing tangible to showcase. Furthermore, given the system's cautious nature, he could not act excessively outside the context of his own warrior. Thus, how might he seize this opportunity to make Lin Nianxun his warrior? Yong Lin reviewed his abilities. First, each commander had 3 inherent abilities that could only be utilized post-contracting with a warrior, thus currently unavailable. The special ability of synchronization was likewise unattainable at this moment. Considering his core ability bestowal, Yong Lin glanced at the eagerly expectant Lin Nianxun and mused that although she was not yet his warrior, she was undeniably a true warrior. So, could he grant her an ability? As this thought crossed his mind, a prompt appeared. Host's target has been detected. Temporary bestowal is possible. Yong Lin's heart leaped with joy. Since it was feasible, he decided to give it a try. However, prior to that, Lin, I do possess a method to modestly demonstrate my strength, but, before he could finish, Lin Nianxun interjected with utmost seriousness. I understand that you wish to ascertain whether my earlier statements hold truth. I swear upon the life and future of a warrior that I would never jest about matters of contract. Furthermore, regarding the earlier incident with the slashing ship blade, regardless of whether we form a contract, I shall remain tight-lipped and ensure you face no trouble from me. Those who violate this vow shall face dire consequences. Well, since you have reached this point, let us see if I can move you further, Yong Lin declared, as his right hand casually settled upon the delicate, pale shoulder of Lin Nianxun. Chapter 9. If she could become my Valkyrie, what do you intend to do? Do not speak. Lin Nianxun felt utterly perplexed. All she sought was a mere affirmation from Yong Lin. Little did she know that this man had audaciously placed his hand upon her shoulder. Under ordinary circumstances, what man would dare to be so presumptuous without facing dire consequences? Yet, observing Yong Lin's earnest expression, which bore no semblance of jest or impropriety, Lin Nianxun made an effort to compose herself. She was genuinely curious about Yong Lin's intentions. At that moment, 2 options appeared before Yong Lin's eyes. A. The chosen subject will receive a first-level vitality boost, with stamina, mental strength, and spiritual energy recovery enhanced by 30 for 3 hours. B. Bestow the subject with a first-level invigorating effect. Within 3 hours, the subject's combat power, defense, and agility will be comprehensively increased by 10. A gentle reminder, if the designated recipient of the enhancement is human, the effect falls under the non-item, non-consumable category. Thus, the benefits cannot be permanent. However, should the recipient be a Valkyrie contracted to the host, the enhancements can be significantly amplified and prolonged. Gazing at these two options, Yong Lin inquired, "Classmate Lin, do you believe it is more advantageous to expedite recovery of stamina and mental strength on the battlefield, or to augment one's attack and agility?" Lin Nianxun initially assumed Yong Lin was testing her. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "If we are engaged in a prolonged battle, I would undoubtedly choose the first option. However, in a sudden confrontation, enhancing my attack and agility is far more advantageous." "Very well. Then I shall temporarily elevate your attack and agility by 10. Lin Nianxun expected Yong Lin was jesting, yet in the next instant, she felt the warmth radiating from his hand resting on her shoulder. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. For reasons unknown, she sensed an explosive surge of power coursing through her, nearly overwhelming her. Subsequently, driven by the instincts of a Valkyrie, Lin Nianxun received specific information. She had acquired an invigorating enhancement, and her current state had unexpectedly increased her attack and agility by 10. Moreover, this effect would persist for 3 hours. Lin Nianxun could hardly contain her astonishment. Originally assessed as an S-rank Valkyrie, her innate qualities were already remarkable, and an unexpected boost to her attack and agility promised immense advantages. How was it possible for this man before her to wield such incredible power? Merely touching her shoulder had yielded such a significant enhancement? Meanwhile, Yong Lin had yet to withdraw his hand. A notification indicated that, having selected an enhancement, he had expended 80 points of spiritual energy. Yearning for Lin Nianxun to become his battle sister, he found himself, for the first time, contemplating the retention of an additional enhancement amidst two choices. A gentle reminder indicated that the subject endowed by the host was human, allowing for a second stacking. However, the spiritual energy consumption would double. Presently, both enhancements were at the first level. Should he choose to preserve the remaining enhancement, it would cost the host 160 units of spiritual energy along with a considerable amount of mental fortitude, necessitating careful deliberation. Yong Lin glanced at his spiritual energy limit. A total of 300, with a current expenditure of 240, leaving him with a mere 60. Regarding the mental toll, as long as he remained alive, obtaining a battle sister was worth the sacrifice. He was in dire need of a battle sister, especially one of Lin Nianxuan's exceptional caliber. He had indeed contemplated the possibility of Lin Nianxun reneging on their agreement and revealing his secret regarding status augmentation, yet sincerely, he felt no fear. As a B-grade assessed apprentice commander, he possessed no such capabilities. He was resolute in his denial. Even the mightiest could not alter that fact. Furthermore, even if he were to confess, he would need the trust of outsiders. Thus, while Lin Nianxun was still basking in the invigorating enhancement, the second vitality boost was conferred upon her. Upon instinctively grasping the new enhancement, Lin Nianxun was once again left in a state of disbelief. Was this truly something a human commander could achieve? While Lin Nianxun remained in astonishment, Yong Lin was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his head. He had overexerted himself. The spiritual energy drain was manageable, but the depletion of mental energy felt akin to a piercing needle, causing him to feel faint and nauseous. "Yong Lin, are you all right?" "I'm fine. How about you? How do you feel?" "Very well, quite good," Lin Nianxun responded, at a loss for words. She couldn't very well inquire, "Are you a prodigy?" Such feats seemed beyond the realm of mere mortals. Uncertain of Lin Nianxuan's thoughts, Yong Lin elaborated, "In truth, my abilities are somewhat unique. Should you choose to contract with me, the enhancements you receive would far exceed these." Of course, she could dismiss his words as fabrications, for the decision to contract rested solely with her. A slight smile graced Lin Nianxuan's lips, revealing a captivating charm. This display took Yong Lin by surprise. It was said that this campus belle always projected a cool demeanor, who would have anticipated her sweetness and laughter. However, Yong Lin was more concerned with whether Lin Nianxun desired to become his battle sister. As he steadied his emotions and prepared to pose the question, Lin Nianxun unexpectedly interjected with her own inquiry. "Yong Lin, why are you so fixated on becoming a commander? It has already been 3 years. If no battle sister is willing to contract with you, what are your plans moving forward?" Yet again, this question arose. Yong Lin felt somewhat helpless. Yet upon noticing Lin Nianxun gazing at him with a seemingly profound intent, he pondered briefly before responding. "If I were to express my desire to ascend from the lowest tier of existence and utilize the commander's position to distinguish myself, would that be acceptable?" "Indeed," she replied. "As for the matter of not having a contract with a battle maiden, I certainly have my plans, but I would prefer to keep them to myself for now." "Well then," Regardless of the circumstances, I can see your determination. Otherwise, you wouldn't have endured 3 years as a third-year student. As Lin Nianxun spoke, her words were abruptly interrupted by the untimely ringing of the Academy's electronic bell. Has the time come already? Yong Lin, let us hasten back to the classroom. Today, the battle maidens and commanders must complete their final formalities, and if we arrive late, I fear Mentor Li you may be displeased. Yong Lin longed to inquire whether she would agree to be his battle maiden, yet the words lingered on his lips, ultimately unspoken. He had already exerted his efforts. The contract between a battle maiden and a commander was indeed significant, and it was prudent for Lin Nianxun to contemplate it thoroughly. As Lin Nianxun took a couple of steps, she suddenly noticed the absence of footsteps behind her and turned with curiosity to ask, Yong Lin, why do you stand there motionless? Aren't you returning to the classroom? I just need a moment to rest. You go ahead. Lin Nianxun, sharp-witted and perceptive, quickly discerned the situation upon observing Yong Lin's hand pressed against his forehead, glistening with perspiration. Although I am not a commander, as a battle maiden, exerting my abilities consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and mental fortitude. You appear to be rather fatigued. Would you like me to assist you downstairs? No, I'll be fine in a moment. Once we reach the classroom, I can explain things to Sister Liu, he replied. Let us go together. I shall guide you to the rooftop. It is only right that I ensure your safe return. It would be rather unbecoming for me to return alone. Without further ado, Lin Nianxun approached him with grace, gently wrapping her arm around his shoulder, signaling him not to feel too constrained and to lean his weight slightly toward her. With her kindness extended, Yong Lin found it impossible to be overly sensitive. As they walked, he dared not move his left arm, fearing an encounter with some indescribable, nebulous presence. Yet, upon their return to the classroom, chaos erupted. Chapter 10. The marvel and the weary man Yong Lin could hardly fathom that his ascent to the rooftop alongside the campus beauty, Lin Nianxun, would swiftly become common knowledge among the students of the academy. If the matter had ended there, the students would have merely indulged in light gossip, speculating amongst themselves. However, upon their return, not only did the entire class regard them with curious glances, but even Mentor Zhang Liue looked at Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun with an expression of profound disbelief and significance. One might wonder why this was the case. It was essential to consider the current states of both Lin Nianxun and Yong Lin. At that moment, Lin Nianxun was imbued with two enhancement effects, one of vitality and the other of exhilaration. Due to the stimulating effect, Lin Nianxun, who usually exudes an air of coolness, displayed a delightful flush on her exquisite face and fair neck. In stark contrast, Yong Lin appeared pallid and feeble, requiring Lin Nianxun's personal assistance just to walk, a rather absurd sight. The two had ventured to the rooftop, a well-known locale for confessions, yet upon their return, one emerged as a captivating figure while the other appeared utterly deflated. Who wouldn't dwell on such a scenario? It seemed Yong Lin was at a disadvantage, having spent merely 15 minutes with the enchanting Lin Nianxun on the rooftop. Such audacity in the early morning was quite thrilling, particularly for the boys, despite their casual words. Their hearts were already overflowing with emotions. One couldn't help but wonder what Lin Nianxun saw in Yong Lin. Their public display of affection on the rooftop, engaged in clandestine activities, was audaciously brazen. Moreover, they returned still nestled against each other, as if to shield their relationship from prying eyes. Until Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun settled into their respective seats, Jiang Liue signaled for silence. Only then did the crowd divert their attention from the two prominent figures. At that moment, Jiang Liue addressed the students. Classmates, today marks the final day before our graduation practical exercises. According to the Academy's guidance, you are encouraged to become a striking presence on the battlefield, though this is not mandatory. Once on the battlefield, life and death are unpredictable. Do not envision it as a glorious endeavor. The mortality rate is akin to a sword of Damocles, poised to fall upon anyone at any moment. Whether you aspire to be a battle maiden or a commander, I implore you to proceed with careful consideration. Jiang Liue had reiterated these sentiments on numerous occasions. The Academy imposed no strict mandates on their aspirations. You could become a battle maiden, a commander, or even join the logistics, intelligence, communication, or engineering departments. Any path was permissible. However, while the Academy did not enforce requirements, it certainly offered encouragement. For instance, those who became battle maidens or commanders would enjoy generous benefits, including accommodations arranged by the Academy, assistance in undertaking tasks to earn points and substantial rewards, and provisions for relocating family members into the city, among other advantages. In summary, this array of enticing incentives undoubtedly motivated all the young men and women. Should their abilities be further honed, battle maidens could ascend ranks and enhance their prowess on the battlefield. Commanders could be promoted to first-level or second-level commanders based on specified criteria and qualifications, ultimately striving for the esteemed ninth-level commander title or even aspiring to become legendary commanders. At such a juncture, even if one chose to step back from direct command, serving as a regional deputy commander or ascending to the position of regional commander would be entirely feasible. While Jiang Liue continued her discourse from the stage, Yong Lin remained in his seat, eyes closed in contemplation. Today, he had no intention of delivering another speech. After all, it would be futile. No battle maiden would contract with a commander ranked below a level. Yet, he pondered how Lin Nianxun felt about it all. Gazing at the graceful silhouette of Lin Nianxun in the front row, Yong Lin could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia within his heart. When would he find a battle maiden contract, making it akin to seeking a romantic partner? It seemed a daunting task. On stage, as Jiang Liue concluded her remarks, she stated, "In summary, I have said all that needed to be said. For matters unaddressed, I trust you to assess them yourselves. Now, I invite every young man aspiring to become a battlefield commander to deliver their own speeches. If you wish to contract with a commander, please submit your names to my office before the end of today's afternoon classes. Conversely, if you do not require a commander and wish to form a battle maiden squad, ensure your lists are compiled and delivered to my office promptly." Upon her words, all eyes turned to Yong Lin, who was seated at the back by the window, including Jiang Liue's. She proposed, "Yong Lin, why not go first?" "No need," he replied. "Regardless of my speech, no one would contract with me." A nearby male student jested, "Yong, this won't do. I recall your declaration. One day, I shall become a legendary commander and adorn all my battle maidens with the rings of contract. How can you give up now?" Taking a deep breath, Yong Lin asserted, "I have never given up. I truly aspire to become a legendary commander. In the future, I will indeed ensure that all my battle maidens wear the rings of contract." Instantly, the previously stagnant atmosphere in the classroom became vibrant. Everyone had been awaiting Yang's declaration, not out of mockery or disdain, but rather due to the immense reputation he held. As a repeat student of 3 years, not only did he aim to become a legendary commander, but he also aspired to adorn his battle maidens with the rings of contract. It was unfathomable for a commander of S-class qualifications to reach such heights. While it was somewhat pitiable that no battle maiden had chosen to accompany him over the years, the class had grown accustomed to Yong Lin's grand aspirations. Jiang Liue observed Yong Lin from the stage, her expression a tapestry of emotions. She recalled his earlier words in the office, where he expressed his desire to enter the battlefield, even if it meant renting 3 mechanical battle maidens. To what lengths was this individual willing to go? Not only did Yong Lin wish to become a legendary commander, but he was also fixated on the rings of contract. The rings of contract were the most fantastical entities in this world. They were not mere artifacts, but rings forged from the very essence of order and law. Acquiring a ring of contract was an endeavor more arduous than ascending to the heavens. First and foremost, one must be recognized as a legendary commander by the world. Secondly, a battle maiden must share a bond of life and death with the commander, remaining steadfast and unyielding. Only then could the commander receive the rings of contract destined for that battle maiden, a reward inscribed by the laws of fate. This was the ultimate honor belonging to both the commander and the battle maiden. Throughout the entirety of the history of the battle maidens and commanders, those who have acquired the contract ring are exceedingly few. As time has passed and the profession of commander has gradually waned, the notion of the contract ring has become a distant memory, almost synonymous with myth. Returning to the present, as Yong Lin seemed disinclined to deliver a speech, Jiang Liue suggested that other students could speak freely. It was then that Lin Nianxun, suddenly serious and solemn, stood up. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom were undoubtedly fixed upon her. What could the esteemed Lin, the campus belle, be intending? Even Jiang Liue, standing at the podium, assumed that Lin Nianxun wished to give a speech and perhaps form her own team of battle maidens. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Nianxun strode directly towards Yong Lin amidst the collective gaze. Chapter 11. Has my brother finally found someone? What was she about to do? Did Lin Nianxun intend to request a contract with Yong Lin? Indeed, that was precisely what transpired. Standing before Yong Lin, she spoke with utmost seriousness. Yong Lin, may I ask you to become my commander? I hope we can cooperate and face life and death together, unwavering and unyielding. Silence. The classroom was enveloped in an extraordinary quietude. While it was known that Lin Nianxun and Yong Lin had recently been together on the rooftop, any conjectures were merely the musings of onlookers. Yet, who could have anticipated that their relationship was truly extraordinary? After all, Yong Lin had just declared his lack of interest in speaking today, deeming it unnecessary. Yet here stood Lin Nianxun, immediately approaching him to request a contract. Why was this? Even within the class, those of B rank or even A rank, including the sole S rank commander Wang Dong, could not conceal their envy as they glanced towards Yong Lin. Lin Nianxun was an S rank battle maiden, and let us not forget her best friend, Chini, was also an S rank battle maiden. If he could secure a contract with Lin Nianxun, it was highly probable that he could also bring the equally S-rank Chini under his command. What boy wouldn't be elated at the prospect of forming contracts with two stunning campus belles? Yong Lin had not expected Lin Nianxun to approach him so suddenly. Upon hearing her wish to contract with him, he was flooded with mixed emotions, recalling the 3 years of neglect within his merged memories. He had longed for this day to arrive, having previously been manipulated by Zhang Ruotong in his class in hopes of securing a battle maiden contract. Yet now, at last, a battle maiden was willing to form a contract with him. Seeing Yong Lin's lack of immediate response, Lin Nianxun, remembering his earlier declaration of not intending to speak today and seemingly losing interest in the matter of contracting battle maidens, momentarily felt despondent. In an instant, her entire being seemed to slump. Yong Lin, please be sure to forge a pact with me. As a battle maiden with S-grade qualifications, I possess unwavering confidence in my abilities across all facets. Trust me, I shall undoubtedly become a battle maiden that meets your expectations. The classroom was in a frenzy, with both boys and girls becoming almost delirious. Lin Nianxun not only requested Yong Lin to be her commander, but she also cast aside her usual aloof demeanor, bowing deeply before him. To become this man's battle maiden, Lin Nianxun has lowered herself to an extraordinary degree. Despite being an S-grade battle maiden, she could easily find any commander who would eagerly serve her. Yet now, she humbles herself to seek Yong Lin's partnership. At this moment, the multitude of envious and resentful gazes directed at Yong Lin is incalculable. Among them, one pair of eyes is particularly noteworthy. It belongs to Zhang Ruotong. Who cannot fathom why Lin Nianxun would choose to contract with Yong Lin? Zhang Ruotong is certain that Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun had no prior closeness. Throughout the past year, she had been directing Yong Lin. If there were any ties between him and Lin Nianxun, she would surely be aware. Yet why does the S-grade battle maiden favor Yong Lin so? Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary quality? No, that cannot be. Yong Lin is merely an ordinary B-grade commander. Lin Nianxun must have lost her senses. Otherwise, she would never beseech him for a contract. Despite these thoughts, an inexplicable anxiety surged within her. If Yong Lin truly possesses exceptional qualities that Lin Nianxun perceives, but she does not, wouldn't that render her at a loss? Zhang Ruotong finds Lin Nianxun's behavior unusual, yet fears that it is entirely too rational. An S-grade battle maiden, in her right mind, willingly entering into a contract with a B-grade commander must certainly harbor some secret, possibly an astonishing one. Who can elucidate this situation for me? Why have I been employing this man for a year without discerning any remarkable traits? As Zhang Ruotong pondered these questions, Yong Lin had already provided his response. Classmate Lin, I would be delighted for you to become my battle maiden. The decision was made. The request and response concluded flawlessly. Lin Nianxun exhaled in relief, standing tall and gazing into Yong Lin's eyes. After the contract, I shall be your battle maiden. Calling me classmate Lin feels rather distant, does it not? You may call me Nianxun, as it will foster a sense of closeness. Ahem, very well then. I shall call you Nianxun from now on. As the two conversed seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, Jiang Liue at the podium was left dumbfounded. What was happening? The S-grade battle maiden Lin Nianxun was actually contracting with Yong Lin, having always regarded Yong Lin as a younger brother. Witnessing him finally being sought after filled her with joy. Yet, amidst that joy lingered a profound confusion. Why have Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun suddenly grown close? From any perspective, the illustrious Lin Nianxun should either seek a contract with an S-class commander or assemble her own battle sister squad. Both options would be far superior to forming a contract with Yong Lin. Yet, presently, the situation remains perplexing. Well, If it's beyond comprehension, then it is what it is. The matters that follow must continue. Any commander wishing to self-recommend, or any battle sister who has taken a liking to a commander, or those sisters desiring to form their own squads must discuss these matters today. If there are no satisfactory outcomes within the class, they may seek persuasion from other classes. Ultimately, the ability to form a squad is a testament to everyone's capability. As for how to establish a contract, it is quite simple. The hands of the commander and the battle sister must touch, merging their respective spiritual energies. Then, when their intentions to forge a contract align, the contract can be perfectly triggered according to the rules of this world. However, the class is rather noisy at the moment, making it an unsuitable time for contracts. This matter must wait until after class. Meanwhile, Yong Lin glanced at his system objective. Contracting the first battle sister would elevate his spiritual energy limit and grant him a new special ability. Yong Lin was undoubtedly filled with anticipation. However, he did not foresee the immense impact of Lin Nianxun's proactive approach to contract him. Before long, word spread rapidly, not only among the students of the academy, but even reaching the Elder Council. The Elder Council is the foremost authority of the War Academy, responsible for the students. In addition to managing and formulating the Academy's regulations, they also oversee the employment arrangements and battlefield placements for graduating students. The highest authority of the Elder Council, aside from the Academy head, also serves as the Deputy Lord of the city. Should significant matters arise within a city, the entire Elder Council would attend meetings alongside the Academy head. Thus, the Elder Council is far more than a mere administrative body for the War Academy. Its power is substantial. Presently, the Academy head, Li Jinxing, was engaged in a meeting with the Elder Council members, discussing the battlefield operations for commanders and battle sisters scheduled for the following day. Unexpectedly, in the midst of the meeting, his communicator buzzed with a message from the Political Education Office. Lin Nianxun, assessed with S-class qualifications, has decided to sign a contract with B-class Commander Yong Lin. Li Jinxing was certainly aware of Lin Nianxun, one of the 3 S-class qualified battle sisters among this year's third-year students. He was also familiar with Yong Lin, who consistently achieved top scores in written examinations. Acknowledging his exceptional performance and his steadfast desire to become a commander, the Elder Council had made an exception, allowing him to remain in the 3rd year for an additional 2 years. Yet, who could have imagined that Yong Lin would now be connected with Lin Nianxun? This was sheer madness, absolutely outrageous. Observing Li Jinxing's furrowed brow, his demeanor grew increasingly agitated as the elders inquired about the unfolding situation. Li Jinxing cast a glance over the assembly and remarked, "You all know Yong Lin, do you not?" Upon hearing Yong Lin's name, the esteemed elders present were all too familiar with him. It was common knowledge throughout the academy that Yong Lin was a senior student who had been retained for an additional 3 years. Chapter 12. Where is the respect for fate? Observing the perplexed expressions of the elders, Li Jinxing spoke with a tone of heartfelt concern. The Political Education Department has just informed us that Lin Nianxun intends to enter into a contract with Yong Lin. The elders, taken aback by this revelation, began to murmur amongst themselves. Lin Nianxun possessed an S-level aptitude rating, and barring unforeseen circumstances, her future was destined to be illustrious. Why, one might wonder, would she not seek out Commander Wang Dong, an established S-level, and instead choose Yong Lin? This was precisely the crux of the matter. A B-level commander's aptitude evaluation was virtually deemed inadequate in the current climate. Should Lin Nianxun forge a contract with him, it would be manageable unless calamity struck on the battlefield. In that case, her fate would be irrevocably entwined with his. Battle maidens were bound by the unyielding tenets of their contracts. Unless the overarching strategy warranted an exception, they were never to abandon their commanders under any circumstances. Indeed, throughout the annals of history, numerous battle maidens had faced dire consequences due to the demise of their commanders. Those who found themselves before a military tribunal often faced either a century-long imprisonment or exile. Given this context, it was clear that in the current environment, should a battle maiden wish to enter into a contract, the priority would undeniably be an S-level commander. An A-level would be a reluctant choice, while any rank below A would be dismissed by a sensible battle maiden. Yet, inexplicably, Lin Nianxun seemed to have strayed from the path of promising prospects, gravitating instead towards Yong Lin, a senior student who had lingered in his studies. As the academy head, Li Jinxing recognized that since the news had just reached them, there still existed a chance for intervention. Indeed, While the Academy could not overtly interfere with the contracts between battle maidens and commanders, an action that would have significant repercussions for both Longting City and the Academy, there were alternative approaches to consider, such as persuasion. Li Jinxing nodded, affirming his thoughts. Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun's mentor is Jiang Liue. We shall summon her to address this matter. Meanwhile, Jiang Liue was engaged in her class duties when she was unexpectedly approached by the Director of Political Education. Upon inquiry, she learned that she was to attend the elders' meeting immediately. Though she had intended to ask about the situation, the director's grim demeanor discouraged her from doing so. Upon arriving at the elders' chamber, she was met with the intense scrutiny of the academy head and the other elders, making her feel as though she were facing an inquisition. "Did you summon me, academy head?" she inquired. "Indeed, there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you," he replied. Jiang Liue, striving to maintain her composure, asked, "What is the nature of this issue?" "It concerns the news we received regarding your class, specifically that Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun are preparing to enter into a contract." With a sudden jolt, Jiang Liue was taken aback by the words of the academy head, and upon observing the anxious expressions of the esteemed elders around her, her heart raced. In that fleeting moment, she grasped the intentions of the academy head and the elders. Striving to maintain her composure, Jiang Liue spoke. "This matter is indeed true. Lin Nianxun proactively sought to sign a contract with Yong Lin, and judging by their demeanor, they appear to be quite in sync. Liue, we have over 500 graduates this year, excluding 1/3 who are commanders among the 300 battle maidens. Only 3 have attained S-grade qualifications. Do you comprehend the profound impact this has on our Longting War Academy and the entire Longting City?" Jiang Liue sighed internally but maintained her calm facade as she replied, "Academy head, esteemed elders, the decision for battle maidens and commanders to sign contracts is ultimately theirs to make. Have we not always upheld a philosophy that respects fate, refraining from interfering in their choices?" Li Jinxing, with a grave expression, countered, "While that may be true, an S-grade battle maiden, once she matures, will undoubtedly be a formidable force. This holds immense significance for present-day Longting as well as its future. If a B-grade commander were to hinder her prospects, it would result in an unparalleled loss for both the academy and the city." An elder interjected, "Liue, as a mentor, you must surely understand the implications of an S-grade qualified battle maiden signing a contract with a B-grade commander. Is it necessary for the academy head or us to instruct you on what must be done now?" Furrowing her brow, Jiang Liue retorted, "But isn't this somewhat excessive on your part?" Another elder chimed in, "Excessive? In what way?" "This is for the benefit of Lin Nianxun as well as Yong Lin. We have previously mentioned Yong Lin. He has consistently ranked first in written examinations and possesses the talent desperately needed for battlefield intelligence analysis. Do you not see that having Yong Lin engage in intelligence analysis is far preferable to sending him to the battlefield to face death? However, Yong Lin has waited 3 years, and he has only just acquired this opportunity. Can you truly bear to shatter his dreams?" "Impertinence. This is the Elder Council, Jiang Liue. Are you unaware of your status as a mentor?" "I am indeed a mentor, and precisely because of this, I understand my students' thoughts and aspirations better than anyone." Yong Lin has repeated a year. What has he been waiting for if not this very opportunity? What happened to respecting fate and choices? At this critical juncture, do you intend to extinguish his perseverance of these past few years with mere words? Boldness. Jiang Liue, who grants you the audacity to raise your voice in the Elder Council. This is utterly outrageous. You are fully aware that Yong Lin is merely a B-grade commander. Instead of attempting to prevent Lin Nianxun from signing a contract with him, you openly defy the Elder Council? The elders present glared at Jiang Liue, their gazes sharp as blades, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. As waves of condemnation were about to surge forth, the esteemed head of the academy, Li Jinxing, raised his hand to quell the discussions in the room. "Silence. We are here to discuss serious matters, not to wield power over one another." With that, Li Jinxing's gaze fell upon Jiang Liue. "Liue, if Lin Nianxun were merely an A-grade or even a B-grade, her desire to contract with Yong Lin would pose no issues. However, the crux of the matter lies in the rarity of an S-grade battle maiden. Only 1 or 2 emerge from hundreds of students each year. Are we truly to wager the fate of this S-grade battle maiden on a B-grade commander? Is this not a frivolous gamble? But the headmaster, there are no buts. You shall return and have a thorough discussion with Lin Nianxun in your office. That child, I share a bond with her father. And to me, she is akin to a daughter. How could I bear to see her make a misguided choice? Moreover, clarify the stakes with Yong Lin. Conduct a thorough analysis of the situation. Why obstruct Lin Nianxun's future? Jiang Liue wished to voice her thoughts, but the headmaster afforded her no opportunity. You must address this matter with utmost diligence. And remember, Liue, I warn you, should the situation spiral out of control, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. With that, Li Jinxing turned away, no longer casting a glance in Jiang Liue's direction. Gritting her teeth in silence, Jiang Liue exited the conference room. Chapter 13. The mutual bond between battle maidens and commanders heavy with unspoken thoughts. Jiang Liue returned to her classroom and summoned Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun to her private office. She maintained an air of calm, concealing any emotional upheaval. Yong Lin, uncertain of the reason for Jiang Liue's summons, inquired, Sister Liue, do you have something to discuss with us? With a light chuckle, Jiang Liue replied, Oh, there's nothing of great significance. I merely wish to express my happiness regarding your contract with a battle maiden. Understanding dawned on Yong Lin. I see. I thought there was something more pressing. While there is no urgent matter, I am indeed curious. What transpired between you two? You hardly interacted over the past year. Yet your relationship has suddenly grown so intimate. Lin Nianxun responded, as a battle maiden, choosing to contract with a commander signifies that he possesses exceptional qualities. Although Yong Lin and I previously had little contact, it does not hinder him from being my commander, with whom I shall share life and death on the battlefield. Jiang Liue nodded slightly, acknowledging, the bond between a battle maiden and her commander is reciprocal. Your mutual intentions are commendable. Yet, as she spoke, she felt a deeper confusion. Having spent 3 years with Yong Lin, their relationship, though not overtly apparent, was akin to that of siblings, and she believed she understood his circumstances well. Objectively speaking, while Yong Lin excelled in intelligence analysis, his B-grade qualifications were rather meager in the context of contemporary society. Thus, what exactly did Lin Nianxun, this S-rank battle maiden, see in Yong Lin that prompted her to actively seek a contract with him? Could it be that after spending so much time with Yong Lin, I have overlooked some unique ability he possesses, while Lin Nianxun has discerned it? As Jiang Liue pondered this question, Yong Lin remarked, Sister Liue, if there is nothing else, Nianxun and I shall return for now. After school, we plan to find a tranquil place to establish our contract. Is it not serene enough here? Jiang Liue interjected. You might as well conduct the contract right here. I will ensure that no one disturbs you. Lin Nianxun, taken aback, responded, Mentor Liue, I have just realized that your relationship with Yong Lin appears rather close. He calls you Sister Liue. Have you perhaps taken him under your wing as a younger brother? Before Jiang Liue could respond, Yong Lin confidently stated, Sister Liue is exceptionally kind. She has taken great care of me over these past 3 years, for which I am immensely grateful. All right, enough of that. Establishing the contract is of utmost importance, Jiang Liue said, her expression suddenly turning grave. After taking a deep breath, she continued, but before we proceed, I wish to ask you both a question, and I ask that you answer me earnestly. Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun expressed no objections, inviting Jiang Liue to proceed. Let us begin with you, Yong Lin. The role of a commander was once that of a tactical leader on the battlefield. However, as time has passed, the stature of commanders in combat has diminished, with the exception of those possessing S-rank superiority. Therefore, I must impress upon you that if you become a commander, you must never regard yourself merely as a support. With a battle maiden of Nianxun's caliber by your side, I hope you can better assess the situation and fulfill the true role of a commander. Rest assured, Sister Liue, on the battlefield, I shall coordinate with Nianxun to the best of my ability. We shall survive, advance, and forge contracts with more battle maidens, ultimately becoming a legendary commander and battle maiden. Jiang Liue could only smile wryly at his lofty aspirations. Yong Lin added with a chuckle, to clarify, I am indeed serious about personally placing the contract rings on each of my battle maidens. All right, I believe you possess that capability. Jiang Liue acquiesced, then turned her gaze to Lin Nianxun. Nianxun, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Do not stand on ceremony. I consider Yong Lin my brother, so you may call me sister as well. Very well, Sister Liue. Nianxun, as a battle maiden, beyond combating the polluted beasts, you must also ensure the safety of the commander. Regardless of the circumstances, even in the face of life and death, you must never abandon your commander. This is the fundamental duty of a battle maiden and the unwavering belief and boundary that every battle maiden who has entered into a contract with a commander must uphold. At this moment, Lin Nianxun placed a hand over her heart, affirming, "As a battle maiden, I fully comprehend this principle. I can assure Sister Liue that no matter what transpires, I shall safeguard the commander's safety. Do not abandon, do not give up, together in life and death." "Very well, I have received your determination, so now I shall guard for you. You may hasten to establish your pact here." Jiang Liue then consciously stepped outside the office, leaving the expansive private chamber to Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun. Observing this, Yong Lin felt a flutter of excitement in his heart. Gazing at Lin Nianxun, who was willing to sign the contract with him, he realized that, from this moment forth, the legendary commander's journey would officially embark upon its first step. "Nianxun, I am ready. What about you?" "I am also prepared. We may commence." Thereafter, the two seated themselves cross-legged, facing each other, their palms pressed together. The so-called contract was, in essence, the merging of their spiritual energies into each other's divine sea, akin to leaving an imprint. Thus, it was a continuous process. At first, Lin Nianxun felt a twinge of panic. Being so close to a man, with breaths audible and the warmth of his palm felt, made her cheeks, unaccustomed to such intimacy, flush a deep crimson. Her beauty, already striking, was further accentuated by the rosy hue, rendering her utterly enchanting. However, Lin Nianxun quickly managed to compose herself. This was the phase of signing the contract, and it necessitated seriousness. She must not let her guard down. As for Yong Lin, once their spiritual energies intertwined, the system activated immediately. It had successfully identified Lin Nianxun, the S-class battle maiden, as the contract subject. All aspects of her growth, physical, mental, strength, agility, and spiritual, were converted into growth percentages. Subsequently, the host could enhance the growth percentages of this battle maiden through various means, until she attained the highest qualification of an SSS-class battle maiden. A gentle reminder, to ensure that the battle maiden would never betray the commander on the battlefield. The system had subtly intruded upon the contract, elevating it to the highest risk control level. The host could revoke all powers of the battle maiden at any time and held the utmost command authority. Yong Lin was taken aback to discover that his system could even intrude upon the contract. Because it was an intrusion, Lin Nianxun would remain oblivious. Initially, Yong Lin felt a bit embarrassed, but he soon found solace in the thought. The relationship between a commander and a battle maiden was based on mutual sincerity. This was merely a safeguard from the system, and if it proved unnecessary, there was no need for further contemplation. After a span of time, the contract was finally completed. With the achievement of this small goal, rewards began to flow in. Chapter 14. Marching towards a glorious future. Congratulations, host. Spiritual energy has increased by 100 points, with the current maximum spiritual energy limit set at 400. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the special ability of spiritual energy manipulation. It is often said that there can be no harm without comparison, and at this moment, Yong Lin fully comprehended the extraordinary nature of his overall capabilities. He was, in fact, merely in the initial awakening stage. For commanders and battle maidens at the same awakening stage, an average spiritual energy limit reaching 100 would be considered remarkably impressive. He has successfully reached the upper limit of 400. While spiritual energy does not equate to combat power, it indirectly reflects one's martial prowess. The greater the spiritual energy, the more frequently one can unleash their abilities, thereby excelling in both explosive and sustained combat. Now, let us consider the newly comprehended ability. Spiritual manipulation. As a commander, one can control their spiritual energy with a finesse surpassing that of the battle maidens, allowing for explosive manifestations. One can concentrate their vision to enhance clarity, augment their strength through their hands, and increase their speed via their legs, all while rendering themselves impervious to blades and bullets. Moreover, the host can directly infuse spiritual energy into weapons or related artifacts, enabling supernormal bursts of power. The practicality of this ability far exceeds its description. Specific details are to be explored and discovered through practice. A notification chimes. A new objective has been updated. Formally contract the second battle maiden, which rewards an increase in spiritual energy limits, a new special ability, and a mysterious artifact. Having just reaped the benefits, Yong Lin now feels an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. Yet, at this moment, The most exhilarated is not Yong Lin, but Lin Nianxun. With the completion of the contract, the benefits she has received have nearly left her in a state of disbelief. Her 5 growth attributes, physique, strength, spirit, agility, and spiritual energy, were initially rated as A for physique and S for the other 4. In the aptitude assessment, 3 attributes surpassing S are deemed S-class, and possessing 1A or slightly lower does not hinder her S-class status. However, now, instinctively, she knows that all 5 of her attributes have manifested as growth ratios. Each has increased by 10 from a baseline of 0, and once they reach 100%, she will ascend to SS-class Battle Maiden. Not to mention the potential conversion of combat power represented by these 10 percentage points. The mere prospect of attaining SS class, a level unattainable by battle maidens in this world, sends waves of astonishment through Lin Nianxun. Yet, this is far from the end. Due to her contract with Yong Lin, Lin Nianxun has now directly comprehended her unique core ability, Whisper of the Abyss. Upon entering a state of full explosion, every strike of the scythe of the spiritual soldier carries the effect of spectral whispering, instilling a profound sense of dread in both humans and corrupted beasts. The stronger the overall power, the more pronounced the effect of fear. As her level rises, this core ability will evolve into even more formidable combat or support capabilities. Because of the contract, I have not only unlocked my latent potential, but have also grasped a unique core ability. Could it be that this is the true essence of the bond between a battle maiden and a commander, as well as the reality of this world? Such thoughts swirl in her mind. Yet Lin Nianxun understands that this is undoubtedly linked to Yong Lin's formidable strength. Typically, a battle maiden's exclusive core ability is derived from their inherent traits, comprehension, and qualifications, honed through continuous trials of life and death. Yet, on the very first day of her contract, how could she so effortlessly obtain such immense benefits? Nianxun, how do you feel? Upon opening her eyes, Yong Lin's urgent inquiry reached her ears. He was well aware of the formidable nature of his system, yet his curiosity was piqued by Lin Nianxun, the battle maiden with whom he had initially formed a pact. Nianxun, is there anything amiss? You appear rather peculiar. Not at all, please don't misunderstand. Since our contract, I have gained an overwhelming array of benefits. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words. Yong Lin nodded, urging her not to be overly excited. We have just formed a contract. It is only natural that we need some time to acclimate. Lin Nianxun acknowledged with a soft hum, and their gazes locked for a sustained 15 seconds. Suddenly, an idea struck Yong Lin. I nearly forgot. My spiritual connection differs from that of other commanders. I am uncertain how much benefit you might derive in this initial state, but I wish to test it. All right, I will follow your lead. Despite her calm response, Lin Nianxun was experiencing a substantial increase in her abilities due to the contract, coupled with Yong Lin's exaggerated spiritual power limits, leaving her on the verge of overload. Her response was instinctual. Little did she anticipate the forthcoming actions of Yong Lin and the extraordinary advantages she was about to receive. Nianxun, if you feel fine, I shall initiate the spiritual connection. Yes, please proceed. The spiritual connection, as its name suggests, enables communication through spiritual means between the commander and battle maidens within the same vicinity. This ability is quite convenient, akin to a mobile phone or a walkie-talkie within the commander's control range. However, Yong Lin's spiritual connection had been significantly enhanced by the legendary commander system. Upon employing this ability, his attributes, totaling 20, were temporarily mapped onto Lin Nianxun. It was as if she had gained additional attributes out of thin air. The greater Yong Lin's strength, the stronger the battle maiden became. Suddenly, Lin Nianxun felt a surge of warmth flowing from Yong Lin into her being, instinctively recognizing that she had been empowered. How intense was this enhancement? To put it plainly, Yong Lin's comprehensive attributes, strength, constitution, spirit, and agility, were at a monstrous level. Consequently, even with the transfer of Yong Lin's 15 attributes, Lin Nianxun understood that her combat prowess had at least doubled. As Yong Lin, the commander, grew stronger, so too did she. With this augmentation, her temporarily elevated combat power would undoubtedly be fearsome beyond measure. Am I dreaming? This cannot possibly be a dream. Yong Lin possesses the qualities of a legendary commander, and by sheer fortune, I have formed a pact with one such as he. Her heart raced violently, quickening to the rhythm of a relentless drumbeat. Lin Nianxun gazed intently at Yong Lin before her, utterly petrified, unable to contemplate any further. Meanwhile, Yong Lin was brimming with confidence and vigor. Today, he had finally forged a contract with his first battle maiden. Yet, this was merely the initial step. One battle maiden was insufficient to establish a squad. At least 3 battle maidens were required. Otherwise, he would not be permitted to undertake various missions and commissions. The second step, once the squad was formed, was to rapidly elevate himself to the rank of 3rd-tier commander. Only then would he be qualified to lead the squad into the ranks of the alliance and ensure that the battle maidens under his command enjoyed greater privileges. The third step necessitated expansion beyond a single locale. Achieving the rank of 5th-tier commander would allow him to petition the alliance for a designated territory to establish a stronghold. As a commander, it was untenable to lack a stronghold of his own. Was it not absurd for him and his battle maidens to be without a home? The 4th and 5th steps involved recruiting new battle maidens, advancing his title, accruing more contribution points, becoming a legend, and obtaining the contract ring, among other aspirations. In summary, the journey ahead was long and arduous. However, the first step had already been taken, and perseverance was all that was needed. The future promised to be infinitely bright. Chapter 15. She wants to fight on my behalf? Due to an extended period of inactivity, Yong Lin feared that Lin Nianxun was genuinely in distress. He worried that the contract signing and system intrusion had caused some unforeseen complications, prompting him to swiftly access the system's data panel. There, Lin Nianxuan's information was clearly displayed. Battle Maiden, Lin Nianxuan level, Battle Spirit Tier 3, Battle Soul, Battle Master, Battle King, Battle Lord, Battle Emperor, Battle God, Battle Saint. True Martial, Growth Potential, Physique, A. 10, Strength, S. 10, Spirit, S. 10, Agility, S. 10, Magical Power, S. 10, Magical Power Limit, 224, originally 114. Grew by 110 post-contract, Exclusive Core Ability, Sound of the Void Basic Ability, Supernatural Eruption, affected by the contract. Enhancing overall damage and defense by 20 during eruptions. Core Derived Ability, None. The first ability will inevitably be derived at Battle Spirit Tier 5. Yong Lin scrutinized the aforementioned basic information about Lin Nianxuan with great interest. One particular question occupied his thoughts. In this world, commanders lacked levels, only possessing ranks, or so-called titles, which required assessments for promotion. For instance, he would officially ascend to 1st-tier commander in tomorrow's practical session, but to rise to 2nd-tier commander, he would need to lead his battle maidens in completing challenges. Upon fulfilling various conditions, he would ascend tier by tier. If one were to measure a commander's combat prowess, it would be reflected in their magical power limit. The higher the magical power limit, the greater the support and assistance they could provide to the battle maidens. On the battlefield, it is understood that commanders are not combatants. No one expects them to wield weapons and engage in direct conflict with the polluted beasts. What about oneself? Yong Lin promptly accessed his profile. Commander, Yong Lin rank. Trainee Commander Growth Potential, Constitution SSS, Strength SSS, Spirit SSS, Agility SSS, Magic SSS, Maximum Magic Value. For 100 basic abilities, Perception, Mental Link. Magic Supply Core Ability, Bestowal Talent Abilities, Synchronization, Magic Manipulation. After contemplating his panel for a considerable time and clarifying the relevant notes, Yong Lin ultimately comprehended his capabilities. It turned out that he possessed combat potential. Through magic manipulation, he was effectively a synthesis of both commander and battle maiden. Furthermore, he could continue to acquire additional combat abilities in the future, although he did not possess the ethereal form of a battle maiden. The contracted battle maiden could be regarded as his spiritual manifestation in a certain sense. The system clearly indicated that a commander must protect themselves in order to better safeguard their battle maiden. This realization brought immense joy to Yong Lin. Having combat capabilities was, in essence, his trump card. While it was true that he did not need to fight on the battlefield, possessing the ability to do so was imperative. As a commander, one must be well-versed in both arts and martial prowess. Returning to the present, after a period of calm, Lin Nianxuan's state had visibly stabilized. She hesitated before finally asking, Yong Lin, are you truly a B-rank qualified commander? Yes, is there a problem? He replied, I am now your battle maiden, and we will share the same fate on the battlefield from now on. Do you intend to keep this from me? Yong Lin pondered for a moment and responded, how should I put it? I am indeed a B-rank qualified commander, but my abilities are somewhat exceptional. Lin Nianxuan did not press the matter further. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "Let me clarify, I do not wish to pry too deeply. In my eyes, you are undoubtedly an SSS-ranked commander. Compared to those S-ranked commanders, you are simply on another level. In any case, since I have contracted with you, I have experienced tremendous growth and benefits, even gaining insight into a unique core ability, something I never dared to dream of before. Therefore, I will ensure your safety on the battlefield and demonstrate my commitment through my actions. I will not bring shame upon you, as my commander." Listening to Lin Nianxun's resolute words, Yong Lin felt a surge of enthusiasm. "Then let us strive together, and hopefully, we will contract more battle maidens soon, forming our own little team." I, too, eagerly anticipate that day. Perhaps their conversation had grown a tad too loud, for, at that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. "Yong Lin, Nianxun, have you completed your contract yet?" "Liu, it's all sorted." Upon hearing that everything was settled, Jiang Liue, who had been waiting outside for half an hour, finally stepped inside. She closed the door and said, "Congratulations to you all. However, what we must now concern ourselves with is tomorrow's practical exercise. The target area has been designated in the northern buffer zone. While the creatures introduced are merely ordinary contaminated beasts, they still pose a considerable danger to you newcomers. Furthermore, you are aware that there is a 40% mortality rate." At this moment, Lin Nianxun stepped forward and spoke. "Sister Liue, I know you are close to Yong Lin and undoubtedly worry for him. But rest assured, even without a second battle queen, I will protect him on my own and ensure that I secure first place in the exercise." Jiang Liue paused momentarily, acknowledging, "Your determination is commendable, but as the sole battle queen, how can you manage to slay enemies while also ensuring the safety of the commander? It seems rather impossible." "I can say this with confidence because I will indeed manage it," Lin Nianxun asserted. "Though I am the only battle queen, I will fight and move while carrying Yong Lin, never allowing him to face danger alone." Yong Lin was taken aback by her words. Lin Nianxun, the aloof campus beauty, was prepared to carry him into battle? As he gazed at her graceful figure and those long, shapely legs, the thought of being carried by her made his cheeks flush with warmth, a reaction that was difficult to suppress for a man of his virtue. "Nianxun, is that truly feasible?" he inquired. "Yong Lin, I have always been quite capable. Now that I have your support, it's as if I have been granted wings. In my spirit form, carrying you, or even 2 or 3 of you, would be no trouble at all." Yong Lin thought to himself. Given that the young lady had expressed such confidence, it would be best to proceed with this arrangement for tomorrow. He swore to himself that he harbored no ulterior motives. It was simply that he had no other battle queen to rely on. Seeing Lin Nianxun's resolve, Jiang Liue felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Your vitality reassures me greatly. However, I must caution you one last time. Do not take unnecessary risks in pursuit of achievements. In critical moments, if you can escape, do so without hesitation. Do not gamble with your lives." "Understood. We comprehend," they replied in unison. Jiang Liue smiled lightly. "Since you understand, you may return for now. I have some matters to attend to here before heading back to the classroom." Lin Nianxun, without a second thought, turned to leave. Suddenly noticing that Yong Lin had not moved, she too halted in her tracks. Seeing Yong Lin still standing, Jiang Liue inquired, "Yong Lin, is something the matter?" "Sister Liue, now that Nianxun and I have settled our affairs, it is time to address your concerns." "Me?" Jiang Liue replied, somewhat surprised. "What matters do you wish to discuss regarding me?" With a sigh, Yong Lin explained, "Though you have concealed it well, ever since I formed a pact with Nianxun, my physical senses have become acutely attuned to the people and happenings around me. Liue, you harbor a heavy burden, for your gaze is laden with melancholy and despondency." Chapter 16. You even spare no thought for the beautiful mentor? Jiang Liue turned around, maintaining a composed demeanor as she replied, "What are you saying? That's absurd." Yong Lin, with a serious expression, remarked, "Even if you don't speak, Liue, I can surmise what the matter is." Lin Nianxun, utterly bewildered, could not grasp the unfolding situation. "Yong Lin, does Liue have something on her mind?" "Indeed, and it weighs heavily," Yong Lin said, casting a complex glance at Lin Nianxun. "Earlier, Liue went to the elders' meeting room. Upon her return, she was anxious for us to forge a contract, even fearing outside interference, insisting we do so in private quarters. It is evident that her visit to the elders was due to us, and more specifically, due to me. Thus, it cannot bode well." Lin Nianxun, possessing keen intellect, quickly deduced the implication with Yong Lin's hint. Could it be that the matter of our contract has reached the elders? Indeed, you are an S-class battle maiden, a rarity produced by a war academy only once or twice a year. Meanwhile, I am a 3-year senior who is yet to graduate, merely a B-class commander. Do you think the upper echelons of the academy would endorse our contract? Lin Nianxun frowned, questioning, isn't the contract between a battle maiden and a commander a mutual choice? Do they intend to meddle in such affairs? Yong Lin awkwardly admitted, the crux of the matter is my inadequate qualifications. If I were S-class, it would pose no issue. A-class might suffice, yet I am an unappreciated B-class, thus the pressure falls upon Liue. Upon her entrance, albeit for a fleeting moment, I perceived her demeanor and deduced the situation accurately. Lin Nianxun turned to Jiang Liue, is what Yong Lin says true? Do not heed his nonsense. You two should return to the classroom, and I will follow shortly, Liue instructed. Liue, I apologize. I was so absorbed in my joy of having a battle maiden contract that I failed to notice your change. Jiang Liue turned, exclaiming, you fool. I told you there's nothing to it, yet you persist. Liue, contract with me and become my second battle maiden. The declaration plunged the private office into an immediate silence. Jiang Liue was utterly taken aback by Yong Lin's audacious proposition. Lin Nianxun, equally shocked, marveled at Yong Lin's audacity to extend such an offer to his mentor so soon after graduation. As Jiang Liue remained momentarily speechless in her astonishment, Yong Lin cleared his throat and ventured, could it be that you have contracted with another man, thereby precluding a contract with me? Jiang Liue retorted, if I had contracted with a commander, how could I possibly remain here to teach you? Since you haven't contracted with anyone else, then contract with me and become my battle maiden. The situation had taken on an almost fantastical development, leaving Lin Nianxun at a loss for words. You ought to inquire about Lin's thoughts. She would undoubtedly be delighted by the prospect of Jiang Liue and Yong Lin forming a contract. Jiang Liue possesses exceptional talent, and her level is undoubtedly high. Although she is a few years older than the two, she is indeed a senior. With a senior present, she would regularly have the privilege of her guidance, would she not? Moreover, which battle sister team does not aspire to establish its own reputation? And which battle sister does not wish for formidable companions? As for Jiang Liue, her eyes presently reflect a hint of turmoil. It is not due to Yong Lin's gaze, but rather a recollection that causes her distress. A fleeting shadow of pain flickers in the depths of her eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. I had previously resolved to no longer live as a battle sister, thus I cannot accept this invitation. Liue, I am unaware of what transpired with you earlier, nor do I understand your reasons for becoming an instructor at the Dragon Rising Academy. However, at this moment, I sincerely wish to invite you to become my battle sister in the capacity of a genius commander, and in the future, I shall personally place the contract ring upon your finger. Jiang Liue felt both exasperated and amused. You, for the sake of having me join your team, can utter such words? A genius commander, you say? If you were truly a genius, would I be so troubled on your behalf? You see, I knew your visit to the Elder Council was related to this matter concerning me. However, I have already formed a contract with Nianxun. There is no need to consider. You certainly cannot provide an account to the Elder Council. It matters not. The die is cast. Worst case, I shall be expelled from Dragon Rising City. My level is commendable, and my strength is considerable. I can surely find refuge in another city. Yong Lin felt deeply moved. In this world, there are few who genuinely care for you. Consider Jiang Liue, who, in order to fulfill her 3-year wait, is willing to defy the Elder Council to establish a contract with Nianxun. No matter the circumstances, I wish for her well-being. Liue, let us form a contract. I shall care for you henceforth, and together we shall grow stronger, powerful enough to disregard the opinions of others. Trust me, I am formidable, beyond your expectations. Should you truly wish to avoid the battlefield as a battle sister, occupying a vacant position is acceptable. I vow, in my capacity as a commander, never to compel you to partake in actions you do not favor. Furthermore, as commander and battle sister, the Elder Council has no right to exile an innocent commander's battle sister until I heir. Jiang Liue's lips curled into a charming smile. Let us set aside other matters for the time being. I am surprised you have considered this to such an extent. I call you sister, and having spent 3 years together, you have risked pressure to assist me. How could I not consider you in return? Your proposal is indeed a strategy worth contemplating. However, occupying a slot in your team would, in effect, diminish your team's combat efficacy. Yong Lin chuckled. To be candid, The number of battle sisters I can contract is countless, as my aptitude is exceptional. 10 slots are inconsequential. The commanders of this world must recognize their own capabilities when seeking to form contracts with battle maidens. Should one possess formidable strength, securing multiple contracts poses no issue, as one can effectively support and assist them. However, if one is weak and falters after merely demonstrating a couple of abilities, then the prospect of even 1 or 2 battle maidens could spell disaster. Observing Yong Lin's earnest desire to contract Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke up. Liue, I sincerely wish to become your ally. Furthermore, as someone who has walked this path before, I assure you that Yong Lin undeniably possesses the innate talent and capabilities of a commander. She added, to clarify, it was I who sought the contract with Yong Lin. He did not approach me. Please, have faith in him, as well as in me. Lin Nianxun's tone was grave, and her expression reflected utmost seriousness. Jiang Liue was taken aback. She found herself perplexed by Lin Nianxun's proactive approach towards Yong Lin. Was it possible that she had underestimated Yong Lin's prowess? Both Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun were not individuals prone to frivolity. Liue, do not hesitate any longer. Regardless of the circumstances, this is presently the most suitable course of action. You must trust that I possess the ability to earn your confidence and satisfaction. Whether or not you choose to engage in battle as a maiden, both Nianxun and I will respect your decision. Jiang Liue began to contemplate earnestly. At last, she spoke again. Very well, since we have reached this juncture, let us proceed with the contract. Your words compel me to believe that Yong Lin may indeed be extraordinary. Moreover, Nianxun has proven her trust in you through her actions. If you are to call me sister, how could I not place my trust in you? This matter is settled. Yong Lin was overjoyed. Just as he had set his sights on contracting a second battle maiden, he found that Liue had also become a candidate. With Nianxun and Liue by his side, securing one more maiden would render his team truly formidable. Chapter 17. Unleashing the potential of the enchanting mentor. At that moment, Jiang Liue's thoughts were tumultuous. She began to consider that perhaps Yong Lin truly possessed remarkable qualities. Otherwise, the S-rank talent Lin Nianxun would not have sought a contract with him. However, the notion of Yong Lin being a genius commander elicited a dismissive smile within her. Having spent 3 years alongside Yong Lin, witnessing his relentless dedication, and sharing a sibling-like bond, she could not bear to shatter his dreams of becoming a commander at this critical juncture. Thus, she resolved to defy the council's decree. She had come to teach by chance and held no strong desire to pursue the role of a mentor. Consequently, after Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun formed their contract, she intended to find a way to depart from Longteng City, avoiding any further confrontation with the academy's head or the council. However, in a state of bewilderment, did she truly have to enter into a contract with Yong Lin to become his battle maiden? Jiang Liue felt a whirlpool of emotions, unable to articulate her current sentiments. Observing her turmoil, Yong Lin gently inquired, Sister Liue, are you ready? We can commence the contract now, can't we? Yes, we can begin, she replied, subsequently sitting cross-legged before Yong Lin, mirroring the earlier fusion of spiritual powers shared between Lin Nianxun and Yong Lin, ultimately culminating in their battle maiden contract. At the onset of the contract, Jiang Liue was oblivious to the fact that her fate would irrevocably change due to this pact with the man before her. It was only when Yong Lin's spiritual energy flowed into her body, coursing through her meridians and reaching her divine sea, that she realized the sheer audacity of entering into a contract with him. My damaged meridians are gradually being tenderly restored. Furthermore, they are even expanding post-repair. When did my divine sea become so surging with energy, and the purity of that energy is astonishingly high? Jiang Liue had previously served as a battle maiden for 3 years, during which she had frequently ventured into battle alongside her team. Though she had not suffered any fatal injuries, the accumulation of time had inevitably left her with some internal afflictions. This was a common experience among all battle maidens, as it pertained to their subsequent recuperation. Yet, what healing could possibly compare to this swift and gentle restoration? Initially, Jiang Liue was astounded by the remarkable recovery of her physical condition. To her surprise, it was not merely a restoration to peak condition. Her combat prowess was also ascending exponentially. Instinctively, a flood of information surged into her mind. Due to the signing of the contract with Yong Lin, all 5 of her growth qualifications underwent a qualitative transformation, akin to Lin Nianxun, with enhancement levels now expressed in percentages. It was merely a matter of time before she continued to evolve, with the prospect of breaking through to an S rank and potentially achieving the highest tier of SSS rank as a battle maiden. How could this be? Was it not said that the highest rank was merely S? Why then did signing a contract with Yong Lin unlock her potential, granting her the hope of eventually becoming an SSS rank? For Jiang Liue, the gentle restoration of her body was one aspect, but the significant amplification of her potential was another. Before her mind could fully comprehend the implications, yet another benefit swiftly followed. Once again, owing to her contract with Yong Lin, a stream of information revealed to her that she was in the process of manifesting her own unique core ability. She was utterly stunned, her mind a blank slate. When the influx of information finally registered, indicating that she had grasped her exclusive core ability, she managed to rouse herself from her stupor, albeit only slightly. Yet, the advantages did not cease there. Due to the contract, her potential had been significantly enhanced by Yong Lin's agreement. With her exclusive core ability fully comprehended, Jiang Liue instinctively received further information, informing her that her 5 qualifications had established a connection with Yong Lin, resulting in a collective growth of 10. Regarding combat power, under the condition that the 5 qualifications each grow by 10, the combat power doubles, as if it were a mere jest. So what exactly is happening? Jiang Liue felt as though she had transformed into a little girl, overwhelmed by immense joy, utterly unsure of how to express her emotions and reactions. She bore no resemblance to the previous Lin Nianxun. The passage of time was indeterminate until the contract was concluded. Had it not been for Yong Lin calling her, Jiang Liue would likely have remained in a state of stupor for a prolonged period. Sister Liue, do you feel any discomfort? No. I feel very comfortable. Nothing seems amiss. That's good. Now that the contract has just been finalized, Sister Liue, take a moment to adjust your state. All right. While Jiang Liue assessed her own condition, Yong Lin began to relish the benefits he had acquired. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting the second battle maiden. The upper limit of your spiritual power has increased by 100, bringing the current upper limit to 500. Congratulations on comprehending the new ability, 6-step kill. Congratulations on acquiring the special rare item, Stone of Resistance. 6-step kill, a synthesis of footwork and combat techniques, applicable for both evasion and fierce assaults, ensuring success in all endeavors. It encompasses step kill, skimming step, retreating step, lateral step, extreme step, and vertical step. Stone of Resistance, a rare item that, when activated, creates an all-encompassing defensive barrier capable of withstanding a single fatal blow. Additionally, this defense can be shared among all affiliated battle maidens, with a total of 77 uses. Gazing at the 6-step kill and the Stone of Resistance, Yong Lin felt elated. Contracting Lin Nianxun first had granted him the ability to manipulate spiritual power, allowing him to unleash combat prowess akin to that of a battle maiden. Subsequently, by contracting Jiang Liue, he had acquired the dual benefits of 6-step kill and formidable offensive techniques. He had already been quite formidable. Combined with the Stone of Resistance to mitigate fatal damage when necessary, he now possessed a complete arsenal for attack, defense, and escape. At this moment, as Yong Lin contemplated tomorrow's battlefield trial, the system notification chimed once more. Current objectives updated. Achieve a top 3 finish in the battlefield trial to earn rewards for the upper limit of spiritual power and rare growth items for affiliated battle maidens. Excellent. This essentially means that rewards can be obtained through practical combat, and the fact that it does not mandate a first-place finish is commendable. Having grasped this information, Yong Lin turned his gaze toward Jiang Liue. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and excitement. After all, she was now his second battle maiden, and as the commander, how could Yong Lin refrain from delving into her background? War Maiden, Jiang Liue level, Battle Master 7th stage, Battle Spirit, Battle Soul, Battle Master, Battle King, Battle Sovereign, Battle Emperor, Battle God, Battle Saint, True Marshal, Growth Potential, Constitution A, 10, Strength A, 10, Spirit A, 10, Agility A, 10, Spiritual Power A, 10, Maximum Spiritual Power, 15, 642, 300, originally 1, 560, additional growth of 2, 300 after contract, exclusive core ability, Blade of Annihilation, derivative abilities, Celestial Light Fall, Starburst Obliteration, Phantom Dream Shatter. Special note: as this War Maiden has just entered into a contract, she will gradually comprehend more core abilities and their derivatives. Basic ability, Super Energy Burst. Under the influence of the contract, overall damage and defense increase by 20 during the burst. Chapter 18. Do you want money or a man? Within the confines of the office, a profound silence lingered for an extended period. When Jiang Liue finally regained her senses, before Yong Lin could inquire about her condition, Lin Nianxun stepped forward and grasped Jiang Liue's hand. A hint of playful teasing danced at the corner of Lin Nianxun's mouth. Sister Liue, I offer you 40 million and the choice to contract with a legendary commander. Will you choose the money or the man? Understanding that Lin Nianxun was merely jesting, Jiang Liue feigned defiance and huffed. What of it if I choose the man? You didn't believe me before when I said Yong Lin is formidable. I had no idea, Jiang Liue continued. He appeared to be merely a B-grade potential commander, yet after the contract, I discovered this was all an illusion. As she spoke, not only did she focus on Yong Lin, but Lin Nianxun's gaze also converged upon him, their expressions silently questioning the nature of this revelation. Yong Lin pondered for a moment and replied, Truthfully, I am not entirely certain of my own circumstances, but I can assure you of one thing. I am indeed powerful. By forming a contract with me, you both will also become exceptionally strong. Lin Nianxun and Jiang Liue wholeheartedly agreed with the notion of becoming significantly stronger. Prior to their contract with Yong Lin, they had no idea, but afterward, it felt as though a new world had been opened before them. Their strength surged tremendously. Their potential enhanced, their bursts intensified. Furthermore, their maximum spiritual power doubled. Even more astonishingly, they effortlessly grasped their exclusive core abilities and their derivatives. Lin Nianxun, being a novice war maiden, found the effects of the contract relatively less pronounced. However, for Jiang Liue, as a war maiden of the third great realm, the mere doubling of her maximum spiritual power left her in awe of Yong Lin. From a little over 1,500 to nearly 4,000. This was undeniably more than a mere numerical increase. It signified her ability to sustain her bursts for a longer duration, with each strike delivering a far more exaggerated damage enhancement. Moreover, her original core abilities have undergone modifications, not to mention the 3 derived abilities. Now first, the core abilities must be rectified, followed by the continuous derivation and refinement of the 3 auxiliary abilities through the core abilities. Such growth, if proclaimed to the world, would be met with disbelief. That said, let us set aside the matter of strengthening for now, as the trio must confront the pressing realities at hand. Upon hearing Jiang Liue's account, Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun became aware of the thoughts circulating within the Academy's leadership and the Council of Elders. The challenge they now face is to persuade Academy head Li Zhenxing and the esteemed elders of the council. Yong Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. It is often said that fine wine fears the depths of a narrow alley. Had I been the commander with an S-grade aptitude assessment, such complications would surely have been avoided. Lin Nianxun and Jiang Liue, listening to him, felt a wave of relief. If Yong Lin truly possessed the aptitude of an S-grade commander, it was likely that numerous battle maidens would have already formed contracts with him, leaving no room for the 2 of them. Jiang Liue remarked, Although you are publicly regarded as a B-grade commander, have you not secured contracts with both Nianxun and me? We should consider how to approach the council, Lin Nianxun interjected. What can we possibly say? We've already established our contracts. They have no choice but to acquiesce. Would they dare to act against us? While direct confrontation seems unlikely, Jiang Liue responded with a serious demeanor. It is essential to remember that Yong Lin is still a trainee commander in the developmental stage. For now, it is crucial to establish a foothold in Longting City, so we must avoid any fallout with the council. Indeed, Yong Lin nodded. No matter how solid the foundation, if one cannot develop, all is in vain. If I can assemble a capable team, then, beyond Longting, the world awaits. There would be no need to prove or negotiate anything with others. Precisely. After all, our commander is destined to become a legendary figure, and he must adorn each of his battle maidens with a contract ring. Dear Liue, let us not dwell on such lofty dreams. They are indeed aspirations, but we must tread carefully, step by step. Furthermore, regarding the title of commander, I would prefer you to simply call me by my name. It sounds more natural. In private, that is acceptable, Jiang Liue replied, but in public, both Nianxun and I must respectfully address you as commander. It would be improper for others to perceive us as lacking in decorum. Also, Lin Nianxun chimed in. You cannot refer to me as Liue in front of outsiders. As your battle maiden, is it fitting for you to call me by my name? Indeed, Lin Nianxun concurred. This is fundamental etiquette for battle maidens in public. So, Commander, do remember this well. Yong Lin, bemused, responded, all right, I shall keep it in mind. Now, let us proceed to the council and discuss these matters with them earnestly. Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Regarding the Council of Elders, the esteemed Director Li Jinxing, along with the other elders, are now awaiting a response from Jiang Liue. According to the established guidelines for the contracts between commanders and warrior maidens set forth by the Alliance, external parties are prohibited from imposing interference if a contract between a commander and a warrior maiden is to be formed. Recommendations and introductions may be offered, but coercion is unequivocally forbidden. Once a team is established, they will inevitably face the battlefield, confronting life and death. Should an outsider force a connection between them, and their incompatibility leads to catastrophe on the battlefield, who then bears the responsibility? This is why, despite their awareness of Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun's desire to form a contract, the director and the elders cannot intervene forcefully. Furthermore, this is a prestigious war academy. Should they resort to coercive means with Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun, the repercussions on the academy's reputation would be dire. The entire reputation of Longting City could be jeopardized. Thus, until Jiang Liue's persuasion bears fruit, everyone in the meeting room remains restless and uneasy. Time has passed. Should someone not prompt Jiang Liue? Let us not be hasty. Jiang Liue, having once served as a warrior maiden herself, surely understands the gravity of the situation. However, given her previous defense of Yong Lin, one cannot dismiss the possibility that she might defy the council's orders, and should punishment ensue, would it rectify the situation? Upon hearing an elder express such concerns, the atmosphere grew thick with agitation. An S-rank qualified warrior maiden, if nurtured well, could become an unparalleled combat force. Why then is she inclined towards a commander with B-rank qualifications? Meanwhile, Director Li Jinxing remained silent, preoccupied with a pressing question. We are no longer in an era of several centuries past. With the decline of the commander profession, those below A-rank qualifications have largely been deemed burdensome. Yet, Lin Nianxun, possessing keen intellect, why must she bind herself to Yong Lin? Is it possible that Yong Lin, despite his B-rank qualifications, possesses unique attributes? He found himself compelled to meet this older student who had repeated a year, eager to ascertain what exactly captivated Lin Nianxun. To his surprise, just as this thought crossed his mind, it was soon fulfilled. Chapter 19. This kid is sharp-tongued. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the meeting room door, accompanied by Jiang Liue's voice. After such a prolonged wait, her return invigorated all present, including the director. However, what none anticipated was that not only Jiang Liue entered, but also Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun. In an instant, confusion filled the eyes of all as they turned toward Jiang Liue. They had instructed her to separate the two, not to bring them back together. What, then, did the presence of Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun signify? It should be noted that before the esteemed academy head Li Jinxing, along with the 20 or so venerable elders present, could respond, Jiang Liue had already spoken. Before we proceed, I must clarify two matters. First, Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun have entered into a contract of commander and battle maiden. Upon hearing the first half of her statement, one elder was nearly overcome with fury, nearly rising to strike the table if not for the restraint of those beside him. Seemingly oblivious to the tension, Jiang Liue continued, Second, I have also signed a contract with Yong Lin. Thus, both Lin Nianxun and I are now battle maidens under Commander Yong Lin. Silence. A silence that was anything but ordinary. If the first matter could be perceived as Jiang Liue's insubordination, the second could be interpreted as an intentional alliance with Yong Lin, perhaps to evade accountability. Yet, one might question the necessity of such actions from Jiang Liue, who had certainly established her prowess and strength over her years as a battle maiden. Surely, if she were to contract with a commander, it would not be with a novice, especially one rated merely at B level. Why would she do so? The academy head Li Jinxing was the first to break the silence, stating, setting aside the contracts between Yong Lin and Nianxun, why have you chosen to contract with Yong Lin? Jiang Liue replied, because my commander is exceptionally strong. Aligning with him will undoubtedly allow me to reach greater heights. Is that so? I do not wish to undermine him. Yet he is merely a B-level rated apprentice commander, yet to step onto the battlefield. Jiang Liue, what evidence do you have of his strength? In response, Jiang Liue asserted, a battle maiden must thoroughly evaluate before entering into a contract with a commander. That said, I am already Yong Lin's battle maiden. If the academy head has any inquiries, I suggest you address them directly to my commander. As her words settled, the collective gaze of all present shifted to Yong Lin. Unfazed, he stepped forward confidently and greeted. Junior Yong Lin, at your service, academy head and esteemed elders. One elder, visibly incensed, retorted, you still dare to refer to yourself as a junior? Now, you have quite the audacity, not only contracting with an S-level rated battle maiden, but also disregarding your own mentor. Impressive, truly impressive. Yong Lin responded. My contracts with Nianxun and Liue are entirely consensual. No one has coerced anyone else. They chose me, and I, in turn, shall respond to their choice. Is that not a perfectly reasonable situation? Young man, do not get too carried away. An elder began to reprimand Yong Lin, but was interrupted by the stern gesture of Academy head Li Jinxing. Please, do not speak or debate just yet. I have a few questions I would like to pose to Yong Lin. Upon hearing the Academy head's directive, although the elders were filled with indignation, they had no choice but to quell their anger and await the Academy head's inquiries. As for Li Jinxing himself, he scrutinized Yong Lin for a considerable time before finally speaking. Yong Lin, first and foremost, I wish to convey that I harbor reservations regarding your contract with Nianxun. The disparity in your qualifications is apparent. In my estimation, you are likely to hinder her prospects. Yong Lin met Li Jinxing's gaze, neither submissive nor arrogant, and responded. Although I am not particularly fond of your statement, it does hold merit in a broader sense. Do not misunderstand. My intention is not to cast blame upon you, but merely to express my stance. It is precisely because I wish to clarify my position that, setting aside your contract with Nianxun, I must concede, from the perspective of a fellow commander, that you possess a certain allure, Yong Lin. Allure? Upon hearing Li Jinxing utter the word, the elders present, including Yong Lin, Lin Nianxun, and Jiang Liue, were filled with bewilderment. What do you mean by that, headmaster? I mean it in its most literal sense, Li Jinxing replied languidly. In all the years since the establishment of Longting Academy, I have never witnessed an S-rank battle maiden being secured by a B-rank novice commander. In fact, I have never seen such a thing in my entire life. Furthermore, you have even contracted Jiang Liue. In my view, Jiang Liue possesses commendable qualifications, and comparatively, her advantages far surpass those of Nianxun. Yet, without exception, she ultimately became your battle maiden. Therefore, if you lack allure, how could you possibly achieve such a feat? Headmaster, may I interpret your words as a compliment? Certainly. Initially, the elders were poised to reprimand Jiang Liue for disobeying orders. But now the headmaster's praise of Yong Lin left them confounded. Headmaster, it is utterly absurd for Yong Lin to contract with Lin Nianxun. Why are you diverting the conversation to unrelated matters? Li Jinxing furrowed his brow. Did I not make it clear? This is a dialogue between Yong Lin and myself. Faced with the headmaster's stern demeanor, the elders who had intended to interject fell silent once more. Once the atmosphere regained its tranquility, Li Jinxing's gaze returned to Yong Lin. He continued the previous topic. Yong Lin, precisely for this reason, I find myself intrigued by you. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to persuade Nianxun to contract with you, and how you convinced our academy's mentor, Jiang Liue, to become your battle maiden? This question had been contemplated by Yong Lin prior to his arrival. He took a deep breath and gradually articulated, Headmaster, it is widely acknowledged that commanders rated below a level are currently disregarded. However, this disdain is merely a societal prejudice. There is no decree stating that a B-rank commander is utterly devoid of merit. For instance, I may be classified as a B-rank commander, yet I possess my own unique talents. My abilities can enhance the strength of my battle maidens. Thus, what is amiss with having battle maidens willing to contract with me? Li Jinxing was taken aback. Yong Lin, do you claim to possess your own unique talent? Indeed. There is no decree stating that only commanders with S-class qualifications can comprehend new abilities, is there? And who has determined that commanders of B-class qualifications are inherently inferior to those of A-class or above? Clearly, there are no such stipulations. Headmaster, is that not so? Reflect upon our history. Centuries ago, or even earlier, countless commanders below A-class led valiant warriors, crafting one poignant tale after another. Headmaster and esteemed guests, Are we not still learning from those illustrious historical narratives today? Can you assert that all commanders who do not meet the current standards are utterly worthless? Surely not. We cannot allow the present criteria to obliterate the dedication and contributions they have made, can we? As Yong Lin passionately articulated his thoughts, the audience felt a profound sense of shame. How had this young man begun to speak with such moral gravity? Chapter 20. The headmaster's great secret: who would dare to undermine or obliterate the achievements of past commanders. Even a fool knows that without the sacrifices of our predecessors, the world as we know it would have perished long ago. It was unexpected, however, that you would invoke the legacy of those who came before as a shield for your own concerns. Li Zhenxing had not anticipated Yong Lin's words. He nodded slightly and chuckled. Very well, you make a compelling point. However, since we have ventured this far, might I inquire what exclusive ability you, a commander of B-class qualifications, have managed to comprehend? Headmaster, such matters are confidential to each respective team. If I divulge everything, would that not be irresponsible to my team? Yong Lin replied. You speak wisely. Indeed, even among teams there exists competition. Confidentiality often serves as a trump card and should not be disclosed lightly. However, as your headmaster, I am concerned that you may encounter unforeseen circumstances when you take Nianxun into battle tomorrow, and I cannot remain entirely uninformed about your situation. Thus, I have a proposal. Upon hearing that the headmaster had a proposal, the elders present perked up their ears. The trio with Yong Lin was also quite curious. Li Zhenxing pondered for a moment before saying, before I present my proposal, allow me to share a secret that you students might not be aware of. In truth, I am also a commander, and moreover, I hold S-class qualifications. Naturally, I have also formed a team of warriors. This revelation left Yong Lin, Lin Nianxun, and Jiang Liue astonished. They had initially been eager to hear the headmaster's proposal, yet now they found themselves grappling with this unexpected disclosure. Who could have imagined that the headmaster was also a commander, and an S-class one at that? However, the astonishing revelations did not end there. For what Li Zhenxing said next would be even more impactful. Yong Lin, allow me to confide in you a secret. I am, in fact, a 7th-rank commander. The revelation rendered Yong Lin momentarily breathless. Do you comprehend the significance of being a 7th-rank commander? It signifies that he is accompanied by no fewer than 3 battle maidens who stand at the 7th great realm. Upon attaining the 7th rank, one is fully qualified to serve as a deputy commander of a large region, given the right circumstances. The role of a commander over an even larger area is not out of reach. And when I speak of a large region, I certainly do not mean a mere city, at least 6 or 7, if not dozens more. Yet, who would have thought that a 7th-rank commander would only serve as the head of an academy? This is akin to being capable of presiding over a prestigious university, but instead settling for the role of a security guard at the entrance, an egregious misallocation of talent. Why, as the head of the academy? Understanding the nature of Yong Lin's inquiry, Li Zhenxing sighed. I am not particularly interested in wielding such vast power. Rather, I wish to protect the place of my birth. While Longting may not be the most desirable location, it remains tranquil, and I cherish it dearly. My battle maidens feel the same. They willingly choose to remain by my side here. In essence, there is a saying, everyone has their own aspirations. Do you grasp my meaning? Yong Lin nodded, fully understanding. Not every skilled individual yearns to dominate the world. Some prefer to remain inconspicuous, and that is their prerogative, beyond the judgment of outsiders. It turns out that the head of the academy is also a commander. However, one wonders about the proposal you mentioned, headmaster. You claim to possess the ability to enhance the strength of battle maidens, and Jiang Liue has become one of yours. If you are unwilling to disclose your unique talents, then I shall employ my battle maiden to ascertain the veracity of your claims. There is no need for such alarm. This is merely a test to gauge how much stronger your battle maiden has become under your influence, not an attempt to harm her. As Li Zhenxing spoke, a woman appeared at his side as if summoned by magic. Commander, did you call for me? Jianli, please assess the combat abilities of the battle maiden beside my student. Be mindful not to inflict any harm. It is merely a test, not a battle. Understood, Jianli replied. After giving instructions to his battle maiden, Li Zhenxing turned to Yong Lin once more. Jianli is the most recent addition to my squad, hence her realm is the lowest, currently at the 5th stage of the 4th great realm. As for Jiang Liue, being a mentor of Longting, I am well aware that she is at the 7th stage of the 3rd great realm. Yong Lin, there is only one great realm of difference. Is that acceptable on your end? Yong Lin glanced at Jiang Liue beside him, and upon seeing no objections, replied, "If it is merely a simple test, I have no objections. Do not speak so cautiously. I am, after all, your elder, and I shall not take advantage of you. To also evaluate your fundamental abilities, let us employ the Academy's battlefield simulation combat apparatus." Upon hearing that the battlefield simulation device was to be activated, the elders present could hardly remain seated. Is it truly necessary, esteemed Chancellor? Isn't such a measure reserved solely for high-ranking team confrontations? Primarily, activating it consumes a considerable amount of polluted beast cores. And for mere testing, is it really warranted? Li Jinxing waved his hand dismissively, stating, "What does it matter to expend a few polluted beast cores? If we are to test, we ought to conduct a comprehensive evaluation. This will also facilitate the guidance of the seniors towards their juniors, won't it?" Seeing the Chancellor's unwavering stance, the elders had no choice but to acquiesce. As for Li Jinxing's true intentions, he had not originally planned to include Yong Lin in the assessment. His primary curiosity lay in understanding just how much stronger Jiang Liue would become due to Yong Lin willingly opting to serve as his battle maiden. Moreover, during their conversation, he had distinctly sensed the sharpness and confidence radiating from Yong Lin, qualities that an ordinary student could scarcely possess, let alone engage with him in a composed dialogue. This only deepened Li Jinxing's intrigue towards Yong Lin. Thus, they would test together. He hoped for a satisfactory outcome. As for the battlefield simulation device, it resembled an expansive combat chessboard. By utilizing polluted beast cores, one could conjure magical creatures within it and generate various obstacles and polluted beasts of differing strengths through energy. Although the commander did not need to be physically present, they were required to establish a mental connection and perceive the fog to guide the battle maiden. Therefore, in addition to testing the battle maidens in combat, it also allowed for the evaluation of their commanders, achieving dual objectives. With the decision made, it was imperative for everyone to proceed to the simulated combat arena. On Yong Lin's side, just as he was about to summon Lin Nianxun and Jiang Liue to set off, a notification suddenly appeared. A temporary objective had been triggered: defeat the opposing battle maiden. Koi, in the simulation battlefield to enhance the commander's spiritual energy limit and simultaneously acquire growth items for the battle maiden. There would be no rewards for defeat. This temporary objective was quite straightforward. Earlier, he had heard the Chancellor mention that his battle maiden Koi was at the 5th stage of the 4th major realm, while his own Jiang Liue was at the 7th stage of the 3rd major realm. This represented a significant gap in realms. Was this to be a contest across major realms? Yong Lin glanced at Jiang Liue, uncertain whether she could withstand the challenge. Chapter 21. How highly does the Chancellor regard him? Knowing there was a reward for completing the objective, Yong Lin certainly hoped for Jiang Liue to triumph over Koi. However, upon reflection, he refrained from voicing these expectations, primarily out of concern for placing undue pressure on Jiang Liue. The same held true for Lin Nianxun, who, while following Chancellor Li Jinxing towards the simulated battlefield, felt even more anxious than Jiang Liue. She tightly grasped Jiang Liue's hand and said, "Sister Liue, are you feeling a lot of pressure right now? You are about to confront a 7th-tier commander's battle maiden." Jiang Liue endeavored to calm her emotions and responded, "There is certainly pressure, but I am no longer the Jiang Liue of before. Once, the notion of engaging in a battle across a significant realm might have been dismissed outright, as the prospect of resistance seemed utterly futile. However, the circumstances have transformed. With the guidance of a commander and an enhancement of her own comprehensive abilities, she believes that the auspicious Koi may no longer hold an advantage over her." Lin Nianxun, feeling somewhat despondent, expressed, "I wish to fight alongside Sister Liue. Yet regrettably, I am merely a newly appointed warrior. My voice holds no weight in this confrontation. Do not worry about me, Nianxun. I am in excellent condition. Just observe my performance alongside Yang and the commander," she reassured. "Understood," Lin Nianxun replied, then turned to Yong Lin and said, "Commander, I shall rely on you to assist Sister Liue." Yong Lin responded, "That is imperative. This confrontation also serves as a test for me. The Academy head has chosen to send forth a 4th-tier warrior. We may yet seize an opportunity. During the simulated battle, I will exert my utmost effort to guide Liue, striving for an advantage on the battlefield." During their conversation, the group, led by the Academy head, arrived at the simulated battlefield. The expanse of the battlefield was roughly the size of 6 or 7 football fields. Once the confrontation commenced, the surrounding spells would activate, enveloping the entire arena in a shroud of mist. Visibility would be severely limited, and the edges would be lined with folded, distorted spaces, making progress along the periphery impossible. Additionally, to heighten the tension, numerous energy pollution beasts would materialize within. While these creatures lacked formidable combat strength, they relied on unexpected assaults. A sudden ambush could lead to immediate defeat. Thus, during the confrontation, the warrior's vision and reactions would largely depend on the overarching strategy of the commander. The academy head, Li Jinxing, clearly held exceptionally high expectations for Yong Lin. Consequently, the more than 20 elders accompanying them as spectators were left almost speechless. How could the academy head, a 7th-tier grand commander, personally test a novice along with his warrior? Such treatment, one could say, has not been heard of in the past century within the Longting War Academy, let alone the entire alliance. Just how significant is Yong Lin in the eyes of the academy head? Is this truly necessary? As the elders murmured amongst themselves, Li Jinxing addressed Yong Lin upon their arrival at the simulated battlefield. Yong Lin, you are familiar with the rules of engagement for the simulated battlefield, are you not? Yes. Academy head, Yong Lin replied. Though it is my first time using it, I have studied and understood the material. I know you have consistently excelled in written examinations. Thus, I shall spare you a lengthy explanation. If all is well on your end, let us take our positions. No problem. Seeing Li Jinxing signal the elders to activate the simulated battlefield, he and the Koi positioned themselves first. Yong Lin, not one to lag behind, urged, Liue, let us proceed. However, Jiang Liue appeared somewhat dazed, remaining rooted in place as if she had not heard him. Sister Liue? Do not call me Liue sister in public. What if someone overhears? Just call me Liue. I was momentarily lost in thought, my emotions somewhat tangled. I had previously encouraged you to abandon the role of commander, yet unexpectedly, I have become your warrior, destined to fight alongside you. Yong Lin teased, this is fate, you know. I must thank Liue for not forming a contract with another man, which ultimately benefited me. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one taking advantage of me. Is that not permissible? Enough of that. I didn't realize you were so unrefined, even taking advantage of your sister. Lin Nianxun chuckled. How long do you intend to keep the academy head and his warrior waiting? The simulated battlefield has already commenced. Indeed, Liue, let us take action. Absolutely. I, Jiang Liue, shall devote myself fully to this confrontation and will not disappoint the commander. Upon Jiang Liue's declaration, Lin Nianxun added, I will refrain from saying more, but I shall keenly observe the performance of the commander and Liue's sister. Subsequently, Yong Lin and Jiang Liue stepped onto 2 separate teleportation arrays for battle. One led to the commander's platform, while the other took them to the inner boundary of the simulated battlefield. As Yong Lin arrived at the platform, the academy head, Li Jinxing, had already taken his seat. Yong Lin, do not let me down. Now that you have contracted with a warrior and assumed the role of commander, I trust you will not falter even in the presence of the academy head. Yong Lin confidently seated himself opposite Li Jinxing, meeting the academy head's gaze without the slightest hint of hesitation. Excellent. I appreciate your current demeanor. I hope you and your warrior will shine in the forthcoming battle. 2 beams of white light simultaneously appeared at the seats of Yong Lin and Li Jinxing, and both closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the battlefield through the fundamental perception and mental connection of a commander. Meanwhile, the scenes of the simulated battlefield with both commanders and their warriors were simultaneously displayed on multiple large screens for the elders to observe. The confrontation was about to begin. This was a test of the academy head against his students, and although the elders may not fully comprehend the academy head's actions, they were undoubtedly attentive. Lin Nianxun felt the same way. She was eager to witness her commander's performance in this confrontation, as it would deepen her understanding of him. Observing the actual combat would also greatly benefit her own future growth. As for Yong Lin, he approached this confrontation with great seriousness. He had never been on a real battlefield, but this simulated contest held significant meaning. He was curious to see how his enhanced basic abilities, innate talents, and exclusive skills would impact his warrior. This way, he would be better prepared and more aware during tomorrow's real combat. Step 1. Perceiving the battlefield. As Yong Lin engaged his heightened perception within the simulated battlefield, he felt a tremor of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that his enhanced awareness would rival that of a divine viewpoint. Specifically, despite the presence of certain folded and distorted spaces, The total area of approximately 6 or 7 football fields was not excessively vast. Remarkably, his perception could encompass it entirely. Of course, the obscuring mist would complicate the clarity of what was real and what was illusory, yet. How could one overlook the utility of a mini-map feature akin to those found in games? With a godlike perspective coupled with a radar-like mini-map, the entirety of the battlefield materialized within Yong Lin's mental realm in a resplendent 3D model. Surely, this could be considered a form of cheating? Chapter 22. She became a bewildered lamb. Yong Lin was exceptionally pleased with his perceptual abilities. Thus, the next logical step was to establish a mental connection. This connection, centered around the contract between the commander and the battle maiden, effectively unfolded an invisible web within a certain radius of the battlefield. This allowed the commander to converse more effectively with his battle maiden. As previously mentioned, it was akin to utilizing a mobile phone or a walkie-talkie. Provided that the commander's mental and spiritual strengths were sufficiently robust, maintaining this mental link would enable seamless dialogue among multiple conscious entities. Liu, can you hear me? I can hear you clearly, without any static or obstruction. Commander, how is the situation on your end? Can you assess the battlefield? Do not underestimate me. The entirety of the battlefield lies within the purview of my perception. Even the location of the opposing forces is currently ascertainable. Jiang Liue was taken aback. Commander, are you a monster? You can cover the entire simulated battlefield. Indeed, if I cannot encompass such a modest space, I would be woefully inadequate. At this moment, Jiang Liue found herself at a loss for words to express her feelings. The most fundamental capability of the commander was perception. This was specifically employed for surveying the battlefield, and as the commander's spiritual energy increased, the range of battlefield reconnaissance would inevitably expand. However, generally speaking, novice commanders, during the initial stages, would find it quite remarkable to sense the proximity of their designated battle maiden within the simulated battlefield. Now, Commander, you are telling me that your perception encompasses the entire battlefield? You can even ascertain the location of the enemy? Liu, I can hear you. Do not dawdle. To ensure your readiness, I now need to bestow upon you several enhancements to bolster your combat capabilities. Can you still apply enhancements? I feel sufficiently strong already. Not yet. Forging a contract with me to enhance your strength is merely one aspect. The remainder will unfold gradually, allowing you to broaden your horizons. Understood. Returning to Yong Lin's perspective, following the establishment of perception and mental connection, he was eager to observe the conditions surrounding Jiang Liue. Noticing that there were no imminent threats nearby, he first activated his augmentative abilities. Empowered within the confines of an existing contract, face-to-face interaction is unnecessary. Completion can occur as long as it falls within the commander's perceptual range. Jiang Liue possesses formidable strength, and thus, the imposition of an additional 2 states would undoubtedly enhance her prowess. Yong Lin, on his inaugural attempt, expended 80 spiritual energy to bestow upon Jiang Liue a first-tier state of swiftness akin to the wind. For the next 6 hours, her agility and reflexes would be augmented by 15. Aware that a second application was feasible, albeit with a doubled consumption of spiritual energy, Yong Lin, who currently boasted a maximum limit of 500, was not inclined to be frugal. He subsequently consumed 160 spiritual energy to grant Jiang Liue a second first-tier state of vitality. For the following 6 hours, her stamina, mental fortitude, and spiritual recovery would be enhanced by 30. Upon suddenly realizing the infusion of the swiftness state, Jiang Liue was already taken aback. She could scarcely fathom that a second vitality state would follow closely behind. For a moment, she found it difficult to comprehend the extraordinary capabilities of her commander. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Liue, this is but a small maneuver. Shortly, I will synchronize a portion of attributes for you. Regrettably, he lamented, my current growth attributes are too low to effect a significant enhancement. Were my attributes to align more closely with yours, even a mere koi would struggle to withstand a few of your strikes. Jiang Liue was bewildered by the concept of attribute synchronization, yet she felt a sudden surge of temporary power coursing through her body. Undoubtedly, compared to her original state, she had become significantly more formidable. As Yong Lin articulated, despite his innate SSS-ranked commander potential, he was currently akin to a novice. Synchronizing 20 attributes to Lin Nianxun would undoubtedly elevate her well beyond the typical novice battlemate. However, transferring these 20 attributes to Jiang Liue, a battlemate of the 3rd tier, would appear somewhat insufficient. Nevertheless, it still afforded her considerable enhancement. As battle mates strive to ascend in rank, the journey grows increasingly arduous, and Jiang Liue was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, this sudden influx of temporary power, albeit modest, was immensely significant for her. "Commander, I feel as though we are on the brink of becoming monsters," she mused. "Liue, you wouldn't be content with this, would you? Surely, you possess other secret techniques? While not quite secret arts, the effects may appear less pronounced due to your elevated realm," he explained. "Among the most fundamental abilities of a commander, the replenishment of spiritual energy must also be imparted. In this era, commanders are often regarded as auxiliary power sources, making the provision of spiritual energy indispensable. By employing synchronization, Yong Lin applied the effects of spiritual energy replenishment to Jiang Liue. Her vitality state had already enhanced her recovery rates for spiritual energy and mental acuity by 30. Rejuvenating her spiritual energy supply, it surged from a mere 30 to an impressive 100. As she sensed her own state, Jiang Liue felt utterly transformed into a bewildered little lamb. "What manner of extraordinary being is my commander? Surely, the legendary commander cannot be merely this. Is this the essence of fate?" Jiang Liue murmured to herself. She felt fortunate to have fortuitously forged a contract with Yong Lin. Such an opportunity now seemed almost miraculous. At this moment, she involuntarily recalled Yong Lin's oft-repeated words. "Not only must I become the legendary commander, but I also aspire to adorn each battle maiden by my side with a contract ring." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Liue pondered that if it were he, surely he would achieve this in the future. Perhaps, she thought, she could indeed receive the supreme honor of a battle maiden's contract ring from him. "Liue, prepare for battle. At 3 o'clock to your right, a simulated contaminated beast constructed from energy is emerging." "Understood." As Jiang Liue drew her equipped blade, all the elders and Lin Nianxun present turned their gazes toward her. There was no need to mention the academy head's battle maiden, Koi. The question remained whether Jiang Liue, in such a state of confusion, could adeptly navigate the simulated battlefield alongside the novice commander Yong Lin. In a state of perplexity, this was the moment when the commander's role became most pivotal. Everyone yearned to witness Jiang Liue's reactions, hoping to gauge Yong Lin's grasp of the battlefield. Likewise, at 6 o'clock to your right, 2 additional energy constructs are closing in. Do not let your guard down. Acknowledged. Amidst the fog, as the blade gleamed swiftly, the foremost simulated contaminated beast that charged at Jiang Liue shattered instantaneously, dissipating into energy. Without pausing, she moved like a swift shadow. And in a flurry of intersecting blade light, the 2 following simulated beasts met the same fate, effortlessly reduced to mere wisps. This seamless display captivated the eyes of over 20 elders outside the arena. The emergence of 3 simulated contaminated beasts was silent, yet Jiang Liue's actions were remarkably decisive. Whether it was her adherence to Yong Lin's commands or her own combat experience and instincts at play, it indicated that this confrontation held great promise. It seemed to be getting quite intriguing. Chapter 23. Our battlefield together. During the time the elders outside observed the screens, Jiang Liue wielded her long blade, advancing through the simulated battlefield as if clearing a path through thorns. At this juncture, Yong Lin, aided by his extraordinary perception and a small map, could pinpoint the location of the Academy head's battle maiden, Koi, yet he refrained from directing Jiang Liue to rush toward her. There was undoubtedly a deeper strategy at work. The Academy head, Li Jinxing, a 7th-tier commander, would undoubtedly have a clear understanding of both the battlefield and Jiang Liue's maneuvers. This is fundamentally an asymmetrical test, or rather, a trial orchestrated by the Academy's head. However, Li Jinxing could never have anticipated the extent of Yong Lin's authority, confined within the modest scope of a simulated battlefield. Even as a 7th-tier commander, his intrinsic command capabilities fail to offer him any substantial advantage over Yong Lin. "Liue, there lies a fork in the road ahead. I require you to take the erroneous path. Within this misguided route, you shall encounter 5 energy-constructed simulated pollution beasts in quick succession. Exercise caution in dealing with them." "Understood, Commander." "You intend to confound the Academy's head, do you not?" "Precisely. His 7th-tier command ability allows him to perceive our every move with clarity. Thus, prior to your formal confrontation with the Koi, we must endeavor to diminish his expectations of our side, which will ultimately benefit us." As the dialogue unfolded, Jiang Liue ventured into the incorrect path. Yet, one must concede her performance was commendable. Her expression of shock upon being ambushed by the simulated pollution beasts was nothing short of apartment, given that the external audience could observe the unfolding events through screens. The 20-plus elders could not help but feel a twinge of concern for Jiang Liue, as she unwittingly entered the ambush zone of the pollution beasts. It appears Yong Lin's abilities may be somewhat lacking. His prior coordination with Jiang Liue was satisfactory, yet he failed to detect the ambush of the pollution beasts. He is merely a novice commander, and, considering he is only a support, achieving this level of coordination with Jiang Liue is commendable. Indeed, the unexpected test from the Academy's head momentarily made me forget his novice status. Conversely, Jiang Liue has proven herself capable, adeptly responding even when besieged by multiple pollution beasts. Her strength and adaptability are quite impressive. The simulated pollution beasts, while not particularly strong, are not weak either. Within the fog of the simulated battlefield, their primary function is to disrupt and confuse. However, should they attract too many or ensnare their prey within an ambush, it could lead to the defeat of the battle maiden. In a matter of minutes, through her exceptional evasive maneuvers, Jiang Liue dispatched the 5 hidden pollution beasts that had launched a surprise attack. To further diminish Li Jinxing's assessment of our capabilities, Jiang Liue feigned a startled demeanor, leaning against a constructed energy platform to take a brief respite. In reality, she was engaged in a mental dialogue with Yong Lin. "Commander, what is the situation regarding the koi?" She remained stationary, her coordinates unchanged. Given that the Academy's head controls the entire battlefield, her decision to engage holds little significance. She is simply lying in wait. Jiang Liue smiled gently. "I am not that hapless rabbit colliding with a tree, although she is a tier above me. My various enhancements may well grant me the strength to contend with her. Indeed, thus allowing her to continue her vigil. Yet whether the outcome reveals a delicate little rabbit or a fearsome gray wolf will ultimately hinge upon my Liue's prowess. Commander, it seems you are indeed quite the character. As you possess your own warrior, I shall permit you a few flattering words." Subsequently, Yong Lin meticulously devised a new course of action for Jiang Liue. To be certain, this route comprises 70% accuracy and 30% fallacy, a delicate balance of truth and deception, aimed at obscuring the perception and judgment of the Academy's head. As for Li Jinxing at this moment, he harbored a sense of satisfaction regarding Yong Lin's command of Jiang Liue's maneuvers. More often than not, Yong Lin provided accurate guidance and timely warnings, aligning with Li Jinxing's expectations. Despite being merely a B-grade aptitude assessment, Yong Lin's actual performance rivaled that of an exceptional S-grade commander. His previous opposition to the contract with Nianxun now appeared to him as a reflection of narrow-mindedness. "What lies ahead, Yong Lin? Will your so-called unique abilities dazzle me when Jiang Liue confronts the koi?" Li Jinxing did not envision Jiang Liue possessing the strength to contend against his formidable warrior, the koi, across such a significant realm. His ultimate desire was to witness Jiang Liue approach the koi under Yong Lin's guidance, and through the battle between the two warriors, to discern the brilliance within Jiang Liue's combat prowess. This was the true purpose of his assessment. As for how Yong Lin perceived his own thoughts, that remained uncertain, yet he undoubtedly harbored his own intentions. It was to create a facade of strength that would allow Jiang Liue to approach the koi, under the assumption that the latter would underestimate her potential for a counterattack, given the arduous path Jiang Liue had traversed and her significant realm disadvantage. This very complacency would serve as Jiang Liue's greatest advantage. Regarding the extent to which Jiang Liue, post-enhancements, truly measured up to the koi, who was of a higher realm, there had been no practical engagement to draw conclusions. Only through the act of combat would the truth reveal itself. Amidst this scenario, Jiang Liue steadily advanced towards the koi on the simulated battlefield. Observing this, the elders in attendance began to voice their evaluations. It appears that Yong Lin is not as incompetent as initially perceived. They had anticipated him to be merely a novice with a B-grade aptitude, expected to be of little utility, yet he demonstrated surprising finesse. Indeed, although classified as B-grade, he had not hindered Jiang Liue's progress thus far. One could discern the considerable effort he had invested in her various maneuvers. Evidently, they had underestimated him. Listening to the elders' discussions, Lin Nianxun, who shared the warrior bond with Yong Lin, felt a wave of reassurance. Her original purpose in attending the elders' council was to address matters concerning herself and Yong Lin. With the elders shifting attitudes towards Yong Lin, it was naturally a most favorable development. After all, regardless of how talented a commander may be, they remain in a phase of growth. Should they lack the most fundamental support from their own kin, the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Furthermore, witnessing the synergy between Yong Lin and Jiang Liue instilled Lin Nianxun with an even deeper sense of stability. Because she became increasingly convinced of one thing: the pact with Yong Lin was indeed the right choice. No, it was not merely correct. It was a genuine transformation of fate. Look, the moment draws near. Within 2 minutes, Jiang Liue will engage in her final confrontation with the Koi. Upon hearing an elder's words, Lin Nianxun swiftly directed her gaze towards the viewing screen in the arena. The image revealed that Jiang Liue was now quite close to the Koi's position, signaling that this simulated battlefield was approaching its conclusion. The hearts of all those present were palpably heightened with anticipation. No one was indifferent to the outcome of this contest. Chapter 24. What does acting mean? On the Koi's side, as Yong Lin had indicated, she had been patiently waiting for an opportunity. Since her commander, Li Jinxing, could oversee the entire situation, it would be somewhat unfair for her to actively seek out Jiang Liue. After enduring such a lengthy wait, upon learning that Jiang Liue was nearing, her spirits began to soar. Commander, the opponent is quite impressive. Initially, I anticipated Jiang Liue's arrival here could take as long as 15 minutes. Yet it seems she has arrived sooner than expected. Do not underestimate Yong Lin. I have been closely monitoring Jiang Liue's movements. Overall, Yong Lin has managed the situation remarkably well and coordinated seamlessly with Jiang Liue, surpassing my expectations. The Koi remarked. To receive praise from the commander indicates that Yong Lin is indeed quite capable. It is hard to believe he is merely rated at B-level aptitude. Li Jinxing concurred. It is indeed difficult to fathom that a B-level apprentice commander could achieve such feats. In my view, even our academy's sole S-level aptitude commander, Wang Dong, would struggle to reach his level. Overall, we have underestimated him. Commander, what comes next? Jiang Liue is about to arrive. Let us first conceal ourselves, then impose some challenges on Yong Lin and Jiang Liue, while also allowing you to observe the opponent closely. Commander, you are quite cunning. With your stealth abilities applied, how could Jiang Liue possibly detect me? If I were to launch a surprise attack, wouldn't that lead to a swift resolution of the contest? The outcome is not paramount. I merely wish to observe how Yong Lin and Jiang Liue respond when you appear unexpectedly. Furthermore, we have records of Jiang Liue's strength upon entering the academy as a mentor. Even if Yong Lin's unique abilities are formidable, Jiang Liue cannot surpass her realm to contend with you. Then, take it easy. The focus is on observing the extent of Jiang Liue's enhancement due to Yong Lin, rather than hastening her exit. Understood, Commander. I will proceed cautiously to compel Jiang Liue to reveal her full strength. On the screen, just as Jiang Liue was about to confront the Koi, unexpectedly, the Koi's figure vanished. What? Did the Academy head impose stealth abilities on the battle maiden? It goes without saying, but is there any significance to this? Is it an attempt to further observe the coordination between Yong Lin and Jiang Liue? It is entirely reasonable for the Academy head to wish to observe the performances of Yong Lin and Jiang Liue, both of whom have exhibited commendable abilities. As the Koi vanished from sight, the gaze of the elders outside the arena inevitably shifted back to Jiang Liue. At that moment, she had arrived at the spot where the Koi had previously stood on the broken bridge. Commander, I cannot ascertain the exact location of the Koi, but my instincts tell me she is nearby. Do not worry. I am your eyes. I can clearly discern where she is, Yong Lin stated, pausing momentarily. I did not expect the Academy head to possess such skills in concealing a warrior's presence, but regrettably for him, he has encountered me. What shall we do now? Jiang Liue inquired. Liu, the Koi is positioned to the right of the broken bridge. Proceed to the bridge discreetly, and the moment you step onto it, unleash your full potential. If you act swiftly enough, you might succeed in disrupting her concealment or even force her out of her spirit form. Jiang Liue understood. So, we are using a strategy against her strategy? One could say that. The Academy head likely wishes to observe our actions a while longer, but I do not intend to grant him that opportunity. Understood. I shall act immediately. Following Yong Lin's instructions, Jiang Liue cautiously approached the broken bridge. At this juncture, all the elders present were aware that although the Koi had concealed herself, she was undoubtedly nearby. Observing Jiang Liue's expression on the screen, it was apparent she sensed something amiss. However, Her furrowed brow indicated that despite her awareness, she could not determine the koi's exact location. Thus, the situation had taken on an even more intriguing turn. Yet, no one anticipated that the moment Jiang Liue set foot on the broken bridge, a charming smile graced her lips. Simultaneously, a brilliant light enveloped her as she discarded her original sword, and a radiant long blade manifested in her hand. Full eruption. The elders outside were astonished. No one had anticipated that Jiang Liue would enter a state of full eruption at that very instant, even summoning her spiritual weapon. Neither the academy head, Li Jinxing, nor his warrior, the koi, had foreseen that Jiang Liue had, through Yong Lin, already pinpointed the concealed koi's position. Phantom Shattered Dream. This was a powerful ability derived from the core skills Jiang Liue had grasped after forming a contract with Yong Lin. In an instant, her form fragmented into dozens of illusory figures, each wielding the ethereal blade of annihilation, darting toward the koi's location with unparalleled speed. How could I be discovered? The ferocity of Jiang Liue's assault was overwhelming. Despite being at a significantly lower level, the terrifying pressure and explosive energy emanating from her sent shockwaves through the koi's heart. Could this woman truly be of a lower realm? How could her offensive power be so formidable? Without a moment to ponder or conceal herself, the koi swiftly erupted into a full-scale explosion of power. Aware that failing to resist with all her might could lead to her being swiftly vanquished by Jiang Liue, she found herself thrust from her hidden state by a series of relentless attacks that left her reeling. The clang of metal echoed throughout the arena, leaving Li Jinxing and the assembled elders in utter disbelief. The koi, a warrior who surpassed Jiang Liue by an entire realm, was not only forced from her concealment, but now found herself in a precarious position, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. How could this be? I am a 7th-tier commander, a battle princess. Defeat is simply inconceivable. Momentarily thrown off balance, the koi nevertheless possessed formidable strength due to her superior realm. She sprang into action, powerful energy erupting around her as immense force surged through her longsword. Her intent was to deflect Jiang Liue's onslaught. However, she soon realized that Jiang Liue matched her in strength, speed, and reflexes. This cannot be. It is utterly impossible. Is my entire realm merely ornamental in the presence of this woman? Despite initially regaining her composure, the koi's mindset unraveled once more after several exchanges between them. She could not fathom how Jiang Liue, a warrior with only an A-grade aptitude and a lower realm, could be so formidable. True, her opponent had seized the initiative. Yet Jiang Liue's overall prowess now seemed to eclipse her own absurdly. Meanwhile, Yong Lin issued his final command. Liue, despite the significant gap in realms, your various enhancements and endurance may still not quite match her. Do not hesitate. Seize this moment of confusion and bring the battle to a decisive end. Yong Lin was confident that the academy head, Li Jinxing, possessed numerous means for a comeback, and a 7th-tier commander without a trump card could hardly hold that rank. However, this was merely a test. There was no reason for the opponent to reveal their hidden strengths in a desperate bid. Thus, urging Jiang Liue to press the offensive was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. As fate would have it, Yong Lin's assessment proved accurate. Jiang Liue's performance drastically exceeded the koi's expectations, shattering her carefully adjusted mindset time and again. At this moment, it was indeed Jiang Liue's prime opportunity. With her unique core-derived ability, Fallen Light of Heaven, she radiated a brilliant light, as if all surrounding illumination coalesced into her being. Wielding her blade of annihilation, she appeared to step casually, only to instantaneously materialize above the koi. That dazzling strike, seemingly infused with the very essence of creation, descended with such terrifying force that it enveloped the koi entirely. Was she a monster? Is this the ability that the battle princess comprehends herself? The koi fish, unexpectedly, was slain by the spirit shadow, revealing her true form. At this moment, she was physically weakened and certainly could not assume the spirit shadow again in the near future. In other words, she had lost. If she were on an actual battlefield now, Jiang Liue could extinguish her life with merely a flick of her finger. Why did I lose? I am undeniably an S-rank battle princess, while she is merely an A-rank, and I hold a significant advantage in realms. Until now, the koi fish could not fathom the reality before her. Not just her, but the watching elders felt the same. Previously, when the koi fish concealed her true form, the elders instinctively believed she had the victory assured. What they anticipated was merely how Jiang Liue would struggle. Yet, who could have predicted that a dramatic turn of events would occur, with Jiang Liue suddenly entering a state of full eruption, forcefully driving the koi fish out of the spirit shadow within mere minutes. Jiang Liue's power had not been particularly formidable. Her exaggerated prowess now was undoubtedly due to Yong Lin's influence. Is that so? But Yong Lin is merely a B-rank apprentice commander. Let us not forget that earlier. Yong Lin had confidently proclaimed before the academy head that he had comprehended a unique ability, and it appears that his words were not in vain. Up until now, even the elders who had previously harbored doubts about Yong Lin were left feeling ashamed for their narrow-mindedness due to Jiang Liue's remarkable performance. Although Yong Lin is only a B rank, his potential and display truly opened everyone's eyes. In the arena, the teleportation array of the simulated battlefield illuminated, and Yong Lin, Jiang Liue, Li Jinxing, and the koi fish returned to the outside of the battlefield. Lin Nianxun rushed forward, grasping Jiang Liue's and Yong Lin's hands in celebration of their victory. Meanwhile, the koi fish bowed her head in shame before Li Jinxing. "Commander, it is my fault. I underestimated my opponent, leading to such a dismal defeat. I apologize." Li Jinxing did not reproach the koi fish and softly replied, "Koi fish, you are the last member to join our squad. Your combat experience and knowledge are somewhat lacking. You understand from this confrontation that one must never underestimate any adversary. There are always greater talents beyond our own." "Yes, Commander, I will deeply remember this lesson and carry it in my heart forever. But I also bear responsibility, for I did not anticipate that our opponent would exceed my expectations." After speaking, Li Jinxing turned his gaze toward Yong Lin. "Yong Lin, you have done well. I can responsibly say that you are undoubtedly the most outstanding student to emerge since the establishment of the Dragon Rising War Academy, without exception. Thank you for your kind words, Academy Head, and of course, I must also express gratitude for your leniency." It was stated that a 7th rank commander would certainly possess various trump cards. Given the koi fish's circumstances at that time, Li Jinxing undoubtedly had other abilities to stabilize her. However, the reason for not proceeding further was simply because it was merely a simulated confrontation and there was no need to escalate to that extent. Subsequently, Li Jinxing graciously acknowledged his defeat. Meanwhile, Yong Lin received a flurry of notifications. Congratulations to the host and the affiliated battle maiden, Jiang Liue, on winning the simulated confrontation. The host's spiritual energy limit has increased by 50, now standing at 550. Additionally, the Battle Maiden qualification item has been sent to the host's spatial backpack. Please check. The spiritual energy limit is tantamount to a form of combat power, and naturally, the higher it is, the better. As for the Battle Maiden qualification item, Yong Lin was undoubtedly elated. Battle Maiden Spirit, a rare and special elixir, which, when consumed, can enhance the growth ratio of the Battle Maiden's 5 fundamental attributes. The lower the current qualification of the Battle Maiden, the more pronounced the effect. At that moment, a group of elders who had changed their perspectives gathered around to praise Yong Lin and Jiang Liue, and they certainly did not forget to commend Lin Nianxun, the S-class Battle Maiden, for her discerning eye. In summary, matters were shifting in a favorable direction, just as Yong Lin and the others had previously stated. During the initial development phase, a solid foundation for growth is crucial. Now, being in Longting, which is akin to being at home, gaining the family's recognition will make future endeavors considerably more convenient. The primary significance of today's simulated confrontation lay in this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some words I wish to share privately with Yong Lin. Please excuse yourselves. Upon hearing the academy head, Li Jinxing, say this, the elders tactfully withdrew from the simulated arena. Yong Lin, curious about what Li Jinxing wanted to discuss, gestured for Liue and Nianxun to leave with the elders. Soon, only he and Li Jinxing remained. Academy head, may I inquire what you wish to discuss? Do not be anxious, simply relax. I merely wish to have a casual conversation with you. Li Jinxing gestured for Yong Lin to take a seat in the viewing area and continued, do not think I am unaware. During the simulated confrontation, you had a firm grasp of the entire arena from the very beginning, did you not? Yong Lin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, the primary reason was that the setup of the arena was rather simplistic. I understand that the arrangement was indeed a bit too simple, but the main reason was that I considered you to be a novice commander, who managing to perceive a certain range is already quite impressive. However, I never anticipated that you not only comprehended the entire arena but even led Jiang Liue to deliberately take a few missteps to obscure my judgment. Academy head. As the saying goes, all's fair in love and war. You are a 7th-tier commander. I could not afford to be complacent. Nor could I let you and the lucky fish become complacent either. Such clever stratagems. Yong Lin, I am growing increasingly fond of you. You know, I can hardly contain my desire to pass my abilities on to you. Yong Lin was taken aback. Could it be that Academy head Li Jinxing wishes to take him as a disciple? The notion of apprenticeship was foreign to Yong Lin. He had never contemplated it. Upon reflecting on the current situation, although I possess a system, it remains in a developmental phase. However, the headmaster is a 7th-tier commander. Should I acquire his abilities and strategies, my subsequent development would surely be significantly enhanced. For instance, the concealment technique previously employed by Li Jinxing on the koi fish. My ability to see through it stems from the system. Yet if I could wield such a technique myself, both Liue and Nianxun would maneuver with greater ease on the battlefield in the future. Moreover, it is well known that the headmaster is a 7th-tier commander, undoubtedly possessing even more capabilities and hidden cards. Should I master these as well, I would be formidable among the strong. In summary, whether or not to take on an apprentice is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Li Jinxing is an invaluable ally. I find myself genuinely apprehensive that one day, as I lead my team into battle, a powerful adversary may descend upon us and reduce me and the war maiden to ashes. Hence, in these early stages of development, having a strong ally is of paramount importance. What am I contemplating? I merely express this thought, yet I have no intention of imparting all my knowledge freely. If I were to take on a disciple or pass down my legacy, that disciple must at least not remain a mere novice indefinitely. But, headmaster, do you not harbor similar thoughts? I do have intentions, yet it ultimately depends on you. Yong Lin felt a flush of embarrassment. Headmaster, what more do you wish to see from me? Naturally, it pertains to the actual combat on the battlefield tomorrow. Li Jinxing's expression suddenly turned grave. I am already aware of Jiang Liue's formidable coordination with you, yet her current level of power precludes her from accompanying you to the battlefield tomorrow. Yong Lin, I must ask you, with only Lin Nianxun by your side, are you certain you can survive an actual combat and achieve commendable results? Chapter 26. Longmen Brigade. The ensuing conversation primarily revolved around the battlefield set for tomorrow, during which Yong Lin and Li Jinxing established several agreements. They discussed extensively within the simulated battlefield. Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun waited outside with the elders for quite some time, and upon seeing Yong Lin emerge, they rushed forward to greet him. Commander! Yes, I have no further matters to attend to here. Let us return for the time being. There are some things I wish to discuss with you. As for where we would return, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Liue's private office. Although a team has been established, it has yet to be named, and there is no designated base. For now, Liue's office would serve as a temporary stronghold. Upon returning to the office, Lin Nianxun was the first to inquire. Yong Lin, what precisely did the headmaster discuss with you? Your conversation was rather lengthy. To summarize succinctly, there are 2 key points. First, he hopes for me to shine on the battlefield tomorrow, thereby allowing me to officially advance from a trainee commander to a 1st-tier commander. Jiang Liue remarked. Hearing you say that, I suddenly remember that I will be unable to accompany you to the battlefield tomorrow. Do not worry. The headmaster has already approved 2 mechanical war maidens to assist me and Nianxun in our operations on the battlefield. Although I initially intended to bring only Nianxun, the addition of 2 mechanical war maidens is indeed a fortuitous development. Lin Nianxun pondered for a moment and inquired, is the mechanical battle maiden a viable option? Yong Lin confidently replied, rest assured, while its utility may be perceived as minimal by others, for me, it can be harnessed to at least 5-fold efficacy. Nevertheless, it suffices only against ordinary polluted beasts. What Yong Lin did not reveal was a hint of regret. Initially, he had envisioned riding into battle atop his beloved Nianxun, being carried into combat by her. However, it seemed he must now rely on the mechanical battle maiden for such support. Although he possessed combat capabilities, the prevailing perception of commanders in this realm was that they lacked such prowess, prompting Yong Lin to refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. He preferred to retain some secret weapons, which would undoubtedly yield remarkable results in the future. Furthermore, with Nianxun receiving various enhancements, it was likely that his intervention would be unnecessary. Returning to the main topic, after mentioning the battlefield of tomorrow and the 2 mechanical battle maidens, Yong Lin continued. As for the second matter, the academy head appears inclined to take me on as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun were taken aback. The academy head wishes to take you as a disciple. Yong Lin continued. I had not entertained such thoughts myself, yet the academy head is quite enthusiastic, and he has laid down certain stipulations. Firstly, I must become a formal commander. Secondly, during subsequent operations, I must lead my team to notable achievements. Finally, the team I establish must rank within the top 3,000 of the alliance, at which point he would consider imparting his various abilities to me. The first two conditions seemed manageable, but regarding the third, Jiang Liue mused, the alliance boasts countless teams. Even now, there are over 20,000 active teams accessible through the communicator. To rank within the top 3,000, under the most ideal circumstances, you would need to be a third-tier commander, with at least 3 third-stage battle maidens under your command, and a task completion rate exceeding 60%. This presents quite a formidable challenge. Indeed, it is a considerable challenge. Yong Lin acknowledged, so I merely listened to the academy head's words. After all, one must tread the path step by step. For instance, I currently lack a battle maiden to officially form my team. Jiang Liue nodded. Everything takes time, and it will surely come together. Moreover, specifically, for a commander to take on a disciple and impart abilities is no trivial matter. If the academy head were to share his hidden talents, it would necessitate relinquishing his own strategic advantages, and there is no guarantee of success in the transfer process. Thus, within the industry, unless a superior commander regards a subordinate as a beloved child, or is indeed their biological parent, few would be willing to go to such lengths. Lin Nianxun interjected. I have also heard whispers of this before. Although I did not delve deeply into the subject, the conditions are indeed quite stringent. However, I can understand the academy head's perspective. With his formidable strength, he chooses to remain obscure within a single city rather than ascend to the role of regional deputy commander or supreme commander. Indeed, Yong Lin concurred. The academy head is disinterested in power. Otherwise, such thoughts would not even cross his mind. Yong Lin spread his hands and remarked, thus, I merely responded casually for the time being. As for how far I will grow in the future, and whether he will impart all his knowledge to me, it is rather premature to say. Instead of dwelling on such thoughts, it would be wiser to focus on the present. Jiang Liue smiled charmingly and suggested, since we must concentrate on the now, our little team ought to have a name, don't you think? Yong Lin, once you pass tomorrow's practical assessment, you shall become a first-tier official commander. With a reputation established, it will be far easier to recruit another battle maiden. Moreover, when it comes to accepting commissions or undertaking quests, nameless teams are not eligible. A name, indeed. Yong Lin glanced at Jiang Liue, then at Lin Nianxun. The three of them fell into contemplation regarding the team name. For a while, they brainstormed numerous options, yet all were ultimately dismissed. Either they were too cliched or, upon checking the communicator, found to be duplicates. In short, naming the team proved quite challenging. Lin Nianxun appeared particularly enthusiastic about the task. After a period of indecision, she became somewhat anxious, wondering if the three of them could not conceive a name that resonated with grandeur and elegance. Yong Lin pondered for a moment before proposing. If all else fails, what do you think of calling ourselves the Longmen Brigade? Lin Nianxun inquired. Does it hold any particular significance? I recall the tale, the carps leaping over the dragon gate. Initially, I considered the abbreviation Liu, but fearing it might be confused with Sister Liue's name, I decided to use the latter half and simply called it Longmen. Jiang Liue shivered at the thought. I do not oppose this name, but if we adopt it, won't we attract hostility from other teams wherever we go? Yong Lin questioned. Isn't it merely a name? Longmen holds no special connotation, does it? Quite the contrary. It is indeed special. The dragon is a totem, a symbol of faith. If you peruse the ranks of over 20,000 active teams, you will find none daring to adopt the dragon as their emblem. I believe even a name like Reverse Strike Brigade would be preferable to Longmen. At least it would not draw too much attention. Attention, you say? Yong Lin had not considered that the dragon held such significance in this world. Reflecting on his identity as a descendant of dragons, he resolutely embraced the name Longmen. I have made my decision. Henceforth, our team shall be known as the Longmen Brigade. If this name fails to shine brilliantly, would it not suggest our inadequacy? Well then, with the commander having made a decisive choice, Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun refrained from further comment. As for why their team was labeled a brigade rather than a mere team, it was because a competent commander's team, or a battle maiden brigade, possesses capabilities comparable to those of a regular military unit. As for what lay ahead, it was, of course, to await the arrival of the two mechanical battle maidens while also observing the effects of the spirit of the battle maiden. Chapter 27. A miracle. While it would undoubtedly take some time for the two mechanical battle maidens to arrive, the elixir of the spirit of the battle maiden was already in hand. This time, the simulated combat was initiated by Jiang Liue, so it is only natural for her to use this secret potion. Sister Liue, please drink this elixir. It will be beneficial for you. Upon seeing Yong Lin produce a small vial, both Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun were intrigued. Yong Lin had already prepared his explanation for this. One of my abilities is to condense spiritual energy, enhancing the qualities of battle maidens. Thus far, I have only managed to concentrate this small vial. Since Sister Liue contributed significantly during the simulated combat, I think she should be the one to use it. Nianxun, do you have any objections? Yong Lin, do not presume me to be so unsophisticated. I, too, am curious to see what benefits your so-called elixir can bestow upon the battle maiden. Sister Liue, hurry and drink it. I wish to witness the effects. Jiang Liue, somewhat bewildered, accepted the elixir and gazed at the emerald liquid within the vial, filled with doubt. I am aware that the cores of certain special polluted beasts can extract a considerable amount of energy to aid battle maidens or commanders in enhancing their strength. However, I have never heard of a commander possessing the ability to condense spiritual energy to enhance a battle maiden's qualities. Yong Lin chuckled. Sister Liue, you will understand once you consume it. Very well, I will trust your judgment. As she spoke, Jiang Liue opened the vial and downed the potion in one gulp. 3 minutes later, she felt a surge of vitality erupt within her, her blood boiling with energy. The already enchanting Jiang Liue now radiated a captivating blush across her fair skin, enhancing her allure. Sister Liue, how do you feel? Lin Nianxun inquired eagerly. Upon hearing that Yong Lin possessed an elixir capable of directly enhancing the qualities of battle maidens, her interest was piqued. Seeing the effects manifest in Jiang Liue, she could hardly contain her curiosity. Jiang Liue, momentarily dazed, responded, "This elixir is extraordinary. It is my first encounter with it and my first time using it. My agility growth quality has surged from an A grade of 10 to 16 in one breath, due to the contract with Yong Lin." Both Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun had their individual attribute panels, allowing them to clearly discern their growth. Lin Nianxun was elated. Is the effect of this elixir truly so remarkable? Indeed, it is quite potent, Jiang Liue replied, her spirits lifted. If more elixirs were available, it would be merely a matter of time before elevating a battle maiden to S rank, or even SSS rank. Yong Lin, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, while that may be true, even if I possess such abilities, I cannot continuously acquire this elixir. The primary issue lies in time. For me to obtain this secret potion of the battle maiden spirit, I must trigger a mission. Moreover, the missions must be representative, so this cannot be forced. With good fortune, it may happen soon. With bad, who knows when I might next acquire such a potion for the battle maiden spirit. Lin Nianxuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a glimmer of light. As long as we possess this ability, there is no need for us to act like children, expecting instant gratification. From now on, as we follow you, shall we fear that we will not receive the next potion? Indeed, we shall. Follow me, and I shall undoubtedly empower you to grow stronger. After discussing the secret elixir of the battle spirit, the trio swiftly shifted their conversation to Jiang Liue's agility enhancement. As a battle spirit of the third major realm, the improvement in her agility growth potential would significantly enhance her overall agility coefficient. Naturally, her comprehensive combat prowess would also experience a substantial increase. For Jiang Liue, this felt surreal. Just yesterday, she had never dared to imagine that she could confront a battle spirit from a higher realm. Yet, merely one day after contracting with Yong Lin, she found herself possessing such potential, a veritable miracle. The encounter with Yong Lin truly was miraculous. Her arrival in Longting City had not been by choice, nor had it been voluntary. Initially, she had come to Longting City out of necessity, wishing to live a quiet life as a mentor. Little did she know that she would cross paths with Yong Lin, a mature student who had been held back, and even become friends. And now, her future seemed unexpectedly boundless due to this man. If this were not a miracle, what could be? Liue Jia, Lin Nianxun suddenly interjected, recalling something. Weren't you previously a battle spirit? I'm quite curious, which team were you a part of? Why did you suddenly decide to come to Longting City to become a mentor? Jiang Liue had not anticipated Lin Nianxun would pose such a question. In that moment, a shadow of sadness flickered in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Fearing they might discern her unease, she quickly turned away. Due to unforeseen circumstances, her team had disbanded. And feeling weary, she had come to the nearby Longting city to take on the role of a mentor. Yong Lin was also intrigued. Liue Jia, was it really that simple? Of course, what do you think? Lin Nianxun pondered for a moment and remarked, Liue Jia, your skills in deception are rather lacking. Both Yong Lin and I can see through it. I truly did not deceive you. My team disbanded, Jiang Liue insisted. As she turned away, Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun could clearly see her slender, beautiful shoulders quiver slightly. Initially, they were quite curious, but upon noticing Jiang Liue's troubled demeanor, they decided it best not to press further. Whenever Jiang Liue felt ready to share, she would surely speak of it herself. Thus, Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun swiftly redirected their discussion to the mechanical battle spirit. Yong Lin, considering the time, the mechanical battle spirit should be arriving soon, right? Almost there. Yong Lin exhaled and said, There's truly no other option. Although Liue has formed a contract with me, her realm is far too elevated to participate in this test. To ensure fairness in my participation, the Academy head has specially approved 2 mechanical battle maidens for me. Jiang Liue, having adjusted her mood, expressed her concerns. Yong Lin, as the commander, do you have confidence in operating the mechanical battle maidens? They may suffice for maintaining law and order among ordinary civilians, but in the battlefield, they are rather fragile. Do not worry. My abilities can indeed enhance the mechanical battle maidens to some extent. Moreover, having 2 mechanical battle maidens will alleviate considerable pressure for Nianxun. I am confident that together with Nianxun and the 2 battle maidens, we can achieve a high score in this practical exercise. Observing Yong Lin's confidence, Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They understood that their commander was exceptional, and thus, they placed their trust in him. Before long, the 2 brand new mechanical battle maidens were finally delivered. Chapter 28. Is this not a death wish? Mechanical battle maidens are primarily utilized for maintaining the security of cities. They are only deployed to the battlefield in times of dire need, when manpower is critically short. This is due to their exorbitant development and maintenance costs, which render them inefficient against ordinary polluted beasts, often suffering a loss ratio of 3 to 1 or 4 to 1. However, for Yong Lin at this moment, they were indeed a great help. The 2 newly arrived mechanical battle maidens bore little difference from the humanoid robots one might envision. Upon reviewing the accompanying manual, Yong Lin learned that the data for these 2 battle maidens had not yet been formally set, granting him the autonomy to allocate their capabilities as he saw fit. To elucidate, the overall strength of the mechanical battle maidens could be visualized as a total of 100 attribute points, encompassing strength, agility, defense, and the like. Yong Lin had the discretion to emphasize either agility or strength in their attacks or distribute the points evenly to create a balanced warrior. After deliberation, he decided to allocate 80 of the data of 1 battle maiden, designated as number 1, towards agility, primarily for the purpose of swift retreats, with negligible offensive capabilities. The other battle maiden, referred to as number 2, had her data entirely devoted to strength and agility to assist Lin Nianxun in combat. Once the configurations were complete, Yong Lin was eager to conduct a small test. The fundamental ability of a commander allows for a mental connection, integrating the 2 mechanical battle maidens into his psychic network. Remarkably, Yong Lin discovered that his synchronization ability enabled him to transfer his attributes to the 2 battle maidens. Albeit at a reduced ratio, only 1/3 of what he possessed with his contracted battle maiden. However, enhanced by temporary synchronization attributes. The comprehensive capabilities of these 2 mechanical battle maidens are undoubtedly on par with that of a novice A-class battle maiden. Should we bestow upon these mechanical battle maidens certain attribute enhancements? It appears my initial thoughts were correct, even without contracting a battle maiden. Deploying 2 or 3 mechanical battle maidens for a practical test is hardly a daunting task. As for Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun, they observed that since the arrival of the 2 mechanical battle maidens, Yong Lin has been engrossed in research. Aware of their commander's remarkable abilities, they chose not to intrude and instead dedicated themselves to studying the battlefield and practical combat. Jiang Liue, genuinely concerned about Lin Nianxun's safety on the battlefield, inundated her with countless harsh realities of combat, which left Lin Nianxun in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Lin Nianxun is inherently resilient, far from being daunted. She sought Jiang Liue's guidance on various challenging problems, and their discussions proved immensely beneficial. Once all preparations were complete, the next step was undoubtedly to engage in actual combat. This would also mark Yong Lin's ascension from a trainee commander to a first-tier official commander. The following day, despite the exclusion of a significant number of underqualified commanders and battle maidens, the number of participants in the practical combat remained substantial, totaling 242 individuals. Among them, 70% were battle maiden squads, each composed of 5 maidens. The remaining 30% comprised commander teams, consisting of 1 commander along with 4 to 5 battle maidens. Thus, Yong Lin's team, featuring 1 battle maiden and 2 mechanical battle maidens, was bound to attract attention. Yong Lin's plight is indeed pitiable. Despite having the school belle Lin Nianxun supporting him, he has yet to contract another battle maiden and must rely on mechanical ones to fill the void. While it is understandable to utilize mechanical battle maidens in place of others, the reasons behind Yong Lin's fervent dedication to the battlefield remain perplexing. Who could have imagined that the stunning Lin would willingly accompany Yong Lin into battle alongside 2 mechanical maidens? One might wonder if her thought process has indeed short-circuited alongside his. In the face of surrounding discussions, both Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun remained completely unaffected. In the realm of practical combat, strength must be the ultimate arbiter. As they prepared to step onto the battlefield, proving their capabilities rendered everything simpler. The next phase involved the inspiring address from the Academy's head, Li Zhenxing. Although the danger level of this practical combat was kept within certain bounds, even with covert rescue and support teams, the mortality rate was still expected to be significant. As the head of the Academy, he naturally hoped for a higher return rate of his students, yet he was equally prepared for the worst possible outcomes. At precisely 9 a.m., 59 teams were transported from the Longting Academy to the safety zone north of Longting City. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Academy head, the Council of Elders, and personnel from logistics and communications, the 59 teams traversed the safety zone and advanced towards the northern buffer zone. In practice, the operation is quite straightforward. Each squad must eliminate a specified number of contaminated beasts within a designated time frame in the buffer zone. This area is typically patrolled and fortified by combat personnel to ensure the safety of the graduates during their practical training. In preparation for this period, any excess contaminated beasts have already been cleared away, although there remains a possibility of some elusive creatures. The communications base at the rear utilizes the Eye of Heaven chip embedded in the communicators of each commander and battle maiden to accurately monitor the movements of every squad. This allows for performance evaluation, and if necessary, urgent orders can be dispatched alongside rescue operations in times of danger. Once all preparations are complete, the practical exercise officially commences. As the various squads enter the battlefield of the buffer zone, the Academy head, Li Zhenxing, steps into the communications base. In previous years, evaluations and supervision were conducted by the Council of Elders. No one anticipated that the Academy head would be present this year. I am here today with a singular focus, to isolate the operational footage of Squad 37 on the main screen for closer observation. Upon hearing this, the staff immediately understood the gravity of the request and swiftly separated Squad 37's footage for display. The composition of Squad 37 left the personnel in the communications room astounded. 1 commander, 1 battle maiden, and 2 mechanical battle maidens. This combination was indeed peculiar. It was the first time they had witnessed graduates incorporating mechanical battle maidens into their ranks for a practical exercise. Lacking familiarity with Yong Lin, the staff could not fathom why the Academy head was particularly interested in Squad 37. Gazing at the isolated screen, Li Zhenxing displayed an unmistakable intrigue. Excellent. I shall personally observe Squad 37. You need not concern yourselves with me. Proceed with your tasks. Yes, Academy head. The staff in the communications room were left in a state of confusion. They struggled to comprehend why this unusual squad garnered such attention from the Academy head. Furthermore, was it truly prudent for 1 commander and 1 battle maiden to engage in actual combat? And what of the 2 mechanical battle maidens? Were they merely sent to the battlefield as a numerical supplement? How could the Academy have sanctioned such a perilous arrangement for the graduates? Chapter 29. Is it necessary to be this fierce in combat? Outside Longting City, in the northern buffer zone, the 59 squads participating in the practical exercise had each selected their respective routes. Yong Lin was no exception. Naturally, as they set forth, Yong Lin, in his capacity as commander, activated his three fundamental abilities. Perception. This allows him to gauge the current terrain, effectively transforming the commander into a mobile humanoid radar. Mental link. Establishing a mental connection with the contracted battle maiden serves as a means of communication, enabling him to issue commands at any moment. Spiritual energy supply. Though reluctant to admit it, the commander essentially acts as a humanoid power bank for the battle maiden, replenishing her spiritual energy and enhancing her combat endurance. After a period of travel, the current environment is calm, devoid of any imminent danger. However, the sights encountered along the journey have left Yong Lin pleasantly surprised. Although this world is tainted by pollution, the wilderness is not as desolate as one might imagine. On the contrary, most areas are lush and vibrant. Yet, this verdant landscape exhibits a wild, untamed quality. Familiar flora may have become extinct, but the burgeoning, unnamed thorns and vines thrive abundantly. If one could disregard the latent threats, the air in the wilderness is quite refreshing. Nianxun, having attuned to the surroundings, found no immediate threats. At this leisurely pace, it is likely that we will not secure the first position. Commander, what do you suggest? Under the condition of ensuring our safety, I wish to advance swiftly and locate the pollution beasts that are roaming in the buffer zone. Nianxun, vigilant of the surroundings, contemplated before responding. I understand the desire to claim the first position, but rapid advancement increases the risk. Nevertheless, I am quite confident in both my own abilities and those of the commander. Thus, a swift march should not pose an issue. Rest assured, I am not reckless. I will be even more attuned to the surrounding area, striving to grasp the battlefield dynamics at the earliest opportunity. Following this, Yong Lin commenced a rapid march along the designated route, delving deeper into the buffer zone in hopes of encountering the pollution beasts. Nianxun, an S-rank battle princess, surely possessed commendable speed. Yong Lin's first battle princess, modified for agility, also exhibited impressive speed. The only consideration was the second mechanical battle princess, as it had been transformed into a polygonal warrior. Thus, only this unit needed to be accounted for in the context of rapid advancement. However, while Yong Lin accelerated, Li Jinxing at the rear communication base found himself in a predicament. Knowing that Yong Lin was anything but ordinary, he pondered why the young man could not proceed with more caution. Was he so eager to seek out pollution beasts and amass points? Observing the main screen, he noticed that every other team was proceeding with steady, calculated movements. Yet, Yong Lin's team seemed to be dashing into the depths of the buffer zone. As if terrified of encountering no danger at all, Li Jinxing watched the screen in silence. While the other staff members in the communication room could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment, they questioned whether the commander Yong Lin, under the scrutiny of the Academy head, might be somewhat unhinged. Academy head, should we issue a warning to remind them of the dangers? One staff member kindly suggested. However, Li Jinxing waved his hand dismissively, asserting that Yong Lin must have his own considerations, and it was best not to interfere lightly. Oh, it seems the Academy head truly has faith in Team 37. It is indeed remarkable that the commander of Team 37 has personally visited the communication base for special observations, indicating their exceptional capabilities. However, the precise nature of this commander's prowess remains elusive, leaving one curious as to why the head of the Academy holds them in such high regard. The battle rages on. After half an hour, Yong Lin's Team 37 has ventured deep into the heart of the buffer zone. Yet, frustratingly, he has not encountered even a single hair of the pollution beasts. This does not imply that other teams have been equally fortunate, for both he and Lin Nianxun, equipped with receivers, can receive battlefield situation reports from the rear communication base. Team 14 was the first to engage the enemy, confronting an ordinary-level pollution beast. The skirmish lasted 3 minutes, culminating in the beast's demise, but at the cost of one battle sister's life and another sustaining injuries. Meanwhile, Team 29 also faced an encounter, encountering another ordinary-level pollution beast, but fared better, emerging unscathed. The initial report detailing casualties caused a chill among all combat personnel, but the victory of Team 29 alleviated some of the mounting tension. However, this relief was short-lived. 10 minutes later, a situation report revealed that Team 31 had fallen victim to an ambush by pollution beasts. A total of 4 ordinary-level beasts attacked, resulting in the death of the entire team, including their commander and 5 battle sisters. Within less than an hour of engagement, one team had been completely annihilated, prompting even the head of the communication base, Li Jinxing, to furrow his brow in distress. The atmosphere in the communication base grew heavy with the weight of this loss. As the reality of facing pollution beasts, formidable adversaries even at the ordinary level, set in. Lost in contemplation, Li Jinxing couldn't help but light a cigarette, the smoke swirling as his frown deepened. At that moment, a sudden remark from a staff member jolted him back to attention. Head of the Academy. Team 37 has encountered the enemy. Preliminary observations indicate they are facing 3 opponents, with an additional 2 pollution beasts nearby poised to join the fray. 5 beasts. Indeed, 5. Li Jinxing's body trembled slightly as he swiftly extinguished his cigarette, his gaze fixed intently on the detached screen. According to the main display, 3 pollution beasts detected by radar were rapidly approaching Yong Lin's team, with 2 others lurking nearby, ready to engage. For a seasoned and experienced junior team, facing 5 pollution beasts might allow for some maneuvering to secure victory. However, for a completely inexperienced team, encountering 5 beasts essentially heralds their demise. Convey the message to Yong Lin, urging him to depart swiftly with his team, hoping that they can still make it in time. The leader of the academy, his battle maiden, has directly entered a state of full explosive divinity, taking the initiative to attack, leaving no opportunity for retreat. Cough, cough. At that moment, Li Jinxing nearly choked on his own saliva. Chapter 30. Tragic simultaneously. The encounter of Team 37 with 5 tainted beasts was rapidly disseminated throughout the battlefield via the communication base. Not long ago, Team 31 had confronted 4 tainted beasts, and within a mere 3 minutes, every member, including the commander, had perished. Now, not much time has passed, and yet another team faces an even greater threat, 5 tainted beasts? Who is the leader of Team 37? Is their luck truly this unfortunate? It is unclear. The team numbers and routes were assigned randomly upon arrival, leaving no one the wiser. However, it seems inevitable that calamity awaits them in a matter of minutes. This serves as a stern reminder for everyone to remain vigilant of their surroundings to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. In an instant, the entire buffer zone battlefield was engulfed in a state of unease. Almost everyone was convinced that Team 37 would undoubtedly face total annihilation. Returning to Yong Lin's situation, he was acutely aware of the gravity of his predicament. While he could not afford to be careless, his expression bore no trace of the anticipated fear or timidity. Instead, he felt an irresistible urge to engage. Aware of the 5 tainted beasts nearby, he promptly ordered Lin Nianxun to enter a state of full explosive combat. Aiming for a swift resolution, Lin Nianxun, knowing her commander possessed profound spiritual energy, did not hesitate for a moment. She instantly entered the divine state of full explosion. Wielding the scythe of death, her flowing hair and skirt danced in the air, complemented by her imposing aura. In that moment, Lin Nianxun truly resembled a Valkyrie descended upon the earth. To the southeast, 1 tainted beast advanced first, flanked by 2 others on either side. The second mechanical battle maiden would provide support to intercept. Be cautious in facing the enemy. Commander, I have no issues here. What about the other 2 tainted beasts? The directions of the other 2 tainted beasts are coming from my side. Do not worry about me. Focus on swiftly eliminating the 3 tainted beasts that have appeared first. Understood. Just as Lin Nianxun was on her way to intercept at the location Yong Lin indicated, a massive insect, as large as a bull, suddenly lunged forth from behind the enormous vines. The steel thorn insect, a creature of ordinary rank, possessed a body as hard as steel, with sharp appendages capable of effortlessly piercing human flesh. The green slime it exhaled from its mandibles had mild corrosive properties. While not lethal, it could hinder movement. For the first time, Yong Lin truly beheld a real tainted beast in reality. This creature's combat prowess was indeed beyond expectations. Merely locking eyes with the steel thorn insect's blood-red, eagle-like gaze was enough to instill an overwhelming sense of pressure. As this colossal creature lunged forward, seemingly capable of crushing any unfortunate soul into a mere pulp, even the most novice of newcomers would find it difficult to suppress their trepidation. However, Lin Nianxun, charging ahead, felt no fear whatsoever. In her fully unleashed divine state, she transformed into a radiant beam of light, slicing through the surrounding air, while her scythe glimmered with an entrancing aura of death. As the 2 entities collided, a resounding clash echoed, sparks flying in all directions. The iron bug, aptly named for its unyielding steel-like exterior, proved formidable, Yet Lin Nianxun's scythe was no mere toy. After her initial encounter with the iron bug, she seized the nearby vines to catapult herself upward, launching a relentless assault. Her speed was unparalleled, rendering her a mere shadow, while the oncoming scythe, propelled by a tempestuous force, resembled a swirling vortex. The unfortunate iron bug struggled to unleash a stream of green slime, failing to even catch sight of Lin Nianxun. And under her powerful onslaught, its grotesque mandibles were utterly obliterated. With a spray of green ichor, the massive body of the iron bug plummeted to the ground. Devoid of life, the vanquishing of the ordinary-grade iron bug allowed Lin Nianxun to absorb its life force, increasing her spiritual energy capacity by 1. According to the world's rules, the defeat of a contaminated beast enhances the spiritual energy limits of both commanders and battle maidens. Albeit the extent of the enhancement varies based on individual conditions and the beast's level. Additionally, unlike commanders, battle maidens gain experience to elevate their own realms. However, this was not the moment for such considerations, as just after Lin Nianxun dispatched the first iron bug, 2 more had already closed in. As she prepared to confront both simultaneously, the second mechanical battle maiden arrived at her side. Under Yong Lin's command, the second mechanical battle maiden fired a magic energy cannon, deflecting one iron bug's attack trajectory before transitioning to melee combat with the same foe, alleviating some of Lin Nianxun's burden. The very purpose of bringing the mechanical battle maiden was to serve as a distraction. Neither Yong Lin nor Lin Nianxun expected it to slay the contaminated beasts. Now, with the assistance of the second mechanical battle maiden, Lin Nianxun could concentrate on eliminating the iron bug before her. Aware of the urgency and recognizing that the mechanical battle maiden was not a true battle maiden, Lin Nianxun unleashed her full might, relying on her extraordinary agility. She moved at high speed, striking from various angles and unleashing the scythe's potency in a series of relentless slashes against the second iron bug. To expedite the defeat of the iron bug, Lin Nianxun even invoked her unique core ability, the Whisper of the Abyss. Though the contaminated beasts were not human, the disorienting whispers akin to the murmurings of the undead left the iron bug bewildered, thus granting Lin Nianxun numerous opportunities to strike. In a fleeting moment, the 3-bladed legs of the second contaminated beast were severed, and its abdomen was viciously carved open by Lin Nianxun's scythe. Nianxun, I have ordered the second mechanical warrior to retreat and provide defense on my side. You shall engage in battle. Understood. With the demise of the second iron bug, the second mechanical warrior unleashed a magical cannon blast, driving away the entangled iron bug. In that instant of retreat, Lin Nianxun's scythe forcefully entered the battlefield. It was as though a celestial blade had descended, filling the surroundings with an overwhelming intent to kill. To an outside observer, the center of the battlefield was shrouded in the chilling gleam of the scythe, and among the 3 attacking contaminated beasts, the last remaining iron bug could not endure for long. First, it was struck in the face by Lin Nianxun, then it was kicked over, and ultimately, its entire body was cleaved in 2 by Lin Nianxun. However, the crisis was far from averted. The chaos of the battlefield attracted the attention of 2 nearby iron bugs, which appeared almost simultaneously on Yong Lin's left side. At this moment, Lin Nianxun was still quite distant. Beside Yong Lin stood only the returning second mechanical warrior and the agile first warrior, repurposed for travel and unable to engage in combat. This predicament left Li Zhenxing, the head of the observatory at the communications base, and the other staff members, drenched in cold sweat. The mechanical warriors had a casualty rate of 3-1 or 4-1 against ordinary contaminated beasts, and the situation was even direr against higher-level beasts. The question loomed, could the 2 mechanical warriors hold out long enough for Lin Nianxun to return? If not, Yong Lin was likely doomed. Chapter 31. Is this what they call helplessness? As Yong Lin's squad faced their foes, Li Zhenxing at the communications base, along with the esteemed elders and staff, were gripped with trepidation. Setting aside the other staff, how could Li Zhenxing and the elders remain unaware of the promising future that Yong Lin's squad held? Thus, they were desperate to avoid witnessing the demise of any member of Yong Lin's team. Soon after, they bore witness to Lin Nianxun's formidable onslaught. Her performance undoubtedly dazzled everyone at the communications base. Although she was assessed as an S-level warrior, facing 3 ordinary contaminated beasts in her novice stage typically spelled disaster. Yet in the heat of battle, Lin Nianxun proved not just ferocious, but overwhelmingly dominant, rendering the 3 contaminated beasts utterly powerless to retaliate. She was powerful, remarkably powerful. Her rapid and fierce display in the novice stage elicited admiration even from Li Jinxing, a seasoned 7th-tier commander. However, the battle was far from over. As the two incoming contaminated beasts launched an assault on Commander Yong Lin from the flank, the hearts of all present sank once more. For Lin Nianxun was unable to provide effective support in such a brief span of time. Would the two mechanical warriors be able to withstand until Lin Nianxun could return to their aid? If not, would it not mean that Yong Lin, this promising commander of the future, would meet a gruesome demise, leaving no trace behind? Regardless of how the communication base perceives the situation, Lin Nianxun, present on the battlefield, felt an overwhelming anxiety. Commander. These words were not a mere thought in her mind. They escaped her lips out of sheer worry. She summoned her vitality, striving to reach Yong Lin's side as swiftly as possible, yet this haste would still require a minimum of around 15 seconds. And in those 15 seconds, the colossal iron insect could devour Yong Lin multiple times. In stark contrast, Yong Lin remained composed, entirely unperturbed. Nianxun, do not lose your rhythm. I shall not perish. While he comforted Lin Nianxun through their mental connection, he simultaneously ordered the second mechanical battle maiden to unleash its full firepower in preparation to confront one of the contaminated beasts. As for himself, he raised the Sand Eagle's Eye, a specialized weapon bestowed upon commanders on the battlefield, and aimed it at another contaminated beast. The Sand Eagle's Eye is a small firearm that every commander takes into battle. Unlike ordinary bullets, its ammunition is crafted from the cores of contaminated beasts, rendering it exceedingly expensive. Even commanders on the battlefield are limited to 2 magazines, each containing 10 rounds. Additional ammunition is available for a price, but it is generally deemed unnecessary. While the Sand Eagle's Eye possesses offensive capabilities against contaminated beasts if it fails to strike at their weak points, the damage inflicted is minimal. For instance, the ordinary great iron insect before him would only sustain a few cracks on its tough exterior from the Sand Eagle's Eye, failing to impede its movements or inflict significant harm. Typically, the true necessity for a commander to utilize the Sand Eagle's Eye arises only in dire circumstances. Most often, they are shielded by their battle maidens, rendering such weaponry redundant. However, while other commanders may have their limitations, Yong Lin is an exception. Thus, the ensuing spectacle was not merely astonishing to the personnel at the communication base, including Li Jinxing. It was a moment that would etch Yong Lin's name among the true prodigies. Within the communication base, the observers witnessed the second mechanical battle maiden engage the enemy under Yong Lin's command. As anticipated, this valiant mechanical maiden was expected to falter against the formidable iron insect within mere seconds. Yet, astonishingly, it held its ground. Armed with a ship-slicing blade and operating at full capacity, this mechanical maiden managed to ensnare an iron insect. Furthermore, it appeared to grow increasingly ferocious with each attack, not only stalling the advance of the iron insect, but also forcing it to retreat. How could this be? When did the mechanical maiden's offensive capabilities become so formidable? Within the communication base, a chorus of astonishment erupted, with Li Jinxing himself adorned with a myriad of question marks hovering above his head. The two mechanical warriors sent to Yong Lin were rather unremarkable. How could they possibly withstand an ordinary-level corrupted beast in a one-on-one scenario? This sentiment was not unique to him. Everyone shared the same doubt. In essence, mechanical warriors are merely ordinary robots, lacking the capacity to feel pain or fear, and generally, they cannot compete with the agile movements of human warriors. No one anticipated that the second mechanical warrior possessed formidable explosive power, all attributable to Yong Lin's influence. While configuring them as polygonal fighters was not extraordinary, every mechanical warrior could be designed this way. What truly set Yong Lin apart was his ability to enhance their ship-slicing blades with attributes, bestowing them with benefits, and imbuing them with a fraction of the commander's temporary attributes. It was a unique capability exclusive to Yong Lin. It had been established that mechanical warriors were primarily meant for containment, and Yong Lin did not expect them to eliminate the corrupted beasts. The real threat had to come from him. Inside the communication base, everyone observed as the corrupted beast charged towards Yong Lin, while Lin Nianxun remained at a distance. With a hint of a smile on his lips, this man raised the Sand Eagle's Eye, seemingly unfazed by the imminent danger. Did he truly believe he could confront the corrupted beast with the Sand Eagle's Eye? Such a notion seemed overly naive. The high-speed corrupted beast would be challenging to lock onto, and striking its weak point would be nearly futile. Yet, what bred his confidence? Even at this critical moment, why did he still wear a smile? While many were anxious for Yong Lin's safety, he pondered how much psychic energy to channel into the Sand Eagle's eye and its ammunition. After mastering the manipulation of psychic energy, Yong Lin could infuse it into any object to create an explosive effect. Thus, his current dilemma was not whether he could withstand the onslaught of the iron bug, but rather how much psychic energy he could apply without obliterating it. He was acutely aware that his actions were being monitored by the communication base. The last thing he wanted was to shatter the oncoming iron bug with a single shot, as he would inevitably have to explain the situation upon his return. Questions would arise. How had the Sand Eagle's eye become so ferocious? As the commander, how had he achieved this? Was there a secret he could share with other commanders? Therefore, he needed to exercise caution. Under the influence of psychic manipulation, it was paramount to eliminate foes without excessive display. One must always retain a trump card. In Dragon City alone, being an administrative center comprising multiple cities, the official commanders and warrior squads totaled no less than 200, not including mercenary guilds and clandestine armed associations. If your squad lacked any trump cards and subsequently teamed up with others for commission hunts, you might find yourself oblivious to how your squad members perished or how your entire team was dismantled by another group. In a state of psychic manipulation, Yong Lin effortlessly locked onto the charging iron bug. From a reasonable distance, he could easily re-establish a lock on the creature's mandibles with the Sand Eagle's eye. With a resounding bang, the steel bug struck at its mouthpiece, expelled a green liquid, and flew backward like a broken kite, eliciting gasps of astonishment from everyone at the communication base. Bang bang. In rapid succession, Yong Lin's marksmanship proved impeccable as he fired 2 more shots into the already damaged mouthpiece of the retreating steel bug. This critical vulnerability being exploited with 3 consecutive shots left no doubt. Upon hitting the ground, the creature was undeniably dead. The onlookers at the communication base watched in horror, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Witnessing such a scene, who could fail to acknowledge Yong Lin's remarkable prowess? Without relying on a battle maiden, this novice commander, seemingly unarmed, had toppled a standard-grade corrupted beast. Who would believe such a feat? No, it should be 2 beasts. For at that moment, under the attentive gaze of all present, Yong Lin raised the Desert Eagle once more, aiming at another corrupted beast entangled with the first mechanical battle maiden. Bang bang. Accompanied by the frenzied finishing blows from the second mechanical battle maiden, this beast too met its inevitable demise. A profound silence enveloped the communication base as all witnessed this astonishing spectacle. Chapter 32. What it means to be utterly insane. Commander. As Lin Nianxun reached Yong Lin's side, her eyes darted to the nearby lifeless bodies of the 2 steel bugs, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Is this truly resolved? Yong Lin shrugged nonchalantly. What can I say? My aim is precise. Lin Nianxun felt a bit dazed. The steel bug was indeed a standard-grade corrupted beast, but it was undeniably swift when on the run. In such close quarters, locking onto the mouthpiece of a steel bug was no simple task, let alone achieving accurate shots from a distance. Nianxun, how does it feel to be on the battlefield for the first time? Were you frightened? Commander, could you refrain from portraying me as frail? She retorted. Although the steel bug appears fierce and possesses a hard shell, as long as the scale is not overwhelming, I remain unafraid. That is reassuring. I was worried you might struggle on your first battlefield. Your words put my mind at ease. Lin Nianxun nearly rolled her eyes, considering Yong Lin's remarks, as if he were not also experiencing his first battle. Furthermore, having concluded the skirmish with such ease was a rarity. While signaling Lin Nianxun to take a break, Yong Lin instructed the first and second mechanical battle maidens to collect the cores from 5 corrupted beasts. Although all were first-tier cores, if intact, they could fetch a considerable sum. As a commander, he needed to start learning to save money from this day forth. Otherwise, with an increasing number of battle maidens by his side, he feared he might not be able to support them all. Finally, he could not forget the most crucial task, the increase of his spiritual power. Having slain 5 steel bugs, Yong Lin had gained a total of 5 points in spiritual energy, bringing his current maximum to 555. Lin Nianxun had only gained a single point, yet that was already quite significant. Ultimately, the battle maidens aspire to significantly enhance their spiritual power limits, primarily relying on leveling up. For instance, when Lin Nianxun vanquished 5 iron worms, she garnered a considerable amount of experience. According to the experience gauge, To elevate her combat spirit from the 3rd to the 4th tier, defeating another 30 to 40 foes would suffice. Upon Lin Nianxun's breakthrough in level, a substantial increase in her spiritual power limit would ensue. Commander, based on the rules of engagement, should we choose not to partake in the ranking competition, we can exit the buffer zone after eliminating 5 pollution beasts. Competition, why not embrace it? I even plan to assist you in advancing your current level. Considering the time, a full day would undoubtedly be adequate. Lin Nianxun was at a loss for words. While others strive to return safely in their first skirmish, her commander, in contrast, was preoccupied with the elevation of the battle maiden's levels. Well, good fortune is indeed a positive occurrence. Moreover, from Lin Nianxun's perspective, being under the command of Yong Lin bestowed upon her an indescribable sense of reassurance. Returning to the battlefield, when it was reported that Team 37 encountered 5 pollution beasts, everyone anticipated their utter annihilation. However, as 5 minutes and then 10 minutes elapsed without any announcement of Team 37's demise from the communications base, speculation began to circulate among the teams. Could it be that the communications base had simply overlooked the report? While this was a possibility, it also suggested that Team 37 might possess formidable strength. Just how strong could they be? Faced with 5 pollution beasts, they reported no casualties, nor any injuries. Is it truly possible that our Longting War Academy harbors such a powerful team? In discussions of formidable teams, every squad inadvertently thought of one individual, Wang Dong, the sole S-level commander among this year's graduates. It was rumored that his team had contracted not only Lin Nianxun and Qin Si, both S-level battle maidens, but also another of equal caliber, with the remaining 4 battle maidens possessing A-level qualifications. If Wang Dong's team was indeed involved, then their success in dispatching 5 pollution beasts would seem entirely justifiable. Meanwhile, other squads speculated that Team 37 belonged to Wang Dong, and conversely, Wang Dong's team of 6 was also engaged in speculation. Throughout their journey, Wang Dong's squad had faced 2 encounters, the first with 2 iron worms, and the second with 1. With an S-level commander and S-level battle maidens at the helm, supported by 4 A-level maidens, the battles were indeed manageable. This ease undoubtedly bolstered the morale of the entire squad, particularly Zhang Ruotong, who increasingly felt as though she were the chosen one. Even if she were not, she could easily assume the role of a prominent supporting character. In summary, her decision to remain uncontracted with Yong Lin, a B-level commander, was the wisest choice of her life. Yong Lin, if there is blame to be placed, it lies with your inadequate qualifications. For you are unworthy of a contract with someone of my caliber. I had previously deceived you for an entire year, but what of it? Ultimately, we are not kindred spirits traversing the same world. Thoughts of Lin Nianxun flitted through Zhang Ruotong's mind, nearly provoking a laugh akin to a pig's squeal. That unfortunate woman, blind to reason, would forge a pact with a commander of mere B-grade caliber. Soon enough, it would be reported from the rear communication base that a certain team had suffered the complete annihilation of a commander, a battle maiden, and 2 mechanical battle maidens. Zhang Ruotong harbored no belief that Yong Lin could escort Lin Nianxun and the 2 mechanical battle maidens safely from the battlefield today. Attention all units. 2 unidentified entities are advancing towards our position. Prepare for combat. While Zhang Ruotong was lost in such chaotic thoughts, Commander Wang Dong had already issued a warning to the 5 battle maidens. The 5 battle maidens entered combat mode, confirming the presence of 2 ordinary-grade contaminated beasts. After exerting considerable effort, they ultimately vanquished the 2 beasts, igniting a renewed excitement within Zhang Ruotong. Behold, this is the prowess of an S-grade commander with whom one has forged a pact. Despite the significant distance separating them from the contaminated beasts, they were able to provide an early warning and prepare defenses. Would a B-grade commander possess such capability? Moreover, this marked the 3rd skirmish, and alongside the other 4 formidable battle maidens, they had flawlessly resolved each encounter. Zhang Ruotong felt her future gleaming with promise. Yet, which team was the infamous Team 37? Since the rear communication base first reported on Team 37, not only had they not suffered total loss, but they also continued to make headlines, displaying extraordinary activity. Almost at regular intervals, the situation reports from the rear communication base would mention them. Team 37 has entered an encounter, confirming 6 contaminated beasts. Team 37 is executing a raid, confirming 4 contaminated beasts. Team 37 has entered a defensive battle, confirming a small group of 9 contaminated beasts. Insanity. Team 37 was undoubtedly insane. Given their incessant encounters, it was clear that this team had penetrated deep into the buffer zone. Unlike other teams that embarked on their missions with trepidation, Team 37 was truly and utterly reckless. They had descended into the depths of the buffer zone, wreaking havoc. Some teams even took it upon themselves to tally the statistics. From the commencement of formal hostilities in the morning until around 3 p.m., Team 37 had reportedly slain a staggering 42 contaminated beasts, and they showed no signs of ceasing, relentlessly engaging in combat. Chapter 33. The Silhouette of a Stunning Woman Academy. Head Li Jinxing did not endorse Yong Lin's decision to bring Lin Nianxun into the battlefield with such fervor. Initially, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the loss of a promising talent. However, upon witnessing the duo's unyielding brilliance, his heart found solace. The remaining staff have finally come to understand why the head of the academy shows such keen interest in Team 37. It is indeed the dark horse that has emerged this year. Even from their outsider perspective, it is evident that if Team 37 can maintain steady progress, they are destined to secure a prominent position within the alliance in the future. The practical training for the graduates continues in an orderly manner. Occasionally, the main screen at the communication base displays incidents where certain teams suffer casualties due to immaturity or poor coordination. However, such occurrences are to be expected. Those who choose to become commanders or battle maidens must be prepared to confront life and death once they step onto the battlefield. Lacking this conviction, they might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. What right do they have to engage in warfare? Moreover, perhaps due to the head of the academy's buoyant spirits, the atmosphere within the communication base has become significantly more relaxed. While fulfilling their duties, some staff members have taken to wagering on whether Yong Lin's team can slay 100 contaminated beasts today. Their enthusiasm is palpable. Just then, the equipment responsible for communication suddenly emitted a series of crackling sounds, and the entire video display began to flicker and exhibit static. Observing this, the head of the academy, Li Jinxing, furrowed his brow in concern. What is happening? Where has the malfunction occurred? Head of the academy, it seems the signal in the buffer zone may be poor, came the reply. Address the issue immediately, prioritizing the observation of Team 37. Understood. Just as several staff members prepared to inspect the equipment, inexplicably, everything returned to normal. However, it was not entirely without issues. One team's image remained absent from the display. Head of the academy, it appears there is a situation with Team 17. Our communication equipment is unable to receive the signals from their Heaven's Eye chip. This buffer zone was tested prior to the operation. How could such severe signal interference have gone undetected? The staff members looked anxious. Indeed, no issues were found during testing. However, given the vastness of the buffer zone, it is somewhat unrealistic to expect a flawless examination. I understand. Let's urgently attempt to contact Team 17 and see if we can reach them. Yes, soon. An emergency call was broadcasted from the communication base, audible to everyone in the buffer zone except Team 17. Communication base calling Team 17, please respond. Team 17, please respond. The repeated urgent calls left all teams on the battlefield perplexed. What could have happened to Team 17? Is the communication base not capable of monitoring their images? Why the need for a call? After several unanswered calls, the communication staff had no choice but to consult the head of the academy once more. Head of the academy, it is likely that Team 17 has entered an area with a magnetic field causing signal interference. I suggest we wait a while before attempting to check or call again. Perhaps this is the case. Let us wait a moment for them to exit that area. Speaking of Team 17, it consists of 5 valiant female warriors. The 5 young ladies remain blissfully unaware that they have become missing persons at the communication base. At this moment, they are all quite exhilarated, for they have just successfully vanquished 2 more tainted beasts, bringing their total tally of slain beasts to over 10, with no casualties or injuries among them. The 5 are immensely pleased with their accomplishments. Just as they contemplate taking a brief respite before continuing their quest to slay more tainted beasts and enhance their ranking, the captain suddenly adopts a vigilant demeanor. Something is approaching us. Everyone, be cautious, she warns. Upon hearing this, the other 4 ladies begin to scan their surroundings. Captain, could it be that you are overreacting? Although we lack a commander and cannot sense the area broadly, our own instincts detect no unusual activity. One remarks, I feel nothing here either. Another adds, the captain ponders for a moment and replies, I cannot quite articulate it, but I sense something drawing near, albeit at a slow pace. Yet, it does not resemble a tainted beast. Could it be that our path has crossed with another team's? That is a possibility. Yet it is prudent to remain cautious, the captain advises. The other ladies nod in agreement, continuing their watchful observation. After a prolonged period of silence, as they begin to dismiss the captain's intuition as mere fancy, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly emerges from directly north of them. The steps are light and rhythmic, unmistakably human rather than a tainted beast. Who goes there? One of the team members calls out, hoping for a response. However, the footsteps abruptly cease, leaving them in silence. Which team are you from? Or are you a staff member? Why do you not respond? She calls out again, but still receives no reply from the depths of the forest. The 5 members of Team 17 are now filled with confusion. What is happening? Why does the other party not reply? Are they playing a game of hide and seek on the battlefield? Captain, should we not investigate? I am genuinely curious about who is lurking about. Indeed, if they are human, then let us proceed with caution, the captain agrees. The 5 members of Team 17 each take up their blade and carefully approach the dense thicket ahead. Soon, they catch sight of a slender figure partially concealed behind a massive vine-covered tree. The silhouette is strikingly tall, and the exposed portions of her shoulder, arm, and thigh are remarkably fair and luminous. Although they cannot see her face, it is evident that she is a breathtaking beauty. Hey, what are you doing here alone? Where's your team? Why aren't you with them? A member of Team 17, her impatience palpable, inquired, but received no response. Suppressing her rising anger, she strode forward, repeating her question. To everyone's astonishment, before she could finish her second inquiry, a glint of cold light flashed from ahead. This icy gleam sliced through the air like a crescent moon. The girl from Team 17 didn't even have time to summon her shadowy form before the chilling arc cleaved her from top to bottom. What nonsense is this? Witnessing such a scene, the remaining 4 members of Team 17 were engulfed in rage and despair. Just moments ago, their comrade had fought alongside them, only to be abruptly severed by an unidentified assailant. Almost simultaneously, the other 4 members erupted into a state of divine fury, rushing toward the depths of the vine-covered forest where the girl had disappeared. However, what awaited them was an even more ferocious wave of cold light. Blood blossomed repeatedly amidst the thicket, and soon, silence enveloped the area. All that remained were the grotesquely shattered bodies scattered across the ground, alongside a stunning silhouette leisurely walking deeper into the woods. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an ethereal black mist swirling around that exquisite figure. Chapter 34. The Forbidden Battle Maiden within the communications base. The screens for Team 17 abruptly returned to normal. However, before the staff could exhale in relief, the sight that met their eyes caused them to collectively gasp in horror. 5 battle maidens lay lifeless, their bodies mangled. Due to the angle at which the communicator had fallen, the Eye of Heaven chip was still operational but failed to reveal the entirety of the scene. Had they encountered a pollution beast? No, the only pollution beast here was the Steel Devourer, which, despite its lethal nature, would never leave such cleanly severed corpses. At that moment, the Academy head, Li Jinxing, was seething with rage. The images on the screen were unmistakably not the work of a pollution beast. They were evidently human-made. Headmaster, we previously experienced signal interference. Team 17 had sent 2 urgent messages. Someone reported. Quickly, decrypt and analyze what Team 17 was trying to communicate. After a flurry of activity, 1 minute later, the delayed messages from Team 17 were decrypted. Help me. Save me. She isn't human. The communications room fell into a heavy silence. The staff too frightened to breathe. The expression on Academy head Li Jinxing's face grew increasingly grave. Headmaster, do you discern any meaning in this? A staff member ventured. I have my suspicions, but it shouldn't be possible. Why would such a thing be near Longting City? With a tremor of courage, another staff member asked, Headmaster, what exactly is it? I can only speculate, and frankly, you may not comprehend what I have to say. For the sake of safety, all combat teams are to be led by the Academy head. The location of Team 49 has also been compromised, mirroring the earlier predicament of Team 17. Li Jinxing clenched his teeth, pondering whether his Longting City had drawn the short straw. He issued an urgent command to conclude today's assessment 3 hours ahead of schedule, instructing all combat teams to evacuate immediately, allowing no delay in the buffer zone. After arranging matters in the communications room, Li Jinxing hurriedly exited, calling out a name, Mei Ying. Commander. In the blink of an eye, a woman appeared before him like a specter. Meiying, though merely conjecture, I suspect that something sinister has emerged within the buffer zone. I have already dispatched the coordinates to you. You must proceed at once to assist the nearby team. If you encounter that entity, eliminate it if possible, but prioritize your own survival and retreat. Meiying hesitated, a look of astonishment crossing her features. Could it be that a forbidden war maiden has manifested in the buffer zone? How is that possible? It is merely speculation. A previous team was annihilated, and one of their members proclaimed in their final moments that she was not human. Clearly, the opponent resembled humanity, and the only entities that fit that description would be those. Meiying nodded, understanding. I shall head to the coordinates indicated by the commander for rescue immediately. Hopefully. Your conjecture is incorrect. Even I am reluctant to confront such beings. Indeed, exercise caution. I too wish my assumptions were erroneous. Suddenly, an emergency evacuation order was issued from the communications base, dampening Yong Lin's previously high spirits as he wandered in the buffer zone. What had transpired? Had the situation in the entire buffer zone deteriorated abruptly? Beside him, Lin Nianxun brushed aside her loose strands of hair and remarked, "Who knows?" Given the urgent tone from the communications base, it must be something serious. Moreover, this follows the complete obliteration of Team 17, perhaps related to their demise. That would be disastrous. I had intended to slay at least 100 contaminated beasts, but how many have we actually defeated now? We have dispatched a total of 63 steelbug beasts, and thanks to the commander, my rank has ascended to the 4th tier of battle spirit. It is still far from sufficient, and such a convenient opportunity may not present itself again. Yong Lin felt considerable dissatisfaction. Why, you ask? The buffer zone has been processed, leaving only ordinary-level contaminated beasts for hunting. And ordinary-level beasts are precisely suitable for the hunt. As for subsequent tasks and commissions, who would be so benevolent as to sort out the formidable contaminated beasts, leaving only the easier prey for you to kill? Commander, do not dwell on regrets. The communications base would not issue such a directive without cause. There must indeed be a significant situation prompting the emergency evacuation order. In our current state of vulnerability, it is prudent to refrain from reckless actions and instead retreat in compliance. Nianxun, what do you perceive me as, some brash fool? To jeopardize both myself and the valiant warriors surrounding me for the sake of fleeting gains is an act I shall never commit. Moreover, the communications base is under the direct supervision of the esteemed head of the academy. Our retreat has undoubtedly received his sanction. Thus, we must hasten our departure from this buffer zone. Among those who share a similar sense of discontent with Yong Lin is Team 9, led by the sole S-rank commander, Wang Dong. The reason for Team 9's discontent is evident. They have been spurred on by the remarkable feats of Team 37. As the most formidable unit, it is impossible for the 6 members of Team 9 to remain unaffected by the resounding successes of Team 37. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Team 9 possesses considerable strength. With the support of their S-rank commander and the prowess of their 5 warriors, they have the capacity to charge forth, provided they do not encounter a horde of more than 6 monstrous pollutants. Fueled by their competitive spirit, the 6 members in the buffer zone exerted themselves to the utmost, achieving the remarkable feat of slaying 26 pollutants before the emergency command was issued. Their accomplishments far surpassed those of other teams, who managed only 10 or 8 kills, thus securing their place as celebrated champions of the battlefield. However, with the urgent evacuation order in effect, there was little left to discuss. Retreat was the only option. An urgent notification echoed. Team 49 was in peril, and the nearest unit, Team 9, was instructed to evacuate swiftly. Team 9, please respond. Team 9, please respond. Team 9 acknowledges. We are currently retreating at full speed. Upon hearing Commander Wang Dong's response, a sense of dread enveloped the team. Although the specifics of the crisis remained unclear, the urgency conveyed by the communications base suggested that the situation was dire. Reflecting upon the recent annihilation of Team 17 and the potential fate of Team 49, Zhang Ruotong was particularly shaken. Contracted with Wang Dong, she had ventured into battle aspiring to become the destined daughter, at the very least. She aimed for the role of a secondary heroine. The thought of facing misfortune now left her feeling utterly desolate. However, as fate would have it, their fears materialized. Commander Wang Dong and the rest of the team had scarcely returned when they were met with piercing cries for help. Help! Someone stop her! I can no longer be a warrior. I refuse to be a warrior any longer. The last two members of Team 49 were desperately fleeing for their lives. Yet, as a chilling light glimmered behind them, the 6 members of Wang Dong's team could only watch in horror as the fleeing warriors were mercilessly torn apart in an instant by a barrage of lethal strikes. What transpired? How could these valiant warriors fall so easily to slaughter? As a gust of wind swept through, Zhang Ruotong regained her senses to find a hazy figure standing before their team. In a moment of sheer chaos, a battle maiden's head soared into the air, and another's body was instantly torn asunder. Zhang Ruotong instinctively attempted to retreat, but suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. My right leg is gone. How could this happen? I had aspired to be the heroine, even if only the second female lead. Perhaps it was the excruciating pain, or perhaps the rush of anger that caused Zhang Ruotong to faint on the spot. Chapter 35. This girl is quite extraordinary within the buffer zone. Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun, accompanied by 2 mechanical battle maidens, were hastily making their way back. Earlier, their desire to eliminate more pollution beasts had led them deeper than intended, prolonging their return journey. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the distant northeast. Intrigued by the commotion, Yong Lin glanced over several times during their return. What could have happened over there? Lin Nianxun also peered in that direction and replied, "It's unclear. The distance is simply too great." Yong Lin extended his perception, striving to discern the situation, but soon, an invisible barrier obstructed his awareness. Surely not. Can even my perception be hindered? Yet, I can faintly hear sounds akin to the clash of swords. Could it be that a battle is underway? As soon as Yong Lin uttered these words, another explosion resonated from the northeast. Even from afar, they could witness the immense devastation sweeping through the vast Tongling. The sounds resembling clashing blades intensified. "Commander, we should leave quickly. Something significant may have occurred in the buffer zone." I share that sentiment. Indeed, it is prudent to depart post-haste. The disturbances from the northeast appeared swift, both in their onset and cessation. Within 2 minutes of Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun setting off again with the mechanical battle maidens, the tumult subsided. Although they were perplexed about what had transpired, they dared not approach the northeast out of caution. However, their reluctance to draw near did not guarantee their evasion of the impending storm. After a spell, a sudden gust of wind swept toward them, and a figure materialized ahead on their path home. In that instant, Yong Lin felt a chill run down his spine, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Nianxun, wait." Faced with this unexpected situation, Yong Lin urgently called for Lin Nianxun to halt. "Commander, there seems to be a girl up ahead." Indeed, there was a girl before them, clearly gravely injured. Her body was smeared with blood, and she was hunched over, gasping for breath against a tangre tree. However, it wasn't long before she collapsed onto the ground, motionless. Has this girl fainted? It was at this moment that Yong Lin's sense of unease began to gradually dissipate. Instinct cautioned him that the unconscious girl ahead was not to be trifled with, for otherwise, his mind and body would not have reacted so sharply. Lin Nianxun found himself at a loss. "Commander, what shall we do now?" "Even if you were to ask me, I would remain equally perplexed. In any case, for our safety, it would be prudent to distance ourselves from her." At that moment, an urgent call suddenly crackled through the communicator. Team 37, please respond. Please respond. However, the audio of this urgent message seemed to be interfered with, accompanied by a crackling static. Yet, it was still somewhat audible. Team 37, received. Thankfully, you are safe for now. Listen closely, your situation is perilous. We can no longer observe your visuals, but we are fortunate that emergency communications still reach you. Your coordinates have been forwarded to the rescue team. In any case, evacuate the area and return to base swiftly, avoiding any contact with contaminated beasts or unidentified life forms. The communication base seemed to have said more, but the urgent call abruptly cut off. Strangely, even the signal was lost. Yong Lin felt somewhat helpless. Regardless, they needed to maneuver around the girl ahead with Lin Nianxun. Just as they had taken a few steps, Number 2. Yong Lin's nerves jolted. The emergency command had been issued. The modified mech, Number 2, immediately drew its blade and surged forward with all its might towards the girl who had just collapsed. It turned out that the girl had already regained her footing, and the crescent blade in her hand suddenly launched an attack towards them. The air around them quivered with the tremendous force of the released crescent blade. Fortunately, the Number 2 mech managed to withstand the onslaught, albeit losing an arm in the process, yet it pressed on, undeterred, towards the girl. Lacking any finesse, under Yong Lin's command, The number 2 mech adopted a reckless approach. Alas, despite her grievous injuries, the girl's strength remained formidable. The crescent blade she had thrown transformed into 2, swiftly dismantling the number 2 mech in the process. Damn it! Yong Lin had originally intended for the number 2 mech to hold the line, while he and Lin Nianxun made a hasty retreat aboard the number 1 mech. Now, it was as if the number 2 mech had vanished entirely. Witnessing the girl preparing to charge again, Yong Lin was left with no choice but to issue another command. Number 1. Forget about transportation for now. First, block the danger. The number 1 mech, agile and modified by Yong Lin, although lacking significant combat capabilities, was still a robot, impervious to pain and fear. Its extraordinary speed allowed it to close the distance to the girl rapidly, buying Yong Lin precious time once more. To speak of seizing time is not to flee, but rather to analyze and create opportunities. The origins of the girl before me remain shrouded in mystery. Her skeletal mask is utterly absurd, and upon closer inspection, an ethereal black mist seems to surround her. It is unclear who she had battled moments ago, but it is evident that her injuries have significantly diminished her combat prowess. By instinctive judgment, Yong Lin perceives a tangible danger emanating from the girl with the skeletal mask. One that is considerable, yet not fatal. As the first mechanical battle maiden valiantly defends against the girl, Yong Lin refrains from allowing Lin Nianxun to intervene. Instead, he raises the Desert Eagle. Bang! A bullet strikes fiercely against the mask of the skeletal girl. Indeed, Yong Lin aims for a headshot. This strike possesses tremendous power. The mana-infused bullet capable of shattering even the mightiest of foes. Remarkably, the girl's head remains unscathed, possibly due to the resilience of the mask. Yet the force of the impact sends her reeling backward. Seizing the moment of her vulnerability, Yong Lin, taking advantage of the first mechanical battle maiden's resilience against the skeletal girl's onslaught, fires 2 more mana-infused rounds. Unable to target her head accurately in this moment, both bullets strike her corporeal form. The skeletal girl is truly unfortunate, akin to a fragile boat adrift in tumultuous waves. Once she crashes heavily to the ground, she manages to rise, but it is clear that, after forcibly dismantling the first mechanical battle maiden, she is now at her wit's end. Yet, even in this state, she appears intent on surging forward. Commander, concerned for Yong Lin's safety, Lin Nianxun, fully unleashing her divine state, instinctively positions herself in front of him. However, at this moment, she receives an unprecedented command from Yong Lin. Chapter 36. The Unfortunate Commander. Commander, I am your commander. You must heed my words. Lin Nianxun is utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why her commander would take such a perilous risk. Clearly, the girl with the skeletal mask has gathered her strength, charging forth with all her might. Yet Yong Lin instructs her to step aside for the final blow. Is he concerned for my safety? But I am a battle maiden. How can I stand behind the commander? Though she contemplates defying the order. Upon witnessing the disdain in Yong Lin's gaze towards the skeletal girl and the confidence etched upon his face, she promptly relinquishes her rebellious thoughts. Although she has recently forged a contract with Yong Lin, she recognizes his extraordinary nature. There must be a reason behind his actions. As a battle maiden, it is her duty to obediently follow the commander's commands. As the skeletal girl closes in, Lin Nianxun perceives yet another phenomenon. Both she and her commander, Yong Lin, suddenly find themselves enveloped in a protective barrier reminiscent of a transparent eggshell. The instinctual feedback indicated that the commander had employed an artifact known as the Stone of Resistance, capable of unequivocally repelling a single lethal attack of any form. Meanwhile, Yong Lin had raised the Desert Eagle's eye. So, this was the reason he allowed me to gather all my strength for the final strike. Lin Nianxun finally comprehended Yong Lin's intentions. Her task was indeed quite straightforward. It was to deliver the coup de grace with her scythe of death as Yong Lin's Desert Eagle's eye unleashed a point-blank assault upon the visage of the skeletal masked maiden. Before them, 2 crescent moons intertwined, transforming into a singular solar orb. The overwhelming pressure and formidable offensive power were palpable, revealing that even gravely injured, the skeletal masked maiden possessed extraordinary prowess. Regrettably for her, Yong Lin, having sustained no injuries from her onslaught, seized the opportunity to fire another bullet directly at her face. This shot was imbued with a greater surge of spiritual energy than the previous 3, shattering half of the mask adorning her face. One might expect a grotesque and fearsome countenance hidden beneath that mask, But to his astonishment, even with only half her face revealed, she retained an undeniable beauty, rivaling Lin Nianxun, the campus belle, and Jiang Liue, the enchanting instructor. At that moment, Lin Nianxuan's fully charged scythe of death descended, accompanied by a torrential downpour of blood. The skeletal masked maiden's body was once more hurled through the air. Despite the savage assault she had endured, the fact that her form remained unbroken or severed spoke volumes of her formidable constitution. System notification. Huh? A system notification at this moment? Lin Nianxun had intended to capitalize on her momentum and eradicate the skeletal masked maiden entirely, but Yong Lin intervened. One might wonder why he halted her. The absurdity of the system notification was the sole reason. It detected that this unidentified life form possessed exceptional qualities and was completely unguarded, presenting a slight chance to contract this enigmatic entity as a battle maiden host. Hearing this system prompt left Yong Lin bewildered. Although the skeletal masked maiden appeared to be a stunning figure, the designation of unidentified life form implied she was certainly not human. It turned out that the commander system could not only contract ordinary battle maidens, but also these mysterious entities. This was indeed a monumental discovery. Moreover, if such a powerful being could be harnessed for his purposes, Yong Lin was thoroughly intrigued, regardless of her humanity, if she could be utilized to his advantage. He felt compelled to explore this opportunity. As Yong Lin strode purposefully toward the skeletal masked maiden, Lin Nianxun, though uncertain of his intentions, dared not be negligent. At the very least, she needed to remain vigilant against any potential retaliation from her. Observing the maiden still struggling to rise from the ground, Yong Lin discreetly initiated a forceful contract. Due to the enigmatic nature of the other party, the probability of success was exceedingly low. However, it was precisely this minuscule chance that stirred an unusual excitement within Yong Lin. It was imperative to succeed. It must succeed. A message flashed. The contract has encountered an obstacle. Please be patient, host. No. This notification further perplexed Yong Lin. Success or failure? What did waiting signify? At that moment, Yong Lin contemplated examining the condition of the mysterious girl to see if he could unlock some new intelligence. Heaven knows, the skeletal masked girl suddenly erupted into action. Be careful. Lin Nianxun reacted swiftly, the scythe of death descending upon her. Nonetheless, the skeletal masked girl, after her outburst, evidently had no intention of attacking. After barely defending against Lin Nianxuan's strike, she retreated a considerable distance. Then, she stood still, gazing at Yong Lin for a few moments before swiftly vanishing into the depths of the buffer zone. Wait, don't go. Yong Lin felt a surge of urgency. The system had yet to confirm the success of the contract. Moreover, the other party had fled. Did this not imply a failure of the contract? After all, encountering such an exquisite and enigmatic life form only for her to escape was an unbearable thought. Observing Yong Lin's demeanor, Lin Nianxun remarked in disbelief, "Commander, have you lost your mind? While it is regrettable we could not slay her, you needn't display such longing." "It's not longing. I intended to contract her as a battle maiden," Yong Lin replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Nianxun shivered slightly. "She doesn't seem human. Do you truly dare? But she is formidable. If she could join our team, imagine how much smoother our future endeavors could be," Yong Lin argued. "It's just unfortunate that you see the outcome. It resulted in failure. I don't believe having a non-human in our ranks would be beneficial. Even if a contract could be established, who knows when she might turn against us." Lin Nianxun countered. "Enough. Since it has failed, we should depart." As they spoke of leaving, Yong Lin couldn't help but glance at the two shattered mechanical battle maidens on the ground. Both he and Lin Nianxun now recognized a pressing concern. "Nianxun, do you think the academy head will require us to compensate for these two mechanical battle maidens?" "Surely not." As he offered this assistance voluntarily, she replied, "But what if we do need to compensate? I recall that a single mechanical battle maiden sells for around 100,000. Two would amount to approximately 200,000. Lin Nianxun pondered briefly before nodding. "That does seem to be the price. Considering we've slain so many pollution beasts today. How many intact cores do you estimate we have, and how many are damaged? How much do you think we could sell them for?" Yong Lin asked. "There are only a little over 30 intact ones. Since they are low tier, combined with the fragmented ones, we might manage to sell them for around 11,000 to 12,000. At this, Yong Lin felt a surge of frustration. He had anticipated a bountiful return from the battlefield, yet it seemed he might return burdened with a debt of 190,000. Alas, am I truly that unfortunate? In this predicament, it is not merely a matter of sustaining the battle maiden. I fear I may struggle to support myself. Chapter 37. She, a forbidden entity of the world? For the moment, let us not dwell on the two shattered mechanical battle maidens. Our immediate priority is to return home. With the mechanical battle maiden that had been burdened with carrying Yong Lin now in ruins, Lin Nianxun took the initiative to approach Yong Lin, turning her back to him and half-squatting down. Come up. Upon observing the graceful curvature of Lin Nianxuan's bent form and the tautness of her silhouette, Yong Lin momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Come up. Given that we have ventured so deeply into the buffer zone, relying on your pace, Commander, it would take at least over an hour to walk back. If you don't come up, Commander, do you intend to walk back on your own? It dawned on Yong Lin. This come up referred to that very action. Meanwhile, Lin Nianxun, upon hearing Yong Lin's elongated O, instantly grasped the implication. Her delicate visage flushed a vibrant crimson, an enchanting blend of white and red. Commander, were you just contemplating something indecent? I was not. Still denying it? What was that drawn-out O about? I was merely deep in thought, Nianxun. You know me. I am not that kind of person. Seeing Lin Nianxun extend such goodwill, Yong Lin could not let her efforts go to waste. With a decisive motion, he laid himself upon her back. In this intimate position, he could not only hear her breath, but also catch a clear glimpse of the fair skin of her neck from behind. For some inexplicable reason, the delicate neck revealed beneath her flowing hair exuded an irresistible allure and sensuality. Commander, where are your hands going? Being carried by a girl for the first time? Yong Lin lacked experience. Realizing Lin Nianxuan's words, he quickly wrapped his arms around her waist and adjusted his hands downward. Listen to me, Nianxun. I am not that kind of person, I assure you. You truly are a handful, Commander. Nevertheless, we must return. Prepare yourself. I am about to enter Shadow Spirit mode. Just as Lin Nianxun was about to activate her Shadow Spirit state to flee with Yong Lin, a figure suddenly materialized before them, appearing as if conjured from thin air, catching them completely off guard. Almost simultaneously, both Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun shivered involuntarily. Their first thought was whether the skeletal maiden had returned or if a second one had emerged. Regardless of which scenario it was, both were fraught with peril. Fortunately, the figure before them bore no malice or intent to harm and turned out to be a strikingly beautiful older sister. Yong Lin, Lin Nianxun. It's wonderful to see that you two are safe. Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun were quite perplexed. Who are you? I am a battle maiden by the side of the Academy Chief. You may call me Phantom. My presence here is due to the pursuit of a dangerous entity. A dangerous entity. Upon hearing this, both Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun instinctively thought of the skeletal girl that had previously escaped. Phantom continued. By the looks on your faces, you haven't truly encountered such a ghastly creature, have you? Yong Lin uncertainly inquired. Are you referring to the girl with the skeletal mask? Indeed, you have encountered her, Phantom replied, her expression initially tense, but soon relaxing. It is truly fortunate that you two are unharmed. Otherwise, I would be at a loss when reporting to my commander. At Phantom's behest, Lin Nianxun carried Yong Lin, and the trio swiftly made their way back through the buffer zone. During their journey, Phantom recounted the current situation. It turned out she had been dispatched by the Academy Chief specifically to provide aid in the buffer zone battlefield, due to the emergence of the dangerous entity. 5 battle maidens from Squad 17 had been slaughtered, along with the commander and 5 battle maidens from Squad 49. Had she not arrived in time, the commander and the remaining battle maidens of Squad 9 would have faced total annihilation. In Phantom's own words, it was fortunate she arrived when she did, otherwise, the sole S-rank commander of the Academy this year would certainly have perished on the spot. Nonetheless, 2 battle maidens from Squad 9 had already lost their lives, one of whom had her right leg gruesomely shattered. On Yong Lin's side, he informed Phantom of their encounter with the dangerous entity, even mentioning that they had lost 2 mechanical battle maidens, yet the entity ultimately escaped. Upon hearing this, Phantom's expression turned apologetic. I am truly sorry. I did not foresee that the escape route of the dangerous entity would intersect with yours. It is a relief that you are both unharmed. I cannot bear to imagine how I would explain your misfortune to my commander. Listening to Phantom, Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun could hardly suppress their astonishment. The Academy Chief was a 7th-tier commander. If he desired power, controlling a territory would be as effortless as child's play. Moreover, this Phantom was a 7th-tier battle maiden. Do you comprehend the significance of that? In a fantastical realm, she might be just a tier below an empress. Yet she was undoubtedly qualified to be the right-hand ally of such a sovereign. The academy chief was a robust pillar, even if one possessed their own advantages. Who wouldn't he wish to cling to a sturdy support in the early stages of development? Who would reject a path that promised smooth and prosperous advancement? Phantom. What exactly is this dangerous entity? When Nianxun and I encountered it earlier, we were truly taken aback. As they continued their hurried journey, Phantom's demeanor and tone shifted to one of grave seriousness. That dangerous entity is a taboo existence in this world. To put it bluntly, it is fortunate that this entity is currently not very powerful. It is speculated that it has only just awakened recently, and not for long. If left undetected, years or even decades later, it would be akin to a child playing, should she wish to raise an entire city alone. A chill inevitably coursed through Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun. In today's world, an alliance has been formed. Yet the rampant pollution beasts render humanity's survival predominantly centered around fortified cities. Naturally, even the most dilapidated of cities would be heavily fortified. Within these cities, elite military forces composed of ordinary humans, along with dozens of commanders or battle princess squads, are standard, not to mention the mercenary guilds and various clandestine armed factions present. It is difficult to fathom the sheer terror of a dangerous entity capable of effortlessly toppling a city. At this moment, Lin Nianxun spoke up, Sister Phantom. You mentioned that this dangerous entity is a global taboo. Surely it possesses a name? What manner of existence is it? How does it come into being? And why is it so terrifying? Such matters typically belong to the secrets of the upper echelons. I understand your curiosity and confusion, but as a battle princess, I cannot divulge too much. However, if you wish, you may inquire with my commander when you meet him. I am certain he would be more than willing to explain. Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun, indeed perplexed and intrigued, resolved to ask the academy principal about the nature of this dangerous entity. Chapter 38. The two leading beauties and the charming mentor. Due to Lin Nianxun's influence, Yong Lin returned to the safety zone after a little over 20 minutes. Sister Phantom mentioned her need to report to the academy principal and departed ahead of him. The two took a moment to rest at the temporary outpost established in the safety zone. During this time, other squads gradually returned. Yet, the atmosphere in the temporary resting outpost had shifted dramatically from the exuberance and pride displayed by the squads before their deployment. The battlefield is merciless. Once one steps onto the battlefield, they risk being consumed by it at any moment. Witnessing the bodies being carried back by the logistical medical personnel from the buffer zone, nearly all were in a state of utter devastation, a sight deeply tragic. Confronted with this scene, Yong Lin was naturally filled with profound emotions. Strength. Whether one aims to survive in this world or to ascend, formidable strength is imperative. Lacking strength, one cannot even protect those around them, let alone achieve great feats. He did not want to find himself on the battlefield one day, only to witness the demise of himself and the battle princesses by his side, ultimately becoming mere dust in the annals of history. Hence, I must grow stronger, and I must ensure that the battle princesses who follow me become stronger as well. Yong Lin resolved silently. After resting for approximately 15 minutes, a figure hurriedly approached the temporary resting outpost. It was Jiang Liue. Her exquisite features were etched with anxiety, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead from her rushed arrival. Yong Lin, Nianxun. Seeing that Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun were unharmed, Jiang Liue could not help but pull them into her embrace, allowing them to experience her magnificent demeanor. Sister Liue, we are perfectly fine. Nianxun and I have fared well. Yong Lin reassured her. Indeed, our cooperation on the battlefield was commendable. But what about you, Sister Liue? Weren't you supposed to be in the city? Jiang Liue sighed in relief. I was initially waiting for you both within the city, but out of concern for your safety, I voluntarily requested to assist with logistics for this operation. Just a moment ago, I was tallying the casualties from this mission, and I was utterly terrified to hear about the unexpected situations that arose. Lin Nianxun affectionately clung to Jiang Liue's arm, saying, It's all right, Sister Liue. Look, Yong Lin and I have returned safely, haven't we? Yes, as long as you are back safe, that is what matters, Jiang Liue composed herself, her tone tinged with melancholy. I never anticipated that this year's graduates would face such absurd circumstances in their practical combat. Do you know that the number of fallen commanders and battle maidens has reached 62, with the severely injured tallying up to nearly 80? Yong Lin was taken aback. Is the casualty rate truly so high? That's nearly 1/3. Jiang Liue shot Yong Lin a reproachful glance. Do you think stepping onto the battlefield is a mere game? One misstep could lead to death, and in a more tragic scenario, one's remains might end up in the belly of a contaminated beast. This year, our Longting Academy sent nearly 300 graduates to the battlefield, excluding the 80 who succumbed or were grievously injured. If we can retain even 100 of the remaining two-thirds to serve as commanders and battle maidens, that would be quite remarkable. Yong Lin certainly comprehended Jiang Liue's words. When they first awakened, especially those with considerable potential, who among the young men and women did not envision themselves as destined heroes, as children of destiny, who would not wish to showcase their prowess on the battlefield and rise to prominence. However, once they set foot on the battlefield, confronted with the terror of the contaminated beasts, witnessing the tragic demise of comrades, and feeling their own helplessness, the mindset could shatter, leading to a halt in their growth on the battlefield. Yong Lin. Yes, Sister Liue, your expression is quite complex. Is there something you wish to convey to me? Indeed. I was once your mentor, cautioning you about the dangers of the battlefield. You might have dismissed my words as the naivete of youth. But now, as your battle maiden, I must ask, Commander, having experienced the battlefield firsthand, are your dreams and convictions still steadfast? And are you prepared to pursue them unflinchingly? Faced with this question, Yong Lin could not help but smile. Sister Liue, no, Liue, I want to assure you and Nianxun that my resolve remains unshaken. In the future, I will become a legendary commander and personally place the contract ring on your and Nianxun's hands. This is my dream and my promise to you. Splendid. Now that you've expressed your aspirations so fervently, I shall prepare a delightful meal tonight to honor you and Nianxun. Ah, Lin Nianxun exclaimed in astonishment, Sister Liue, you can cook? Jiang Liue smiled confidently and replied, who are you underestimating? My culinary skills are unparalleled, rivaling those of any esteemed chef. Just wait and see. You might end up swallowing your own tongue from delight. That sounds splendid. From now on, the cooking for our little team will be under your capable hands, Sister Liue. Indeed, I echo Yong Lin's sentiments. You too. Do you take me for a mere housekeeper? Jiang Liue retorted playfully. Liue, I command you to prepare meals for your commander every day. Otherwise, I shall impose a fitting punishment upon you. Get lost. Jiang Liue couldn't help but scoff, as if, instead of pondering how to flatter me, shouldn't you consider the future development of our team? When it comes to the future of the team, that is certainly worth contemplating. Although the team name, Longmen Brigade, has been established, there are currently only 2 Valkyries. To truly live up to the name, we must contract another Valkyrie. Lin Nianxun is a celestial gem, while Jiang Liue was an unexpected delight. Hence, we must proceed with caution when seeking our next contract. The qualifications must be exceptional, with tremendous potential for growth, so that they may shine even brighter by our side. Yong Lin, Nianxun, I have reviewed your combat results, and you both are significantly ahead. Upon returning to the city, Yong Lin will officially be promoted to a Tier 1 commander. With that title, attracting a 3rd Valkyrie will become much more feasible. Sister Liue. Yong Lin, speaking of a 3rd Valkyrie, I have a recommendation. Who? My dear friend Chini, who also possesses S-grade qualifications. However, whether she will acknowledge Yong Lin and sign a contract depends on our commander's ability and charm. Chini, an S-grade Valkyrie, is renowned alongside Lin Nianxun as one of the 2 beauties of the Longting War Academy. Hearing Lin Nianxun speak so highly of her made Yong Lin's interest peak. Moreover, considering the prospect of having 2 stunning beauties and a mature, culinary-savvy mentor as part of his team, how could he not feel fortunate? Yong Lin, do not get carried away with fanciful thoughts. Chini has many admirable qualities, yet she is rather stubborn. If she does not acknowledge you, even the king himself would be of no help. Oh, I see. When might we meet her? Soon, perhaps within this week. Understood. In the meantime, I shall first seek to upgrade my title as commander and then await Chini's arrival. Currently, with Valkyries on his mind, Yong Lin unconsciously recalled the earlier forced contract. The skeletal masked girl, an enigmatic life form, though it was not stated that the contract was successful. Neither was it declared a failure. This time, Yong Lin instinctively accessed the Valkyrie panel within the system. Upon seeing an additional Valkyrie page alongside those of Lin Nianxun and Jiang Liue, his eyes widened in surprise. Note: daily updates will be scheduled for 3 p.m., with a minimum of 2 chapters released together, without separation. If there are many readers, we shall ensure a minimum of 3 chapters daily. should the data remain favorable. 4 or 5 chapters will become the norm. By the way, I kindly ask my brothers to click on the update request at the end. Thank you. Chapter 39. The Forbidden Battle Maiden. The world's taboo. On the interface designated for battle maidens within the system, an additional page has undeniably appeared. Typically, 3 pages would signify a contract with 3 battle maidens. Yet, in reality, only Lin Nianxun and Jiang Liue are present. Furthermore, is it not peculiar that this 3rd page displays such enigmatic details? The name consists of 3 question marks, the qualifications 3 question marks, the abilities 3 question marks, everything shrouded in mystery. Could it be that a forced contract was successfully established? Yong Lin pondered this notion, yet if it were indeed successful, where was his battle maiden? The skeletal masked girl had escaped right under his nose. Conversely, if the forced contract had failed, the system would not inexplicably present a new page. It was bewildering, exceedingly so, leaving Yong Lin utterly confounded. Commander, Commander! Hearing Lin Nianxun call out to him, Yong Lin suddenly regained his focus. Nianxun, is there something amiss? Of course there is. Sister Maying is looking for you. Why are you in a daze? Yong Lin felt a wave of embarrassment. He had been so engrossed in examining the new Battle Maiden page that he had not realized Maying had returned. Yong Lin, my commander wishes to speak with you. If there are no further matters, please accompany me, Maying stated. As for Liue and Nianxun, staff members will soon escort them to their newly arranged residence. A new residence? Indeed. Your performance on the battlefield was exemplary. And my commander has specially prepared a new abode for you both as a reward for this practical training. Yong Lin's heart swelled with joy. Since it was a personal arrangement by the head of the academy, he anticipated that his new stronghold would not be lacking in comfort. Not only was Yong Lin elated, but Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun shared in the happiness. Previously, they had discussed forming a team without a place to settle. Now, that concern had been effortlessly resolved. Sister Maying, I have no issues here. Where is the head of the academy at present? After managing various affairs following the battlefield, he is currently in a temporary resting area. I shall take you to him. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Sister Maying. Yong Lin certainly had questions he wished to pose to the head of the academy. For instance, the skeletal masked girl piqued his interest, and he even desired to contract her as his battle maiden. If he could obtain more information about her from the head of the academy, it would be most advantageous. Under Maying's guidance, Yong Lin soon found himself in the presence of headmaster Li Zhenxing. Just as he settled into his seat, Li Zhenxing remarked, Yong Lin, you truly know how to surprise me. Your performance in this practical exercise was commendable, and I hold great expectations for you. Thank you for your kind words, headmaster. Haha. The reason I brought you here is primarily to inquire about any special rewards you might desire. It is rare for both you and Nianxun to perform so exceptionally. The entire council is now singing your praises. If I do not reward you appropriately, it would reflect poorly on my role as the head of the academy. Would it not? You are too polite, headmaster. Just the arrangement of our new residence, as mentioned by Sister Maying, is already quite satisfactory for me. While a place to settle is indeed important, a reward remains essential. Reflect on what you currently lack or yearn for, and feel free to express it to me. Rest assured, as long as it is within my power as the headmaster, I shall not disappoint you. Yong Lin pondered, considering that he was still in a developmental phase. As a novice, what could he possibly need? However, he did have something significant to discuss. Headmaster, before we address the matter of rewards, I must mention that the 2 mechanical warriors were destroyed on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Headmaster Li Zhenxing's expression turned grave. The loss of the mechanical warriors was trivial. What truly mattered was that you and Nianxun returned safely. Yong Lin felt a twinge of guilt. The mechanical warriors were quite expensive, were they not? Are you worried that I, as your headmaster, would demand compensation? He chuckled. At the very least, I am your headmaster, and I was the one who proposed supporting you with those 2 mechanical warriors. Besides, I just stated that as long as you and Nianxun are unharmed. That is of utmost importance. Merely 2 mechanical warriors. Headmaster, you truly do not require compensation from me? You, just freshly graduated, do you have the means to repay me? Furthermore, do not portray me as stingy. I would gladly provide you with 2 more mechanical warriors without a second thought, based solely on your performance on the battlefield. Hearing that he would not need to compensate brought Yong Lin a sense of relief. Yet, despite the comfort, he needed to address the pressing matter. Headmaster, while en route, I inquired with Sister Maying regarding the perilous entity. However, as a battle maiden, there are certain things she cannot disclose. Hence, I am eager to understand the true nature of that dangerous entity. Li Zhenxing nodded. In fact, I had intended to discuss this with you as well. Mei Ying previously reported that you and Nianxun encountered that perilous entity. At that moment, I was drenched in cold sweat, fearing for your safety. It was only when Mei Ying confirmed your safety that I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although you and Nianxun faced the entity, it was in a weakened state and could not pose a significant threat. Regrettably, it managed to escape in the end. Yet it escaped. What matters most is that you are unharmed. Li Zhenxing took a sip of tea and continued. As for that perilous entity, Yong Lin, you are now a formal commander, and I do not intend to conceal these matters from you. Should you encounter such a being again, do everything in your power to flee. Do not entertain the notion of confronting such a malevolent entity. Headmaster, is it truly that severe? Severe? Not in the slightest. The entity referred to as the Forbidden Battle Princess possesses the capacity to effortlessly annihilate an entire city in its matured form. Fortunately, what you are encountering this time is a recently awakened Forbidden Battle Princess. Otherwise, not even divine beings could save you. Yong Lin felt a wave of embarrassment upon hearing the headmaster's words, realizing how fortunate he truly was. However, the origins of the Forbidden Battle Princess remained shrouded in mystery. Even if you were to inquire, I would be unable to provide an answer. The Alliance has spent 2 centuries researching the nature of the Forbidden Battle Princess without arriving at a conclusive explanation. The most widely accepted theory suggests that the Forbidden Battle Princess, akin to the polluted beasts, belongs to the category of contaminated entities. It appears that some battle princesses, upon their demise, resurrect due to lingering attachments in their hearts, transforming into perilous beings. Headmaster, do they possess consciousness? Yong Lin inquired. What sort of consciousness could they have? To them, everything that appears before them is merely an obstacle, he replied. Consequently, they indiscriminately obliterate all that they encounter, be it human, object, or even polluted beasts. In essence, they represent an exceedingly dangerous existence. Subsequently, Li Zhenxing shared numerous accounts of the Forbidden Battle Princesses, leaving Yong Lin drenched in cold sweat. It was only then that he comprehended the absurdity of the Forbidden Battle Princess's existence. According to Headmaster Li Zhenxing, the last documented sighting of a Forbidden Battle Princess occurred 50 years ago amidst the Alliance's sealed information. At that time, the appearance of that Forbidden Battle Princess led to the destruction of 3 cities, claiming no fewer than 200,000 lives, including several well-known teams ranked within the top 200 of the Alliance. Chapter 40. The esteemed Qin schoolflower. Upon learning this, Yong Lin could not help but worry for his own safety. Previously, he had forcefully contracted with the Forbidden Battle Princess, uncertain whether it had ultimately succeeded or failed. Regardless of the outcome, if he truly brought a Forbidden Battle Princess into his vicinity and lost control, would he not be at risk of being annihilated by her? However, pondering such matters felt premature, especially since he was oblivious to the current whereabouts of the Forbidden Battle Princess. Headmaster Li Zhenxing had urgently contacted his close friend, the city lord, who had dispatched a significant number of city guards to search for the whereabouts of the Forbidden Battle Princess. To ensure safety, the city lord also reached out to neighboring cities to collaboratively guard against this newly awakened entity. After sharing several cups of tea and engaging in lengthy conversation with Headmaster Li Zhenxing, the headmaster, in a personal capacity, rewarded Yong Lin with 3 vials of spiritual energy elixir. The spiritual energy elixir is a rare commodity in the market, despite its modest size. Each vial is valued at a minimum of 100,000. Furthermore, even with wealth, one may not necessarily acquire it. This elixir primarily serves to enhance the spiritual energy limits of battle princesses, with the increase varying according to the individual conditions of each battle princess. In summary, it is a valuable asset. Once obtained, it should be utilized by the battle princesses, guaranteeing a significant enhancement in their abilities, straightforward and effective. Upon leaving the rest area of the academy, Yong Lin was greeted by a system prompt. Congratulations to the host for achieving first place in the battlefield assessment. The spiritual energy value has increased by 100, bringing the current maximum to 712. The spiritual energy value, a reflection of combat prowess, left Yong Lin feeling exceedingly invigorated as he sensed a significant transformation within his body. Simultaneously, he received a new residence address along with several images from Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun. Earlier, under the guidance of the staff, The two women had returned to the city to complete the transfer and occupancy procedures for their new abode. Observing the images displayed on his communicator, Yong Lin felt an immense sense of satisfaction with the new home. A splendid two-story villa with a private courtyard, complete with a small training ground, was already an extravagant offering, but the inclusion of a back garden was truly remarkable. The opulence and conditions of this residence made it evident that the academy head had indeed spared no expense. The lavish villa was a gift, seemingly bestowed to ensure that this newcomer commander would not feel slighted, and Yong Lin could not help but feel a surge of gratitude. Following the transport aircraft back to Longting City, Yong Lin's first course of action was to head straight to his new home. The Honghu district was known for its affluence. One could only imagine the cost of such a villa. Based on the address provided by Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun, Yong Lin quickly located the independent villa numbered 23. The front door was unlocked, and assuming the two women were already inside, he paid little mind. Without a second thought, he stepped into the courtyard and pushed open the door to the foyer. Up to this point, everything seemed perfectly normal. After all, this would be his home, and it was only natural for the owner to feel at ease. However, what was decidedly abnormal was the sight that greeted him in the living room. An unfamiliar young woman had just emerged from the bathing area. Draped in a towel, she was drying her hair, leaving her nearly unclothed. She was neither Jiang Liue nor Lin Nianxun, yet her figure, curves, and beauty were certainly on par with them. Moreover, she seemed vaguely familiar. It was akin to opening a gleaming treasure chest, the radiant contrast of light momentarily blinding Yong Lin. At that very moment, the young woman also noticed Yong Lin. With a shrill scream, she instinctively attempted to cover herself, first with her hands over her lower body, then quickly realizing the impropriety. She shifted her hands to conceal her upper half. After a flustered few seconds, she finally remembered that the towel used to dry her hair could serve to shield her modesty. Pervert! Scoundrel! She exclaimed furiously, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she grabbed a nearby sword and charged at Yong Lin. Wait, what are you doing? Yong Lin felt as though he had been unjustly caught in a calamity. After all, he had come here based on the address provided by Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun, and he had meticulously confirmed the house number multiple times before entering. What he could never have anticipated was the sudden appearance of a young woman emerging from the bathroom. It was not his intention to gaze upon her in such a manner. Rather, the situation had caught him completely off guard. Please, allow me to explain. This is a misunderstanding. I seem to have taken a wrong turn. As the young woman brandished a sword-like weapon and advanced towards him, Yong Lin, not being foolish, swiftly turned and fled towards the entrance. If you were a man, you wouldn't run away. Let me pierce you with 1,000 transparent holes. Am I a fool, allowing you to do that? Are you even a man? Do you have any courage? What does that have to do with being a man or having courage? Regardless. Stop right there, you rogue. Yong Lin dashed ahead, while the young woman, grasping her weapon with one hand and clutching a corner of her towel with the other, pursued him. Within moments, they had raced from the hall to the courtyard gate. Yong Lin felt utterly dismayed. He had inadvertently glimpsed a woman's body, been labeled a rogue, and was now being chased by a woman wielding a sword. Wasn't this the sort of plot one would typically encounter in novels or comics? Yong Lin, why are you so flustered? Is there a wolf chasing you? Just as he reached the courtyard gate, he encountered Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun, who were returning with groceries. The two women were perplexed by their commander's state of alarm. To Yong Lin, they appeared as saviors. There is no wolf, but there is a woman with a knife behind me. A woman with a knife? Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun exchanged glances before quickly spotting the young woman in the towel pursuing Yong Lin. In an instant, they deduced what had transpired. Sister Liue, Nianxun, I have been wronged. The young woman launched herself into their embrace upon seeing them. Lin Nianxun, both amused and exasperated, turned to Yong Lin and inquired, Did you take advantage of Cici? Cici? Yong Lin paused, recalling that this young woman bore a resemblance to another well-known campus beauty, Chini, who was often compared to Lin Nianxun. Since they had not been in the same class previously, he had not interacted with her much, which is why he felt she looked familiar yet could not place her. I did not. I merely entered the hall and saw her coming out of the bathroom, and then she pursued me with a knife. Indeed, this man has seen my body. I shall pierce him with 1,000 transparent holes. All right, Cici. Forget about the 1,000 holes for now. He is our commander, Yong Lin. What? He is your commander? Jiang Liue confirmed. Yes, he is indeed our commander. Cici, please return indoors and change into proper clothing. We can discuss this further. With a complex expression, Qin glanced at Yong Lin. Realizing it was quite inappropriate to stand at the door in a bathrobe, she hurriedly retreated inside to change. Observing Qin's retreating figure, Lin Nianxun sighed. Commander, it appears that your desire to forge a contract with C may now be in vain. Chapter 41. This girl is quite amusing. Yong Lin was at a loss for words. What was this? With Nianxun present, he had contemplated that securing a contract with Qin would bring him closer to his aspirations. Yet, who could have foreseen that their first encounter would be marred by such melodramatic events? What a misfortune this was. Nianxun, did you not previously mention that Qin would not return for a week? Why has she suddenly appeared here? Cici intended to surprise me, deliberately concealing her return date during our communication. I only learned of this upon returning to the city with Sister Liu. As soon as she heard that I was moving into a new residence, she instantly decided to join me. Lin Nianxun spoke with a tinge of guilt. It's also my fault. I neglected to mention this when I contacted you. I suspect your image in her eyes has plummeted. Yong Lin's face darkened. He too wished it were otherwise, but the deed was done. Yong Lin, do not be disheartened. I shall converse with CC further. Perhaps there is still hope. Very well, the outcome now rests in your hands. Upon returning to the hall, Qin had changed into a new outfit. Her features were exquisitely crafted. Her skin smooth and fair, truly deserving of the title of campus beauty. Her allure was exceptional. Furthermore, perhaps due to her confidence in her physique, Qin donned rather form-fitting attire. Be it her t-shirt or trousers, they exuded a tautness. Clad in spandex, she might even transform it into a masterpiece. Meanwhile, Jiang Liue had retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, leaving Lin Nianxun to navigate the situation between Yong Lin and Qin. Perhaps fearing that Qin still harbored thoughts of the 1,000 transparent holes, as she descended the staircase, Nianxun swiftly guided her to the sofa in the hall. CC, I must inform you that Yong Lin is the commander of both myself and Sister Liu. You must not harbor ill intentions towards him. What ill intentions? I merely wished to frighten him. Who told him to flee upon seeing me? Upon hearing Qin's words, Lin Nianxun quickly cast a glance at Yong Lin. Yong Lin understood the implication and spoke. I apologize. I truly did not realize there were others present indoors, or I would have avoided such an unpleasant situation. Let bygones be bygones. I am not one to hold grudges. Moreover, considering your role as Nianxun's commander, I shall overlook the earlier incident. Well said. It seems Qin is quite perceptive, reflecting upon her S-class qualifications and the absence of a Valkyrie to lend legitimacy to the squad. It would be disingenuous for Yong Lin to deny his attraction to her, seeing that the matter of the 1,000 transparent holes had been resolved. Lin Nianxun smoothly redirected the conversation towards the establishment of their team. CC, I have already signed the contract for the commander and Valkyrie with Yong Lin. What are your intentions moving forward? Nianxun, it is rather perplexing. Were we not in agreement to form our own squad? How did you suddenly become involved with a man? Lin Nianxun scoffed. What nonsense are you spouting? Who has become involved with a man? It is quite normal for a battle maiden to forge a contract with her commander. Yet, I still do not comprehend why you chose him as your partner. Qin scrutinized Yong Lin, saying, if I recall correctly, Yong Lin, you have been at the academy for a few years now. As far as I know, you are a B-grade commander. Ah, this is indeed a tale of sorrow. Merely due to my years spent here, I have become a figure of renown within the academy. Even if Qin and Yong Lin are not well acquainted, it is only natural that she knows certain details about him. Indeed, I am a B-grade commander, but I am unlike others. I possess great strength. Lin Nianxun wholeheartedly agreed with Yong Lin's assertion. CC, do not underestimate Yong Lin. He is extraordinarily powerful. Qin blinked. Nianxun, if even you speak so highly of him, he must indeed possess remarkable qualities. Not only that, if you were to see our performance in this recent live combat, you would surely grasp the extent of Yong Lin's prowess. Speaking of combat results, the Academy has already released them on the internal network. A quick search on a communicator would suffice to reveal them. Qin, curious about her dear friend's achievements, casually retrieved the published results. Among them, the names of Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun prominently topped the list. No way, Nianxun, you and Yong Lin dared to take 2 mechanical battle maidens onto the battlefield? Furthermore, the number of pollution beasts you defeated is utterly absurd, surpassing the second-place team by a staggering 37. Heavens, are you 2 monsters? Qin was genuinely taken aback. She could hardly fathom how Yong Lin and Lin Nianxun had gallantly maneuvered on the battlefield with two mechanical battle maidens. CC, do you now understand why I chose to contract with Yong Lin and become his battle maiden? I think I can comprehend it now. No wonder even Liue has joined your team. What about you, CC? If I were to invite you to join our team, would you be willing? Huh, Nianxun. Are you serious? Lin Nianxun nodded earnestly. I do not wish to conceal anything from you. My commander, Yong Lin's B-grade status is merely a facade. His true strength has even stirred the desire for apprenticeship in the Academy's headmaster, a 7th-tier commander. Moreover, if you were to inquire among the elders, you would find that they hold my commander in high esteem. Standing nearby, Yong Lin felt a blush creep upon his cheeks as he listened to Lin Nianxun extolling his virtues. Yet, being praised by his battle maiden felt quite gratifying, as he acknowledged his own capabilities. As Qinxi's curious gaze returned to him, Yong Lin spoke. Qinxi, I find you quite impressive. If you are willing to join our team, I would be delighted to welcome you. After a moment's contemplation, Qinxi replied, originally, I intended to return and form a team composed entirely of battle maidens with Nianxun. However, I never anticipated that Nianxun would suddenly find a man. Qinxi, beside them, Lin Nianxun was rendered speechless. I wonder, is your skin itching again? Shall I help you loosen up a bit? No, please don't. You've already bullied me before I even joined the team. Once I'm in, you and the commander together make my life miserable? Come now, does that mean you're agreeing to join us? Of course. Why would I refuse? Honestly speaking, I have no reason to decline, right? You all are so formidable. Being with you gives me a sense of security. Upon hearing Qinxi's words, Yong Lin felt an overwhelming joy. Initially, he thought Qinxi would be difficult to persuade, especially after having seen her in a vulnerable state. He worried about what she might think of him. To his surprise, she was quite agreeable. Seizing the moment, Yong Lin swiftly extended an olive branch. Qinxi, since you've agreed to join, how about we proceed with the signing of the contract now? Sure, but let us make one thing clear. Once I'm part of the team, you can't conspire with Nianxun to bully me. Not a problem. If Nianxun dares to bully you, I shall turn the tables and bully her instead. Lin Nianxun nearly rolled her eyes. What are you two scheming together? Plotting to annoy me, aren't you? Qinxi stuck out her tongue playfully, brimming with energy as she continued. Oh, and by the way, I can eat quite a lot, and I love shopping. Once I join the team, if your wallet becomes thin, you can't blame me. Goodness, I didn't expect you to be such a lively girl, Yong Lin chuckled, realizing she was merely joking. Not an issue. As your commander, earning money is essential. Though I may be a bit strapped for cash now, once I have it, you can eat and shop to your heart's content. And one last thing, I might be a tad bit willful. Commander, once I'm your teammate, you won't scold me on a whim, will you? Because if you do, I'll definitely cry. Oh my, I didn't realize you could be so amusing. Observing Qinxi's vibrant spirit, Yong Lin felt reassured that their future team dynamics would be anything but dull. Chapter 42. The energetic battle maiden listening to Yong Lin and Qinxi banter, Lin Nianxun found herself at a loss for words. Outsiders might mistakenly think they were on a blind date. Seeing that Qinxi had agreed to join the team and Yong Lin was preparing to finalize the contract, she discreetly excused herself to the kitchen to assist Jiang Liue. As for Qinxi, she was still unaware of what the contract with Yong Lin would entail. Her willingness to agree stemmed from her trust in Lin Nianxun and the impressive results she had witnessed from their previous battles. Thus, she believed there was no harm in forming a contract with a powerful commander. Qinxi, before we finalize the contract, I must warn you, once it's signed, you may undergo significant changes. Be mentally prepared. Is it troublesome to sign a contract with the commander and the battle maiden? Not troublesome per se, but I worry you might be taken aback. Wow, hearing you say that only makes me more eager to complete the contract. Thus, Yong Lin and Qinxi subsequently settled onto the plush carpet of the hall to formalize their covenant. Utilizing the system to lock onto Qinxi's essence, Yong Lin then infused his own vital energy into her being through the system. Initially, Qinxi perceived this as a mere formality, yet soon, a tempest of emotions surged within her. She had never anticipated that simply signing a contract with the commander would double her prowess. Her innate talents were enhanced, her foundational roots reformed, and astonishingly, she now effortlessly grasped the unique abilities of a battle maiden. Qinxi was nearly overwhelmed. The act of binding her fate made her acutely aware that the man before her was far from ordinary. In that moment, she felt fortunate to have joined the team and truly comprehended Yong Lin's formidable strength. 20 minutes later, the contract was finalized, and the familiar notification echoed in Yong Lin's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing your third battle maiden. Spiritual energy increased by 100. Current maximum spiritual energy is 812. A warm reminder, a new objective has been updated. Upon the host's official promotion to a first-tier commander and the registration of the squad, a mysterious grand gift awaits. This new goal seemed uncomplicated. The Academy had already forwarded his information to the administrative office, and tomorrow, a simple visit to the administration would suffice to shed his probationary status and become a bona fide first-tier commander. As for the squad's establishment, that too was straightforward. With 3 battle maidens now secured, he could easily finalize the squad's name and member registration at the administrative office. Hence, this new goal's reward was akin to a generous gift. Moreover, the allure of the mysterious and grand prize promised something delightful to anticipate. In the meantime, Yong Lin accessed Qin Si's personal profile on the system. Battle Maiden, Qin Si level, Battle Spirit Tier 3, Battle Spirit, Battle Soul, Battle Master, Battle King, Battle Lord, Battle Emperor, Battle God, Battle Sage, True Martial, Growth Potential, Physique S, 10, Strength A, 10, Spirit S, 10, Agility S, 10, Spiritual Energy S, 10, Maximum Spiritual Energy, 219 Exclusive Core Ability, Divine Rapture Basic Ability, Supernormal Eruption Core Derivative Ability, None. The first ability will inevitably derive at Battle Spirit Tier 5. Gazing at Qin Si's profile, Yong Lin felt immense satisfaction. She was indeed an S-tier battle maiden, her potential remarkable. To his surprise, under the full eruption of her divine state, her divine weapon manifested as threads, primarily for cutting. An unconventional weapon, yet it exuded an exhilarating ferocity. With the contracts of 3 battle maidens secured, Yong Lin perceived a broader path ahead. Observing the enchanting presence of Li Yu, the serene elegance of Nianxun, and the vivacious spirit of Qin Si, all were unparalleled beauties, filled Yong Lin, as a man, with an extraordinary sense of accomplishment. Meanwhile, the tantalizing aroma of culinary delights wafted from the kitchen. Previously, Jiang Liue had claimed her culinary skills were quite commendable, and from the exquisite flavors, one could discern the truth in her assertion. Tonight, a sumptuous feast awaited. Yong Lin, dinner is ready. How is Cici doing? Upon hearing Lin Nianxun's inquiry, Yong Lin replied, the contract has been duly signed. As of now, Cici is officially part of the team. As for Qin Si's current state, Yong Lin gestured for Lin Nianxun to observe for herself. Upon seeing Qin Si sitting on the ground in a trance, almost as if petrified, it was evident that even Jiang Liue, who emerged with the dishes, found the sight entirely unremarkable. Her reaction was quite natural. This was Jiang Liue's assessment of Qin Si. If one found her reaction unusual, it would rather indicate a deviation from normalcy on our part. This was Lin Nianxun's perspective on Qin Si's current demeanor. Eventually, both Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun instinctively turned their gazes toward Yong Lin, even summarizing their thoughts. After all, our commander is an extraordinary and enigmatic man. Who would dare to imagine that entering into a contract with him could lead to enhancement in strength? Yong Lin wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments expressed by the 2 women. After all, who could resist the allure of being extraordinary and mysterious? Moreover, speaking of becoming stronger, Yong Lin almost forgot about the 3 vials of energy elixir he had acquired that day. Liue, Nianxun, and Cici, are you awake? Oh, I'm awake. Commander, your exaggeration knows no bounds. Setting aside the debate over exaggeration, Yong Lin continued, today, I received 3 vials of energy elixir from the Academy head. Knowing how beneficial this is for you battle maidens in the early stages, each of you shall have 1. Upon seeing the energy elixir and hearing it was a gift from the Academy head, one could only wonder what thoughts crossed Qin Si's mind as the newest recruit. However, for Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun, the notion that the Academy head might genuinely regard Yong Lin as a son seemed plausible. The Academy head had effortlessly dismissed the loss of mechanical battle maidens worth hundreds of thousands and continued to bestow villas and precious elixirs. Such privileges seemed reserved for a favored son. Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun were struck by this, while Yong Lin felt a tinge of embarrassment. His intention had merely been to secure the favor of the Academy head in the early stages of development, never anticipating such generosity and support. In summary, Being pampered by such a benefactor was indeed delightful. Subsequently, the four indulged in a delightful dinner. One cannot deny that Li Yue's culinary prowess was exceptional. Not only Yong Lin, but Lin Nianxun and Qin nearly savored their tongues in delight. Consequently, the trio united in their efforts, disregarding Jiang Liue's protests, and elevated her to the esteemed position of the household cook. Furthermore, it was well acknowledged that Qin was a vivacious and spirited young lady. Once she recovered from her earlier astonishment, her presence alone infused the atmosphere with fervor and warmth during dinner. Splendid, Yong Lin mused, thoroughly satisfied with the current ambience. From here on, it would be intriguing to observe how this legendary commander would guide the battle maidens toward rapid growth. Amid the lively chatter, the four did not retire until late into the night. Perhaps it was due to overwhelming joy that Yong Lin found himself unable to sleep, even while lying in bed. Thus, he decided to delve into the system. To his surprise, he discovered something new on the main page of the battle maid. The built-in connection. What purpose could it serve? It turned out to be a feature activated only when the number of battle maids reached 3. Out of curiosity, Yong Lin intended to check the details. However, little did he anticipate that merely clicking on the built-in connection would plunge his consciousness into a profound depth, leading to a remarkable occurrence. Chapter 43. Do not darken. Listen to me. As the scene around him shifted bewilderingly, Yong Lin found himself in an inexplicable space. Gazing around, he was awestruck by the boundless stars that adorned the sky, a sight of unparalleled beauty. The ground beneath his feet resembled a mirror of water. With each step he took, ripples blossomed forth, creating a picturesque effect with every movement. How could a simple click on the built-in connection lead him to such a place? Just as Yong Lin prepared to summon the system once more to investigate the nature of this newly opened space, he suddenly sensed something and instinctively directed his gaze straight ahead. Not far in front of him, a portal materialized, creaking open. From within emerged a drowsy young woman. As she stepped through the doorway, it vanished instantly. At that moment, Yong Lin's heart raced. Firstly, he recognized this young woman without a doubt. It was Lin Nianxun. Secondly, judging by her appearance, she seemed to have just awakened, rubbing her eyes in a state of drowsiness. However, that was not the focal point. The crux of the matter was that Nianxun was clad only in a delicate, short silk nightgown. Whether it was the enchanting curves of her figure or the long legs that her attire barely concealed, the visual impact was undeniably striking. Where am I? Am I dreaming? Lin Nianxun placed a hand on her forehead, surveying her surroundings until her gaze met Yong Lin's. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still. 3 seconds later, she abruptly came to her senses. Yong Lin. Oh, it's definitely me. Suddenly, Lin Nianxun realized something and swiftly covered her eyes with her hands. Yong Lin was perplexed by her reaction. What was happening? Why did she shy away from looking at her commander? It was only when Yong Lin lowered his gaze and noticed he was clad in nothing but a pair of boxers that everything clicked into place. After a brief moment of covering her eyes, Lin Nianxun seemed to comprehend something anew. This time, she uncovered her eyes, crouched down, and wrapped her arms around herself. Her delicate face flushed with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, almost as if it could drip with water. In an instant, her beautiful eyes became misty, portraying a vulnerability that was a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor, leaving Yong Lin utterly taken aback. Nianxun, let me first clarify that I am equally perplexed by this situation. Yong Lin speaks the truth. He is genuinely unaware of the events unfolding. Although it is certainly due to the activated embedded connection, we are still in the dark regarding the specifics. Lin Nianxun gradually calmed herself and pondered. Is this a dream? It should not be, right? Yong Lin pinched the palm of his hand, feeling pain, which confirmed the reality of the situation, not a dream. So why have I found myself here, and why am I alone with you? Nianxun, try to remain calm and be patient. I will investigate this matter immediately. Yong Lin reassured her. Just as his words faded, a sudden creak echoed through the tranquil space, heralding the arrival of another figure through the portal. This time, it was none other than Qin. As she entered, stretching lazily, she appeared somewhat dazed, though far more coherent than Lin Nianxun had been upon her arrival. What is happening? I distinctly remember just falling asleep. Why is there suddenly a door before me? Oh, Nianxun, Yong Lin, you are all here. Lin Nianxun, however, remained crouched on the ground, clutching herself tightly and refraining from response. Yong Lin, though feeling a twinge of guilt, feared provoking a stronger reaction from Qin Si and could only feign calmness as he replied, "Yes, we are all here." The source of his unease became apparent as he noted Qin Si's attire. She was clad only in her undergarments. While the garments themselves were unremarkable, they could hardly conceal the striking figure she possessed. Even her simple movements exuded an undeniable allure. The atmosphere fell silent for a brief 3 seconds. "Oh dear, why am I in this state?" Hearing Qin Si's words, Yong Lin's nerves tightened. He had not forgotten the events that transpired upon their earlier encounter. Yet, Qin Si quickly regained her composure. "Well, I am still dressed, so it seems there is nothing to be overly concerned about. Unless you two are implying that I have interrupted some intimate moment?" This remark incensed Lin Nianxun. "Qin Si, do you believe I would not fight you over this? Nianxun, do you still have the energy to bicker with me? Are you brave enough to stand up? What is there to fear? Then why not stand up? It's not like you would lose a piece of flesh. Are you afraid of what our commander might see?" Qin Si teased Lin Nianxun, her expression radiating excitement. Yong Lin, concerned that Qin Si's playful jabs might provoke Lin Nianxun into a frenzy, interjected, "Si, do refrain from teasing Nianxun. She has a delicate disposition and cannot handle such jests." Lin Nianxun felt utterly exasperated. "Am I comparable to your thick-skinned selves? Especially you, Qin Si. Your face is thicker than city walls. Is that so? Then Nianxun, quickly stand and face me. You will regret this." As Lin Nianxun grew increasingly flustered, Qin Si's exhilaration only intensified. "Yong Lin, this is indeed a splendid opportunity to take advantage of Nianxun's predicament. As the commander, you must stand shoulder to shoulder with me and seize this rare chance." Observing Qin Si's relentless teasing of Lin Nianxun, Yong Lin felt a pang of nostalgia. However, before he could fully indulge in his musings, a creaking sound echoed through the space once more. The three of them simultaneously looked up, only to behold the stunning mentor, Jiang Liue, stepping through the portal for newcomers. At that moment, Lin Nianxun and Qin Si were left utterly astonished, while Yong Lin found himself at a loss for words. Do not inquire why. Some things are simply as they appear. As Lin Nianxun caught sight of Jiang Liue's state, her embarrassment and awkwardness inexplicably diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Qin Si wore a mischievous grin. "Sister Liu, I never imagined that beneath your sophisticated exterior, you would be so audacious. Surely, there must be limits even to the amount of fabric one can forego? Is this what they refer to as the enigmatic allure?" At that moment, Jiang Liue's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Looking at Yong Lin, Lin Nianxun, and Qin Si, she suddenly let out a huff and articulated with deliberate clarity, "May I take the liberty of eliminating the three of you? It would be prudent to do so, wouldn't it? Once you are gone, no one will recall this incident." Feeling the piercing glare and the chilling aura radiating from Jiang Liue, Yong Lin felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "Sister Liu, hear me out. Let us not resort to darkness. Let us converse amicably. Then do enlighten me," she retorted. "What on earth is happening here? I was peacefully asleep, and now I find myself in this peculiar place." In response to this inquiry, whoosh, the gazes of Lin Nianxun and Qin Si, apart from Jiang Liue, converged upon Yong Lin almost simultaneously. Yong Lin, still acutely aware that he was clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, felt an undeniable shyness under the intense scrutiny of the three stunning women who had just emerged from their slumber. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself, "Focus on the matter at hand. Do not dwell on frivolities. It is imperative to clarify the situation." Chapter 44. Though humiliating, it is exhilarating. In the shadows, Yong Lin accessed the system interface. After glancing through the details regarding the built-in connection, his expression brimmed with delight. The built-in connection, an auxiliary function, allows the commander to summon contracted battle maidens into an independent space at will. Furthermore, by utilizing the additional energy points acquired from defeating pollution beasts during combat, the battle maidens' qualifications can be enhanced, facilitating their advancement to SSS rank more swiftly. During battles, every time a pollution beast is vanquished, both the commander and the battle maidens reap the benefits, a fundamental tenet of this world. However, as a man equipped with an advantage, under the system's influence, each defeat of a pollution beast would yield an additional boost to the life energy of the beast. Although this replicated energy does not elevate the rank of the battle maidens, it does enhance their qualifications. So that is how it is. How could Yong Lin not feel elated? With this auxiliary support, the pace of nurturing a battle maiden would undoubtedly accelerate. As time passes, with the continuous enhancement of the battle maiden's prowess and the growing number of contracted battle maidens, once momentum is gained, it becomes a snowball effect, leading to invincible success. Lin Nianxun, observing the sudden smile on Yong Lin's face, eagerly inquired, "Yong Lin, have you made any discoveries?" "Indeed, I have." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Qin hurriedly gathered around Yong Lin. Although the current situation was somewhat embarrassing, their curiosity regarding the creation of an independent and mysterious space far outweighed their sense of shame. What is it all about? What is the purpose of this space? Yong Lin then revealed that he had comprehended a god-tier ability. For every polluted beast he vanquished, he could replicate an equivalent amount of life energy, which could then be transformed within this space into potential that would elevate the battle maiden's qualifications. The three women exchanged glances filled with a complex mix of emotions. They understood that their commander was extraordinarily powerful, yet they couldn't help but feel that even such extraordinary power must have its limits. For a moment, they contemplated that among the legendary commanders of the world, those who stood before Yong Lin would likely be reduced to mere shoe polishers. Yong Lin glanced at the replicated energy points, which totaled 72. Each ordinary polluted beast was estimated to yield 1 point, while higher-tier polluted beasts certainly provided more. To assess the effectiveness of this enhancement on the battle maiden's qualifications, Yong Lin compared their attributes and decided to allow Jiang Liue to undergo the testing. "Liue, your qualifications are somewhat lacking, thus your potential for improvement is greater. For this test, you will utilize the accumulated energy points, and we shall observe the extent of the enhancement." Although Jiang Liue's qualifications did not match those of Lin Nianxun and Qin, the Academy head had stated that Jiang Liue's current contributions far exceeded those of her peers. This was simply due to her higher level. She was, after all, a battle maiden of the third major realm, while Lin Nianxun and Qin, despite being SSS ranked, would not dare to challenge her. At this moment, Jiang Liue felt a pang of shame, acknowledging that her qualifications were indeed inferior to those of Lin Nianxun and Qin. If she could enhance her qualifications more swiftly, she would certainly wish for that. "Nianxun, CC, I apologize, but I will be the first to use the commander's energy points." "That's perfectly fine, Liue. CC and I are not so petty. We too wish to witness the extent of the commander's abilities." To visibly monitor her enhancement, Jiang Liue even opened her attribute panel for public display. It is worth mentioning the attribute panel of the battle maidens. Upon forming a contract with Yong Lin, each battle maiden receives a data panel. They can view it themselves, and it is also visible to other battle maidens contracted with Yong Lin, while outsiders are unable to see it. However, it is merely a data panel, facilitating the battle maiden's observation of their own growth, devoid of any system functionalities, serving solely as internal data visualization. With the display of Jiang Liue's data panel, it becomes evident that her attributes exhibit an A-grade growth in strength, constitution, and spiritual power, while her mental acuity and agility also fall within the A-grade category. In this space, Yong Lin can specifically enhance the battle maiden's abilities. Thus, he invested all 72 energy points into Jiang Liue's A-grade agility. The process was straightforward. The two sat before each other, and Yong Lin simply transferred the energy points into her body. Despite the boldness Jiang Liue displayed in her slumber, which left Yong Lin somewhat flustered, he maintained a serious demeanor while attending to business. Soon, Lin Nianxun and Qin observed that within a brief period, Jiang Liue's A-grade agility surged from 16, following her last consumption of the secret potion, to 17, then 18, and 19, continuously rising. In approximately 10 minutes, the 72 energy points were fully expended, propelling Jiang Liue's A-grade agility from 16 to an impressive 23. This equated to an increase of 1 agility point for every 10 energy points, an extraordinary enhancement indeed. As Yong Lin concluded his task, Jiang Liue opened her eyes and gasped upon witnessing the changes on the data panel. Was this improvement not a bit excessive? Yong Lin echoed her sentiments, exclaiming that he had previously deemed the augmentation from the secret potion remarkable, yet this energy point enhancement surpassed even that. Lin Nianxun and Qin could hardly contain their excitement. "So, if we eliminate more pollution beasts, our attributes will improve at a faster rate, correct?" "Indeed. My divine ability encourages us to vanquish more pollution beasts. The higher the level, the quicker each of your transformations will accelerate." Upon hearing Yong Lin's words, Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Qin began to envision their futures as SSS-grade battle maidens. Unbeknownst to them, time passed. Suddenly, Qin inquired, Yong Lin, your ability, does the space for enhancing attributes have any restrictions for entry? What if one day we accepted a commission for extermination and amassed a significant amount of life energy, but could not access this space? Yong Lin paused, glancing at the detailed notes, which clearly stated, entry is unrestricted and can occur anytime, anywhere. Note, it is advised not to enter when energy points are low, as it may exhaust the host's mental resources. In response to Qin's concern, Yong Lin replied solemnly, indeed, there are some limitations for entry, but they are not stringent. If energy points are available, I can summon you for enhancements after midnight. Lin Nianxun blushed, saying, in that case, it poses a bit of a dilemma. When I first entered, I only had the option to enter. I couldn't even choose to add 2 garments. Jiang Liue concurred, expressing her confusion over why entry is only permissible at midnight. To question why, Yong Lin swore that he harbored no ulterior motives. As a normal man, accessing the internal connection necessitates a substantial expenditure of mental energy. Who is unaware that during nighttime slumber, one's spirit is replenished? Thus, it is entirely reasonable to inform them that activation can only commence after midnight. One should not exhaust oneself as a commander merely to elevate the battle maidens. Does that truly make sense? Is it appropriate? Chapter 45 What? There's a little demon attribute. Due to this built-in connection, Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Qin are now filled with fervor and eager anticipation. They are impatiently yearning to swiftly attain the first-tier commander title and register their squad with the Longmen forces. This would enable them to accept various extermination commissions and vanquish an increasing number of polluted beasts for their advancement. Yong Lin could sense their enthusiasm. However, as their commander, he must remind them to take care of their health. Ladies, it's getting late. It's time to return and rest. Since the built-in connection allows entry, it surely permits exit as well. With a click from Yong Lin to log out, the previously vanished portals soon reappeared before them. On Qin's end, perhaps due to her buoyant mood, she wished Yong Lin good night and, with her hands behind her head, flaunted her splendid figure while humming a cheerful tune as she departed. In contrast, Lin Nianxun and Jiang Liue cast a lingering, wistful glance at Yong Lin as they left. Understanding the implication behind their gazes, Yong Lin rubbed his eyes, feigning innocence, and lamented, alas, sustaining this space consumes an immense amount of spirit. Do you realize that since midway, I have noticed the glaze in your eyes becoming increasingly vacant? Especially now, it's as if I can scarcely see anything at all. I would be a fool to believe you. Humph, come along, Nianxun, let us return to sleep. Observing Lin Nianxun and Jiang Liue retreating to their respective quarters, Yong Lin recognized that remaining here alone held no purpose. Opting to exit, he soon found himself nestled in his own warm bed. Unlike before, perhaps due to the exhausting exertions, he felt inexplicably warm this evening, quite stifling. In fact, the following day dawned bright and splendid. For today, Yong Lin knew he could finally shed the mantle of a trainee commander. Despite waking with dark circles beneath his eyes, his spirit was undeniably high. After savoring Sister Liue's sumptuous breakfast, Yong Lin, accompanied by Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Qin, made their way to the General Affairs Office. 2 matters awaited: the elevation of his title and the registration of their squad. During their journey, one member of the squad was particularly restless, needless to say. It was Qin. Noticing that neither Jiang Liue nor Lin Nianxun were paying attention to her, she immediately leaned in with a mischievous grin towards Yong Lin. Commander, you must be quite unfortunate. You surely made numerous trips to the restroom last night, didn't you? What nonsense. I slept like a log. Why would I go to the restroom? Is that so? Yet you bear dark circles under your eyes. That's merely because I was pondering how to expedite your advancement further. I'm genuinely concerned for you, you know? Oh, Qin, with her profound demeanor, Commander, I find myself increasingly drawn to you. You speak with such righteous conviction. It's quite a personality. Enough of the nonsense. I am the commander. How could I possibly utter falsehoods? Behave yourself, or you may find Nianxun dealing with you. I have always been quite well behaved. Thank you very much. With that, Qin deliberately walked ahead of Yong Lin. Her already striking figure, combined with her swaying gait, made it rather uncomfortable for anyone following her. Yong Lin soon realized that beneath Qin's cheerful exterior lay a hint of mischievousness. However, as the commander, he was more than capable of managing a little imp. And he would certainly have his moments of discipline in the future. Before long, the four arrived at the General Affairs Department, having just completed their practical training. Many familiar faces from the academy were present. Yong Lin's arrival naturally caused quite a stir. Setting aside the fact that he was an older student finally recognized for his graduation, it was impossible to overlook the three battle maidens accompanying him. Wherever they went, there were silent tears from the men and whispers of admiration from the women. Was that not the stunning Chini? Their close proximity suggested a contract had indeed been signed with Brother Yong, just as it had been rumored. Indeed, Yong Lin was crafting a legend. Not only had he attracted two of the most beautiful women from the academy, but he had also caught the eye of the most enchanting mentor. At that moment, countless hearts shattered for Yong Lin. As for the numerous girls, they were filled with regret. Upon witnessing Yong Lin's impressive combat achievements, they yearned to rush to his side and establish a contract. Yet, confronted by the powerful presence of the three beauties beside him, they would not dare, even if given 20 opportunities. Amidst this atmosphere, Yong Lin proceeded to the administrative office to upgrade his title to that of a first-tier commander. The necessary documentation had already been expedited by the academy's head, and Yong Lin's visit was merely a formality. Upon becoming a first-tier commander, he was also fitted with the corresponding military attire, from the outer trench coat to the formal uniform, and from the cap and sunglasses to the belt and boots. Everything was complete. Moreover, the small hand cannon known as the Desert Eagle, worn by the commander, was upgraded from 2 free rounds of ammunition to 3 for each mission taken. One could only say that with this new ensemble, Yong Lin now exuded an aura of remarkable charisma and brilliance. The three beauties beside him could not help but blush at the sight. Standing tall, having endured years of disdain from countless battle maidens, it was finally time for Yong Lin to hold his head high. Commander, with your title now elevated, let us quickly register our squad at the document office. Yes, let us proceed at once. From this day forth, we shall ensure our Longmen brigade becomes renowned throughout the realm. Our commander certainly has grand aspirations. Certainly, I possess great strength, as do you. Achieving success and renown is not a daunting task, is it? Such flattering words surely bring delight to the three enchanting ladies present. The documentation and administrative offices operate similarly, merely going through the motions. Moreover, as per the special instructions from the academy's head, there is no need to queue. They arrive through an exclusive VIP passage. The commander, Yong Lin, accompanied by the valiant warriors Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini, submitted their registration materials, and the name of the Longmen brigade was immediately validated. According to the staff, after submitting these documents, they must be uploaded to the Alliance's server, necessitating an additional 2-hour wait before they can access the information on their communicators. By that time, they will be entitled to utilize the Longmen Brigade's name to accept various commission tasks at the demon-slaying hall. Although Yong Lin felt a slight impatience due to his aspirations for a title upgrade and the mysterious reward awaiting the team's establishment, he reminded himself that 2 hours would pass swiftly. He considered visiting the demon-slaying hall to preview potential commissions suitable for the Longmen Brigade's inaugural expedition. However, just as the four were preparing to depart, the commotion outside the documentation office inadvertently caught their attention. With a considerable number of onlookers gathered, Yong Lin and his companions were naturally curious about what issue warranted such a public display of discord at the General Affairs Office. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a rather unexpected sight. The only S-rank commander from Longting Academy this year, Wang Dong, alongside the rather detestable Zhang Ruotong. At that moment, Zhang Ruotong exclaimed in fury, "Wang Dong, how dare you treat me this way just because I lost a leg? And you're even filing for a forced termination with the General Affairs Office?" To which Wang Dong replied, "Zhang Ruotong, I have made my position abundantly clear. Given your current condition, you are not suited to accompany the team. Please refrain from further entanglement." Entanglement? You wish to terminate our agreement and yet accuse me of being a nuisance? What will become of me post-termination? Which team would accept me in my present state? She retorted, "The General Affairs Office will provide you with compensation, and after the termination, your affairs are no longer my concern. If you continue to cause a scene, do not blame me for allowing my warriors to act on the charge of assaulting a commander." Wang Dong rebuked her, as 2 of his warriors stepped forward, flanking him. Their demeanor indicated they had entered a state of readiness. Should Zhang Ruotong advance, they would not hesitate to act. "You are inhumane," Zhang Ruotong shouted in response. "Say what you will. I am an S-rank commander and have no time to squander on you." With that, Wang Dong turned, flanked by his warriors, and strode towards the hall of the documentation office. Even if Zhang Ruotong had the audacity, she would not dare pursue him, for the accusation of assaulting a commander in public was a burden she could not bear. In Yong Lin's vicinity, he learned from the murmurs of the onlookers that Zhang Ruotong had suffered a grievous injury in the recent battle, having shattered a leg. Although the battle maiden possessed a robust physique that spared her life, even upon awakening, she would only be able to don a mechanical prosthetic. Losing an arm might be bearable, but the loss of a leg starkly indicated the probable conclusion of her career as a battle maiden. As for the notion of a forced contract termination, while it contradicted the spirit of the agreement and would incur heavy costs for both the commander and the battle maiden, the situation was somewhat different for individuals like Wang Dong and Zhang Ruotong, who had only been bound by their contract for 2 days and merely undergone a single practical test without a prolonged shared experience of life and death. Thus, a forced termination would likely result in lesser harm for both parties, especially since Wang Dong was an S-rank commander. The administrative office would certainly offer him substantial incentives to reorganize his team in order to retain talent. This provided him with the confidence to consider a forced termination of the contract. To the onlookers, Zhang Ruotong appeared undeniably pitiable. However, observing the scene, Yong Lin felt not a ripple of emotion. Yong Lin's lack of response stood in stark contrast to Jiang Liue's perception. She was all too familiar with the tumultuous events between Yong Lin and Zhang Ruotong over the past year. "Yong Lin, are you all right? It's been a while. You should have moved on from her, shouldn't you?" exclaimed Chini in astonishment. "Liue, what do you mean by move on? Is there something we don't know?" Lin Nianxun inquired, equally intrigued. Yong Lin, visibly annoyed, retorted, "What could possibly be wrong? Stop overthinking. We should focus on the subjugation commission." He then urged them to consider whether they still desired to launch an early assault to vanquish the polluted beasts. Just as he turned to lead the three away, Zhang Ruotong, still sobbing, caught sight of Yong Lin beyond the crowd. Yong Lin. At that moment, she appeared to have discovered a glimmer of hope, rushing towards him with her mechanical limb, limping frantically. Chapter 46. Her enigmatic maneuver, what on earth? As Zhang Ruotong dashed towards him in a frenzied manner, Yong Lin's brow furrowed in immediate concern. He had no desire to be entangled with her in any way. Yet, in the glaring eyes of the public, she chose to act in such a manner. Regardless of his thoughts, the onlookers, after a brief moment of confusion, surged forward like a tide, drawn by the prospect of a new revelation surrounding the legendary Yong Lin. Just moments ago, Zhang Ruotong had been vociferously accusing Wang Dong of inhumanity for abandoning her through a forced contract termination. How could she now, in the blink of an eye, rush towards Yong Lin as if he were her beacon of hope? As she approached, it became evident that Zhang Ruotong regarded Yong Lin as her sole salvation, igniting a flurry of speculation and conjecture among the crowd. Meanwhile, Lin Nianxun and Chini, feeling utterly perplexed, seized the opportunity to press Jiang Liue for clarification on the unfolding situation. Jiang Liue, left with no choice, briefly recounted to Lin Nianxun and Chini the events that had transpired between Yong Lin and Zhang Ruotong over the past year. As she spoke, Lin Nianxun and Chini were left utterly astonished. At that moment, Zhang Ruotong had approached Yong Lin, her face streaked with tears and her voice trembling with emotion. "Yong Lin, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? I remember everything you said. You promised we would never part, that you would always treat me well. I remember those words." Her declaration struck the audience like thunder on a clear day, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Hadn't Zhang Ruotong previously entered into a contract with Wang Dong? When had she made such commitments to Yong Lin? Furthermore, there hadn't been any indications of their connection at the academy. Or was it possible that Yong Lin had attempted to intervene after Zhang Ruotong's agreement with Wang Dong? Regardless, the onlookers were captivated, their eyes gleaming with curiosity, for it seemed there might be a sensational revelation at hand. As for Yong Lin, he felt utterly nauseated. He regarded this woman before him as utterly deluded. What was this talk of promises never to part? Had she not betrayed her own words, deceiving herself for an entire year? Now, at the critical juncture of their contract, she had turned her back and arrogantly allied herself with another commander. And now that she found herself in a predicament, she thought of him? As Zhang Ruotong reached out to grasp his arm, Yong Lin stepped back, declaring, "We are merely acquaintances. Do not presume to cling to me." "Yong Lin, what do you mean by that? For the past year, you have clearly cherished me. Why treat me so now? The spectators erupted in disbelief. What? Yong Lin actually cherished Zhang Ruotong for an entire year. They could hardly contain their astonishment. The secrecy surrounding this affair had been executed remarkably well. Given Yong Lin's prominence at the academy, how could such a matter remain concealed? Yet, astonishingly, no one was aware of his year-long association with Zhang Ruotong. All eyes were now fixed upon Yong Lin, eager to witness his response. He, however, appeared unervingly composed, a calmness that sent shivers down their spines. Zhang Ruotong, have you lost your senses? We no longer share any bond, he asserted. How can there be no connection? Were all your previous declarations lies? I remember every single word. Enough of this, he retorted sharply. You agreed to become my warrior maiden, and for you, I endured a year of hardship. And now, you have turned to someone else, flaunting your superiority before me. Now that you are in trouble, you think of me? Are you truly jesting? But you used to care for me so much. That was in the past. Now, we are mere strangers, completely unrelated. And do not attempt to forge a connection. You are not worthy of it. A conversation ensued, drawing the attention of onlookers who were eager for the unfolding drama. It was revealed that Yang, a prominent figure in the academic realm, had endured a rather tragic fate. The reason for his esteemed status stemmed from a 3-year period without a battle companion. One can easily surmise that had anyone expressed a desire to form a pact with Yang during that time, he, or indeed anyone, would have gone to great lengths to seize such an opportunity. Yet, this Zhang Ruotong shamelessly deceived Yang for an entire year, only to betray him at the last moment for another commander. How cruel it is to treat a backup so callously. Initially, one might have felt sympathy for Zhang Ruotong, believing she had been heartlessly abandoned by Wang Dong. However, it soon became apparent that she was of a far less admirable character. In an instant, not only the surrounding men, but even the women, found her actions intolerable. Zhang Ruotong, have you no shame? You deceived Yang for a year, and now you wish to harm him further? Do you even know how to spell the word shame? And now you dare approach Yang? Take a good look in the mirror. Do you truly believe you deserve to stand before him? Amidst the scorn and derision from those around her, Zhang Ruotong was unfazed. She was acutely aware of one stark reality. A battle companion who had lost a leg would never find a squad to accept her. The battlefield demanded a readiness to confront life and death, who would willingly fight alongside a disabled partner. That would be akin to playing with one's own life. Being unable to serve as a battle companion meant relegation to the status of an ordinary civilian. Yet in this world, the prospects for civilians were bleak, typically devoid of significant opportunity. Zhang Ruotong had always aspired to be the lead role. Even if she had to settle for a secondary character, she would accept being the second or even third lead. Now, her aspirations had diminished to the point where she would consider being the fourth lead. Ultimately, she was unwilling to relinquish her connection to Yang. Letting go meant forfeiting any chance at all. Yong Lin, I was wrong. Please grant me another opportunity. I promise to heed your every command. Whatever you ask, I shall do, she implored. I'm sorry, but we are not acquainted. I have no further business here. Yong Lin replied, dismissing her. Engaging in conversation with someone like her felt like a waste of breath. He gestured for the crowd to disperse and intended to signal Lin Nianxun and the others to follow him. However, to his utter astonishment, Zhang Ruotong resorted to an extreme measure. She drew the slashing blade from her waist and pressed it against her neck before the crowd. Yong Lin, must you be so heartless? I have acknowledged my mistakes and promised to obey you in the future. Why must you treat me this way? Yong Lin, uninterested in her pleas, turned to leave. In response, Zhang Ruotong's voice grew sharper. If you take another step, I will end my life here. My death will be on your conscience, and I want you to remember that it was you who caused my demise. This was infuriating. Yong Lin, who had been emotionally unperturbed until now, felt a surge of anger rising within him. If she wished to die, she could do so far away from him. Why should he concern himself with her plight? Now, she sought to morally bind him with the threat of her own life? Even the onlookers surrounding the scene were utterly confounded by Zhang Ruotong's actions. She, who had been heartlessly abandoned by Wang Dong, now sought the favor of Yang Gu with desperate fervor. Chapter 47. The Three Enchanting Beauties of My Family. At this moment, Zhang Ruotong was undeterred. Upon noticing Yong Lin hesitate for a moment, she perceived a glimmer of hope. She implored, Yong Lin, forgive me this once, just this once. Considering our past, you cannot bear to witness my demise before your eyes, can you? Have you ever truly shared a bond with my commander? You merely exploited his kindness to satiate your selfish desires for an entire year. How dare you speak of sharing? The words, spoken by the illustrious Qin, illuminated the atmosphere, capturing everyone's attention. With her statuesque form and enviable legs, Qin gracefully approached Yong Lin, naturally entwining her arm with his. This bold display left the crowd, and even Yong Lin himself, momentarily stunned. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. Soon after, the usually aloof Lin Nianxun, another campus beauty, joined them, wrapping her arm around Yong Lin's other side. It was evident that the two beauties were demonstrating their allegiance to Yong Lin against Zhang Ruotong. A collective gasp of disbelief surged through the crowd. Was this truly how the two leading ladies interacted with Yonggo? Truly, he was a legend, capable of garnering such devotion amidst the eyes of many. The unexpected turn of events rendered Zhang Ruotong momentarily speechless, yet her spirit would not be easily quelled. What do you mean, Qin and Lin Nianxun? Qin replied nonchalantly. We are merely illustrating that we genuinely share a bond with Yong Lin. She exchanged knowing glances with Lin Nianxun, who held Yong Lin's arm. At home, our commander is always delighted because of us, isn't he? The crowd's gaze fixated upon Lin Nianxun, whose extreme embarrassment was palpable. Yet, despite her silence, she nodded in affirmation. This simple gesture brought tears to the eyes of all the young men present. How fortunate Yonggo was. Surely, he must lead a glamorous life. For two esteemed beauties would not risk everything for him otherwise. Zhang Ruotong, in a state of panic, protested, I was here first. Yong Lin promised to cherish me forever. Spare us your delusions. Qin tightened her grip on Yong Lin's arm, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Ruotong. Look at your current status compared to ours. We are the sworn sisters of Yong Lin, while you are merely a passerby. Commander, you will always cherish your sisters, won't you? Of course, Yong Lin replied succinctly, his heart swelling with emotion. He truly did not anticipate that Cici and Nianxun would go to such lengths for him. At this moment, the slight unease in his heart dissipated entirely with the arrival of Zhang Ruotong. In the next instant, he heard Qin speak in a hushed tone. Commander, now that we have reached this point, do tighten your embrace a bit more. By the way, I have a secret to share. Nianxuan's delicate waist is quite sensitive. Yong Lin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He could not help but think, please, could you refrain from saying such things while I am feeling moved? Yet, to his surprise, Qin's secret was indeed true. He knew not how he came by this knowledge, but he simply knew it now. Yong Lin, I will settle the score with you and Cici later. Lin Nianxun, already quite flustered, felt even more bashful, unsure of what state she was in as she barely managed to utter these words. In summary, everything unfolding in the scene not only shattered Zhang Ruotong, but also left the onlookers in utter disbelief. Yonggo was truly playing with their emotions. Zhang Ruotong, still unwilling to concede, had her eyes blazing with hatred. You two shameless women, Yong Lin is mine. How dare you take him away? Return him. He promised to sign a contract with me. Ah, what an unreasonable troublemaker. Qin gazed down at Zhang Ruotong, unable to suppress her pity for her as a fellow girl. It is all your fault. I will fight you. Zhang Ruotong's defenses crumbled. At this moment, both her psyche and her countenance were distorted. The blade in her hand, a ship-slaying sword, seemed poised to strike. Yet, in the next moment, another figure stepped in front of Yong Lin, Qin and Lin Nianxun. It was Jiang Liue. She had entered a shadowy state, wielding a ship-slaying sword as well. Zhang Ruotong, I advise you to calm down. I was once your mentor, and your private matters are no concern of mine. However, I have since resigned, and am now Yong Lin's battle maiden. You, publicly causing a scene and harassing my commander, I have the responsibility and obligation to protect him. If you wish to make a move, I would not hesitate to eliminate you on the spot. Jiang Liue, a battle maiden of the third great realm, had, after forming a contract with Yong Lin, attained a comprehensive strength that could rival even battle maidens of the fourth great realm. As her aura and pressure erupted, Zhang Ruotong found herself unable to continue her antics. Even her breath became unsteady. In an instant, Jiang Liue had taken control of the situation. With a clang, the ship-slaying sword slipped from Zhang Ruotong's trembling hands and clattered to the ground. Her face turned ashen, and she collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably before Jiang Liue. Jiang Liue turned to Yong Lin. Commander, let us leave this place. There is no need to waste time on irrelevant matters. Yong Lin nodded. Let us depart from here. The onlookers watched with wide eyes as Yong Lin left with three stunning beauties. How splendid it was. With two illustrious campus flowers by his side, and a beautiful mentor wielding a blade in protection. This was indeed the pinnacle of manhood. As for Zhang Ruotong, she remained dazed, seated on the ground, with no one aware of the thoughts swirling in her mind at that moment. Once Yong Lin had extricated himself from the crowd, he expressed his gratitude to the three remarkable women. Chini could not suppress her laughter. "Ah, Commander, you were quite lacking in the past to associate with such a woman." "It was merely a lack of options," he replied. "Now, with you by my side, I feel truly at ease." Lin Nianxun, her cheeks flushed, remarked, "You may feel at ease, but I must settle accounts with you and see." "Oh, Nianxun, our commander has just sighed in relief. Can we not discuss the accounts for now?" "Humph. We ought to learn from Sister Liue." Her entrance was so commanding that it subdued that madwoman on the spot. Jiang Liue expressed her sorrow. "I used to be her mentor." Witnessing her transformation is indeed heartbreaking. Yet, as a battle maiden, no matter who the opponent is, should they dare to threaten or provoke the commander, they shall receive no mercy. Lin Nianxun concurred. Indeed, while it felt like a farce earlier, power is truly the currency of our kind. "We should swiftly attend to the task of reviewing the subjugation commissions," she suggested. Just as the four were about to head towards the demon exorcism hall, Yong Lin's communicator chimed. To his surprise, the caller was the head of the academy, and the communication was marked with urgent importance. Curiosity piqued. Yong Lin moved to a secluded spot to take the call. "Headmaster." "Yes, Yong Lin, where are you now? Is it convenient for you to visit my residence? I have something of utmost importance to discuss, and it is not suitable for communication over the line. I am currently at the General Affairs Office, without any pressing matters at hand." "Very well, I shall provide you with the address to my residence. Please come promptly." The gravity in the headmaster's tone heightened Yong Lin's curiosity. As a high-ranking commander, the headmaster surely possessed a residence not far from the General Affairs Office. In less than 15 minutes, Yong Lin, accompanied by the three women, arrived at the entrance of the headmaster's estate. It was more than just a residence. It was a grand manor, both imposing and expansive. One of the headmaster's battle maidens, Koi, awaited them at the entrance. "Yong Lin, the headmaster has been expecting you for quite some time." "Where is the headmaster now?" "In the study. I shall escort you there. As for your three battle maidens, I shall have someone take them to the parlor to await your return." "Very well." Koi then signaled a servant to guide Jiang Liue and the others to the parlor. However, just as the three women were about to set off, Jiang Li suddenly recalled something and swiftly approached Jiang Liue. It was not only Yong Lin who was puzzled. Jiang Liue was equally bewildered. "Jiang Liue, what is the matter? Do you need something from me?" Jiang Li exclaimed. "Last time I faced you, I was defeated, but I assure you it won't happen again. I hope we will have the opportunity to compete soon. I will definitely triumph over you." It was apparent that Jiang Li was still preoccupied with her defeat in the simulated confrontation against Jiang Liue. Clearly, Jiang Li was not one to concede easily and had evidently taken Jiang Liue as her rival. Jiang Liue nodded in response. "I hope, as you say, that we have another chance to compete. But when that time comes, I too will harbor an unwavering belief in my victory and will continue to overcome you." "All right, that will make it interesting. I eagerly anticipate that day," Jiang Li concluded, before returning to Yong Lin's side. "I apologize, Yong Lin, for taking up a minute of your and my commander's time with my personal matters. Let us proceed to the study now." Yong Lin acknowledged her and followed closely behind Jiang Li as they made their way to the study. Due to the vastness of the estate, it seemed they would be walking alongside Jiang Li for several minutes. During this time, Yong Lin could not help but scrutinize Jiang Li closely. Jiang Li was the newest battle maiden to join the academy's leader. At first glance, she appeared to be a petite and adorable girl. Particularly striking was her attire, clearly tailored to her specifications. A red ribbon adorned her waist, and the back of her garment resembled a fish tail at first glance. The overall red hue radiated a festive and charming aura. "What? You wish to inquire about Jiang Li's age?" Yong Lin had no knowledge of this lovely maiden's age, as being a battle maiden in this world equated to being a practitioner. Practitioners, as long as they did not perish on the battlefield, enjoyed a lifespan significantly longer than that of ordinary individuals. Thus, the matter of age was best left unasked, as it was one of the most private and sensitive concerns for a young lady, was it not? "Yong Lin, you are the first person my commander has valued so highly. In recent days, the academy leader has frequently mentioned you, advising us five to cultivate a good relationship with you and your battle maidens. I am merely a newly appointed first-tier commander, receiving various favors from the academy leader, and I am truly astonished by this attention. Do not sell yourself short. You are indeed a person of great capability. Your performance alongside Lin Nianxun on the battlefield has garnered immense admiration from us 5 battle maidens. Moreover, our commander has mentioned that if you can progress a bit faster, he intends to have us 5 join forces with your squad for various missions in the future. Wow. The Academy leader wishes for his 5 battle maidens to collaborate with you in various endeavors? How highly does one have to regard themselves to utter such words? Yet, for someone like myself, who possesses extraordinary advantages, as long as I do not falter along the way, my growth will surely be rapid. Perhaps in the future, I may indeed find myself working alongside the Academy leader and his 5 battle maidens. As they walked and conversed, Yong Lin and Koi inevitably grew increasingly familiar with each other. Koi, do you know why the Academy head sought me out? Of course. It's because you are someone of great importance to the Academy head, so I need not speak in hushed tones. It largely concerns the Forbidden Battle Maiden. The Forbidden Battle Maiden? Indeed, that entity is an exceedingly perilous existence. In any case, my commander will elaborate on the specific details later. Upon hearing about the Forbidden Battle Maiden, an exquisite figure with a skull mask immediately surfaced in Yong Lin's mind, one he had encountered in the buffer zone. Not only had he heavily injured her, but he had also shattered half of her skull mask. Ultimately, though he allowed her to escape, he had involuntarily enacted a forced contract with her prior to that. Without fully comprehending whether the forced contract had succeeded, Yong Lin subconsciously summoned the system's battle maiden page. Since leaving the buffer zone, a solitary page filled with question marks had appeared, indicating uncertainty. Suddenly, Yong Lin was taken aback. The page filled with question marks had astonishingly revealed new information. Although 90% of it remained obscured, the name of the battle maiden had transformed from a question mark to special existence, unknown life form. Following that was a high-energy alert. Warning, this battle maiden is currently in a semi-contract state. Due to the conflict between the forced contract and her self-awareness, her current state is exceedingly unstable. Additional note, should this battle maiden perish during this period, due to her identity as an unknown life form, the host will suffer severe repercussions. The current host may proactively dissolve the contract with this unknown life form or enact a secondary forced contract. The warning was one thing, but the additional note sent a chill down Yong Lin's spine. The phrase severe repercussions was particularly striking. The implication of such severity from the system hinted at the immense pain and suffering he would endure should the Forbidden Battle Maiden meet her demise during this time. Yet, the contemplation of proactively dissolving the contract left Yong Lin in deep thought. To contract the Forbidden Battle Maiden was akin to playing with fire. However, to relinquish a potentially formidable ally out of fear of repercussions seemed utterly unacceptable. According to the forced contract stipulations, although the contract with the Forbidden Battle Maiden was only semi-successful, the imprint of the contract had already left traces on her essence. Thus, even if he could not currently locate her, the interference from the forced imprint would ensure she would not stray too far from her host. Therefore, as long as the host was determined, there was a high probability of finding the Forbidden Battle Maiden to enact a secondary contract. After a moment of contemplation, Yong Lin resolved, "It is indeed playing with fire, but I am, after all, a man blessed with extraordinary fortune. I possess the potential to effortlessly conquer cities. High risks yield high rewards. This fire must be played with." Upon this thought, Yong Lin's heart ignited with fervor. Chapter 49, The Forbidden Battle Maiden. This flame must burn bright. Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini were ushered into the living room, where they were graciously entertained. At this moment, Chini appeared unusually lively. It was not surprising, given that she had overheard the Koi's words to Jiang Liue, which piqued her curiosity about the events that had transpired earlier. "Sister Liue, how do you know that Koi, and how did you manage to defeat her?" Before Jiang Liue could respond, Lin Nianxun interjected. Indeed, Sister Liue triumphed over the Koi, and it was in front of a multitude. When did this occur? Why was I unaware? You weren't present at the time. It happened the day before the actual battle. The Academy's head and our commander engaged in a simulated confrontation. During this duel, Sister Liue overcame the Koi, who was a whole realm above her. Chini's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. That is astonishing. To win against someone a whole realm higher. Jiang Liue, feeling a touch of modesty, replied, "It is not my prowess, but rather the commander's exceptional abilities that enabled me to perform so well. With various enhancements, my strength surged, granting me the opportunity to contend with the Koi. Even so, Sister Liue, You are indeed impressive. Most would likely concede upon hearing of such a disparity in realms. Indeed, had it been the old me, I would have thought the same, until I encountered Yong Lin and became his battle maiden. Qin chimed in cheerfully. Not only have you become his battle maiden, but so have I and Nianxun. Lin Nianxun almost rolled her eyes. Now you realize the significance of being a battle maiden? Didn't you want to poke 1,000 holes in him when you first met? I merely intended to frighten him. With his fragile stature, could he possibly endure 1,000 transparent holes? At this moment, Jiang Liue curiously inquired, CC, speaking of which, we thought you might hold a grudge against Yong Lin due to the earlier incident. At the very least, Nianxun and I expected to persuade you for a couple of days, but to our surprise, you agreed to a pact with him that very night. Qin replied proudly, I am not foolish. I can discern the situation. One of you is my dearest friend, while the other is a former mentor at the academy. If the commander lacked capability, would you continue to follow him? Besides, the commander is quite intriguing and entertaining. Lin Nianxun sighed. Finding him amusing is one thing. But should you step onto the battlefield and prove inept, be wary of Yong Lin terminating your contract. That is not an option. I am steadfast in following our commander. And by the way, I am quite formidable myself, so please do not portray me as utterly useless. The three enchanting women found the conversation about Yong Lin to be increasingly engaging. After all, what could one expect from such a mysterious man? And a man shrouded in mystery possesses an irresistible allure. Meanwhile, Yong Lin, having followed Koi for a while, arrived at the study. Once Koi departed, he gently tapped on the door of the study. Dean of the Academy, it is I, Yong Lin. Please, come in. Yong Lin's keen eyes immediately noticed the dean, who was placing something into a drawer. The dean's complexion was far from reassuring, resembling one who had just endured great agony, with beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead and temples. Dean, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong? It is you whom I was concerned about, which is why I summoned you to discuss certain matters. What matters, Dean? It pertains to the Forbidden War Maiden. At this moment, the expression of Dean Li Jinxing turned gravely serious. Yong Lin, you are now a formal commander, and you have successfully established your own squad. It is time for you to venture into the demon-slaying hall to accept various commissions for extermination, is it not? Indeed, that is the case. But I fail to see how this relates to the Forbidden War Maiden you mentioned. Do not rush, allow me to explain. As Li Jinxing spoke, he unfurled a map upon the table. With continuous annotations and explanations, Yong Lin gradually grasped the true intention behind his summons. It turned out that after the discovery of the Forbidden War Maiden's escape, 2 human outposts had been annihilated within the vicinity and direction of her flight. The death toll exceeded 200, with no survivors, and the scene was nothing short of infernal. Investigations revealed that the cause of death was not at the hands of corrupted beasts, as the bodies, even in disarray, showed no signs of being misplaced. Furthermore, it was not the result of clandestine armed conflict, for no valuables were reported missing. Moreover, no formidable corrupted beasts were found in the vicinity. Given the recent appearance of the Forbidden War Maiden, it was speculated that she might be responsible. However, there was a significant doubt. The Forbidden War Maiden had only recently awakened, was severely injured, and her strength was diminished. Logically, it seemed implausible for her to have obliterated 2 fortified human outposts in such a state. Yet, no alternative explanation could be found. Thus, the conclusion ultimately pointed to the Forbidden War Maiden. Today, Li Jinxing had called Yong Lin to convey an urgent warning. Under no circumstances should he venture to the 3 outposts beyond the northern buffer zone for commissions or extermination tasks. These 3 outposts had long served as sanctuaries for novice squads to hunt corrupted beasts, safeguarded by their defenses. However, with the recent destruction of 2 outposts, great peril loomed. Before deploying more troops to the area, and until the situation was resolved, Li Jinxing had already informed the demon-slaying hall to suspend all commissions and extermination tasks suitable for newcomers in that vicinity. Yet even so, he remained uneasy about Yong Lin's safety and thus felt compelled to issue this caution. Yong Lin could genuinely sense the dean's concern, yet he found himself unable to disclose that on his way here, he had been contemplating how to swiftly locate the Forbidden War Maiden. He harbored a desire to ignite a spark of intrigue with her. Now, the commission for expeditions has vanished entirely, and we are forbidden from venturing in that direction. How are we to proceed? Yong Lin, I do not wish for you to become a mere greenhouse flower. Yet I certainly do not want unforeseen calamities to befall you during your development. Do you comprehend my intentions? I understand. That is good to hear. You must remember that you are the sole genius commander within my academy. I have high hopes for your future, and I do not wish to witness any misfortunes befall you. Thank you for your concern, esteemed head of the academy. Well then, since you are here, let us refrain from speaking of any ominous matters and instead enjoy a few cups of tea together and discuss our daily lives. This conversation extended for a couple of hours, revealing a mutual affinity. As the time drew near, Yong Lin took his leave, and the spirited demeanor of Li Jinxing diminished significantly. Upon reopening the drawer of his desk, he discovered an array of special medicines within. Alas, it is rare to encounter such a promising talent, yet I cannot help but wonder whether my body can endure until he fully matures. Nevertheless, I find solace in the fact that our academy has produced such a talented commander. As the head of the institution, I ought to be content. Meanwhile, as Yong Lin departed the study for the living room, an information prompt suddenly chimed. Chapter 50. Do you wish to unlock my favorability? Congratulations, host, for accomplishing your current objective, officially becoming a first-tier commander and establishing your own squad. A mysterious gift has been dispatched to your spatial backpack. Unbeknownst to him, over 2 hours had slipped by. Previously, the document office indicated that the squad data required uploading to the Alliance server, which would incur delays. Needless to say, the squad situation has now been solidified. Naturally, Yong Lin eagerly anticipated the arrival of the mysterious gift. I hope it does not disappoint. As he muttered to himself, he discreetly accessed his spatial backpack. Upon beholding the single-soldier rocket launcher nestled within, he momentarily found himself in a state of disbelief. It turns out he had acquired a weapon. Rocket launchers exist in this world as well, but due to energy propulsion primarily relying on pollution beast cores, their effectiveness is somewhat limited. They are mainly employed for the defense of cities and strongholds. Traditional ammunition crafted from ancient gunpowder possesses limited power, making it challenging to breach even the defenses of an ordinary pollution beast, rendering it obsolete. Thus, in the current geopolitical climate, the notion of actively engaging in combat with weapons such as rocket launchers, mortars, or magical combat vehicles is unrealistic. Let us set aside concerns of wealth for now. The crux of the matter lies in who possesses an abundance of core energy to manufacture such armaments. To summarize the state of this world, cities and strongholds are undoubtedly equipped with heavy weaponry, but the supply of energy dictates their use for defensive purposes only. To launch an offensive, one must rely on commanders, combat teams, and various mercenary forces. Of course, if one were to possess an abundant supply of core energy and be unbothered by consumption, then one may act freely. Returning to the present, as Yong Lin gazed at the rocket launcher, he initially worried about its power and whether he would also need to rely on core energy to inflict damage. However, he quickly became exhilarated. The linked rocket launcher, an exclusive artifact for commanders, its power is contingent upon the combined strength of the host and the contracted battle maiden. In everyday use, commanders can wield it as a conventional lightweight weapon or engage in superconductive use alongside their battle maidens. The detailed notes elucidate that the rockets of this launcher are ethereal, mimetic projectiles. In simpler terms, the host's spiritual energy serves as ammunition, eliminating the need for core energy. As for lightweight usage, it can be likened to the Desert Eagle sidearm that every commander carries. One may simply regard the rocket launcher as just that, a rocket launcher. However, the superconductive collaboration with battle maidens unveils a deeper potential. It allows the amalgamation of the host's and nearby battle maidens' collective spiritual energy, resulting in enhanced mimetic rockets that unleash a superconductive explosion upon adversaries. The resultant damage is several-fold compared to the consumption involved in the collaboration between the commander and the maidens, rendering it immensely powerful. Nevertheless, the system advises against superconductive use unless absolutely necessary, due to its considerable energy expenditure, suggesting judicious application. Having grasped the intricacies of the linked rocket launcher, Yong Lin felt a genuine delight. With such a potent weapon at his disposal, his team would gain an extraordinary advantage in both survival and counterattacks. Truly commendable. In a buoyant mood, he entered the living room, where Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini had been waiting for some time. Upon Yong Lin's arrival, Jiang Liue immediately inquired, "Commander, have you concluded matters with the academy head?" "Indeed, I have. There are certain details I need to discuss with you, but let us return home first," Yong Lin replied. Lin Nianxun appeared puzzled. "Commander, our team has officially logged into the data. Shouldn't we be heading to the General Affairs Department's Demon Extermination Hall to accept a mission for eradication? Nianxun, that can wait. After we return, I will discuss some crucial matters with you all, Yong Lin reassured her. Qin, upon hearing this, was invigorated and leaned closer to Yong Lin, whispering, Commander, have you perhaps reached an agreement with the Academy head? Are we preparing for something significant? Are you that eager for a grand undertaking? Of course, I have just joined the team, and I am looking forward to making a dazzling impression that would leave the commander utterly enchanted. Oh, the nature of our esteemed Qin beauty is well known. Yong Lin had grown accustomed to it. Regardless, the tasks ahead were considerable, and he hoped not to frighten her later. After conversing with Qin, Yong Lin turned to Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun. Time is of the essence. Let us return. Though Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun were still somewhat perplexed, they acquiesced to Yong Lin's request to discuss matters upon their return, suppressing their curiosity for the moment. After departing from the Academy head's residence and traveling for 30 to 40 minutes, the group arrived at their apartment. At this juncture, Qin could hardly contain her excitement. As soon as they entered, she began shaking Yong Lin's arm, urging him to divulge the matters at hand. I understand your eagerness, but please, hold your horses. This is a significant matter. Allow me a moment to organize my thoughts. Yong Lin, she replied, after running around all morning. If what you have to say turns out to be trivial, my regard for you will diminish continuously, you know? If what I speak of is significant, will your affection continuously increase? Naturally, the greater the matter, the more rapidly my fondness escalates. Currently, my affection stands at 100, and upon reaching 200, one may unlock my unique narrative. Indeed, regarding what I mentioned, the affection displayed above your head will undoubtedly rise by increments of 10. A mere 200 in affection is but a drop in the bucket. Listening to Yong Lin and Qin banter, Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun could not help but roll their eyes. Yet, just as Yong Lin had grown accustomed to Qin's temperament, Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun had long accepted the absurdities of these two when they congregated. Now, let us cease our idle chatter and delve into the matter at hand. Firstly, I must recount the incident concerning the Academy's head summoning Yong Lin, which he detailed one by one. The expressions of the three women turned grave, their countenances complex, particularly Lin Nianxun, who had battled alongside Yong Lin in the buffer zone against the Forbidden War Princess. The sudden announcement of the destruction of two northern strongholds, attributed to the Forbidden War Princess, struck her as utterly incredulous. Hadn't that princess been grievously injured? Given her escape, even if she could recover, it was implausible that she could obliterate two strongholds within 2 days, was it not? Your doubts mirror mine. The two strongholds were relatively well defended. Unless the Forbidden War Princess's injuries had healed instantaneously, and her combat prowess surged tenfold or more, it would be impossible for her to annihilate both strongholds and eliminate over 200 guards. Jiang Liue also offered her insights. Might there be a possibility that the growth of the Forbidden War Princess transcends human understanding, accelerating tenfold or even 100-fold? For instance, after sustaining severe injuries, she could have emerged from her cocoon like a butterfly, instantly ascending to a new echelon. In her quest for vengeance, she might have inflicted unspeakable horrors upon the two strongholds she encountered. Yong Lin could not dismiss Jiang Liue's reasoning. After all, the Forbidden War Princess was beyond human comprehension. Who could say she hadn't entered a new evolutionary stage, amplifying her combat strength to 10, 20 times, or even higher? Qin gasped in horror at the thought. If that were the case, the Forbidden War Princess would indeed be terrifying. 2 days of growth enabling her to slaughter over 200 combatants and topple two strongholds. What would happen if she continued to evolve for a few more days? In her eyes, the entire Longting city would be as fragile as an egg. Yong Lin pondered for a moment before stating, "Speculation is merely speculation. Based on my encounters with the Forbidden War Princess, she has not exhibited such extraordinary capabilities. In other words, if she could achieve such feats, this world would have been obliterated long ago by the mere emergence of a few Forbidden War Princesses." Chapter 51. As long as one is adorable, is it permissible? The Forbidden War Princess is perilous, but only in her fully developed form does she pose a true threat. If the combat power could effortlessly increase dozens of times within just 2 days, then after delaying for another 10 days, 20 days, or even 20 months or years, humanity would find itself utterly annihilated, reduced to mere dust. After a moment of serious contemplation, Yong Lin had already discerned the reasoning behind this. The destruction of the two strongholds was unequivocally not the doing of the forbidden battle maiden. Firstly, he possessed an external aid, one that could infiltrate the very laws of the world. Although the forbidden battle maiden was indeed a taboo, she still existed within the framework of the world system. Hence, no matter how formidable or frenzied her growth, she could never transcend the rules of this world. Secondly, it was precisely because Yong Lin had this external aid that he was able to impose a forced contract upon the forbidden battle maiden. If she truly were as exaggeratedly powerful as presumed, Yong Lin mused, she would have likely reversed the contract and obliterated him long ago. However, such matters were secrets he could not disclose to Jiang Liue and the other two. At that moment, Jiang Liue inquired, Yong Lin, since the academy head summoned you to relay this information, does it imply that we must avoid these three strongholds when undertaking future missions? Before Yong Lin could respond, Qin pouted adorably and remarked, if that is all you have to convey, Yong Lin, my favorability towards you will diminish. You'll miss out on unlocking my new storyline, new CG, and secrets. Unlocking what? Yong Lin retorted, it's quite the opposite. Lin Nianxun thought she had misheard. Yong Lin, do you really intend to defy the academy head and venture toward those three strongholds? It's not about defying the academy head, he clarified. Nianxun, do you recall what I did with the forbidden battle maiden upon returning from the buffer zone? Upon hearing that Yong Lin had engaged with the forbidden battle maiden, Jiang Liue and Qin immediately turned their attention to Lin Nianxun. After a moment of surprise and deep thought, Lin Nianxun's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. You mentioned attempting to establish a commander and battle maiden contract with her, but it seemed to have failed. Indeed, that is correct, Yong Lin confirmed, causing Jiang Liue and Qin to nearly choke on their own disbelief. Yong Lin, are you out of your mind? Jiang Liue exclaimed. You wish to contract with something like that? Qin's expression mirrored her shock, as she added, previously, Nianxun told me about the buffer zone and mentioned that the forbidden battle maiden revealed part of her visage, and that she was a beautiful girl. Now to learn that our commander has attempted such a thing, this only confirms something for me. Yong Lin looked at Qin, intrigued. What have you confirmed? Qin replied with a knowing look. As long as one is cute, even a being as enigmatic as the forbidden battle maiden, our commander is willing. SNT? Oh dear, Yong Lin thought, overwhelmed by the realization that his own Qin was truly something else, leaving him utterly exasperated. As Qin articulated her thoughts, both Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun turned their gazes towards her, their expressions laden with profound meaning. What do you truly perceive me to be? Am I the sort of man you envision? The reason I formed a contract with the Forbidden War Maiden was twofold. Firstly, I was unaware of her true identity at the time, and secondly, I was simply captivated by her potential and prowess. Imagine, if the Forbidden War Maiden could indeed join our ranks, how swiftly our progress would accelerate. Jiang Liue sighed, remarking, yet she is not of the same species as humans. And did you not fear the repercussions of forcibly establishing a contract with her? At that moment, I hadn't considered the consequences, and ultimately, she managed to escape. Thus, upon hearing the academy head mention the three strongholds, I could not help but regard the matter of the Forbidden War Maiden with greater concern. Lin Nianxun stated earnestly, Yong Lin, I recognize your intentions regarding the Forbidden War Maiden. However, significant troubles have arisen at the three strongholds, and I do not advise that we defy orders and risk venturing there to enhance our strength. Should anything go awry, our novice team may face total annihilation. I understand. I am acutely aware. Yong Lin pondered deeply, meticulously organizing his thoughts before continuing. Liue, Nianxun, CC, we are a team, and as your commander, I must take responsibility for your safety. Consequently, I am compelled to disclose a matter of utmost importance. The three stunning women paused, exchanging glances before directing their attention back to Yong Lin. He enunciated deliberately, to be candid, I did indeed attempt to form a contract with the Forbidden War Maiden. And to a certain extent, I succeeded. To a certain extent? Qin interjected, her delicate face nearly inches from Yong Lin's. Commander, you must be lucid. It is not yet dusk, and this is not the time for fanciful tales. CC, I speak no nonsense. I have effectively contracted half of that Forbidden War Maiden. If I can forge another contract with her, I possess a 99% certainty of securing her allegiance to our cause. Therefore, I wish to explore the last stronghold and test my fortune. For me, and for our team, this entails risk. Yet should we encounter the forbidden warm maiden and successfully contract with her, the benefits would be unimaginable. The atmosphere within the hall descended into a heavy silence. Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini began to engage in serious contemplation. After a lengthy pause, Jiang Liue finally spoke. Yong Lin, as our commander, you have articulated your position so clearly. I now have but one question to pose. Please, Liue, ask away. You assert that you have partially succeeded in the contract, and as the war maiden, we will unconditionally trust you. However, if the two strongholds are indeed under her influence, what assurances can this partial success provide for the safety of our entire team should we encounter her? I cannot assure that she will not launch an attack against us, but at least I have succeeded halfway. I can still leverage this partial contract to restrict her to a certain extent. Lin Nianxun remarked. Yong Lin, even if we can limit her to a certain degree, it remains perilous. Yong Lin nodded in agreement. That is precisely why I believe we must engage in a serious discussion. The Academy's head is apprehensive about my potential departure to that location. Yet I am now rather headstrong in my desire to venture there. I completely comprehend your concerns and reservations. However, although I am discussing this with you, I do not insist that you accompany me. It is indeed too dangerous. Should anything happen to you, I, as the commander, would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. At that moment, Chini snapped her fingers. Commander, my favorability level has reached 200, unlocking a new plotline. I shall accompany the commander to the northern third stronghold of the buffer zone. CC, are you still able to jest at this moment? I am quite serious. Seeing the determination in our commander, how could I, as a battle princess, possibly shy away? Sister Liu, Nianxun, regarding the taboo of contract battle princesses. Who among the world would dare to such extremes, if not for our commander? Therefore, I must be a part of this intriguing endeavor. Jiang Liue smiled, her lips curling. If outsiders were to hear this, they would surely be terrified. Our commander, truly, dares to undertake anything. I cannot bear to be away from the commander during such dangerous times. Neither can I, Lin Nianxun chuckled lightly. From the moment the contract was signed, I vowed to stand by the commander's side through thick and thin. To suddenly suggest that we should not press forward. Does our commander wish to provoke us? Yong Lin, just tell us when we shall set forth. You really do not need to insist. I have already conveyed the risks involved. Who asked us to place our trust in the commander? We must immediately discuss our course of action and timing. Yong Lin exhaled deeply. Very well. Since you are all willing to accompany me, I shall not be petulant. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to fulfill my role as commander. Should we encounter insurmountable challenges, the safety of everyone will always take precedence, and I shall not betray your trust by placing you in peril. As Yong Lin continued to confer with Jiang Liue and the three women regarding their strategy, a figure emerged outside the northern third stronghold of the Longting city buffer zone. A girl appeared, staggering as she walked, her hand pressed to her forehead. Her expression one of excruciating pain. This girl bore numerous wounds, bloodied and battered, clearly in a state of disarray. Yet, despite her condition, her exquisite beauty and alluring figure could not be concealed. Chapter 52. Whose battle princess is she? Outside the northern third stronghold of Longting City's buffer zone, the atmosphere was tense and fraught with anxiety. Following the destruction of the first and second strongholds, the pressure on the third was palpable. Fortunately, news had reached Longting City, and reinforcements were now being dispatched from within the city towards this location. In the span of merely a day or two, the arrival of reinforcements and an increase in personnel brought a surprising liveliness to this place. However, this vibrancy was confined to the interior. The soldiers stationed at the gates and guarding the vital thoroughfares remained vigilant, fearing the onset of any emergencies. At that moment, at the main northern gate, an alarm rang out from the lookout atop the artillery tower, instantly heightening the awareness of the guards and patrols below. Had they detected the presence of a contaminated beast? Fortunately, that was not the case. Through the intercom, they learned of some commotion ahead, and upon investigation, it appeared that a young girl had emerged. As she drew nearer, it became evident that she was neither a contaminated beast nor a sign of abnormality, allowing the guards and patrol team at the main gate to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the condition of the girl in question seemed far from optimistic. Her body was smeared with blood, suggesting severe injuries, and she staggered with every step on the brink of collapse. Bring her over and inquire about what has transpired, commanded the patrol captain, prompting two team members to hastily approach the girl. Yet, To their surprise, despite her evident pain, she remained extraordinarily alert and resistant, making it impossible for the two team members to get close to her. Calm down, young lady. You are in the third stronghold now. You are temporarily safe. Please tell us what has happened. Why are you alone? Where are your companions? The girl merely glanced at the two but offered no substantial response. Instead, she seemed to be murmuring something under her breath. Upon careful listening, the two team members quickly discerned the situation. She was repeatedly uttering the word commander, unmistakably indicating that she was a battle maiden. Indeed, her condition appeared dire. Given her state, merely maintaining consciousness seemed to be her utmost limit. To avoid provoking a strong reaction from her, the two team members gently guided her toward the third stronghold while simultaneously reporting back to the patrol captain. Captain, this girl is undoubtedly a battle maiden. With the destruction of the first and second strongholds, she is likely a survivor from one of those teams. It is evident that she is quite fortunate. Despite her grievous injuries, she managed to reach our third stronghold. Take her inside and have the medical personnel assess her condition, replied the captain. Yes, captain. After completing their report, the two team members continued to guide the girl, step by step, into the stronghold. Meanwhile, as the girl entered, both the lookout in the artillery tower and the guards, along with other patrolling soldiers, couldn't help but cast glances at her retreating figure. For this girl, both her beauty and physique could undoubtedly be described as extraordinary. Although this young woman appears to be in a disheveled state, it does not diminish the profound impact her beauty has on those around her. Human nature compels one to gaze upon that which is beautiful. Should her beauty endure even a slight affliction, it would undoubtedly evoke a surge of sympathy from onlookers. This poor girl seems to have met with misfortune. One might speculate that her team has been utterly decimated. It is highly probable, and given her current state, one wonders if she can fully regain consciousness. Moreover, she repeatedly murmurs the name of her commander, leading me to surmise that her commander has likely perished, consumed by the beasts of corruption. In an instant, the guards and patrolling personnel at the entrance found themselves filled with sympathy for her plight. As she was escorted into the stronghold, her tragic beauty incited a small commotion among the gathered crowd. Inquiries arose about any incidents occurring outside, while some took the opportunity to observe her condition more closely. Upon witnessing such a lovely girl grievously wounded, nearly losing her grasp on consciousness, their hearts were heavy with sorrow and reflection. The medical staff, alerted to the presence of an injured individual, swiftly took charge. Initially, the girl resisted the approach of strangers, but after gentle persuasion from several female medical personnel, she may have been swayed to lower her guard, or perhaps her physical condition had simply reached its limits. In her weakened state, she allowed the medical team to conduct a thorough examination. Vital signs were stable, although she bore numerous injuries. Fortunately, none were life-threatening. It was surmised that severe internal injuries had resulted in her disorientation, which explained her incessant fixation on her commander's name. Simultaneously, in an effort to ascertain her identity, the Stronghold's personnel dispatched her image to the Dragon's General Affairs Office. However, the response received indicated that there was no record of her. It is plausible that her identity is classified, or she may belong to a different city's team of battle maidens, or possibly she is part of some lesser-known armed faction. Regardless, the matter of her identity could be set aside for the moment. It would be prudent to allow her time to recuperate before inquiring further. Thus, after receiving medical attention, the young woman was placed in the infirmary of the Stronghold. Under normal circumstances, this would be an appropriate course of action. However, the situation at the third stronghold is currently chaotic, a veritable mix of various factions. To stabilize the area, the General Affairs Office has summoned numerous teams to assist, including those led by commanders, battle maidens, and various mercenary groups. Excluding the command and battle maiden teams, the majority of the forces consist of mercenaries, predominantly male. In this world, battle maidens possess an advantage due to their ability to enter shadowy and divine states, unleashing formidable power in combat. This is an innate advantage. However, this does not imply that men lack combat capability. Relative to their female counterparts, men can indeed upgrade their combat abilities. However, they lack the ethereal and divine states, resulting in a significant reduction in damage output. As for the commander, that role is inherently distinct from that of ordinary men, akin to that of the battle maidens. Given the current overcrowding within the third stronghold, it is entirely normal for the mercenary forces to exhibit a chaotic management structure. as many appear to heed summons but disregard proclamations. Following the transfer of the young woman to the medical ward, two individuals within a mercenary group exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a fervent and frenzied gleam. That girl is simply exquisite. Her figure and visage are of the highest caliber, igniting desire with a mere glance. Due to her unique condition, she was placed in a private room. Moments ago, I overheard the medical staff mentioning her state of confusion, rendering her nearly amnesiac, an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The two mercenaries shared a knowing smile, their gazes rife with lascivious intent, now awaiting the onset of nightfall. As night descended, the third stronghold gradually fell into silence. A medical staff member, having just assessed the condition of the young woman brought in during the day, stepped outside, only to feel a sudden constriction around her neck, leading her to lose consciousness. Is everything in order? Rest assured, she has been rendered unconscious. Now is the optimal moment. After a flurry of activity, two towering men entered the solitary medical room. Inside, a delicate young woman sat on the bed, hugging her knees. Her expression was vacant and bewildered, and she continually murmured the word commander. Upon witnessing this scene, the two men were elated. What did I tell you? This girl is clearly dazed. Even if we were to act, she would be none the wiser regarding the events transpiring. It is indeed a pity, for such a remarkable beauty is now reduced to a state of folly. What nonsense! If she were not in this state, would we have this opportunity? Hurry! We must proceed before we are discovered. With that, the two men strode purposefully toward the bed. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the girl slowly lifted her head, yet continued to mumble the word commander. The men felt a sudden tightening in their chests. Nevertheless, they had resolved that if she proved uncontrollable, they would simply render her unconscious once more. However, the outcome was unexpected. The girl merely glanced at them before returning her gaze to her knees, continuing her murmurs. Indeed, she is dazed, but that works to our advantage. Hey, do you hear us? We are your commanders from this moment forth. You shall obey our every command. Indeed, whatever we instruct you to do, you will do. As a battle maiden, defying the commands of your commander will result in punishment. Do you understand? From now on, you will comply with our directives, cooperate fully. Before their eyes was an exquisite beauty, and two men were filled with excitement. Had they not feared causing too great a disturbance, they would have lunged at her long ago. However, to their astonishment, as they approached the girl's hospital bed, she suddenly lifted her head. The vacant expression in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a fury as though she had been disturbed. How dare you look at your commander with such eyes? Lie down obediently. You are about to be punished. Do you understand? Brother, that girl's gaze is terrifying. Fear? What is there to fear? We must act decisively. The leading man could hardly contain his eagerness, but the man behind him suddenly seemed to notice something, his voice trembling with alarm. Brother, what's wrong? Keep your voice down. Do you want others to hear? Above us. The leading man glanced up, and in an instant, his eyes widened in horror. He had no idea when two spinning crescent blades had inexplicably hovered above his head. With a whoosh, the rapidly rotating crescent blades, glimmering with a cold light, abruptly descended in a deadly arc. The speed was so overwhelming that the leading man had no time to scream. He was instantly reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. Murder! Murder! The man behind, witnessing such a grotesque scene, screamed and instinctively began to flee. Yet how could he outrun the two crescent blades? In the dark of night, the two beams of light intersected once more, this time not only slicing through the man's body, but also obliterating much of the hospital room in a violent explosion. The medical staff, who had been knocked out, groggily awoke to the horrific sight of two heaps of indescribable terror nearby, and promptly fainted again. The previous commotion had indeed been substantial, alarming the guards and patrol members at the outpost. Many other teams, initially believing there had been an attack from a contamination beast, were also roused. What is happening? Unclear. It seems to be coming from the patient area. When the guards and various teams arrived, they were met with a scene that left them gasping in shock. The hospital room, once intact, had now been largely destroyed. The only thing remaining unharmed was the bed. On the bed, the girl sat quietly, hugging her knees, while nearby lay the shattered remains of the two men, evoking a visceral dread. What on earth is happening? Did she do this? I remember now. A friend of mine, who works in documentation, once secretly told me that the combatants from the first and second outposts met gruesome ends, each reduced to fragments by sharp blades. Just like what we see here. Could it be that this girl was the mastermind behind the annihilation of the first and second outposts? This was a matter of grave consequence. We must inform the authorities immediately. At present, no one has proven that the two shattered corpses were the handiwork of the young woman in the sickbed. Apart from her and a staff member lying on the ground, there exists no third party in the vicinity. The crowd, on high alert, cautiously withdrew their weapons. However, given the gravity of the situation, none dared to act hastily, awaiting the arrival of the authority figure for further direction. Shortly thereafter, the overseer arrived. At their behest, the crowd refrained from making any rash movements and also roused the medical personnel who had fainted a second time. The medical staff lamented, "How could I have known what was happening? I observed her physical condition earlier and, finding nothing amiss, stepped outside. But then, I felt a weight upon my neck and lost consciousness." Who else was present at that moment? The crowd shook their heads, looking at the two shattered corpses on the ground. While they had indeed been present, they had now been reduced to mere remnants of flesh. The overseer felt a creeping dread. As the one in charge, he was acutely aware of the devastation at the first and second outposts. Thus, upon seeing the two shattered bodies, he was compelled to proceed with caution. He first instructed others to approach the young woman at a safe distance for inquiries. Yet she offered no response. She appeared to be innocently ensnared in her own world, sitting there, knees drawn to her chest, occasionally murmuring the word commander. What should be done now? Without irrefutable evidence linking the two corpses to her actions, the situation nonetheless suggested that she was the only possible perpetrator. What truly piqued concern was not merely the loss of two lives, but the horrific nature of their deaths, which bore striking resemblance to the destruction of the first and second outposts. If she were indeed responsible, the implications were dire. It was highly probable that the third outpost was on the precipice of a bloody tempest. From this moment forth, all personnel at the third outpost were to enter a state of heightened alert. This woman could pose a significant threat until the situation was clarified. It was prudent to maintain distance and avoid provoking her. However, constant vigilance and monitoring were essential. She must not be allowed to act alone, understood? At the command of the overseer, hundreds of individuals at the third outpost responded in unison. Although the delicate young woman on the sickbed did not seem to exhibit any terrifying qualities, nor did she appear to possess any extraordinary abilities, no one dared to act rashly until the truth was unveiled. Currently, no one could ascertain whether her condition was a mere facade or if her strength was disguised. During this period of caution, the only course was to keep her at bay, avoiding unnecessary proximity while remaining ever watchful. Yet, despite the tense atmosphere within the third outpost, no one noticed the monumental changes unfolding outside its confines. Chapter 54. Is the commander a male succubus? In Longting City, ever since Yong Lin, along with Jiang Liue and the others, resolved to stealthily venture toward the third outpost, he found himself unable to articulate the source of his unease. The four individuals meticulously devised their plan and prepared an array of provisions, including food, water, and change of clothes. Hence, they did not embark on their journey that day. As dawn broke the following morning, Yong Lin, accompanied by Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini, made their way early to the Demon Exorcism Hall of the General Affairs Department. One might wonder why, having resolved to stealthily venture to the third stronghold, they chose to visit the Demon Exorcism Hall. The answer lies in the necessity for commanders to record their missions when leading a squad on an operation. This facilitates swift rescue and support efforts should they suddenly go missing. Furthermore, each time a commander undertakes a mission, they are entitled to receive certain supplies. For instance, a first-tier commander can obtain complimentary ammunition for the Desert Eagle, and for longer journeys, they can request a vehicle. Why would one pass up such benefits? Moreover, without registering at the Demon Exorcism Hall, how could one communicate with the guards upon exiting the city? Would they simply soar over the walls? According to the plan conceived by Yong Lin and his companions, they intended to casually accept a distant extermination mission. And once they crossed the city gates and reached a sufficient distance, they would veer off towards the northern third stronghold. After addressing matters at the third stronghold, if time permitted, they could then take the additional time needed to complete their earlier commission. Upon arriving at the front desk of the Demon Exorcism Hall, Yong Lin casually selected a low-level extermination task that was quite far away and proceeded to register his team's details. However, he was taken aback when the attractive attendant at the front desk, upon seeing his name and that of his squad, transformed from an official demeanor to one of exuberant warmth. "Oh, So you are the Yong Lin who established the Longmen Brigade, she exclaimed. Indeed, that is I. Is there an issue? None whatsoever. Please hold on. I will promptly enter your information and expedite the processing of your paperwork. Ah, I appreciate your assistance. It's no trouble at all, she replied, her cheeks flushing as she continued. By the way, since you have accepted such a distant extermination task, I presume you will be needing a vehicle for your journey, correct? Yes, I was planning to request one after completing the paperwork. These matters are trivial, in fact. I will personally escort you to the garage to view the vehicles. I am confident you will find one to your liking. The attendant's enthusiasm was palpable, and she frequently stole glances at Yong Lin, causing not only him, but also Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Qin to feel a bit flustered. Particularly, Qin could not contain herself and murmured, "Is our commander truly this popular with the ladies? Liue, Nianxun, do you think he might be secretly charming the front desk staff?" Jiang Liue was both amused and exasperated, replying, "What are you talking about, see? Do you even hear yourself?" Lin Nianxun couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin, saying, "I wonder what goes on in that head of yours. What do you mean? Clearly, the commander must be charming the front desk attendant. Just look at how enthusiastic she is. Perhaps our commander possesses a siren-like allure. The front desk is now just waiting to ask whether you have a girlfriend, and if I may be permitted to be your girlfriend." Upon hearing Qin's remark, Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun could not help but scrutinize the front desk attendant. To say she was enthusiastic would be an understatement. There were surely multiple service windows. Yet this particular attendant seemed eager to lean across the counter and engage closely with Yong Lin. Could it be that Yong Lin had indeed caught her eye? "Look, Liue, the front desk attending to our commander is exceptionally warm. Do you think any other attendant would exhibit such fervor?" Lin Nianxun mused, resting her chin on her hand thoughtfully. "It seems imperative that we remind our commander not to dally with flowers outside," she continued. "Indeed, while he may enjoy his flings. What if numerous young women come knocking at our doors seeking their dues? Can we truly be at ease?" Jiang Liue concurred, after years at the academy. "I never perceived him as such a carefree man. We must consistently keep him in check." I echo Liue's sentiments. To prevent our commander from straying onto a misguided path, we must remain vigilant, the three women murmured amongst themselves, while Yong Lin had already completed the various formalities for deployment. He then beckoned the trio to join him and the front desk attendant in proceeding to the garage to inspect the vehicles. At that moment, Yong Lin had a lingering question. "Excuse me, isn't there a process to apply for the vehicles? Has there been a change in the protocol?" The front desk attendant replied with a cheerful smile, "How could there be a change? It's simply that you are a special case. Someone has already prepared your vehicles. And not just one. Oh, someone has arranged multiple vehicles for our commander? Indeed, for this purpose. The logistics department of our demon-slaying hall has even designated a separate garage for your squad." Upon hearing this, Yong Lin felt a twinge of unease. Could there have been a mistake? How could anyone have prepared more than one vehicle for him? He was merely a novice commander, and his budget for vehicle deposits was quite limited. "Your name is Yong Lin, the commander of the Longmen unit, with 3 team members, Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Qin, correct?" "Yes, that's right." "Well then, I haven't mistaken you. Once we reach the garage, you will see for yourself." Reluctantly, Yong Lin followed the front desk attendant to the designated garage, still enveloped in confusion. When the attendant unlocked a private garage with a special key, it left not only Yong Lin astounded, but also Jiang Liue and the other 2 women in disbelief. Before them gleamed 5 luxurious vehicles, gleaming in the light, lined up in perfect formation. 3 of these vehicles were suitable for domestic use within the city, each estimated to start at a price of no less than 3 million. The other 2 were designed for long-distance engagements, and correspondingly, their costs were significantly higher, starting at a minimum of 5 million each. It was important to note that these figures represented base prices, given the unique materials involved in the construction of such vehicles in this world. Their true worth was often incalculable. As they gazed upon the vehicles, each worth tens of millions, it was evident not only to Yong Lin, but also to the 3 women from Jiang Liue why the receptionist was so fervently attentive to their commander. "May I inquire? The original owner of these vehicles should bear the surname Li, correct?" "Indeed, since you have deduced it, I see no reason to conceal the truth. He is the esteemed head of the Longting Academy." Yong Lin felt a profound sense of affection emanating from the academy head towards himself. Meanwhile, the 3 women from Jiang Liue huddled together, embarking on their whispered discussions. Although the academy head is in his middle age, there are no rumors of his marriage, nor has there been mention of any children. Isn't that rather peculiar? It is indeed strange. One would expect otherwise. After all, he is a 7th-tier commander. What sort of woman could he not attract? Yet, why has he remained unmarried? Could it be that the academy head once had a beloved, but they were forced apart? And perhaps many years later, he discovered he had an illegitimate child, who, coincidentally, bears the surname Yong? Yong Lin could only lament his acute hearing, absorbing every word of their speculation. He yearned to voice his discontent regarding their conjectures, but ultimately decided against it. In this situation, would they even believe his explanations? Or would it merely exacerbate their misunderstandings? In any case, the issue concerning the vehicles was resolved, which was commendable. They needed to hasten to the 3rd stronghold. Otherwise, an unsettling sense of anticipation would persist, as if something were destined to occur. Chapter 55. Truly my battle maiden with the commission accepted and the vehicles secured. It was only natural to proceed with the 3 women toward the northern 3rd stronghold. Soon, a ruggedly modified vehicle, resembling an off-roader and boasting formidable performance, emerged from the garage. Amid the reluctant glances of the receptionist, Yong Lin drove towards the city gate with the 3 women in tow. Nianxun, how is the route confirmation progressing? Rest assured, Commander, we will depart from the west gate, pass through the sandy beach, and then turn northwest, traversing the bioluminescent forest to reach the 3rd stronghold. Excellent, Yong Lin replied. Then turned to Jiang Liue, once we exit the city gate, will you handle the first line of defense? Of course, I know precisely what to do. As Yong Lin engaged in conversation with Lin Nianxun and Jiang Liue, Chini, seated in the passenger seat, grew anxious. What about me? What role do I play? You? If you could just behave, I would consider it a blessing. Commander, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that I am being treated differently from Liue and Nianxun during this operation? Differently? Hardly. When we encounter the polluted beasts, you will be the first to strike. If your performance fails to satisfy me, you can forego lunch. How utterly detestable, Commander! Now that you acknowledge my ruthlessness, transform into a compliant little lamb, for there will be ample opportunity for you to showcase your prowess later. Under Chini's watchful glare, the vehicle smoothly exited the city. After traversing over 20 miles along the broad avenue, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. At this moment, Jiang Liue transitioned from the interior of the vehicle to its roof, assuming the role of the primary sentinel, coordinating with Yong Lin, who was driving, to survey the area. Should any unforeseen events arise, her superior realm strength would enable her to respond swiftly and effectively. Indeed, a city is fundamentally a bastion of security, with a perimeter of 100 miles generally deemed safe, a fact that justifies the presence of numerous defense and patrol teams. Thus, during the initial 2 hours of their journey, everything proceeded without incident. However, upon reaching the sandy beach and veering into the luminescent forest, even without Yong Lin's warning, Jiang Liue, along with Lin Nianxun and Chini, instinctively heightened their alertness. The luminescent forest earned its name due to the bizarre vines and trees that emit a mystical glow at night, creating an enchanting illusion within which one could easily lose themselves. Yet, it is within this captivating realm that numerous tainted beasts lurk, ready to pounce on the unwary, transforming the mesmerized into their next meal. Additionally, the shortcut they had chosen rendered the road particularly treacherous. Fortunately, the vehicle's superior performance ensured that they remained comfortable despite the bumpy ride. After covering some distance, Jiang Liue initiated a conversation through Yong Lin's mental connection. Commander, I have detected the presence of tainted beasts. Yong Lin responded while driving. To the right ahead, there are 2 ordinary-level tainted beasts. Liue engaged swiftly. Understood. With the imperative for haste, Jiang Liue immediately entered her full explosive divine state. Her figure soared like a swan, swiftly darting from the roof of the vehicle to the indicated position. A chilling radiance surged through the forest as her overwhelming power enveloped the surroundings. Within mere seconds, she dispatched the foes effortlessly, before leaping back onto the moving vehicle's roof. Observing Jiang Liue's prowess from within the vehicle, Lin Nianxun couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of Sister Liue, slaying 1 or 2 ordinary-level tainted beasts seems as effortless as having a meal. This is the advantage of being at a higher level. Once you reach her realm, weakness becomes a distant memory. Indeed, I shall strive to keep pace with Sister Liue, Lin Nianxun replied. Upon hearing this, Yong Lin turned to the co-driver, Qin, and remarked, especially you, CC. As the weakest in the team, you must exert extra effort, understand? Pouting, Qin retorted. Nianxun is at the 4th stage of her battle spirit, while I am at the 3rd. She is merely 1 level above me. In a real fight, I might not necessarily lose to her. Commander, are you certain I'm the weakest? Strength is only discerned in combat. Now is your chance to prove yourself. Liue. Ahead lies a battle vehicle level tainted beast accompanied by 5 ordinary level tainted beasts. You will engage the battle vehicle while Nianxun and CC assist you in dispatching the 5 ordinary level ones. As soon as the prospect of battle arose, Qin could hardly contain her eagerness to prove herself. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, she darted out with swiftness that surpassed even Lin Nianxun's. Fearing that Jiang Liue might single-handedly eliminate the several pollution beasts lurking ahead, in the vehicle remained Yong Lin, whose duty now was to await the trio's efforts in clearing the path. Simultaneously, he was determined to relay crucial intelligence regarding the pollution beasts to the 3 women. The ordinary level pollution beast, the painful treant, adeptly utilized its tendrils to strike. Lacking any sense of pain, they exhibited an exceptionally fierce offensive compared to other pollution beasts, though their primary flaw was their relatively fragile constitution. The war vehicle level pollution beast, the yellow crystal earth dragon, was a tier above the ordinary level, preferring to dwell beneath the damp canopies of dense forests. Its body was encrusted with yellowish crystals, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Resembling a massive lizard with a bite force akin to that of a crocodile, capable of effortlessly severing steel. At that moment, Jiang Liue led the charge against the yellow crystal earth dragon, effortlessly overpowering it with her formidable combat prowess. Observing the beast's earthy crystal armor gradually diminishing under Jiang Liue's blade, it was evident that its demise was merely a matter of time. On the other side, Lin Nianxun and Qin, true to their years of camaraderie, exhibited remarkable synergy. Often, as Lin Nianxun's scythe of death exposed a flaw in the painful treant, Qin would seize the opportunity, darting like a phantom around the treant's vicinity. Once Qin unleashed her power, the previously arrogant painful treant was swiftly ensnared by intertwining threads, severed into numerous fragments. Yong Lin, observing the battle, found himself intrigued by Qin's fighting style. He noted that she did not fall into the category of explosive fighters like Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun, but instead sought to weave her web before striking down her foes. Once her intricate web was laid, her lethality would surge exponentially, as it was in the present moment. With a mere flick of her fingers, several divine threads abruptly ensnared a painful treant, leaving it no chance to struggle. The multitude of threads she manipulated swiftly reduced the creature to mere shreds. Truly, my valiant warriors. Witnessing the trio swiftly clear the area, the notifications of their increased spiritual power echoed delightfully in Yong Lin's mind. Following the battle, he would undoubtedly commend Qin for her impressive performance. Just look at how proud she was. One could almost imagine her tail rising in triumph if she had won. The journey thereafter proceeded smoothly, with occasional encounters with pollution beasts, yet thankfully not in overwhelming numbers. With Jiang Liue acting as the primary force, supported by Lin Nianxun and Qin, their path unfolded with ease. As noon approached, the group began to deliberate on where to set up camp and prepare a meal when suddenly, their route was obstructed by a broken bridge ahead. Chapter 56. Are we not of the same kind? A great river, once graced by a magnificent bridge, had succumbed to the ravages of battle, leaving the structure fractured. Before Yong Lin could voice his thoughts, the 3 stunning women were already in a flurry. Jiang Liue exclaimed, "What shall we do? Are we to divert our path upstream or downstream?" Lin Nianxun replied, "Based on my knowledge of the terrain, whether we go upstream or downstream. Crossing the river will require a considerable trek. Roughly estimated, it will take us at least more than an hour." Qin remarked in silence. "It's easier for pedestrians than vehicles. If only our car had wings." Initially feeling peckish, they had planned to find a spot for Jiang Liue to prepare a picnic. But now it seemed they would waste a significant amount of time. Yong Lin, however, remained unfazed. Observing his demeanor, Qin was intrigued. "Commander, why are you not worried? We need to change our route." "Change our route? What route?" "Commander, you cannot possibly expect us to lift the car across, can you?" Yong Lin chuckled. "That is actually a rather clever idea." "What clever idea?" "With such a wide river, it is unrealistic for the 3 of us to leap across while carrying the vehicle. Are you suggesting we swim with it?" "CC, After sitting in the car for so long, what is wrong with swimming while lifting it across? She retorted, I refuse. What if we drown? Who knows what lurks beneath these deep waters? Perhaps a contaminated beast. What then? All right, CC, the commander is merely jesting, Jiang Liue interjected earnestly. Commander, we still have a considerable distance to the third stronghold. If we change our route and hasten our pace, we should still reach it by evening. No need for that. I will manage to get the car across, and then we shall find a tranquil spot to cook and unwind. Upon hearing Yong Lin's intention to handle the vehicle himself, the three beauties looked at each other in confusion. Lin Nianxun glanced at the ground and then at the opposite bank. Commander, what good methods can there be in this situation? Do not underestimate your commander, Yong Lin laughed heartily. With a gentle tap of his right hand on the vehicle, it vanished into thin air as if by magic. The three women stared in astonishment. Is this some kind of illusion? How extraordinary! Chini rushed forward, grasping Yong Lin's hand and examining him closely. Aside from a simple spatial ring, she found nothing else. Could it be that you have stored the car inside the ring? That is impossible. Its capacity is only a cubic meter or two. How could it possibly hold a car? Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun were equally perplexed, gazing at Yong Lin in bewilderment. While spatial rings existed in this world, their size was limited and their cost exorbitant, each costing millions. Thus, only the exceedingly wealthy could afford such items, as they were often targets for theft. Even Yong Lin, who claimed to possess a storage ring, merely wielded a $2 trinket from a street vendor, intended to obscure his true storage capabilities. However, he told his three battle maidens, "Oh, do not be surprised. This is one of my abilities, allowing me to temporarily create a space. Thus, storing the vehicle is entirely feasible." In truth, Yong Lin found the notion of utilizing his storage space for a vehicle somewhat absurd, feeling it rather ludicrous. Yet for the three maidens, they were nearly ready to kneel before their commander. He often displayed extraordinary abilities, leaving them utterly bewildered as to how many more secrets he harbored. Is the commander truly human? Enough dawdling. Liue, Nianxun, you two go ahead. CC, you carry me across the river. Huh, why must I be the one to carry you? Liue and Nianxun are perfectly capable. Then let Liue or Nianxun carry me. You jump across first. Commander, how can you say that? You promised I would carry you. Why now let Liue and Nianxun do it? Were you not unwilling? When did I express such reluctance? I merely asked you a question. Enough chatter. Bend down and let me mount from behind. Let me make this clear. No wandering hands, or I shall toss you into the river. Why do you fuss so? In what way are Liue and Nianxun superior to you? Do I truly need to touch you? You better clarify how Liue and Nianxun surpass me, or I will indeed throw you into the river. The four of them bickered and crossed the river, subsequently finding a suitable spot to set up camp and cook. While their commotion may have seemed loud, it was primarily Yong Lin and Chini who were the most animated. Most of the time, Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun merely observed the antics of the two. Although their team had been formed for only a couple of days, everything appeared to have settled into a routine. As for the journey ahead, it mirrored their morning, with them battling pollution beasts while driving. They inevitably encountered large swarms of pollution beasts. Initially, Jiang Liue and Chini were anxious for Yong Lin's safety, repeatedly advising him to remain inside the specially fortified vehicle. However, Yong Lin not only ignored their warnings, but also stored the vehicle away in his space. Commander, could you not act so recklessly? Liue aside, are you truly stronger than Nianxun and me? In response to Chini's remark, Lin Nianxun fell silent. Yong Lin, meanwhile, produced the Desert Eagle's eye and retorted, "You, girl, are clearly inexperienced." Bang, bang, bang. As three pollution beasts lunged to ambush them, all were struck in their cranial weak points and collapsed lifelessly. Chini was left utterly astonished. Is your marksmanship truly this precise? Hitting every weak point? And when did the Desert Eagle's eye possess such immense power to obliterate the skulls of pollution beasts? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and slay the pollution beast. As Yong Lin's words echoed, Chini couldn't help but murmur to herself, even as she prepared for action. Their commander, was he truly human? Slaying a pollution beast faster than a battle maiden? The one remaining advantage she had was swiftly diminished in the presence of the commander. Oh, the despair. Yong Lin, however, was not overly concerned. He feared for the safety of his three beautiful companions and was willing to test his skills. The reason for stowing away the vehicle was to prevent it from becoming collateral damage in the chaotic skirmish. Regardless of its value, It was an invaluable companion for transportation, deserving of care. As time passed, Yong Lin and his group drew ever closer to the third stronghold. Within that stronghold, the girl who had crushed a man remained under surveillance. Since last night, no one dared to underestimate her. Yet, thus far, she had exhibited an unsettling calmness, occasionally murmuring the commander's name, but nothing else seemed amiss. Could it be that this girl was innocent, and the deaths of the two were the work of another? Just as the inhabitants of the stronghold contemplated this, a calamity struck. Boom! At the heart of the stronghold, a colossal, unidentified plant burst forth from the earth. Many were caught off guard, pierced by the thrashing roots and left shivering in shock. It was a sacred-level pollution beast. How could such a creature manifest here? There was no mistaking it. Indeed, it was sacred level, a terrifying revelation. Some combatants attempted to resist, but their superficial strength was utterly insufficient against a sacred-level entity. Within mere minutes, the third stronghold was awash with blood, shattered corpses strewn about. Atop the mysterious plant, a massive flower suddenly bloomed, revealing a striking girl adorned with bee-like antennae and a posterior reminiscent of a bee's abdomen. What is this? The humans I encounter are all so feeble. Those prisoners warned me to be cautious of humans. How absurd! She exclaimed. Enlightened beast, eradicate every last one of them. Leave not a single soul alive. Wait, that girl sitting on the bed. She is not human, and she is not of my kind. Chapter 57. The Bee Girl like a discovery of a new world. The bee girl's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Enlightened beast, do not concern yourself with those frail humans. Bring that woman to me for inspection. The enormous plant's branches swayed, and in the next moment, several tendrils shot toward the girl huddled on the bed. Sensing imminent danger, the girl sprang to her feet, vanishing with unparalleled speed to the side. Perhaps feeling provoked, she lifted her gaze to the towering bee girl, her beautiful eyes brimming with icy fury. With a crash, the bed splintered apart as the massive plant, known as the enlightened beast, seized nothing but air. This action incited considerable displeasure from the bee girl nestled within the flower. Unexpectedly, there was a deft evasion, and your gaze is rather commendable. However, with such meager prowess, you cannot escape my grasp. Come forth. This time, the enlightened beast extended more branches. With a mere gesture from the bee girl, each branch of the enlightened beast accelerated as if imbued with enhanced efficacy, racing towards the girl on the ground with even greater speed than before. Simultaneously, two crescent wheels manifested around the girl's form. Just as the numerous branches of the enlightened beast were about to ensnare her, the crescent wheels gleamed with a cold light, effortlessly slicing through the branches with ease. Originally, the branches and leaves of the sanctum-level enlightened beast possessed a degree of regenerative capability. Yet, after being severed by the crescent wheels, this regenerative ability was not only curtailed, but the wounds where the branches had been severed emanated tendrils of black energy. Witnessing the enlightened beast emit a shriek of agony, the bee girl seethed with rage. What have you done? Why has my enlightened beast been reduced to this? The girl on the ground offered no response. Instead, her form abruptly flickered, and upon reappearing, she had leapt into the air, now less than 3 meters away from the bee girl standing atop the flower. The crescent wheels whirled beside her, and as her strength surged, they converged into one, rushing towards the bee girl's head in a dazzling display. The bee girl, infuriated, could hardly believe the audacity of this being, resembling a human yet distinctly not one. How dare she be so brazen? Raising her right hand high, she swung it down with ferocity, not only dispersing the unified wheel back into 2 crescent wheels, but also sending the attacking girl hurtling away like a cannonball. In the end, with such trivial abilities, what audacity do you pitifully weak creatures possess to dare oppose me? The bee girl taunted, then commanded the enlightened beast to extend its branches once more, intending to retrieve the flung girl. She was determined to discern the nature of this entity that could inflict harm upon her steed, yet did not appear to be human. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, her brow betraying a hint of excitement. Although the captives were angered by my escape, bringing this unique toy back for their examination would surely elate them. The force of the bee girl's earlier strike had been tremendous. The girl, sent flying, had created a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Currently, it seemed the girl was struggling to rise from the newly formed pit. As the branches of the enlightened beast reached her head, it appeared inevitable that she would soon be drawn back to the bee girl's side. At that moment, a man's booming command to open fire echoed through the stronghold, and the entire area erupted into chaos. Thunderous roars resounded as beams of laser light surged toward the colossal plant at the center. The sheer magnitude of the assault rendered any attempt to evade futile. Accompanying the lasers were countless rockets and grenades, creating a cataclysmic symphony of destruction. Initially, the enlightened beast emerged suddenly from beneath the earth of the third stronghold, catching the defenders completely off guard. The danger it posed was classified as temple level, which rendered any resistance from the third stronghold utterly ineffective. However, it was not long before the overseer of the area seized the opportune moment. With the monstrous entity fixated on the girl in the medical bed, this presented an ideal opportunity for counterattack. In a state of urgency, the disarrayed personnel mobilized, swiftly activating various heavy artillery surrounding the stronghold. The only distinction was that in previous defensive maneuvers, they had aimed outward. Now, with survival at stake, they had no choice but to fire inward. As long as they could eliminate this temple-level corrupted beast, the destruction of the stronghold would merely necessitate reconstruction. Meanwhile, the bee-woman was entirely preoccupied with the grotesque figure before her, unaware that the seemingly fragile humans dared to retaliate in her moment of inattention. By the time she became aware of the situation, it was already too late. One should never underestimate the potency of human heavy firepower, especially when the ammunition was crafted from corrupted cores. Even a temple-level corrupted beast could not withstand the relentless barrage. In an instant, the massive body of the enlightened beast was riddled with wounds. Despite its formidable regenerative abilities, it could not endure such ferocious onslaughts. As the overseer and the others witnessed their efforts bearing fruit, preparations for a second wave of firepower commenced in haste. "You pests, you shall perish." The bee-woman had just dragged the inhuman girl closer to her, only to realize that the humans below had concentrated their fire in her direction. Although she possessed immense strength and remained unharmed atop the towering flower, the enlightened beast emitted a pained shriek, attempting to retreat. "Fool, hold your ground. I must eliminate these pests." Enraged, the bee-woman chose to intervene personally. A tremendous force radiated from her, akin to the rising tides of a sapphire sea, obliterating the artillery placements around the third stronghold with astonishing ease. Nevertheless, nearly half of the second wave of firepower still struck the enlightened beast. If it were a usual day, the enlightened beast might have rampaged once more. But the unfortunate reality was that it was utterly bewildered by the non-human girl whom its master had targeted. An instinctive fear gripped the enlightened beast, for each of her attacks could thwart its regeneration, sending a chill deep within its core, compounded by the fact that it had been focused on by humans twice. The enlightened beast, in a state of sheer terror, sought to burrow underground and flee. "Damn it, what are you doing? Don't you dare run away. I intend to slaughter these insignificant creatures. Stop, stop, you fool." Upon realizing the situation, the bee-woman was nearly incensed to the point of bleeding. Yet, the enlightened beast was genuinely frightened, impervious to her scolding. In its moment of panic, the once determined bee-woman, who had planned to obliterate the firepower here and eliminate everyone, found herself wide open to attack. At the third stronghold, the remaining heavy artillery focused its fire for the third time, decisively targeting her. Even though the bee-woman was powerful and physically formidable, being the focus of half the stronghold's firepower inflicted severe damage upon her. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she glared viciously at the humans around her. "You insignificant creatures, wait for me. I shall return." As the bee-woman retreated into the flower, the enlightened beast swiftly burrowed back underground, making its escape. Chapter 58. A new nightmare emerges at that moment. Although the bee-woman and her enlightened beast had fled, the crisis at the third stronghold had yet to be averted. The earlier commotion had reverberated throughout the vicinity, prompting the surrounding pollution beasts to respond almost instinctively. In a short span, a multitude of pollution beasts had congregated around the third stronghold. Inside, the remaining combat personnel and supporting teams were in dismay. Fortunately, the pollution beasts drawn by the commotion were primarily of the ordinary and vehicle levels, as long as the more formidable leader level, storm level, and previously encountered, even more powerful. Temple-level creatures did not appear in droves. The defenders could manage to hold their ground. Amidst such chaos, the girl who had been targeted by the bee-woman now stood dazed, staring at the hole left by the fleeing, enlightened beast. She was indeed not human. She was a forbidden battle maiden. Uncertain of her own existence, she felt no distinction between humans and pollution beasts. What puzzled her further was the sudden emergence of the term commander in her mind. What was a commander? It seemed to denote a person. Yet that person was not present. Nonetheless, they appeared to care deeply. At this moment, the Forbidden Battle Maiden's heart was laden with complexity, a sentiment that Yong Lin would come to understand only after a long time. This was all a consequence of the forced contract that had left an indelible mark upon her soul, leading to the awakening of a certain human-like persona within her. The presence of a personality inevitably gives rise to consciousness, and once consciousness is awakened, the Forbidden War Maiden will transform in ways previously unimaginable. Thus, Yong Lin's notes are quite explicit regarding this matter. The emergence of consciousness within the Forbidden War Maiden will undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous interaction with her instincts. The ultimate outcome will either skew her allegiance towards a commander she scarcely understands or compel her to extinguish this newfound awareness by relying on her instincts. The reason the Forbidden War Maiden remained so tranquil at the third stronghold was that her subconscious was grappling with this very issue. Unfortunately, her contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of the bewoman and the enlightened beast. Because of this, a flicker of rage ignited deep within the Forbidden War Maiden, witnessing the escape of the bewoman and the enlightened beast. Despite her instincts warning her of their formidable nature, her anger propelled her to leap into the pit in pursuit. As for the bewoman, she is currently gravely injured, while the enlightened beast is consumed by a rising tide of fear, eager to vacate the vicinity of the third stronghold as swiftly as possible. Thus, it is under these circumstances that the bewoman is compelled to flee. However, she could never have anticipated that the non-human maiden she had previously found intriguing would dare to pursue her. Initially seated within her floral bud, seeking a moment of respite, she suddenly sensed an ominous presence enveloping her. As she unfurled her petals, there stood the non-human maiden she had encountered on the ground. Not only that, but the Forbidden War Maiden was also taking the initiative. Two crescent blades, though wielded in a confined underground space, whirled and sliced through the air with a sound that resonated like a thunderous clap. Witnessing this scene, the bee-woman was filled with exasperation. How audacious of you! Do you truly believe that I, weakened as I am, cannot seize you? Perfect. I shall capture you and deliver you to the captive for dissection and study. The bee-woman commanded the enlightened beast to halt, intent on demonstrating her prowess by successfully capturing the Forbidden War Maiden. Yet, when the enlightened beast turned to look back, it was one thing to confront any pursuer, but it could not bear the thought of facing the Forbidden War Maiden. This was due to the blackened wounds still seeping from where branches had been severed, leaving the enlightened beast in a state of agony. Injured as it was, the last thing the enlightened beast desired was to engage in combat with an entity as formidable as the Forbidden War Maiden. The bee-woman was ready to strike, but the enlightened beast chose to flee instead. Alas, the bee-woman's skills remained unexhibited as the enlightened beast hastily enveloped her back within the protective confines of the flower. Currently, the enlightened beast's speed of escape underground was more than doubled compared to before. Fool, I commanded you to stop. Are you deaf? The enlightened beast heard nothing, deeply intimidated by the Forbidden War Maiden, especially in its weakened state. Despite its increased speed, the Forbidden War Maiden's crescent blades were equally swift. With a swift slice, yet another branch was severed, heightening the enlightened beast's terror of the Forbidden War Maiden. Meanwhile, the poor bee woman was tightly encased within the flower, her injuries compounded by her mounting fury, nearly causing her to expel all her blood in frustration. Fool, once we return, I shall ensure you meet your end. A sudden exclamation escaped the lips of the bee woman, and in an instant, a glimmering crescent flashed before her face. Although the strike did not wound her, it left her thoroughly startled. What ensued was even more unforeseen. The Forbidden Battle Maiden had leapt into the bisected flower with reckless abandon. What are you doing, you fool? The bee woman exclaimed, thrusting her hand toward the Forbidden Battle Maiden in a desperate attempt to repel her. Yet, the latter remained unfazed, brazenly enduring the bee woman's attack as she dove into the depths of the flower's interior. Thus began a rather absurd melee. To be fair, the bee woman possessed considerable strength. Had she not been carelessly targeted by humans, the Forbidden Battle Maiden, in her current diminished state, would never have been able to approach her. However, now she was grievously injured, her mount was in chaos, and with rage clouding her judgment. Coupled with the inherently erratic nature of the Forbidden Battle Maiden, she found herself cornered. What rendered the bee woman utterly bemused was the realization that, as she desperately sought to push the forbidden battle maiden away and crush this reckless adversary. The latter had inadvertently discovered that the enormous flower atop the enlightened beast was quite delectable. To her astonishment, consuming it seemed to restore both her vitality and magical energy. Consequently, in a reckless fervor, she engaged the bee woman in close combat while voraciously devouring the massive blossom. "Prisoner, save me. I have encountered a lunatic." The bee woman was thoroughly alarmed. Her excursion from the base had been clandestine, emboldened by her formidable power, which allowed her to act with impunity. Indeed, she was the one responsible for the first and second strongholds alongside the enlightened beast. In her eyes, humans were mere inferior beings. To slay them was inconsequential. Yet now, she confronted a non-human entity, more reckless than herself, relentlessly pursuing her demise. Despite her own formidable strength, fear gripped her heart. The relentless gnawing of the flower on the enlightened beast, coupled with the torturous powers afflicting the forbidden battle maiden, sent the creature into a frenzied state of chaos. Stripped of reason, if the bee woman had once possessed the capacity for a powerful counterattack, the complete loss of control of her mount rendered such hopes futile. Rather than launching a counteroffensive, she was simply striving to maintain her own safety amidst the turmoil. "Prisoner, I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly understand my errors." In the midst of the bee woman's panicked cries, the enlightened beast, unable to endure the torment and anguish any longer, suddenly burrowed into the ground. In her despair, the bee woman saw a glimmer of hope. If they could reach solid ground, she could escape this deranged adversary. However, to her dismay, as they broke through the surface, she encountered a man behind the wheel and 3 women. Her nightmare had just multiplied. Chapter 59. Is it danger or fortune? Returning to Yong Lin's side. After departing from Longting City, he drove with Jiang Liue and the 2 other women straight towards the 3rd stronghold. Their pace was brisk, and by dusk, they had already entered the vicinity of the 3rd stronghold. If all went as expected, they would officially arrive within half an hour. During their journey, due to the continuous battles along the way, Lin Nianxun's level had risen from the 4th tier of battle spirit to the 5th. She had also comprehended the derivative ability, soul-seizing pursuit, of the core ability, Whisper of the Void. Within a certain range, upon forcibly locking onto an opponent, she could disregard the distance between them, instantly appearing behind the enemy and delivering a fatal backstab with double her comprehensive strength. Meanwhile, Chini had also leveled up, progressing from the 3rd to the 4th tier of battle spirit. However, to attain her first core derivative ability like Lin Nianxun, she needed to reach the 5th tier. As for Jiang Liue, her level was considerably high, and the experience gained from their journey was beneficial for Lin Nianxun and Chini, but it fell short for her. Setting aside the growth of each individual, as they approached the vicinity of the 3rd stronghold, Yong Lin felt his heart quicken. He instinctively sensed that the forbidden battle maiden was present at the 3rd stronghold. Consequently, he could not help but speculate that the massacre at the 1st and 2nd strongholds might have been perpetrated by her. Although it seemed implausible, it could not be entirely dismissed. After all, if the forbidden battle maiden were indeed at the 3rd stronghold, would it not be too coincidental if she were not the culprit? "Commander, if the forbidden battle maiden truly is the perpetrator, she must already be wreaking havoc at the 3rd stronghold," one of them remarked. "Indeed, I share your concern. Moreover, if she is the true assailant, once her true identity is revealed, even if we have contracted her, it might become problematic for us to remain in Longting City." Overthinking was futile. For safety's sake, they decided to approach the 3rd stronghold cautiously, uncertain of any situation that may have arisen. After deliberating, the 4 continued driving. However, soon, a startling event transpired. A tremendous rumble emanated from the direction of the 3rd stronghold, indicating that something significant had occurred. "No way, something really happened over there," Yong Lin said, feeling embarrassed. After scanning the surroundings, Jiang Liue cautioned, "Commander, regardless of whether the incident at the 3rd stronghold is the doing of the forbidden battle maiden, we must proceed with caution." Lin Nianxun concurred. Indeed, given that something has transpired at the 3rd stronghold, numerous polluted beasts have been stirred. Our priority now is to safeguard ourselves. The commotion from the 3rd stronghold was so intense that it had attracted many polluted beasts, making the 4 of them feel as if they were caught in the crossfire. "Liue, Nianxun, and Cici, let us halt our journey and take refuge on the nearby hillside to avoid drawing attention. As twilight descends, confronting the pollution beasts on flat ground is hardly a prudent endeavor. To reach higher ground, Yong Lin has now stored the vehicle within his spatial realm. In the ensuing moments, numerous pollution beasts begin to emerge around them. However, the majority are of the ordinary variety, with only occasional appearances of a war vehicle-level beast. Fortunately, with Jiang Liue present, the current state of the squad remains stable. From their vantage point, they can vaguely discern the third stronghold. The situation there is unclear, but the firepower appears to be formidable. One wonders if the third stronghold will meet the same fate as the first and second. Commander, are you truly certain the forbidden battle maiden is nearby? Think not of such matters for now. Focus on the left. A pollution beast is attempting an ambush. Lin Nianxun. Keep a vigilant watch over your respective areas. The pollution beasts are increasing in number. Yong Lin heightens his awareness of the surroundings. In this situation, it is actually advantageous for the squad. A multitude of ordinary pollution beasts is presenting themselves, allowing for thorough elimination, which will significantly enhance his spiritual power cap and enable the replication of energy points. Lin Nianxun and Chini will surely also see an elevation in their levels. The expedition to the third stronghold in search of the forbidden battle maiden is one matter, but bolstering the squad's strength is undoubtedly of paramount importance. After nearly an hour, the number of pollution beasts slain by the four on the high ground surpasses the total they had defeated along their journey. Amidst the intense combat, Lin Nianxun's level rises from Battle Spirit Stage 5 to Battle Spirit Stage 6. Meanwhile, Chini finally ascends to Battle Spirit Stage 5, having comprehended the core ability. The derivative capability, Tide of the Azure Sea. Tide of the Azure Sea can induce resonance with divine weapons, disorienting pollution beasts while inflicting substantial damage. It is precisely due to this ability that, as darkness deepens, one can occasionally observe flickering threads in the air. Within her domain, Chini ensures that any pollution beast she targets is left in ruin, whether through killing or manipulation. Witnessing the carnage wrought upon the pollution beasts, Yong Lin cannot help but marvel at Chini's devastating prowess. To be her adversary is indeed a terrifying prospect, for a single misstep could result in one becoming mere fragments of flesh. Merely contemplating it sends chills down the spine. As time progresses, not only does the commotion from the third stronghold diminish, but the situation with the surrounding pollution beasts also eases. Initially, there were large swarms of pollution beasts, but now only a few appear sporadically, with Yong Lin's heightened perception confirming that no further pollution beasts will emerge in the immediate vicinity. He gestures for the three women to rest briefly atop the high ground. As it stands, the third stronghold appears to have stabilized. Commander, what do you mean by stability? The first and second strongholds have been completely obliterated. Although the third stronghold has external support, without a super expert stationed there, I doubt it will weather the storm unscathed. Indeed, CC is correct, Lin Nianxun remarked gravely as she gazed towards the third outpost. This stronghold lies beyond the city defenses, where formidable warriors and heavy artillery congregate in the buffer and safety zones. It is quite possible that the third outpost has been utterly annihilated. Jiang Liue, also looking towards the third outpost, countered, not necessarily. Although it is a considerable distance away, we can still hear the incessant sounds of gunfire. There is a significant chance that the third outpost is still prevailing. Yong Lin felt a sense of unease regarding Jiang Liue's perspective. Naturally, he hoped the third outpost was gaining the upper hand, yet he dreaded the possibility that the perpetrator might be the Forbidden Battle Princess. He had not forgotten that if the Forbidden Battle Princess were to perish during this period, he would suffer a devastating backlash due to their forced contract. If only the culprit were not her. As these thoughts raced through Yong Lin's mind, his pupils suddenly dilated, and a chill ran through him. This is bad. I sense an immense danger rapidly approaching us. Upon hearing this, the three women, who had just relaxed, immediately tensed up once more, entering a state of readiness almost in unison. Commander, can you provide more precise information? The adversary is drawing closer. If I am not mistaken, it is likely a sanctum-level corrupted beast. With this revelation, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the three women, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Chapter 60. First deal with her corrupted beasts are classified into 9 tiers: ordinary, war machine, leader, storm, sanctum, emperor, judgment, cataclysm, and world. Although the human realm also consists of 9 major realms, one must not conflate human levels with the tiers of corrupted beasts. Generally speaking, once a corrupted beast reaches the leader tier, its danger cannot be underestimated. As for Jiang Liue, despite being a battle princess of the third major realm. She would never have dared to challenge a leader-tier beast alone in the past. Not even with a 5-member squad of the same realm could they guarantee a successful hunt against a leader-tier corrupted beast. If the leader tier possessed more complex abilities, the entire squad could easily be wiped out. Given such circumstances, the emergence of a sanctum-level beast would understandably cause alarm among the 3 women. Commander, you cannot be mistaken. A sanctum-level corrupted beast could appear in this location? Nianxun, let us not dwell on that. We must escape now. At this moment, time was no longer a matter of currency. It was a matter of life itself. Sensing the sanctum-level corrupted beast drawing nearer, Yong Lin disregarded everything else. He summoned his large off-road vehicle from his spatial storage and urged the 3 women to board quickly. Forget about the 3rd outpost. The priority is to find a clear route to escape. However, Yong Lin underestimated the speed of the temple-grade contaminated beast. Just as he activated the vehicle and accelerated down the high ground, a colossal plant-like creature erupted violently from the earth within his field of vision. Had it not been for Yong Lin's energy shield enveloping the vehicle, the debris flying through the air would have been enough to overwhelm several individuals. With a single glance, Yong Lin grasped the essential details of this creature: enlightened beast, a temple-grade contaminated beast, and a formidable threat. Yong Lin felt despair wash over him. Was his luck truly this abysmal, encountering such a monstrosity? Just as he intended to maneuver the vehicle away from the debris and unleash full firepower to escape, his heart suddenly raced again. He sensed the presence of the forbidden battle maiden. Meanwhile, Jiang Liue exclaimed in astonishment, "Look at this creature. Is it not on the verge of death? On the verge of death." Upon hearing this, even Yong Lin couldn't resist taking another look at the enlightened beast. To their surprise, the 4 of them discovered that amidst the flowers atop the contaminated beast, a struggle was still underway. One of the figures was unmistakably familiar to Yong Lin. It was none other than the forbidden battle maiden. The only discernible difference was that she was no longer wearing her skeletal mask, appearing instead as a delicate young woman. The entity she was grappling with left the 4 of them equally astounded. It had the antennae of a bee and a stinger trailing behind, yet astonishingly bore the visage and form of a human girl. What was this being? Did such entities truly exist among the contaminated beasts? This perplexity weighed heavily on their minds. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yong Lin suddenly perceived an opportunity. He could not fathom the events unfolding, but upon the emergence of the enlightened beast, its tattered form and weakened state were undeniably tempting. If he could slay a temple-grade contaminated beast, he was certain that the substantial experience points accrued would elevate Jiang Liue by 1 or 2 levels. Even Lin Nianxun and Chini, albeit restricted in experience gain, would certainly manage to level up by several ranks. Moreover, the rewards in terms of spiritual energy caps would undoubtedly be significant. And the temple-grade contaminated core must be worth at least several 100,000, right? As these thoughts took shape, Yong Lin's mind began to race. Though temple-grade creatures were indeed formidable, even in a state of near demise, one could not afford to underestimate them. What if it still possessed a deadly attack? Yet, in pursuit of seizing this opportunity while minimizing risk, Yong Lin swiftly directed his focus toward the forbidden battle maiden. At a relatively close distance, he took the risk of attempting to establish a mental connection with her. He needed to temporarily enhance her strength, enabling her to better restrain the bee girl. As for the outcome, it filled Yong Lin with immense joy. He truly did not anticipate that he would establish a mental connection with the forbidden battle maiden. Evidently, the prior forced contract proved to be effective. On the side of the forbidden battle maiden, she did not resist the mental connection with Yong Lin. Since there was no resistance, Yong Lin's subsequent enhancements would be readily accepted by her. I command you, at any cost, to restrain that bee woman. Within the mental connection, the forbidden battle maiden's consciousness fluctuated, albeit faintly, yet Yong Lin distinctly heard her seemingly whispering commander. As Jiang Liue and the other 2 were also connected within this consciousness, they naturally heard it as well. The way the 3 women looked at Yong Lin was akin to gazing at a ghost. What kind of entity is the forbidden battle maiden that the commander could forge a contract with her? The most absurd aspect was that the forbidden battle maiden indeed complied with the command, engaging fiercely with the bee woman among the flowers, completely adopting a reckless fighting style. Liue, Nianxun, Cici, take this chance to eliminate the severely injured enlightened beast. Opportunities like this are fleeting. The 3 women trembled, realizing their commander was utterly insane. It was as though he wanted to seize every possible advantage. However, speaking of opportunities, this truly was one. The enlightened beast, having emerged from the earth, seemed to have reached its limit, lying there almost motionless. To coordinate with Yong Lin, Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Qin instantly entered a state of full explosive divine transformation, remaining vigilant while launching their most powerful attacks against the enlightened beast. As for the enlightened beast, it had sustained severe injuries from the bombardment at the stronghold and had been further tormented by the forbidden battle maiden, with its core bud being largely destroyed. After continuously traversing underground for so long, it had genuinely reached its breaking point. Faced with the attacks from Jiang Liue and the others, it was utterly powerless despite its intentions. Utilizing the last remnants of its strength, the enlightened beast drove its branches and blade-like leaves to symbolically repel the three women. This was its final display of stubbornness and dignity as a temple-grade corrupted beast. Meanwhile, Yong Lin promptly conducted an investigation on the bewoman. Unfortunately, the results were regrettable. He could not discern the species of the bewoman, and the disparity in strength was far too great, leaving him with a series of question marks. Analyzing the current situation, the forbidden battle maiden was not a match for the bewoman, even though the bewoman was gravely injured. Since transitioning from underground to above ground, her formidable strength had overwhelmed the forbidden battle maiden. In a brief span, the forbidden battle maiden had endured multiple severe blows, and the lunar will had nearly been rendered useless. It was now on the verge of becoming scrap metal in her hands. As the bewoman's power surged once more, attempting to rend the forbidden battle maiden apart, Yong Lin urgently activated the resistance stone, enveloping both the forbidden battle maiden and the three women in a shield capable of withstanding fatal assaults. Aware that every second of delay increased the risk, Yong Lin hastily retrieved his exclusive weapon, the individual rocket launcher, from his space. Regardless of what the bewoman was, it was time to confront her. Chapter 61. Behold, the divine artifact. After the divine transformation erupted, Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Qin joined forces to strike down the ailing enlightened beast. Initially, they were apprehensive, but upon witnessing the beast's utter inability to retaliate, especially after Yong Lin had cast an impenetrable shield upon it, they unleashed their full might. In mere moments, the already battered enlightened beast was utterly shattered by the trio. At that instant, a notification exploded forth. Congratulations! Your team has slain a sanctuary-level enlightened beast. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 500. As this is your team's first kill of this caliber of contaminated beast, your spiritual power limit has additionally increased by 500. The demise of a single enlightened beast had granted Yong Lin a remarkable boost of 1,000 to his spiritual power limit. This limit effectively represented his combat prowess. As a commander capable of binding an infinite number of battle maidens, he was distinctly different from other commanders. Regardless of their prowess, they were generally restricted by the limits of their spiritual power, typically only able to contract a handful of battle maidens due to the overwhelming demands of the battlefield. However, Yong Lin's unique ability to contract indefinitely meant that his spiritual power would escalate exponentially. Moreover, due to his mastery over spiritual energy, Yong Lin could harness it to unleash explosive force in combat. The higher his spiritual power, the more formidable his bursts of energy, emphasizing the liberation of immense potential. In addition to the elevated spiritual power, Yong Lin received notifications indicating that several battle maidens had leveled up. Jiang Liue, having accrued a vast amount of experience points, ascended from the 7th tier of the battle master rank to the 9th. Given her current trajectory, with a little more effort, she would soon transition from the 3rd major realm of battle master to the 4th realm of battle king. Lin Nianxun and Qin, constrained by their lower levels, experienced growth limited by the world's inherent rules. Nevertheless, Lin Nianxun still achieved a remarkable 5-level increase, advancing from the 6th tier of the 1st realm of battle spirit to the 1st tier of the 2nd realm of battle soul. Similarly, Qin also progressed by 5 levels, completing her breakthrough in the 1st realm and attaining the initial stage of the 2nd realm of battle soul. With their levels rising, the trio's spiritual power limits significantly increased as well, enhancing their explosive potential and overall combat capability. However, the benefits did not end there. Having slain a sanctuary-level contaminated beast, the energy points derived from this creature amounted to no less than 1,000, equivalent to the team having dispatched over 1,000 ordinary contaminated beasts. The triumph over the sanctuary-level enlightened beast filled the three women with exuberance. Yet, before they could fully savor the thrill of their newfound power, Yong Lin's voice suddenly resonated through their mental connection. Liue, Nianxun, CC, I require your assistance. Concentrate all your energy on me. I am going after that bewoman. Instinctively, the three women turned their heads in response. When they saw Yong Lin aiming a portable rocket launcher at the bewoman, cold sweat broke out on each of their brows. While they had encountered rocket launchers before, they generally regarded them as ineffective against high-level contaminated beasts. At least, a single rocket launcher lacked the capability to deliver significant power or intimidation. This common understanding left them puzzled by their commander's actions. Don't just stand there. I need all of your energy concentrated around me. Although they were uncertain where their commander drew his confidence from, as combatants, the three women obeyed his orders without question. Each of them hastened to his side with remarkable speed. Commander, you privately brought a rocket launcher? One of them, Chini, inquired. But why are you asking us to gather our energy? Yong Lin cast a sidelong glance at her and replied earnestly, let me clarify. This is not a rocket launcher. It is a rocket artillery. Do not be misled by its single barrel. It can unleash cluster munitions. Its appearance resembles that of a rocket launcher. But please refer to it as artillery. Do you understand? The three women felt a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. Even if their commander insisted it was artillery, it undeniably resembled a portable rocket launcher. No matter how extraordinary their commander was, it could at most unleash a volley. Surely he couldn't genuinely expect it to operate like a full artillery barrage. Time was of the essence, and Yong Lin had no opportunity to further elaborate. His energy had already manifested as artillery and had forcibly locked onto the bewoman. With the combination of his own energy and that of the three women, the muzzle of the rocket artillery radiated a blinding light. Commander, you're nearly draining all my energy. Me too. I feel like I'm falling apart. It's unbearable. My legs have turned to jelly. I can hardly stand. Amidst their feeble groans, Yong Lin completed the final condensation and fusion of energy. With a powerful vibration, a shock wave erupted from the center where Yong Lin and the three women stood, sending ripples through the air. Following this, a laser beam, as thick as an arm, shot forth from the muzzle of the rocket artillery, followed by a simultaneous launch of 4 rockets. Meanwhile, the bewoman, who had been engaged in a fierce struggle with the forbidden battle maiden and had been gaining the upper hand, had intended to tear the forbidden battle maiden apart before tormenting the 4 human insects. Suddenly, she sensed an impending crisis. What was happening? Why did her instincts scream of profound fear? A brief glance towards the source sent chills down her spine. She clearly saw a laser hurtling towards her body, accompanied by the terrifying sight of the rocket artillery. If she had been at her peak, she would have thought this barrage manageable, but deep within her, a voice warned her to evade. Otherwise, she would incur fatal injuries. The current bewoman has long since disregarded the taboo war maiden, who has already received a command from Yong Lin to retreat forcibly. However, what on earth is happening? It's one thing for a rocket launcher to bend around corners. But can this laser do the same? The bewoman is on the verge of despair. She has exerted all her potential to escape. Yet the laser that curves and the tracking rockets are utterly beyond comprehension. Predictably, the laser first struck the bewoman. The energy barrier she had gathered had not completely blocked the laser when 4 rockets exploded in succession around her. The pain is no longer a mere matter of spitting blood. Her once proud, formidable physique now feels as though it is about to be torn apart. Moreover, at this moment, the bewoman is confronted with another troubling thought. The ferocity of this attack is alarming, and the fact that it can forcibly lock onto her position raises the question. If another assault were to come, would she not perish here today? Prisoner, I apologize. When I return, I will make amends. I do not wish to die here. Save me. Please save me. The bewoman's composure has completely shattered. Although it is unclear who the prisoner she refers to is, it is evident that this figure is her sole reliance. It is also uncertain what the bewoman has done, but it seems she has shattered a bracelet on her wrist, causing a rift in her surroundings to manifest. You still dare to seek my aid when facing death? Have you not caused me enough trouble? Perhaps I should let you perish out there. A woman's voice emanated from within the rift, filled with palpable fury. The bewoman, summoning all her strength, cried out, I understand my mistakes. I will no longer trouble you. Save me. This is your last chance for forgiveness. You had better act wisely. The woman's words echoed as the rift opened a portal. The bewoman, with no regard for anything else, crawled in with great desperation. Chapter 62. My fourth war maiden Yong Lin had not anticipated that there would be others behind the bewoman. Her very existence is peculiar, possessing a human exterior with some beastly traits. According to the knowledge of this world, such a species, or rather such an existence, does not exist. As for the concept of the taboo war maiden, 95% of ordinary people are entirely oblivious to what it entails. Yet, the mystery surrounding the bewoman surpasses that of the taboo war maidens. Furthermore, what exactly did the bewoman destroy in her final moments? How is it possible that she could connect with this so-called prisoner? And the capabilities of this prisoner are indeed remarkable. Able to open a portal in the void and truly rescue the bewoman, a feat that cannot be understated. Nevertheless, Yong Lin possesses a certain level of insight and judgment regarding the rift. From the bewoman's final actions, it is evident that some medium must be consumed. And this medium is likely of significant value. Consider the plight of the bewoman as she fled, tormented to an unimaginable extent. Had she not been driven to a desperate situation, she would never have resorted to contacting the captive girl. If the eye of the rift could open at will and transport individuals as it pleased, how could the bewoman have been so fearful? Surely, she had long since grown accustomed to her circumstances. It feels as though this world is far more intricate than one might envision. With the immediate crisis averted and a significant gain in hand, Yong Lin could scarcely breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing at the rocket launcher in his hands, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Truly, it was a commander's exclusive artifact, its power seemingly surpassing all expectations. Moreover, what was supposed to be a simple rocket launcher had unexpectedly incorporated a laser as well. This device would need a new name, the laser rocket launcher. And what of his battle maidens? He glanced around and was immediately met by the resentful gazes of the three stunning women sprawled on the ground. At that moment, whether it was Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, or Chini, each of them bore flushed cheeks and glistened with sweat. Perhaps weakened to the brink, they were gasping for breath, each one unwittingly enacting a grand spectacle before him. Are you all right? Upon hearing Yong Lin's inquiry, Chini burst out in protest. How could we be fine? Our bodies are so weak we can hardly stand. This is all the commander's fault. It is indeed my fault. I neglected to consider that this formidable weapon consumes energy at an alarming rate, Yong Lin admitted. Jiang Liue, being of higher rank, could manage somewhat better, stating, "It's not merely energy consumption. It felt like being drained dry. In that fleeting moment, I nearly lost consciousness." Lin Nianxun nodded slightly. So did I. My awareness faded at one point. Yet, it was Yong Lin who appeared vibrant and full of life. Oh, to say it was consuming would be an understatement, a consumption beyond compare. However, as the host, I must relish the protective mechanisms of this enhancement. Thus the burden ultimately fell upon the three magnificent women. To compensate for them, Yong Lin gently scooped each of them up in a princess carry and placed them in the vehicle. You three should rest well. I will check on the condition of the forbidden battle maiden. Upon hearing Yong Lin mention his intention to see the forbidden battle maiden, despite their grievances, the three women couldn't help but caution him to be careful. Fear not, judging by the state of the forbidden battle maiden, she has clearly exhausted herself to the point of unconsciousness. I shall proceed with caution. With that, Yong Lin made his way toward the forbidden battle maiden. Currently, she lay on the ground, gravely injured and utterly still. As he approached, he carefully assessed her condition. She was an exceptionally beautiful girl, with her skeletal mask shattered. She bore no distinguishable difference from a human. Such a girl, possessing her full power, could effortlessly raise a city? It was truly hard to fathom. Perhaps sensing Yong Lin's murmurs, the forbidden battle maiden struggled to open her eyes. After a brief exchange of glances lasting approximately 3 seconds, the forbidden battle maiden's lips began to move, and in an exceedingly soft voice, she uttered the word commander. Yong Lin nodded and remarked, "Our meeting can be considered fate. If you are willing, how about accompanying me from now on?" The forbidden battle maiden blinked, her expression rife with confusion. Yong Lin continued, "Since you have addressed me as commander, it implies that you are now under my command. Conversely, I have become your commander, and I shall take good care of you. Do you agree? Commander, you won't only be able to say that one word, will you? All right, I understand. In any case, you are now my subordinate, and I will be your commander from this moment forward. Now, I need to tend to your wounds, and you must cooperate fully. Do you understand?" Hearing the forbidden battle maiden call him commander stirred a complex array of emotions within Yong Lin. He had confirmed a particular fact. The forbidden battle maiden seemed incapable of speech. Even though she had uttered the word commander, it appeared to be a consequence of a forced contract. However, while she could only say commander, the intonation in her responses seemed to vary slightly each time. Clearly, she comprehended but was unsure of how to respond. He would have the three women teach her to speak later. At that moment, Yong Lin gestured for the forbidden battle maiden to clear her mind and rest peacefully. He intended to initiate a secondary forced contract. To his surprise, before he could formally commence this process, he discovered that their contract had already been activated due to his previous commands and enhancements. According to the notes in the system's Battle Maiden menu, the Forbidden Battle Maiden was now officially his. Due to her unique identity, her attributes were currently being transformed into a form comprehensible to the commander. The system also noted that the Forbidden Battle Maiden had undergone a transformation due to their contract. Now, she belonged to the commander, retaining her abilities, yet her distinctive aura had been obscured by the system, rendering her true identity imperceptible to outsiders without special means. Excellent. Once her attributes have been fully transformed, I shall officially possess my fourth Battle Maiden. Content with this thought, Yong Lin lifted the now-sleeping Forbidden Battle Maiden and made his way toward his modified off-road vehicle. Concerned that the three women might be frightened, Yong Lin reassured them that the Forbidden Battle Maiden would not harm them. Under his guidance, she would ultimately become a crucial asset to their team. Our commander continually engages in astonishing feats, daring even to forge a contract with the Forbidden Battle Maiden. Nianxun, you should consider it this way. The Forbidden Battle Maiden was once a ferocious beast, yet I, as a commander, have subdued her with my charisma. This is indeed a fortuitous event, a truly auspicious occurrence. In the realm of fantasy and immortal heroes, let the ferocious beasts undergo a transformation, becoming auspicious creatures, a quintessential act of a protagonist. Whether bystanders or disciples of various sects, who would not laud such a noble deed, showering praises and exclamations of admiration. However, the three women present wore expressions of disapproval, particularly Chini, who could hardly restrain herself from biting the smug Yong Lin. All right, Commander, we can cheer for you. But do take a glance at the darkening sky. Night is fast approaching. We three require rest and are unable to fight. Surely, you do not wish to face a horde of corrupted beasts alone in this desolate wilderness, do you? What if calamity befalls us once more? Would you not feel distressed? Distressed? How could I not be? Yong Lin replied. We are not far from the third stronghold. It has stabilized. Let us head there for the night. That was the plan, but as Yong Lin drove towards the third stronghold, he was suddenly struck by an urge to turn around upon spotting two familiar figures at the entrance, engaged in restoring order. Chapter 63. The sound of the dragon. If one were to inquire whom he saw, they would be familiar faces, two battle maidens, Ling and Jiang Liue, who were close to the Academy's head. Why did Yong Lin feel the impulse to flee? Because he was aware of Ling's previous encounters with the taboo battle maiden. Although the system had masked the unique aura of the taboo battle maiden, Ling was a formidable powerhouse at the seventh realm. If she were to detect any anomalies, how would he explain the identity of the taboo battle maiden? At this moment, Yong Lin was certainly unprepared and wished to avoid a meeting between the taboo battle maiden and Ling. Alas, as soon as his off-road vehicle made an appearance, it captured the attention of everyone present, particularly Jiang Liue, whose keen eyes quickly spotted Yong Lin within the car. Yong Lin, what brings you here? Jiang Liue exclaimed. With no choice, Yong Lin maneuvered the vehicle to the entrance, rolling down the window. Jiang Liue and Ling, what a coincidence to see you both here. Coincidence? Do you truly consider this a mere coincidence? Jiang Liue placed her hands on her hips, pouting adorably. If memory serves, our commander specifically instructed you not to come here. Yong Lin felt quite embarrassed. Well, it's a long story. Ling sighed beside him. Regardless of the length of your tale, you cannot risk taking your battle maidens on such an adventure. Do you comprehend the gravity of what transpired here? It is not a trivial matter. I sensed something amiss along the way, and coincidentally, it is nightfall. I had previously mentioned to Liu and the others that we might stay here for the night and return tomorrow. Ling nodded. Very well, drive your vehicle inside. I will speak with you shortly. All right, Ling and Jiang Liue, I shall see you both shortly. Following his greeting, Yong Lin hurriedly aimed to drive into the stronghold's interior. Yet, unexpectedly, in the next moment, the Phantom spoke again. Yong Lin, wait a moment. Is there something you need, Sister Phantom? Yong Lin feigned ignorance, still feeling a twinge of unease about the potential confrontation between the Phantom and the Forbidden Battle Maiden. The Phantom inquired, "I recall that your squad comprises only 3 battle maidens. Why, then, is there an additional person in the vehicle? Moreover, it appears that Li Yu and the others are not in the best condition. To strengthen our squad, I recruited another battle maiden. As for Li Yu and her companions, we encountered some difficulties on the way, and they are currently in a state of exhaustion," Yong Lin replied, glancing back instinctively. The 3 women, Jiang Liue and her companions, had succumbed to deep slumber due to their earlier exertions. As for the Forbidden Battle Maiden, she was gravely injured and, after Yong Lin's soothing words, was now also in a state of repose. Within the vehicle, Yong Lin was the only one who could be considered somewhat alert. At this moment, he felt a surge of anxiety. Despite his desire to avoid a meeting between the Phantom and the Forbidden Battle Maiden, it had transpired nonetheless. However, observing the Phantom, it seemed that while she had momentarily paused at the sight of the Forbidden Battle Maiden, perhaps recognizing her at first glance, she quickly averted her gaze. "Yong Lin, this place is not safe. I must ensure that Jiang Liue makes proper arrangements for your stay here," she stated. "You may drive in now, as I indeed have some matters to discuss with you." "Understood, Sister Phantom." Yong Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief and drove the vehicle into the stronghold. Once he awakened Jiang Liue and the others, and they alighted to witness the state of the stronghold, it was impossible for them not to express their astonishment. The third stronghold lay in ruins, with a significant portion of its structures reduced to debris. The ground was stained with blood, although the bodies had been dealt with. It was evident that many lives had been lost. Chini wiped the cold sweat from her brow and remarked, "Fortunately, we arrived a bit later. Otherwise, being in the very center of the stronghold, it is likely our squad would have faced dire consequences." Everyone, including Yong Lin, wholeheartedly agreed with her observation. Moreover, it was precisely because of the considerable distance from Longtung City that their group had fortuitously avoided catastrophe. Returning to the present, since it was decided that they would stay here for the night, they needed to register with the administration. However, Yong Lin was unprepared for the considerable stir his arrival with his companions would create. After all, who could blame the attention? With Li Yu, Nianxun, CC, and the Forbidden Battle Maiden all being so strikingly remarkable, it was no wonder that they attracted gazes of envy and admiration. As they walked through, the murmurs around them did not cease. "Who is that man? Isn't his rank of first commander? What brings him here? Is he flaunting his battle maidens or courting danger? Do not speak carelessly. This man is certainly extraordinary. Just moments ago, I observed him driving up, engaging in conversation with the esteemed figures of Phantom and Koi, even displaying a certain familiarity that could attract unwarranted attention. Do you comprehend? Ah, look swiftly. The previously disoriented young woman stands beside that man. It turns out that the commander she has been incessantly murmuring about is indeed him." Yong Lin and the 3 ladies, though they were the subjects of discussion, remained silent. The Forbidden Battle Maiden had previously lingered at the base. It was precisely due to the sudden appearance of the bewoman that the Forbidden Battle Maiden garnered significant attention, thus affording the combat personnel ample time to retaliate. Consequently, when the Forbidden Battle Maiden re-emerged, it was evident that many harbored a fondness for her. As for the Forbidden Battle Maiden herself, she walked closely beside Yong Lin. Perhaps overwhelmed by the multitude of gazes upon her, she awkwardly grasped the corner of Yong Lin's sleeve, resembling a timid little kitten, evoking sympathy. "Li Yu, please register our names, and then we shall seek Koi's assistance in arranging our accommodations. Our names and details are easily managed, but how shall she handle her own?" Upon hearing this, Yong Lin could not help but tap his forehead with his hand. Although the Forbidden Battle Maiden was now with him, he realized that not only did she lack basic personal information, but she did not even possess a name. Lin Nianxun and Chini also took this matter to heart. "Commander, we will all be part of the same team. Having no name is simply unacceptable. How about we help her come up with one?" Chini said. Intrigued, "I am quite adept at naming. Let her take my surname, Chin, and as for her given name, I shall devise a melodious one." Yong Lin, lacking any particular insight into naming, was content to leave it to Chini, thus sparing himself the mental strain of conjuring a name. However, what they did not anticipate was that the Forbidden Battle Maiden, despite her silence, could comprehend their intentions. Upon hearing that a name was to be bestowed upon her, she tugged at Yong Lin's sleeve, lifting her exquisite visage while slowly beginning to speak. "Ling. Huh. Ling. Long. The words of the forbidden battle maiden were somewhat indistinct, leaving Yong Lin uncertain whether she uttered Ling or Long. The ladies exchanged glances, realizing that the forbidden battle maiden indeed possessed a name. Yong Lin shared their confusion, discovering that she had a name after all. The forbidden battle maiden blinked, her countenance reflecting the same bewilderment as Yong Lin. Through their bond, Yong Lin understood. The term she was familiar with was not a name, and she herself was unaware of what it truly signified. With this revelation, Yong Lin soon made a decision, uncertain whether she referred to Ling or Long. He considered that their team was called the Longmen troop, thus he resolved to name her Longyin. This seemed fitting. From now on, you shall be known as Longyin, a member of our Longmen troop. The forbidden battle maiden grasped the meaning this time, and her expression suggested she was quite pleased. Longyin, commander. Indeed, that is correct. Chapter 64. The young miss, after confirming the name of the forbidden battle maiden, Jiang Liue proceeded to register the names of the group. The hour is indeed late, and after a long day of toil, one can only yearn for rest and accommodation. Earlier, Sister Phantom mentioned she would assist us in making arrangements, so we should seize this moment to meet her and Koi. Additionally, I am quite curious to encounter them here. The others surely have no objections. After the recent upheaval at the third stronghold, having formidable allies present tonight would ensure a peaceful slumber, wouldn't it? It is easy to locate Sister Phantom and Koi. One could simply inquire along the way. Before long, Yong Lin and the others found Sister Phantom. Sensing the significance of the forthcoming conversation, she instructed Koi to secure the door. Yong Lin, the current situation is far more intricate than you might anticipate. Our commander will undoubtedly relay these matters to you soon. But it is prudent for you to be informed early, so you can prepare. Sister Phantom, is it truly that critical? Critical is an understatement. A single misstep could lead to countless human casualties in the not-so-distant future. Sister Phantom's expression grew exceedingly grave as she continued. Koi and I were stationed at the northern safe zone and the buffer zone. However, unexpectedly, a forbidden battle maiden emerged, followed by a host of non-human entities, complicating matters further. Non-human entities, Sister Phantom? Are you referring to that bewoman? Yong Lin inquired, eliciting surprise from Koi. Yong Lin, you are aware of the bewoman? Weren't you not present during the chaos at the stronghold? Or did you hear about it on your journey? Sister Phantom, Koi, it is rather unfortunate, but we encountered the bewoman en route. We had an opportunity to eliminate her, yet she managed to escape through a rift eye, employing some unknown means. What? Even Sister Phantom, usually unflappable, was taken aback. You not only encountered the bewoman, but nearly defeated her? Indeed, we were so close. She shouted the name of a captive girl and then vanished through the rift eye. Sister Phantom and Koi exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe Yong Lin's account. Yong Lin, you are not jesting, are you? The bewoman's level is quite high. Even if she were injured, you should not have been her match. Yong Lin shrugged. It was manageable. We even managed to subdue the severely wounded enlightened beast. To prove his sincerity, he produced the tainted core of the enlightened beast. Sister Phantom and Koi gazed in astonishment at the core. It was difficult to fathom how their small team had contended with the bewoman. This is unbelievable. You are far too extraordinary. Yong Lin, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, it was a close call. Moreover, we gained significant advantages. Look at Liue and the others. Their levels have increased. I also intend to promptly submit a few extermination commissions to elevate my rank to second-tier commander. The enigmatic figure, with a blend of mirth and exasperation, acknowledged your remarkable progress. Merely possessing the pollution core in your grasp compels the General Affairs Bureau to recognize your achievements, propelling you to the rank of second-tier commander. In the ensuing dialogue, Yong Lin and the women recounted in detail their encounter with the bewoman during their journey. However, the matter of the taboo war maiden, Longyin, was deftly sidestepped. Simultaneously, Yong Lin and her companions grasped the rationale behind the presence of the enigmatic figure and the Koi. Upon learning of the disturbances at the first and second strongholds, the academy head instructed the enigmatic figure to accompany the Koi in search of clues at both locations. Initially, they suspected the involvement of the taboo war maiden. Yet, they soon encountered another of the bewoman's kin, which clarified that the destruction of the strongholds was not linked to the taboo war maiden. Based on their descriptions, it became evident that during their mission, they had met a woman whose upper body was human while her lower half resembled that of a spider. Through their exchanges and the context surrounding the events, it could now be inferred that the spider woman was not a captive, but rather was seeking to locate the bee woman and return her. What ensued was an inevitable fierce battle between the enigmatic figure and the Spider-Woman, yet ultimately, the latter was outmatched and fled. Upon arriving at the third stronghold, the enigmatic figure and the Koi learned of the bewoman's plight, although she had already escaped by that time. After assisting in the extermination of numerous pollution beasts drawn to the area, they temporarily aided in restoring order. Yong Lin mused that the appearance of the taboo war maiden near Longting City was already a source of considerable concern, and the emergence of yet another terrifying entity was unforeseen. Given the gravity of the situation, both she and the Koi promptly reported the developments to the commander. Following an urgent consultation with the city lord, the commander escalated the situation to the supreme commander regarding the conditions in Longting City. This implies that the supreme commander will dispatch personnel to address the issue. For the moment, it remains unclear, though notifications will undoubtedly be sent to the various regional deputies, garrison offices, and armed factions for vigilance and investigation. Given the circumstances, the appearance of you and your companions here startled both me and the Koi. Should our commander discover your defiance, one can only speculate whether it might provoke a health crisis. I too had not anticipated the complexity of affairs in this region. Indeed, I initially thought the taboo war maiden was shrouded in mystery, yet now another enigmatic presence has emerged. It is conceivable that the near future will be fraught with tumult. Therefore, Yong Lin, during this interval, you must expedite the enhancement of your team to safeguard those around you. Should your strength burgeon, you might well leverage this unknown peril as a means to ascend to greater heights. Rest assured, I shall ensure my team grows stronger. In the days to come, I will make the name of the Longmen forces resonate throughout the entire alliance. The Koi chimed in cheerfully, Yong Lin, our commander and we war maidens will be watching over you. Keep striving. I will be here to cheer you on. I am indeed quite eager for the future opportunity to collaborate with your esteemed team from the academy. Therefore, I shall not relent in my efforts and will strive to deliver even more remarkable performances at the earliest opportunity. While Yong Lin was engaged in conversation with Mei Ying and Jiang Liue, at that very moment, in the central square of Tianming City, a young woman radiating an air of arrogance was boarding a private aircraft accompanied by her entourage. Tianming City, a significant administrative hub, serves as the residence of the commander overseeing numerous cities. Thus, traveling by private jet here signifies a position of considerable importance. Flanking the young woman were a butler-like man and a stern, unsmiling woman, both appearing to be her bodyguards. Observing them, it was evident that their abilities were far from ordinary. Additionally, within the aircraft, 5 battle maidens donned in matching attire indicated they formed a cohesive unit. As for the aircraft's destination, it was none other than Longting. Chapter 65, that damned beautiful dream within the third stronghold. By the time Yong Lin emerged from his meeting with Mei Ying alongside Jiang Liue and the others, night had completely fallen. As for their accommodations, Jiang Liue had already made arrangements to ensure the safety of Yong Lin and his companions, with their lodgings conveniently located in close proximity. Naturally, these matters were trivial. However, beyond these small concerns, there were undoubtedly more significant matters at hand. As Jiang Liue escorted the group to their lodgings and instructed them to rest well before taking her leave, Yong Lin suddenly pulled her aside. Jiang Liue, I have a personal request to make of you. Really? Pray, tell me more. It concerns my team member, Longmen, whose situation is somewhat peculiar. She was originally a battle maiden from another city, leading her own exclusive team. Unfortunately, during a mission, her entire unit was annihilated, leaving her as the sole survivor. The trauma from this experience has rendered her memory a blank slate. Now that she has joined my team, I wish to secure a new identity for her in Longting City to prevent her from being further traumatized. After hearing Yong Lin's lengthy explanation, Jiang Liue remarked with a hint of sympathy, the complete destruction of a team is indeed a heart-wrenching affair, but why didn't you mention this earlier? Were you too preoccupied with your discussion about Bewoman and Spider-Woman with Mei Ying? Yong Lin replied, I only just recalled this matter. I can't allow her to become an unregistered resident in Longting City, can I? Jiang Liue chuckled, fear not. I want to let your battle maiden become an unregistered resident. Please send me her image and basic information, and I shall visit the administrative office tomorrow upon my return to resolve this issue for you. Thank you so much, Jiang Liue. It's but a trifling matter. When you have the opportunity, treat me to a drink. Absolutely. As Jiang Liue departed, Yong Lin exhaled in relief. Indeed, some individuals are simply adept at getting things done. The reason he had not mentioned this earlier was due to the past encounters between Mei Ying and Longmen. fearing that the shadow might suddenly recognize Longyin's true identity. Yong Lin found solace in the fact that the Koi was quite amiable, resulting in matters being resolved smoothly. Additionally, it was indeed the Koi who arranged for their accommodations. Although the third stronghold was in a dilapidated state, the place where they resided was certainly not lacking in comfort. After a long day of travel, Yong Lin could finally lie down and exhale deeply. The day's gains were substantial. Gazing at the ceiling above, Yong Lin felt a surge of contentment. Due to the vanquishing of the temple-level pollution beast, Liue's level was on the verge of breaking into the fourth major realm. Both Nianxun and Cici experienced a meteoric rise, each ascending 5 levels, now entering the second major realm, the Battle Soul stage. Most exhilaratingly, the pressing matter concerning the Forbidden Battle Princess had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Speaking of the Forbidden Battle Princess, Yong Lin could not resist pulling up Longyin's profile. Currently, her data had been fully transformed, and upon confirming the reception on the data panel, a notification chimed in. Congratulations to the host on officially contracting the 4th Battle Princess, Longyin, with the upper limit of spiritual energy increased by 1,000, bringing the total upper limit to 3,722. Hearing the formidable number 3722 filled Yong Lin with an overwhelming sense of awe. While the number alone might seem abstract, a simple comparison elucidated its significance. When he had just contracted Jiang Liue, her upper limit of spiritual energy was around this figure after reconstruction and significant enhancement. Yet, he was merely a first-tier commander, not much different from a novice. Now, however, he had reached such heights. Yong Lin dared not contemplate the future, where he might contract dozens or even hundreds of battle princesses, envisioning a time when his upper limit of spiritual energy could effortlessly surpass tens of thousands. Should he convert all that energy into explosive power, even world-class pollution beasts would stand no chance against him. Terrifying indeed, he thought. What a formidable man I have become. As Yong Lin mused, Longyin's data materialized before him. Battle Princess, Longyin Transformation Realm, Battle Soul Stage 8, Battle Spirit, Battle Soul. Battle Master, Strength Growth, S10, Constitution Growth, S10, Mental Growth, S10, Agility Growth, S10, Spiritual Energy Growth, S10, Upper Limit of Spiritual Energy, 28003159 Exclusive Core Ability, Void Boundaries. The essence of one's void can erode any enemy, including pollution beasts, battle techniques, moon wheel, sun wheel remarks, an enigmatic entity born from the void. Each stage of growth will unleash absolute potential, beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Yong Lin stared at Longyin's transformed profile for quite some time. He had 2 reflections to share. First, Longyin's qualities were exceptionally strong, all rated S, making her the most qualified member of the team. Secondly, do not be deceived by her mere status of the 8th stage of the second realm. Her potential in terms of spiritual energy is nothing short of terrifying, even surpassing my own. Truly, she is a remarkable being born from the void. And with diligent cultivation under my guidance, it is not an exaggeration to say she could slay gods in the future. How splendid! How extraordinary! At this moment, as the notion of cultivation crossed my mind, I could not help but glance at the energy replication points, which had accumulated to 1763. These points are primarily utilized to enhance the attributes of the battle maidens. Although I yearned to expend them immediately, I recalled my earlier words to the 3 women, and ultimately decided against it. I had informed them that only after midnight could I trigger the spatial summoning. Having labored throughout the day, I surmised they had all succumbed to slumber, despite having just bathed and settled into bed. To disturb their rest would be unkind for a commander such as myself. Wouldn't it? Very well, I shall calm my thoughts. I, too, must succumb to sleep. Subsequently, I began to clear my mind of distractions and emotions, quietly lying in my cocoon, awaiting the call of Morpheus. 3 minutes later, I felt the weight of drowsiness settle upon me. 5 minutes thereafter, the fog of sleep enveloped me. In that moment, amidst my haze, I sensed an ethereal shift within the room. However, I could not articulate the nature of this change. It felt surreal, almost mystical. Words fell short in expressing the emotions swirling within me. After all, I felt no murderous intent, nor was there any significant disturbance. Moreover, I was truly exhausted, so I paid little heed to it. Vaguely, I perceived a familiar, airy whisper drifting near my ear. The voice was recognizable, yet so faint that I could not discern its owner. Even now, I felt as though I were ensnared in a dream. The only perplexing element was why this dream felt so soft, accompanied by a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. I could faintly feel hair brushing against my cheek, tickling me slightly. In summary, the sensation was extraordinarily delightful. It must be that I am simply too weary, for my dreams are exceedingly wonderful. In this dream, I reassured myself. I became entirely immersed in the indulgence of the moment. Chapter 66. Dragon Sound Commander. Early in the morn, I was jolted awake from my reverie by Chini's thunderous voice. With a sudden blink, I was met with the sight of Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini, all gathered by my bedside, leaving me utterly bewildered. What transpired? Why do you all regard me with such peculiar gazes? Jiang Liue could not suppress a sigh. Commander, how can you still inquire? Look at the good deeds you have wrought. What good deeds? What could I possibly have done? As I spoke, I suddenly sensed something unusual beside me in the bedding. Upon closer inspection, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. Longing lay right beside me. Awoken from her slumber, she rubbed her eyes like a languid kitten and sat up. A soft sound escaped her lips. Most notably, she was entirely oblivious to the fact that her skin was remarkably fair and her figure exceptionally alluring, all without the modesty of clothing. Once she had finished rubbing her eyes, she appeared somewhat perplexed by the three women standing before her, instinctively casting curious glances in their direction. Why is this happening? Longin, why have you come to my side? Commander, Longin replied, seemingly wishing to burrow into Yang Lin's embrace. Yet he, mindful of the three women present, firmly restrained her. Fine. I realize that asking you is futile, but Yang Lin turned to the three women, an expression of innocence adorning his face. I truly have no idea what transpired. Chini's gaze shifted slightly. I see you are so enamored by her beauty that you are oblivious to the events unfolding. Longin just joined the team yesterday. It hasn't even been a day, and you've already extended your claws towards her. Claws? What nonsense. I am just as bewildered as you are, Yang Lin retorted. He now recalled the peculiar sensation he had felt the previous night. It was indeed Longin who had snuggled into his bed. From the looks of it, she seemed to enjoy being close to him. Even at this moment, despite being rejected once or twice, she could not help but inch closer. All right, Longin, no more mischief. Lin Nianxun interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer, gesturing for Longin to come over so she could assist her in dressing. At this juncture, Jiang Liue lamented. Longin is quite naive, and Commander, you are equally so. Liue, your words. Yang Lin exclaimed. But now, an idea has struck me. The three women, intrigued, inquired, what idea? Starting today, we shall teach her to speak and write, striving to enable Longin to communicate with everyone sooner rather than later. Just look at the current situation. If she could articulate her thoughts, wouldn't this misunderstanding be resolved immediately? The three women readily agreed. Though they pondered the difficulty Longin might face in learning to speak and write in her current state. Setting aside the morning's absurdities, they proceeded to wash up and have breakfast. Afterward, Yang Lin bid farewell to Mei and Chini. As it stood, they could not return to Ming City just yet. Previously, they had accepted a quest at the Demon Extermination Hall. Although his unexpected departure had delayed them by a day, the quest still needed to be fulfilled. Each time the squad accepted a quest, it was duly recorded, crucial for the promotion of the Commander-S rank. Yang Lin had resolved that upon returning to Ming City to submit the quest, he would immediately pursue his promotion to a second-tier commander, seeking to secure greater benefits for himself. The expedition commenced from the third stronghold, with their destination set for the plain stronghold to the west of Longting City. It is worth noting that while the world is primarily city-centric, the development of food, vegetables, and livestock is indeed essential. However, due to the threat posed by polluted beasts outside, certain areas have established strongholds to cultivate these vital resources. Yong Lin's assignment was remarkably straightforward, to assist in clearing out the remnants of scattered contaminated beasts from a previously obliterated outpost in the west. The task posed little challenge. In the past, merely slaying 20 contaminated beasts in the vicinity would suffice for completion. Such assignments, to put it plainly, were the initial gestures of care extended by the General Affairs Department to the Commander-S squad and the Valkyrie team. They were not demanding, offered decent rewards. And as long as one S team was not utterly inept, cooperation with the combatants there would lead to effortless success. During the drive, as they had some idle time, Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini began instructing Longin in the art of conversation. To their astonishment, What they initially presumed would be a formidable task turned out to be remarkably simple. Longmen possessed an extraordinary ability for retention. She could memorize a word immediately, even if its meaning escaped her. Within mere moments, she could accurately distinguish the names of the four companions, allowing the teaching to swiftly progress to everyday vernacular. Longmen was truly remarkable. Was her memory and hearing always this exceptional? Sister Liue, Nianxun, at this pace, I believe within a week, Longmen will be able to converse effortlessly with anyone, just like any ordinary girl, Chini remarked. Let us agree on one thing. We must not teach Longmen anything inappropriate. Nianxun, I trust you, but CC, you must be cautious. What's the deal? Sister Liue, why do you only trust Nianxun and remain wary of me? I haven't done anything wrong. Why the double standard? Come on, everyone knows your temperament. Relying on you to teach her how to speak? Heaven knows what outrageous phrases might escape Longmen's lips. I concur with Sister Liue. CC, do not instill anything unhealthy in Longmen, or you shall become the enemy of all. TCH, if you want to let me teach, I'll do it secretly. That will infuriate both of you. Throughout the journey, the atmosphere among the girls was quite jovial, and as the commander, Yong Lin felt quite at ease. However, beyond merely teaching Longmen to speak and write, the group was equally intrigued by her combat prowess. Thus, when they encountered a group of low-level contaminated beasts, Longmen was set to embark on her inaugural battle as a Valkyrie. The anticipation surrounding her first real combat experience was palpable, not just for the three girls, but for Yong Lin as well. There are 4 ordinary-level contaminated beasts ahead. Longmen, are you ready for this? Yes, no problem. Very well. I shall have Liue and the others flank you. Should you encounter any difficulties, they will provide assistance. Understood. With that affirmation, Longmen approached the 4 contaminated beasts. At that moment, Jiang Liue and the others began to discuss amongst themselves. 4 ordinary-level contaminated beasts are no challenge. If I were to engage, I could dispatch them all within half a minute. Sister Liue, your level is high, but CC and I have just entered the second realm. Facing 2 beasts each will take us some time. Yong Lin interjected, this is not merely a game. One cannot cavalierly engage in a massacre. Even a standard-grade polluted beast possesses formidable defenses and combat capabilities. None should be underestimated. Commander, how long do you reckon it would take Longmen to eliminate 4 polluted beasts? She is indeed powerful, yet her current level is not particularly high. It would surely require around 15 to 20 seconds. Yong Lin's response abruptly ceased, for the battlefield ahead was astonishingly absurd. Chapter 67. The young lady's astonishment initially. The 4 observers were intently watching Longmen approach the 4 polluted beasts. As soon as the beasts sensed the imminent arrival of their prey, they became increasingly agitated, rushing towards her in a frenzy. The 4 had intended to start a timer the moment Longmen initiated her attack, but to their utter disbelief, all she did was raise her hand. Behind her, 2 crescent blades suddenly manifested, slicing through the air with blinding speed, ensnaring all 4 polluted beasts in a deadly crosscut. Forget the estimated seconds. In a mere 3 or 4 breaths, the bodies of the 4 standard-grade polluted beasts were utterly obliterated, lying lifeless on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lin Nianxun and Chini could not suppress their astonishment, swallowing hard in disbelief. Jiang Liue nearly fell into a state of shock. She believed her own level surpassed Longmen's, yet she could not fathom achieving such effortless prowess in combat. Glancing back at Longmen, it was evident that she had not executed any overt actions. She merely summoned her weapon and conducted a swift harvest. It became clear to me that despite Longmen being at the 8th tier of the second realm, her strength was considerably more terrifying than Liue's. Lin Nianxun exclaimed incredulously, but Sister Liue is at the pinnacle of the 9th tier in the 3rd realm. Moreover, she possesses capabilities that nearly transcend her realm. Chini quickly calculated. If that is the case, Longmen possesses the ability to contend across 2 major realms. How astonishing! Yong Lin wholeheartedly concurred with Chini's sentiment. After all, she was an enigmatic life form born from the void, further enhanced by her own powers. It would be abnormal if her strength were not extraordinary. As they continued their journey, to further assess Longmen's other combat methods, they specifically requested that she sheath her crescent blades. Consequently, an even more remarkable spectacle unfolded. Unlike ordinary battle maidens, Longmen lacked any ethereal shadow and was not adept at wielding a ship-slicing blade. Yet, with a single leap, She could crush a polluted beast into the earth upon landing. Each kick or punch from her could obliterate a standard-grade polluted beast. Most notably, her speed was astonishing, allowing her to appear and vanish like a specter, leaving onlookers in awe. As the commander, witnessing his battle maiden's remarkable prowess filled him with profound emotion. The next destination would undoubtedly be the appointed location for their mission. The quartet arrived at the western stronghold the following evening, having accomplished the remarkable feat of exterminating 30 contaminated beasts within merely 2 hours of their patrol. This astonishing speed nearly left the stronghold's overseer and combat personnel astounded. Unlike other teams, who would meticulously survey the terrain and scout for traces of the contaminated beasts before embarking on a protracted pursuit, Yong Lin and his comrades merely took a leisurely stroll and concluded their assignment. As for the specifics of their endeavor, there was little of note to recount. The prowess of Yong Lin's team rendered their presence akin to using anti-aircraft artillery to swat mosquitoes. Had it not been for the apprehension of jeopardizing his rank promotion by failing to fulfill the commission, he might have returned to Ming City with Mei Ying and Jiang Liue yesterday. To summarize, on the first day, they accepted the commission and departed the city, reaching the third stronghold that very night. The following morning, they journeyed from the third stronghold to the designated site, covering nearly a day's distance. Yet the actual task of slaying and tracking took only 2 hours. On the third morning, they began their return amidst the incredulous gazes of the stronghold's overseer and combat personnel. On the way back, Yong Lin took the opportunity to inquire with Jiang Liue about the requirements for promoting to Commander 2. Currently a Commander I. The fundamental prerequisite for ascending to Commander 2 was to have 3 battle maidens who had reached the second realm of combat spirit by his side. This condition was evidently met. Furthermore, his physical condition needed to be assessed by a specialized department within the General Affairs Office, where instruments would evaluate his perceptual abilities, mental connection, and spiritual energy replenishment, ensuring he could perform above a satisfactory level under certain disturbances. Lastly, evaluations based on the team's past completion of extermination commissions would facilitate a smooth promotion process. Achieving Commander 2 was merely a stepping stone. Yong Lin was acutely aware that his team had only recently been established, lacking even a ranking. To attain a ranking, they would need to be promoted to Commander 3 at the very least. Without a ranking, they would forever remain a lower-tier team wherever they ventured. A ranking was imperative, and it needed to be fiercely contested. Without such competition, how could they present a compelling case for establishing a garrison when they eventually reached Commander V? This, indeed, encapsulated Yong Lin's current aspirations. In the past, he would have deemed these ambitions daunting, akin to scaling the heavens. For instance, the rankings of the Alliance's teams had soared to over 20,000. Distinguishing oneself among such a multitude seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, now, gazing at his 4 formidable and stunning battle maidens, the notions of ranking and garrison establishment appeared effortlessly attainable. With thoughts of promotion occupying his mind, Yong Lin accelerated his vehicle on the return journey. Compared to their anticipated timeline, they arrived back in Longting 2 hours ahead of schedule. Immediately upon arrival, Yong Lin led Jiang Liue and the others straight to the General Affairs Office. At present, the Lord of Longting City, Feng Wanshan, is hosting a distinguished guest alongside the esteemed head of the Academy, Li Zhenxing. It is essential to note that Feng Wanshan holds the position of Regional Deputy Commander, overseeing 7 cities, including Longting. However, in the presence of this so-called guest, even he does not dare to exhibit any semblance of negligence. Li Zhenxing, despite his aversion to power, is also compelled to accompany the city lord, as he bears the honorary title of Deputy City Lord himself. Thus, when a person of significant importance arrives, he is obliged to attend. The esteemed guest is a youthful maiden, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Her true identity, however, is not veiled in secrecy. She is none other than Zhao Sheiling, the cherished daughter of the Supreme Commander of Tianming City. As the daughter of the commander, she undeniably embodies the essence of a young lady of high standing. The sudden arrival of such a distinguished figure at Longting, without so much as a greeting, could not escape the notice of the city lord and the academy head. Initially, it was believed that there were critical matters to report to the commander, but unexpectedly, he had sent his precious daughter instead. What could be the purpose of this turn of events? As Feng Wanshan and Li Zhenxing sought to extract information from the young lady regarding her true intentions for visiting Longting, a sudden notification surged through the internal network of the Longting General Affairs Office. This message was disseminated to all upper-level personnel and those engaged in the fight against contaminated beasts, excluding only the common populace. It was inevitable that Zhao Sheiling's communication device would receive this information upon her arrival in Longting. What is this? A genius has emerged in Longting City. Hailed by the General Affairs Office as the hope for its future, a young individual who, in just a week, has ascended from an intern to a first-tier commander, and subsequently to a second-tier commander. As Zhao Sheiling continued to peruse the message, her astonishment grew, mirrored by the shock on the faces of Feng Wanshan, Li Jinxing, and the respectful male steward and female bodyguard standing behind her. A first-tier commander squad managed to vanquish a sanctum-level contaminated beast? Chapter 68. The Pinnacle of the Clouds. How could this be? It is utterly absurd. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, Zhao Sheiling turned her gaze towards Feng Wanshan and Li Jinxing, questioning, "Are you attempting to create an idol in Longting City, fabricating such a ludicrous lie?" Feng Wanshan, as the city lord, shared her skepticism. He had intended to contact the General Affairs Office directly to inquire about the situation. Yet upon seeing the mention of Yong Lin and the Longmen brigade within the message, a realization struck him. "Jinxing, if I recall correctly, you previously mentioned having a particularly talented student named Yong Lin, did you not?" Li Jinxing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is him. However, regarding the matter of vanquishing the temple-level contaminated beast, I am not privy to the specific circumstances. The information distinctly mentions a location, namely the third outpost beyond the buffer zone. When it comes to the third outpost, Li Jinxing is certainly in possession of intelligence. At this moment," he continued, "my lady, please remain calm. I shall first inquire about the basic situation and then provide you with a response." "Very well, do expedite your efforts. I would not like to form a negative impression of your dragon rising." "Understood." After acknowledging, Li Jinxing swiftly made his way outdoors and promptly contacted Phantom. Before long, the call was connected. "Commander, is there a task you require me to undertake?" "Not at the moment. You must have seen the forceful information from the General Affairs Office. Correct? What is the situation with Yong Lin? Did I not instruct him to avoid such perilous places? Why did he not only venture there, but also become entangled with a temple-level contaminated beast?" Phantom responded apologetically over the communication. "I apologize, Commander. I only encountered him at the third outpost after my arrival. As for the elimination of the temple-level contaminated beast, I can confirm it was indeed his doing. As the core of the beast is in his possession, there can be no mistake." Li Jinxing was taken aback. "Could it be that after meeting you there, he vanquished the temple-level beast and claimed the credit for himself?" "Not at all. As I mentioned in my previous report, when I arrived at the third outpost with the koi, the chaos was drawing to a close. The temple-level contaminated beast was severely wounded and fled. It was unclear how it encountered them, yet it was ultimately slain by their team." Listening to Phantom's account, Li Jinxing appeared somewhat dazed. This is indeed astonishing. Even if the temple-level contaminated beast was gravely injured and fled, can one truly expect a newly formed rookie team to achieve such a feat? "Commander, these inquiries should be directed at Yong Lin himself. From my perspective, there is certainly no issue. If he were not responsible, and if he could not prove that the temple-level contaminated beast was slain by his team, I doubt he would have been able to attain a promotion to first-level commander and subsequently ascend to second-level commander." "You raise a valid point. The General Affairs Office is strict in their dealings. If he lacks evidence, they certainly would not be persuaded. If he can do so, it indicates that Yong Lin and his Valkyries indeed possess exceptional talent and the confidence to boast." After concluding the call, Li Jinxing initially intended to return indoors, but hesitated and instead contacted the General Affairs Office. Shortly thereafter, they sent him a video transmission. Upon viewing the footage, a sense of relief washed over Li Jinxing's face, and he finally made his way back inside. As he entered, Feng Wanshan eagerly inquired, "What did you find out? Is it confirmed?" "It is confirmed. The temple-level contaminated beast was indeed slain by them." As he spoke, pride radiated from Li Jinxing's countenance, for he held Yong Lin in high regard. Although he felt a surge of anger at the boy's blatant disregard for advice, he could not help but feel a sense of joy deep within as he witnessed Yong Lin accomplish such a significant feat. However, upon hearing Li Jinxing's assertion, the brows of the young lady, Zhao Sheiling, furrowed immediately. "Director, you cannot be serious. Are you certain that the sanctum-level polluted beast was brought down by a newly established rookie team?" "Absolutely certain." As he spoke, Li Jinxing initiated the public broadcast of the video footage he had just received. The screen revealed the scene in which Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini ultimately vanquished the sanctum-level enlightened beast. Although it lasted only a few brief seconds, it was evident that the three young women exhibited remarkable strength, uniting to shatter the colossal beast into fragments. Interestingly, this footage had been captured on a whim by Yong Lin, who had not anticipated it would serve as direct evidence for his promotion upon returning. This incident also served as a reminder for Yong Lin. Henceforth, he must document the valiant appearances of his battle maidens during significant events, thereby demonstrating his capabilities as a commander and achieving two objectives simultaneously. Of course, Yong Lin's thoughts would remain unspoken for now. After the video concluded, Li Jinxing added, "Allow me to clarify, given their team's strength, they could not have slain the sanctum-level polluted beast alone. The primary reason is that when they encountered the beast, it was already gravely injured. Nonetheless, this still attests to their rare courage and strength, as any other rookie team would likely have fled in terror." Sheiling pondered for a moment before stating, "I suspected as much. How could a newly formed rookie team possess the strength to defeat a sanctum-level beast? While your department's propaganda may be exaggerated, this footage indeed proves their involvement. However, there is one thing I cannot concede." As Sheiling's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness, both Fang Wanshan and Li Jinxing momentarily stared in astonishment. "Do you know? On this trip, aside from bringing these two, I also brought along the most promising rookie battle maiden team. Coming to Longting City serves two purposes. One is to assist you in resolving issues and gathering intelligence, and the other is to allow the battle maiden team I have assembled to gain experience and grow." It became clear that the young lady's purpose in coming to Longting City was thus. The two individuals she referred to were undoubtedly the male steward and female bodyguard standing at her sides. Fang Wanshan and Li Jinxing, with their discerning eyes, could deeply sense the unfathomable strength of both the male steward and the female bodyguard. To put it plainly, despite the young lady bringing only two key figures, either the male steward or the female bodyguard could easily rival a super army equipped with the finest gear. Otherwise, how could the commander-in-chief permit his only daughter, the apple of his eye, to roam freely and recklessly outside? To speak of the esteemed young lady and her Valkyrie squad, one need only observe the expression on Sheiling's face to discern her immense pride and confidence in the elite team she has assembled. I must confess, I devoted an entire year meticulously selecting the creme de la creme from hundreds of aspiring S-rank Valkyries. Ultimately, this culminated in the formation of a truly prodigious team. The stark contrast between their exceptional prowess and that of ordinary squads prompted me to name them the Summit Squad. Hence, when one speaks of the so-called genius teams emerging from Longting City, I cannot help but view it as a fortunate coincidence, for none can rival my Summit Squad. Chapter 69. The blinding commander Zhao Sheiling's remarks stemmed from her astonishment, which led her to swiftly retrieve the information regarding the Longmen unit. The Longmen unit, a newly established squad, has 4 Valkyries of reasonable caliber. However, the commander, Yong Lin, caught her eye with his rather unimpressive profile. A 3-year repeat student? Not to mention a B-rank commander? For the previous 2 years, not a single Valkyrie was willing to bond with him, and by sheer luck, he somehow managed to recruit the current 4 Valkyries. In any regard, how could any of this be associated with genius? It is evident that the young lady still possesses a youthful disposition. The dedication and effort she has invested certainly compel her not to be outdone. To substantiate her claims, she snapped her fingers, and shortly thereafter, 5 Valkyries entered the room. All were relatively young, around 18 or 19 years of age, brimming with vitality. Fang Wanshan and Li Jinxing understood the young lady's intentions and observed the composition of the Summit Squad with palpable admiration. They couldn't help but reflect on the fact that, as the daughter of the commander-in-chief, her resources, determination, and strength truly resulted in the selection of 5 elite individuals from a rigorous process. "Lord Fang, esteemed headmaster, what are your thoughts on my Summit Squad?" she inquired. "Their potential is remarkable. With further development, they are bound to make a name for themselves in the future." "Indeed, that is a given, as this is the fruit of my labor," Sheiling replied, gesturing for the leading Valkyrie among the 5 to approach. "Muyu, please greet Lord Fang and the headmaster, as we shall be residing in Longting for quite some time." The Valkyrie named Muyu, adorned with ethereal twin buns and cascading hair resembling a waterfall, exuded a classical beauty. Her refined features and statuesque form would undoubtedly capture attention amidst any crowd. She bowed gracefully and stated, "Muyu pays her respects to Lord Fang and the headmaster. Our Summit Squad will be undertaking training in Longting City. and we kindly ask for your guidance during our stay. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform the Lord's residents, came the reply. Should it be inconvenient, you may also reach out to Longting Academy. We will certainly offer our assistance. Muyu bowed once more, expressing her gratitude in advance to Lord Fong and the headmaster. Subsequently, as the young lady Zhao Sheiling waved her hand, Muyu departed the room along with her 4 companions. Simultaneously, her gaze was fixed upon the esteemed Dean Li Jinxing. Dean, earlier, Lord Fong mentioned that Yong Lin is your prized protege. I wonder, after witnessing the formation of my Valkyrie squad, what are your thoughts? Would you assert that your esteemed pupil surpasses my elite Cloud Peak team? Li Jinxing found himself in a predicament. He wished to avoid offending Zhao Sheiling, yet he also sought to preserve the reputation of his protege. After a brief contemplation, he replied, My lady, your Cloud Peak team is undoubtedly composed of exceptional talents, brimming with potential. As for my esteemed pupil, he is no slouch either. Oh, what you truly mean to convey is that your protege excels beyond my Cloud Peak team, is it not? Zhao Sheiling retorted. Do not distort my words, for I have made no such claim, Li Jinxing protested. Although you may not have stated it outright, the depths of your gaze betray your sentiments. Nevertheless, it is of no matter. Rival teams must indeed prove themselves through strength. Engaging in empty flattery is futile. How about a friendly competition? Upon hearing the suggestion of a contest, Fong Wanshan felt apprehensive about inciting discord between the 2 parties and hastily interjected, My lady, is there truly a necessity for this? Currently, Longting City is fraught with challenges, and the announcement from the General Affairs Office regarding the genius is merely intended to bolster the morale of our combatants. What significance does this hold for us? Having arrived here, I shall assuredly lend my support when needed. As for now, allowing the 2 teams to engage in a friendly sparring session should not pose any issues. Witnessing Zhao Sheiling's steadfast determination, Li Jinxing acquiesced. If it is merely a standard spar, I have no objections. In fact, it could foster growth for both teams. However, I am curious as to how you envision this sparring taking place. Well, Zhao Sheiling mused, I am not particularly fond of direct competitions between the 2 teams. Since they are not adversaries, they must exercise caution when engaging, which would prevent them from showcasing their full capabilities. Therefore, why not have them embark on the same mission? This way, the comparison of strengths and weaknesses would be abundantly clear. Your proposal is indeed quite reasonable, yet I must consult with Yong Lin regarding this matter. Although I am his dean, I cannot impose upon him commands he would not welcome. No, that is unnecessary. Zhao Sheiling fixed her gaze on Li Jinxing. You claim your protege is a genius, so even in a friendly contest, I do not wish for him to feel pressured. After all, as the commander, he will inevitably lead his squad in various missions. You merely need to ascertain his next endeavor, or we can select a quest for them to undertake together. Li Jinxing nodded, realizing the young lady's intentions. By the way, I initially intended to reside at the Lord Mayor's residence, but upon hearing of your talented commander, I have decided to stay at your estate instead. Primarily, I wish to engage with your esteemed disciples without revealing my identity. Can you ensure the confidentiality of this matter? Esteemed scholar? Li Jinxing found himself at a loss for words, wondering how the tenacious young lady would resort to such tactics. Since she is willing, she may temporarily reside in my abode. However, I must reiterate with utmost caution that this journey is clandestine. I do not wish for my identity to be disclosed, as it would only burden my father further. Understood. I shall remain tight-lipped regarding the young lady's identity. Excellent. Then I entrust you to make the necessary arrangements. As for the young lady's stay at Li Jinxing's residence, Fong Wanshan harbored no objections. He and Li Jinxing had been good friends for many years, and such matters would not trouble him. During Zhao Sheiling's journey to Li Jinxing's residence, she discussed matters of practical combat and training with her team. Muyu, have you and the others reviewed the materials I provided earlier? Yes, young lady, we have all examined and studied them thoroughly. All 5 of us are at the 2nd realm. Although their troop strength is uneven and 1 member is absent, the presence of a peak 3rd realm battle princess ensures that their overall power is quite comparable. Indeed, this is true. As for your subsequent engagement in the same expedition, be prepared. I do not wish for you to bring disgrace upon me. Rest assured, young lady, Muyu and the team shall exert every effort. Not merely every effort. I expect you to decisively overwhelm them. They are merely a squad formed by a B-grade qualified commander. If you cannot suppress them, do not speak of future endeavors. Yes, Muyu will bear this in mind. Zhao Sheiling nodded slightly, and soon the scholar would summon Yong Lin to his residence to discuss certain matters. This would provide me the perfect opportunity to meet him while concealing my identity. I am genuinely curious as to how he, who has never attracted the attention of battle princesses, managed to enlist for this year. Chapter 70. You are as shameless as CC on Yong Lin's end. He unexpectedly ascended to the rank of second-tier commander. However, he could not have anticipated the multitude of recent events in Longting City, such as the taboo battle princess and the unsettling occurrences involving the bee-like aberration. Although proclaimed to boost morale, it was merely a diversion to shift public focus. He had been hailed as a genius by the General Affairs Office and received a significant promotional push. Consequently, he suddenly gained fame throughout Longting City. The genius commander. In just 1 week, he had risen 2 levels from a trainee. He bravely led his team into battle, successfully slaying a temple-grade corrupted beast. Yong Lin, this emerging commander, possessed a legendary aura. While it is true that Yong Lin desired recognition, the manner in which he attained it was rather absurd. Fortunately, the promotional push did not include any footage. Otherwise, he feared his apartment would be besieged by reporters. Imagine, if you will, a moment of vulnerability in the restroom, when suddenly a face appears at the window, its owner activating the communication feature of their device. They inquire, "Commander Yong, could you elaborate on how your team successfully eliminated the temple-grade pollution beast? Please provide a direct answer to clarify for everyone at Longting." This thought sent a shiver down Yong Lin's spine. Following this incident, he swiftly departed from the General Affairs Department, taking Jiang Liue and the others back to their apartment without lingering outside. In contrast, Chini was incessantly exchanging glances throughout the journey. She even playfully leaned closer, teasingly cooing, "Commander with legendary potential, you must promise to adorn me with the contract ring in the future, won't you? After all, I am the finest battle princess by your side. You cannot let me down." Knowing Chini's nature, Yong Lin vowed that had she not possessed such allure, he would have pushed her away without hesitation. How audacious of her to jest with the commander. Upon finally arriving home, everyone exhaled in relief. Once at ease, people naturally gravitate towards conversation, and soon the atmosphere in the apartment became lively. During this exchange, Jiang Liue posed a question that unveiled a latent ability within Yong Lin. She asked, "Yong Lin, I don't understand something. Why did our levels increase so significantly after acquiring the temple-grade pollution beast?" Initially, Yong Lin had not contemplated this matter. It was a given that slaying pollution beasts would elevate one's realm and enhance strength, as it was a fundamental rule of their world. Thus, he had deemed everything quite natural. However, he was taken aback when Lin Nianxun and Chini pondered over the issue and even delved into research, ultimately finding themselves equally astonished. It is worth reiterating the distinction made in private. At home, Yong Lin and the women addressed each other by name, while in public or during missions, they respectfully referred to him as commander. This exemplifies the principle of separating personal from professional. Returning to the matter at hand. After extensive research, Lin Nianxun and Chini remained perplexed. Indeed, Yong Lin, why did Liue's sister ascend 2 levels, while C and I each surged by 5? Why? And how could this be? Is it not merely because the temple-grade pollution beast is of a higher level, thus providing substantial experience? Yet the reality was not so simple. As Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini presented their findings to Yong Lin, he suddenly comprehended that this was, in fact, a unique passive ability that belonged solely to him. Had another commander's team slain the enlightened beast, each member of their team would undoubtedly have reaped a bountiful experience as well. However, this vast experience is merely a proportional experience based on levels. To put it plainly, it is impossible to level up. The advancement will depend on the current level of each battle maiden, granting a certain percentage. Generally speaking, a holy temple-level corrupted beast can elevate a battle maiden of relatively low rank by half a level, which is already quite remarkable. Yet, here with Yong Lin, Jiang Liue has jumped 2 levels in her 3rd major realm, while Lin Nianxun and Chini have absurdly surged by 5 levels each. To illustrate the absurdity of this situation, consider a simple example. If one were to enlist a superlative master of the 7th or 8th major realm to mentor newcomers, and they could elevate several levels merely by slaying a holy temple-level beast, then a newcomer could easily reach levels 40 or 50 within a few days. At that point, skilled human experts would be ubiquitous, rendering corrupted beasts irrelevant. Thus, from this perspective, such occurrences seem quite unrealistic. Therefore, Yong Lin, This must be your unique ability, correct? It appears that following you, we have no choice but to adapt. Indeed, once we become accustomed, we will be grateful to have encountered a true, genius commander. Under the admiring gazes of several women, Yong Lin maintained a calm exterior, though inwardly he felt immensely gratified. As a commander, it is essential to earn the admiration of the battle maidens. If they do not hold him in esteem, how can he effectively guide them and fervently cultivate them with the potent force of destiny? And since we are on the topic of cultivation, one must mention the energy replication points at hand. Having accumulated so much, tonight should be the time to utilize them. Allow me to share something regarding the enhancement of qualifications. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to summon that space after midnight tonight. As soon as Yong Lin spoke these words, the looks exchanged between Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun became laden with significance. Liue, did you catch that he used the term should be able? Do you understand what that implies? Nianxun remarked, it seems some individuals truly perceive us as naive maidens, genuinely believing we cannot decipher his intentions. Yong Lin, with an expression of calm, even spoke in a serious tone. How can you overthink this? The concept of space is a divine art. It is quite normal to experience occasional failures, is it not? So, you should all sleep as you normally would. And if I succeed in my endeavor, you will certainly be transported. Chini smiled and said, Dear Commander, you are entirely correct. However, the space is not the main focus. I suddenly find myself pondering what lingerie to wear when we sleep. If it is too tight, it will be uncomfortable. Indeed, something more lightweight would be preferable. Upon hearing this, Lin Nianxun could not help but exclaim, "Cici, can't you maintain a shred of modesty? Do you not understand what he wishes to see?" Yong Lin feigned innocence, protesting, "What do I wish to see? Why do I seem to be portrayed as someone with ulterior motives?" Jiang Liue chimed in, "You are just as shameless as Cici." Chini did not retract her words. Instead, she boldly embraced Longmen, who had been quietly listening to the conversation. The question of propriety aside, she even began to impart her secrets to a good night's sleep. Longmen, regardless of those two reserved ones, Nianxun and Liu, come to my room later, and I will find you several sets of lovely new sleepwear that will guarantee your comfort while sleeping. I understand, Longmen replied. Very well, remember, Longmen, you must not learn from Nianxun and Liu, do you understand? Upon hearing Chini's intention to impart her nonsensical wisdom, Lin Nianxun and Zhang Liue could no longer contain themselves. Commander, save me. Chapter 71. The young lady's interest in a man though they jested. The matter of enhancing the battle maiden's qualifications was quite serious. The improvement of qualifications was crucial for the overall combat capability of the battle maidens. After midnight, Yong Lin activated the system's built-in connection. Once again, he appeared in a space as magnificent as the starry sky, clad only in his boxers. Within a minute, four portals manifested in the space, and soon Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, Chini, and Longmen emerged. However, before Yong Lin could speak, Chini began teasing Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun. Hey, Liu, Nianxun, I recall you both claiming you are not naive little girls anymore. I thought you would be fully armed even for sleep. How is it that you aren't any cooler than me and Longmen? Jiang Liue scoffed and tossed her hair, saying, What do you mean by what you think? I cannot let the success or failure of the commander's activation affect my sleep quality. Indeed, Lin Nianxun replied with a blush. Yong Lin himself mentioned it might fail. I have no reason to lie in bed fully armed, waiting. Chini wore a mischievous grin as she pulled Longmen towards Yong Lin. Commander, how commendable is my stimulating method? How will you show your gratitude? Ahem, Cici, I am a pure man. I do not comprehend your words, Yong Lin replied. Feigning ignorance. Commander, playing dumb will not enhance my favorability. It cannot unlock new events or storylines in the future. Cici truly exasperated him, and as for Longmen, she mimicked Chini, swaying playfully before Yong Lin, fearing that the next moment Chini would utter something outrageous. Yong Lin gently stroked the heads of the two girls. A silent acknowledgement of their antics, one rather improper and the other slightly mischievous. Jiang Liu's words referred to Yong Lin and Chini, to which Lin Nianxun wholeheartedly agreed. To avoid dwelling on this matter, Yong Lin soon restored the commander's authority, instructing the young ladies to take their seats before him. He remarked that while there were several energy points to replicate, they were not in excess. You are all my battle maidens, so in the spirit of fairness, it is perfectly reasonable to distribute equally, is it not? given that we are to share evenly. The sisters are certainly agreeable. As the commander, I first contracted Lin Nianxun, so we shall commence by unlocking her potential. Following her are Jiang Liue, Chini, and Longmen. This process unfolded seamlessly. However, to gain a better understanding of enhancing the Battle Maiden's qualifications, Yong Lin meticulously took notes. If one were to augment a Battle Maiden's A-grade qualification, every 10 points would yield a progress increment of 1. For an A qualification, 20 points are necessary to achieve a single increment. Upgrading S qualifications demands 30 points, while S requires 40. The notes laid it out clearly. Essentially, each advancement by half a tier necessitates an additional 10 energy points for a progress boost of 1. This level of requirement was certainly acceptable to Yong Lin. During this period, he harbored concerns regarding Longmen's unique status, fearing that her energy consumption would be somewhat elevated. Ultimately, upon witnessing her S qualification rise with a standard consumption of 40 points, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After expending over 1,700 energy points, each of the 4 girls, including Jiang Liue, experienced a degree of growth. Observing their joyous expressions, Yong Lin, as their commander, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Perhaps the act of enhancing qualifications bore an invigorating essence, as the group did not hasten to depart the space once the improvements were concluded. Instead, they gathered together, engaging in cheerful conversation. It was not until 2:30 in the morning that Yong Lin's mental fatigue became unbearable, prompting him to send the sisters on their way. On this occasion, it was not Chini who was the first to leave, but rather the last. "Commander, may I prepare some medicine to soothe your temper for tomorrow?" she inquired playfully. It has been quite warm lately. Do remember to drink plenty of tea, but perhaps refrain for now, lest you find yourself making frequent trips to the restroom. That could be quite arduous and potentially addictive, and your body may not withstand it. So do endure well, Commander. Now, hurry back and rest. You do tend to ramble. With a playful grimace, Chini swayed gracefully, showcasing her stunning figure as she departed the space. What a character, Yong Lin mused as he watched her leave. Though he spoke lightly, his heart brimmed with admiration. The 4 beautiful maidens in his company each possessed figures that could rival the finest, and their beauty was strikingly exceptional. Should there be more, dozens, or even hundreds of battle maidens, would he, as their commander, be able to bear such a delight? The dawn of a new day arrived. Yong Lin had intended to indulge in a leisurely slumber. Alas, the communicator jolted him from his dreams. "The academy head, you mentioned you have a commission for me?" He replied. "Indeed, I have time. Certainly, I shall prepare and arrive within the hour." After concluding the call, Yong Lin hastily rose, washed up, and quickly consumed a heartwarming breakfast prepared by Jiang Liue before making his way to the academy head's residence. Originally, when several women observed his hurried demeanor, they inquired and soon learned that the head of the academy sought to commission their Dragon Gate squad. Thus, it was decided that Yong Lin would handle the matter alone, while the women would remain at home for the time being. Since Yong Lin had previously visited the head's residence, he was quite familiar with the route. However, unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped into the estate, he had already drawn the attention of a group of onlookers. Although he could sense the multitude of gazes upon him, the vastness of the estate, along with its numerous servants and guards, led him to believe that he was merely under the scrutiny of the household staff. As he made his way directly to the study, he passed a large flower bed, where a melodious voice remarked, "Do you see him? That is Yong Lin." The eldest young lady observed, "Though we are merely observing from a distance, he appears rather ordinary, seemingly unworthy of the title of genius." Sheiling, the young lady, responded, "He is the so-called genius endorsed by the General Affairs Department, not one recognized by the Alliance. It is merely Dragon Gate embellishing his reputation. And you, Mu, your opponent in the upcoming competition will be him." "Yes," Sheiling continued, "you may return now. The head of the academy will discuss the commission with Yong Lin shortly. Once he emerges, I shall create an opportunity for a chance encounter. Let me see this so-called genius of Longting City up close." Mu replied, "I will inform the other 4 to continue their preparations." "Very well, go ahead." After Mu departed, Sheiling positioned herself along the path Yong Lin would take upon leaving the estate. "Yong Lin, is it? It is rare for me to take such an interest in a man. I hope you do not disappoint me." After uttering this thought, Sheiling suddenly reconsidered. "No. Perhaps I ought not to place too high expectations. After all, my elite team has undergone rigorous selection. If I were to be overshadowed by an unknown squad, where would that leave my dignity?" Chapter 72. A beautiful young lady? Yong Lin found himself once again in the study with the head of the academy. Aware that the head had summoned him for a personal commission, he maintained a serious demeanor, quite unlike his usual light-hearted self at home. Head, what matter do you wish to discuss? Li Jinxing, with a kindly expression, replied, there is no need to be so solemn. Please. Have a seat and allow me to explain. Once Yong Lin was seated, Li Jinxing began to elaborate. He mentioned that beyond the western outpost, there existed a mining site that had been rendered inactive due to an infestation of polluted beasts. The mine primarily produced snow-congealed stone, a material that, when melted, becomes as pliable as fiber. Typically, this stone is refined for crafting combat gear for personnel. In the context of the waterball world, it would likely be transformed into bulletproof helmets and vests. While the commanders and battle maidens may not require such items, they are of paramount importance to ordinary combatants. Upon investigation, it has come to light that the mine is currently overrun by a type of pollution beast known as the bone-biting worm, rendering operations impossible. In a timely manner, the mine's personnel requested assistance from Longting City. Yong Lin considered the bone-biting worm to be a rather mundane pollution beast. However, its notable advantage lies in its extraordinary reproductive capacity when exposed to a suitable illusion. I initially contemplated posting a commission at the demon-slaying hall, but then recalled that your squad is in its developmental stage. Thus, I am inclined to ask if you would be willing to undertake this commission. Yong Lin thought it was merely a trivial matter, just a task to hunt a common-level pollution beast, and he certainly would not decline. Academy head. This is a minor issue. A brief mention in our communication would suffice. There is no need for such elaborate discussions as we are having now. How can you still say that? Li Jinxing retorted, exasperated. Did I not previously warn you about the numerous dangers beyond the northern borders? I specifically cautioned you against venturing that way. Yet you, fully aware of the lurking threats, still chose to proceed? Cough, cough, cough. Do not feign ignorance when serious matters arise. Do you have any idea how worried I was upon hearing that you had ventured north? I genuinely feared for your safety and that of the Valkyrie squad you led. Thankfully, you have returned unscathed. What would we have done had something gone wrong? Academy head. It isn't as grave as you think. The incident with the forbidden Valkyrie is still fresh. And now we face an enemy the likes of which humanity has never encountered before. Regardless of your exceptional capabilities, should any misfortune occur, it would be too late for regrets. Do you understand? Let us return to discussing the commission. Talk, talk, talk. You're truly driving me to my wit's end. Enough, enough. It is fortunate that you are safe and sound. Next time, do not approach me in such a manner. At the very least, give me a heads up. If anything were to happen, I could ensure that Shadow and the others would provide immediate assistance. I understand. Not just I understand, but make sure to remember it well. The academy head, embodying the role of a concerned father, left Yong Lin deeply moved. Shifting back to the commission. It had been 2 days since operations at the western Xuanning stone mine ceased, and news had already reached the city. The academy head was certainly eager to inquire about Yong Lin's availability for an offensive. I currently have no pressing matters and can depart at any time. In that case, how does leaving tomorrow morning sound? After you return today, have a word with Li Yue and the others to make the necessary preparations. We shall head to the mine tomorrow. That works. Really now? Could you not respond so readily? Should you not inquire about the nature of the bone-biting worm, its habits, methods of attack, and whether the terrain of the mine is complex? The academy head's meticulousness resembled that of an overly attentive father, leaving Yong Lin exasperated. They first discussed the commission's details before the academy head chastised him for the previous, unauthorized expedition to the outpost. Ultimately, after Yong Lin assured him that he would refrain from engaging in perilous undertakings, he was finally permitted to leave the study. Oh, by the way, just as Yong Lin was about to depart, the esteemed head of the academy, Li Jinxing, unexpectedly called out to him. I nearly forgot. Recently, my elder sister's daughter has come to Longting City for a visit. She is a year or two younger than you, but her temperament is somewhat difficult. If you happen to encounter her at the residence and a conflict arises, for my sake, please refrain from engaging with her on equal terms. Are you referring to your niece, esteemed head? Yong Lin inquired. Do not address me so formally, as if I were an ancient relic or a stranger. You are correct. She ought to call me uncle. In any case, avoid any confrontation with her, or she might very well turn my residence upside down. Yong Lin chuckled. What are you saying, esteemed head? I am a grown man. Why would I engage in conflict with a young lady? I am not so petty. All right then, there is nothing further. Go about your business. But remember, make a point to visit my residence more often. When I am not at the academy, I am surely at home. Understood, esteemed head, Yong Lin replied as he exited the study. Yet, he was filled with profound thoughts. In this world, there are few who genuinely care for one's well-being. But the esteemed head is undoubtedly one of them. Setting aside those reflections, Yong Lin had planned to head directly home. He intended to inform Jiang Liue and the others to prepare for their endeavor the following day. However, unexpectedly, just after Li Jinxing had mentioned his niece, he encountered her before he could leave the residence. As he walked past a flower bed, he noticed a young lady, around 18 or 19, seated on the edge of an artificial fountain. From a distance, Yong Lin had already spotted her. Considering that the esteemed head had no children, the sudden appearance of this young lady must surely be the niece he had spoken of, a year or two younger than himself. Upon approaching, he was taken aback by her beauty, which rivaled that of Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun. Her complexion was flawless, akin to delicate porcelain, and her skin was as smooth as milk. Sitting gracefully, her exquisite curves were accentuated, and her expression bore a hint of pride and composure, exuding an air of undeniable authority. This young lady must be the esteemed head's niece. Reflecting on the esteemed head's earlier words and noting the young lady's age, Yong Lin was nearly certain of her identity. Just as he was contemplating how to greet her, he was caught off guard when she suddenly obstructed his path. You are Yong Lin, correct? I have been waiting for you. Why are you making such a fuss, being a grown man? The young lady leaped down from the flower bed, brimming with youthful vigor. She then strode confidently towards Yong Lin, maintaining eye contact for at least 3 seconds. The unexpected encounter nearly left Yong Lin speechless. Subsequently, the young woman inquired, "Pray tell, what is your relationship with the esteemed headmaster?" Chapter 73. Cousin, what troubles you? What is the nature of your connection? Yong Lin found himself perplexed. Surely it was a matter of the headmaster's relationship with his students. However, before proceeding, he felt compelled to confirm. I previously heard the headmaster mention having a niece residing in the estate. That must be you, correct? Indeed, that is I, Sheiling affirmed, seemingly struck by a sudden realization as she added, My name is Sheiling. Remember it well. I am Yong Lin. As for your inquiry regarding my relationship with the headmaster, I was merely a student at the academy, having graduated not long ago. Upon hearing this, Sheiling could not help but let out a scoff. Whom do you think you are deceiving? Do you truly believe I am unaware? Yong Lin smiled gently. I do not comprehend your meaning. What is it that you know? Sheiling fixed her gaze intently upon Yong Lin's eyes, declaring, Given your close proximity to the headmaster, I was compelled to investigate your background at the General Affairs Office. Ultimately, based on my deductions, you are, in fact, my uncle's illegitimate son, are you not? Yong Lin nearly succumbed to exasperation. When his companions, Jiang Liue and her friends, had made similar assertions, he had dismissed them as mere frivolities. Who would have anticipated that even the headmaster's niece would hold such a belief? I am not. Do not deny it. Sheiling insisted with conviction. My uncle has gifted you a villa and luxury cars. For an ordinary person, such generosity would suffice for a lifetime of opulence. Even if you were a commander, would my uncle be so magnanimous unless you were someone of utmost significance, such as a love child? Yong Lin yearned to counter her claims, to assert that one's identity could not be so casually assigned. Yet, as he recalled the staggering value of the villas in the affluent district and the worth of the 5 luxury vehicles, he found himself at a loss for a suitable retort to refute Sheiling's assumptions. Dear sister, do not misconstrue. It truly is not as you think, Sheiling remarked. I do not favor men who cannot even acknowledge the truth, Yong Lin. Do not allow me to underestimate you. In that moment, Yong Lin comprehended. It was no wonder the headmaster had cautioned him upon his departure, stating that his niece might possess a rather formidable temperament. Observing her now, although she stood a head shorter than him, her manner of speaking exuded an air of superiority, as though she held the upper hand in the discourse. While he wished to clarify, it is genuinely not the case. Yet if you choose to believe so, I am powerless to change your mind. Yong Lin uttered these words. Yet internally, he remained somewhat bewildered. Why did the headmaster treat him with such kindness? He recalled how, upon forming his small team without a temporary base, he was presented with a lavish mansion in the affluent sector. When the time came for action, he discovered 5 luxury vehicles neatly arranged in the garage of the General Affairs Office. This was not to mention the spiritual elixirs the headmaster had discreetly bestowed upon him, alongside countless admonitions and reminders. If one were to reveal their identity, he would not believe that a person capable of such feats could be a former student of his esteemed academy. What do you think now? Speechless, I presume? My dear, if you insist on believing this, I truly have no words left. Huh. They say a man of stature should have nothing to fear in acknowledgement. No wonder the administrative office wishes to mold you into a unique idol. Now it all makes sense. Yong Lin found himself in a bewildered state. Are you referring to the matter of the genius commander? What else could it be? The information was forcefully disseminated as if I were blind to it. Sheiling declared with a sense of pride. You merely stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity with your team. Were it not for your connection with the Academy's head, how could the administrative office have achieved such heights? Well, Yong Lin found himself conceding. He was impressed by Sheiling's reasoning. My dear, I must say you are mistaken. Yet you remain resolute in your belief. However, if that is your conviction, does it not imply that I ought to address you as cousin? Sheiling paused, taken aback. Cousin? Nonsense. You claim I have a connection with the head of the Academy, and since he is your uncle, should I not call you cousin? You mischief maker. Who are you calling cousin? Of course, it's you, my dear. Oh no, I mean Sheiling. Alas, that doesn't quite fit. Cousin feels more affectionate. Cousin, where is your hometown? How long do you plan to stay in Longting? Furthermore, given our fortuitous encounter, I am quite curious about your journey here. It must have been arduous. Did you travel by helicopter, passenger plane, or transport aircraft? I am aware that there are passenger routes between cities, but generally, they come with certain risks. Comparatively, flying above seems far safer. After Yong Lin's lengthy discourse, Sheiling was nearly left in a daze. The man before her had the audacity to call her cousin? The most astonishing part was his uncanny familiarity. In this moment, Sheiling felt fortunate to be a woman. Otherwise, this man would surely be attempting to drape his arm around her shoulder. You have some nerve. Do you not know cousin, what troubles you? Silence. Do not call me cousin, or I shall. What will you do? Cousin, let me advise you. Temper your disposition. Such fierceness is unbecoming in a lady. As it happens, I have just accepted a commission from the Academy as head and plan to venture out tomorrow. If you possess patience, wait for me. Upon my return, I shall take you to explore Longting City. Sheiling was utterly speechless, beyond ordinary astonishment. She had initially researched Yong Lin's background, speculating that he might share a special relationship with the head of the Academy, Li Zhenxing, residing temporarily in Li Zhenxing's estate. She had claimed to be a relative to conceal her identity, never anticipating that this very reason would entangle her further. Most importantly, she had never expected Yong Lin to be so brazen. This incessant reference to cousin truly drove her to the brink of despair. I caution you. Do not address me as cousin. Do I truly require your companionship to traverse Longting City? I possess my own legs. Cousin, as a newcomer, having someone familiar like me is quite convenient, isn't it? Yet, before Yong Lin could finish his sentence, an unforeseen event transpired that left Sheiling utterly astonished. The man before her had the audacity to pinch her cheek. Cousin, temper yourself. Come, smile a bit more. It enhances your beauty and charm. Her visage was being pinched by an insufferable man. As the daughter of the Supreme Commander, how could she endure such indignity? Cousin, I must return to discuss our offensive strategy with my Valkyries. Otherwise, I would certainly linger to entertain you further. Therefore, as agreed earlier, after my conquest, I shall take you on a delightful excursion through Longting. Farewell for now. At this moment, Yong Lin indeed needed to relay the details of the offensive to Jiang Liue and the others. In the blink of an eye, he waved his hand and departed with haste. Left behind was the flustered young lady, Sheiling. Chapter 74. The aftermath. Early the next day, Yong Lin, accompanied by Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, Chini, and Longmen, made their way to the Demon Subjugation Department of the General Affairs Bureau. After returning from the estate of the Academy head, Yong Lin had informed the four ladies about the expedition to the Xuanning stone mine. The task entrusted by the Academy head was not particularly arduous. The bone-chilling worms, while challenging in their tendency to inhabit dark, damp underground spaces, paled in comparison to the formidable abilities of the four sisters by his side. Why, then, did they need to visit the General Affairs Bureau? Although the Academy head had previously engaged with this department, as the commander of a squad, it was imperative to adhere to the required protocols and documentation. This was crucial for securing the bounty upon successful completion of the task and for the future elevation of the commander's title. The procedures for accepting subjugation assignments were straightforward, especially with Yong Lin's VIP status, which ensured that no time was wasted. Before long, his modified off-road vehicle rolled out from the garage. Simultaneously, on the rooftop of the General Affairs Bureau, the figure of the young lady, Sheiling, came into view. Behind her stood not only the male butler and female bodyguard, but also the 5 members of the Yuntu team. Muyu. Yong Lin has already departed for the mine with his squad. Prepare yourselves. In 2 hours, I shall arrange for the Bureau's transport aircraft to convey you there. Understood, young lady. Oh, and remember, you 4 must take heed. Though the pollution beasts in the mine are of ordinary level, combat in the pits is far more complex than on the surface. Do not underestimate the situation. Rest assured, young lady, our Yuntu team will exercise utmost caution and guarantee victory in this trial. Upon your triumph, I shall personally tear away the facade of that pretentious genius. That despicable man. Just wait until I give him a proper slap in the face. Hearing Sheiling's words, the male steward beside her raised his eyebrows in surprise. Miss, has something transpired between you and that fellow? What? No. Uncle Lee, why do you ask that? You suddenly referred to him as that despicable man. And your tone implies something more, so I couldn't help but wonder if there was an incident between you two. Uncle Lee, why overthink it? I merely feel that the head of the academy is quite unjust in calling his student a genius. I want to demonstrate through action that the likes of Yong Lin is nothing compared to my Cloud Summit team. I see. It seems I was overthinking. With Uncle Lee no longer pressing her, Sheiling let out a sigh of relief. She understood his temperament well. He would not tolerate any grievances against her. Having spent half of her life with him, she considered herself somewhat like his daughter. Thus, she wished to avoid provoking him over trivial matters, especially since nothing significant had occurred. What truly irked Sheiling was that the audacious man had dared to pinch her face. As a young lady, did he think he could treat her face as he pleased? Yong Lin certainly had some audacity. Meanwhile, 3 hours later, the 5 members of the Cloud Summit team, Muyu and company, boarded the transport aircraft from the logistics department, preparing for their mission. The 3-hour wait was calculated based on the speed of the aircraft and ground vehicles. Sheiling was eager for victory. Yet she would not allow her team to arrive at the mining site hours in advance just to secure a win. Such a victory would feel hollow to her. Returning to Yong Lin's side, the drive had been relatively smooth, as the Ning stone mine was not too far from Longting. Estimating the journey, 6 hours would suffice. Departing at 8 a.m., they anticipated arriving around 2 p.m., allowing them a good portion of the afternoon to explore the mine. Aware of the vast scale and numerous pathways within the Ning stone mine, they did not expect to clear it of the piercing worms in a short time. However, with the afternoon and the following day, they should manage to complete the task, allowing for a perfect return the day after. The timeline aligned with Yong Lin's predictions. At 1:46 p.m., the Longmen team successfully arrived at the mine. Observing the surroundings, they noted that most defensive measures had been significantly damaged. Previously, there had been miners and combat personnel stationed here, making it somewhat lively, but now it lay desolate and in ruins. Liue, prepare yourselves. We shall enter the mine. Indeed. I hope we can exterminate more piercing worms this time. Even if the ordinary experience points are somewhat lacking, their sheer numbers can still contribute to our growth. Even if I do not level up, Nianxun, CC, and Long Yin can still enhance their strength. Yong Lin chuckled lightly. A whole mine. If we can perfectly eradicate all the spine bugs, not to mention the 3 of you, Liue, you might very well break through to the 4th major realm. I too am eager to advance to that level, filled with anticipation. Excellent. Let us strike now. The group promptly made their way towards the mine's entrance. A rustling sound announced the emergence of 3 spine bugs rushing forth from within. These creatures, roughly the size of an adult, bore a superficial resemblance to spiders, yet were entirely different in nature. They traversed using multiple legs, leaping and climbing, becoming increasingly active in complex terrains. Their primary method of attack involved their 2 sharp forelimbs, reminiscent of a mantis, followed by a vicious bite to tear apart and consume their prey. The contaminated beasts have appeared, Lin Nianxun exclaimed. Just then, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air, and among the 3 spine bugs, 2 had their legs severed completely, while 1 was cleaved in half, dying instantly. It was Long Yin. Almost instinctively, she unleashed her crescent blades. After dealing a tremendous amount of damage, Jiang Liue swiftly followed up, thrusting her ship-slicing blade forcefully into the head of one of the still-living spine bugs. Lin Nianxun and Chini coordinated their assault, flanking to deliver the final blow to the last contaminated beast. Yong Lin, similarly equipped with a ship-slicing blade, stepped forward and severed the left fang of the 3 spine bugs. While these creatures held little monetary value, they were necessary as proof of their extermination mission. If the number of slain spine bugs proved to be particularly high, the administrative office would offer additional monetary rewards based on the team's kill count. After dispatching the 3 spine bugs blocking their path, the group swiftly vanished into the mine's entrance. Observing Yong Lin's commencement of the extermination, the 5 members atop the distant high ground, led by Mu Yu, began their own preparations. We'll enter through the eastern entrance of the mine. There are 2 entrances, and we will approach from the north. The mine's pathways are intricate, making it difficult to encounter each other in a short span. Should we cross paths, we'll simply claim to be a team out for training, unrelated to any extermination commission. Is that understood? Understood. Very well, let us commence our advance. Chapter 75. What can they achieve? Inside the mine, the darkness was not as anticipated. Thanks to the lighting apparatus modified by the contaminated beast's core every so often, there was illumination that, while not bright as day, sufficed for the team's activities. However, as they ventured deeper, the aftermath of the spine bug outbreak revealed a far more tragic scene than expected. Scattered corpses, disordered bloodstains, and abandoned snow-congealed stones littered the path after only a short distance. The internal pathways were not excessively narrow, but accommodating 5 individuals side by side proved somewhat challenging. Longmen, you shall take the lead in the assault, while Nianxun and Cici closely follow your side to assist in the coordinated harvesting. Liue, you are to guard the rear of the team, protecting me while eliminating any tainted beasts that attempt to ambush us from behind or from side paths. As the commander, Yong Lin possesses formidable combat prowess. However, due to his role, he refrains from engaging unless absolutely necessary. He will only intervene if the number of encroaching tainted beasts becomes overwhelming or if his battle maidens find themselves at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he prefers to allow his maidens to hone their skills and grow. There is little more to say. The bone worms are merely ordinary tainted beasts. As long as they do not surge from multiple paths all at once within the mine, they pose little challenge to Yong Lin. Given the current configuration of the team, encountering 3 or 4 or even 6 or 7 bone worms at once is a common occurrence, yet they hardly inflict any harm. Yong Lin meticulously marks the routes they traverse. His current task is to memorize the paths and collect the left fangs of the bone worms, leaving the rest to his 4 battle maidens. The afternoon passed smoothly with the extermination of the tainted beasts. It was not until after 7 in the evening, when the outside world had succumbed to darkness, that Yong Lin signaled for the team to wrap up. They found a relatively spacious area to set up camp, prepare meals, and rest. Movement was to cease for the night. All tainted beasts exhibit a particular trait. During the night, they become frenzied and bloodthirsty, driven by a surge of adrenaline. Even the bone worms, which dwell underground, are not immune to this effect, despite their lack of awareness of day and night. Therefore, resting was prudent. After a hearty meal, they would take turns keeping watch. With their spirits replenished, they would surely be more efficient in their subsequent endeavors. In addition, Yong Lin took a moment to tally the afternoon's gains. 161 left fangs from the bone worms, indicating that the team had successfully dispatched that many. Among them, Longmen undoubtedly contributed the most. Despite her level being lower than Jiang Liue's, her strength surpasses that of Jiang Liue. Her innate talent and status are undeniable. And with Yong Lin's enhancements, it is impossible for Longmen not to excel. Due to the significant number of bone worms defeated, Lin Nianxun's level advanced from the first segment of the second realm to the second segment. Chini moved from the initial stage of the battle soul to the first segment. Although Longmen did not level up, she is nearing the 8th segment of the second realm battle soul. Jiang Liue, on the other hand, remains at the peak of the 9th segment of the 3rd realm and has a considerable distance to cover before she can break through her current boundary. Yong Lin has yet to mention the cores of the tainted beasts. These can be sold for funds to support the Squad S operations as ordinary tainted beasts. Bone worms produce only first-tier tainted cores. Furthermore, upon defeat, there is a 50 chance that the core will shatter. However, a complete core can fetch 500 to 600. While the shattered ones still hold some value, albeit less when sold. In summary, Yong Lin is quite satisfied with today's endeavors and eagerly anticipates turning the mine upside down tomorrow, reaping even greater rewards. While Yong Lin reflects on today's harvest, the team led by Mu Yu at the summit of the clouds has commenced a brief respite following their vigorous efforts. Mu Yu is fervently determined to achieve victory, burdened by the heavy expectations of her esteemed lady, leaving her no room for complacency. At this moment, she feels assured of success. Not only does she believe this, But her teammates share the same conviction. The 5-member squad comprises elite battle maidens, all possessing S-level qualifications, meticulously selected from the creme de la creme. Furthermore, their average level hovers around the 4th segment of the 2nd realm of battle souls. United in purpose, vanquishing the piercing insects becomes a trivial task. On this particular afternoon, under the relentless onslaught of their coordinated attacks, they have successfully slain 78 piercing insects. They have every reason to believe that for a similarly ranked team of 5, achieving 40 kills in the same time frame would be a remarkable feat. In truth, their assumptions hold weight. Typically, when a squad enters a mine like this, each step is taken with utmost caution, fearing that any misstep could awaken a horde of contaminated beasts. The slightest oversight might lead to a surprise attack from these creatures. Hence, the most prudent strategy is to proceed with careful deliberation. As for the 40 kills they attribute to others, that is indeed an overstatement. In reality, a standard team of similar rank in such arduous conditions would be hard-pressed to achieve even 35 kills in an afternoon. Given these circumstances, why would they not take pride in their team's accomplishments? During their discussions, they naturally brought up Yong Lin's Dragon Gate unit. What do you think of the Dragon Gate unit's strength? How many piercing insects do you believe they can slay? It is not that they underestimate them. They are aware of the presence of Jiang Liue, who is at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm. However, the saying goes that one cannot support a structure with a single beam. In such an environment, her presence may only equate to the strength of 2. As for the number of piercing insects they could defeat, I would venture to say that reaching 50 would already be an overestimation. I share this perspective, considering how recently the Dragon Gate unit was established. Setting aside the combat prowess of the 4 battle maidens, the mere aspect of their cohesion presents a challenge. Moreover, they have the burden of a commander. In such conditions, the need to ensure the safety of the commander complicates matters significantly. Since we have broached the topic of commanders, even Mu Yu harbors a fundamental disdain for the role. The profession of commander has fallen into decline, and the long-standing notion of the commander's ineffectiveness has deeply influenced the 5 maidens. In their view, relying on a commander's limited perception and mental connections is far less practical than honing their own skills and enhancing their own strength. This way, they can operate on the battlefield without the need to constantly look back, avoiding the pitfalls of divided attention. Thus, the question arises, what need do they have for a commander? In summary, the current state of the 5 individuals suggests that even if an S-rank commander were appointed, their stubborn nature would prevent them from forming a contract. After discussing the topic of the Longmen brigade and ensuring sufficient rest, the team leader, Mu Yu, issued a mission. Although undertaking a nighttime operation may not be the wisest choice, the pursuit of victory, coupled with the strength of our squad, necessitated continued efforts. The number of abyssal bugs in the mine is finite. Every additional creature we eliminate enhances our chances of success. Does anyone have any objections? This time, the young lady places significant importance on the outcome. We must secure victory, and descent is not an option. Indeed, every bug we slay increases our odds. I can only imagine that those fellows, fearing the nighttime frenzy of the abyssal bugs, have already sought refuge to camp. With no dissent from the group, Mu Yu prepared the team for battle once more. However, unbeknownst to them, deep within the mine, a colossal creature with red, tumor-like growths on its head suddenly opened its eyes. At that moment, the abyssal bugs became more frenzied than ever, and numerous smaller, tumor-like bugs surged into the upper levels of the mine. Chapter 76. Mu Yu's despair. Yong Lin's team of 5 was taking turns to rest. After a game of rock, paper, scissors, Yong Lin was assigned the 4th shift, which corresponded to approximately 3 in the morning. However, he never anticipated that before his watch began, he would be roused from his slumber by Lin Nianxun, despite still reveling in the comfort of his dreams. "Commander, did you sleep well?" "Well, Nianxun, how could I be well rested? Judge for yourself." Yong Lin glanced down into his bedding and discovered, to his astonishment, that Longmen had nestled into his blankets, sleeping soundly. The most telling factor was that Longmen had been instructed by Chini to wear the least amount of clothing for a comfortable night's rest. "Nianxun, you know my character," he replied. "Of course, we are all aware of the commander's nature. Yet, Longmen truly enjoys being close to you. Indeed, she often seeks refuge in my embrace or perches on my lap. It would be impolite to refuse her, wouldn't it?" Yes, my esteemed commander," Nianxun replied. "Just now, after Chini completed her watch and I took over, I noticed Longmen's tent was empty. I was concerned for her safety, which is why I came here." And lo and behold, here she is. So, Nianxun, you weren't sneaking over to check on me while I was asleep? Lin Nianxun, feeling exasperated, retorted. Don't conflate my intentions with those of CC. I have not learned such shamelessness from you. Perhaps you could learn a thing or two from CC. I wouldn't mind. Shameless. Who would wish to emulate you two scoundrels? Our dear Nianxun, it seems, indeed possesses a delicate sensibility. Commander, Lin Nianxun exclaimed, her words punctuated with irritation. Wait, Nianxun. What is it? Are you attempting to divert the conversation? No. Yong Lin's expression suddenly turned serious. I sensed something vaguely. But if you were to ask me for specifics, I would struggle to articulate them. Yong Lin was not jesting with Lin Nianxun. He was utterly earnest. His instincts alerted him to certain occurrences, yet due to the considerable distance, he felt something but could not ascertain the details at that moment. The vast expanse of the mining pit posed a challenge, and as one ventured deeper, sensory perception would undoubtedly be compromised. To comprehend the situation, it seemed that a more in-depth exploration was necessary. Commander, could it be that something truly has transpired? My intuition and perception have always been remarkably acute. Although clarity eludes me now, it is prudent to exercise caution. Consequently, I have resolved not to sleep and will stand guard alongside you. I genuinely fear for our safety. Lin Nianxun was taken aback. Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so? I will remain vigilant and awaken you at the first sign of trouble. Therefore, Commander, you may rest. Having already slumbered for an extended period, I felt unusually invigorated. However, tomorrow we must. Do not fret about me. I can manage without sleep for 3 days without any adverse effects on my health. Seeing that she could not persuade Yong Lin to rest, Lin Nianxun felt a tinge of guilt. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have disturbed him. If he preferred to sleep holding Longmen, so be it. After all, Longmen's unique status had accustomed her to his presence. Meanwhile, Yong Lin rose and meticulously patrolled the perimeter of their campsite, with Lin Nianxun cautiously trailing behind him. From Yong Lin's murmurs, such as it shouldn't be, there should be signs, Lin Nianxun discerned that her commander had indeed detected something amiss. Could it be that the ferocity of the bone-chilling insects at night has caused a surge in their numbers, thereby disrupting your perception, Commander? While this possibility could not be dismissed, there might be even more dire implications. In any case, it was wise to remain vigilant in this territory rife with corrupted beasts. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, Yong Lin's gaze sharpened. Nianxun, quickly wake Liue and the others. I sense signs of a large group of corrupted beasts nearby. Lin Nianxun, aware of Yong Lin's capabilities, dared not delay and promptly roused Jiang Liue, Chini, and Longmen. The group hastily organized their makeshift camp and swiftly entered a state of readiness. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Noticing that Yong Lin had not issued any commands, Jiang Liue spoke up in confusion. Commander, did you not say there was a massive presence of corrupted beasts nearby? Suddenly, the aura dissipated significantly. And did you all hear that? It seems there are other teams within this mining pit besides ours. I faintly heard voices. Chini remarked in astonishment. There are other teams? But was it not stated that we were the only ones to accept this commission? We did take the commission, true, but that does not preclude other teams from coincidentally arriving here. In summary, both the polluted beasts and the opposing squad are rushing towards us, prepared for battle. Upon hearing this, the group of women instantly heightened their spirits. Among them, Longmen was particularly remarkable. Her utmost concern was for Yong Lin. Upon sensing danger, she instinctively positioned herself in front of him. Unless Yong Lin issued a command, she remained in this protective stance, always prioritizing his safety above all else. Approximately 3 minutes later, amidst the cacophony of the pollution beast's cries, we discerned the chaotic footsteps of a squad. Their sounds were interspersed with cries for retreat, indicating that they were in a rather precarious situation. What madness is this? Which squad would choose to provoke polluted beasts in the dead of night, instead of seeking a place to rest? Of course, if they were retaliating against an intrusion during their rest, that would be an entirely different matter. The number of polluted beasts was roughly 30, with only about a third being the bone-chilling worms, while the majority were of an unknown variety, albeit weaker than the bone-chilling worms. Wait, in just a few seconds, 4 or 5 polluted beasts have vanished. This squad, in their fierce struggle, seemed remarkably resilient, managing to inflict significant damage even while retreating. No, in the blink of an eye, more polluted beasts have vanished. As the opposing squad drew near, we could even hear the anguished cries of several members. They were in dire straits, Yet the number of polluted beasts continued to dwindle. There was certainly something noteworthy about this. Eventually, the opposing squad arrived at Yong Lin's side. Along with them, the presence of the bone-chilling worms had entirely dissipated. Clang! Amidst the clashing of metal, Mu Yu, in a desperate bid for survival, unleashed her fierce resolve, teaming up with 2 relatively capable allies to slay another 6 bone-chilling worms. However, both Mu Yu and her 4 teammates were in tatters, their condition dire. Only 5 bone-chilling worms remained, yet they had all reached their limits. 2 teammates had already collapsed, unconscious on the ground, while the other 2 had lost their combat capabilities, leaving Mu Yu as the sole fighter. Although she still stood, her hands trembled violently around her spear. At that moment, she found it absurd. A 5-member elite squad of the Second Realm, reduced to the brink of annihilation by a mere handful of ordinary bone-chilling worms. These creatures, during their prime, would have been effortlessly dispatched. Yet now, there was no time for further contemplation. The final 5 bone-chilling worms surged towards her. It was truly laughable. To perish in such a manner would not only fail to satisfy the lady, but would also leave her own spirit unrest. A glimmer of icy light erupted as Mu Yu fired her last shot, piercing through the approaching polluted beasts with fierce determination. However, the 4 remaining creatures rendered her powerless. The ensuing scene was evident. Neither she nor her 4 companions could escape the merciless bites of the bone-piercing worms, doomed to meet their demise without a trace. Chapter 77. Li Mu Yu at this moment, despite the countless feelings of resentment swirling within her, reality forced Mu Yu to accept her fate. The 4 bone-piercing worms had fully closed in. The foremost worm swept its forelimb, instantly dispelling her ethereal form. Now, in a state of extreme weakness, Mu Yu could only watch helplessly as the advancing worm, with its terrifying fangs bared, lunged toward her head. Yet, in the very instant when despair threatened to engulf her, 2 beams of brilliant light suddenly intertwined and cleaved through the air, slicing the foremost worm into several pieces. What had just transpired? This unexpected turn of events left Mu Yu, who had been bracing herself for death, momentarily dazed. Shortly thereafter, a figure flashed into view like a delicate swallow. The mesmerizing sword light danced before her eyes, and in conjunction with the earlier beams of light, it swiftly dispatched the 3 remaining bone-piercing worms. As the figure came to a halt before her, Mu Yu recognized it as Jiang Liue from the Longmen squad. The earlier beams of light were, in fact, the crescent blades flung by Longmen. In that moment, her heart was a tempest of emotions. Originally, she had been dispatched on the orders of the young lady to engage in a contest with the Longmen squad. Yet now, it was profoundly ironic that her entire team, cornered and on the brink of annihilation, had been rescued by them. "Are you all right?" Jiang Liue inquired. Mu Yu snapped back to reality, responding, I'm fine." Though she uttered those words, the state of her team was far from satisfactory. Jiang Liue cast a glance at the 4 companions beside Mu Yu, and after confirming the absence of any contaminated beasts nearby, she strode back toward Yong Lin to briefly explain the situation. Before long, Yong Lin, accompanied by Jiang Liue and her 3 companions, arrived at their location. Upon reaching them, Yong Lin first scrutinized Mu Yu before asking, "I'm genuinely curious. Why did your team come here? Did you take on a related commission?" No, our team merely," at that moment. Mu Yu had intended to adhere to their original plan and explain that her team was here for training. However, an idea suddenly struck her. Yong Lin's Longmen squad was currently engaged in a commission for extermination. Under such circumstances, their intervention was already a tremendous favor. To demand more would require one to introspect. Were they deserving of such kindness? Nevertheless, the dire state of her own team weighed heavily on her mind. Should the Longmen squad choose to depart now, Mu Yu was uncertain whether she could lead her injured companions safely out of the mine. Just imagine, if they encountered another fork in the road or intersection along the way, and more bone-piercing worms emerged, wouldn't her team immediately face the same fate of total annihilation once again? Upon reflecting on the fabricated identity of Miss Zhao Sheiling and the connection between the academy head and Yong Lin, she found herself compelled to utter a falsehood. It may seem abrupt to mention, but we are indeed individuals closely associated with the young lady. We have been entrusted by her to assist you. I should have mentioned that our lady is Zhao Sheiling. Yong Lin felt a flush of embarrassment. Was this true? Cousin, you are indeed her people, and she wishes to assist me? Precisely, came the response. The young lady expressed concerns regarding the dangers of the mine, uncertain whether you could manage. Thus she dispatched us to offer covert support. However, it was unexpected that you would witness our disheveled appearance. Upon hearing this, Qinci expressed keen interest. Commander, what is this about the young lady? We have never heard the name Zhao Sheiling before. Ah, she is the niece of the academy head. I have only met her once, came the reply. To describe her, she is like an arrogant little peacock, yet surprisingly, she possesses a good heart. Lin Nianxun interjected. So you're saying she is leveraging her uncle's influence to mobilize her personal team to assist us? If you have only met once, it seems unnecessary for her to go to such lengths. The phrase unnecessary lengths immediately drew sidelong glances from Jiang Liue and Qinci. Do not overthink it. The situation is somewhat convoluted, Yong Lin whispered as he gathered the women closer. I have indeed only encountered Zhao Sheiling once, but she is adamant in believing I am the illegitimate son of the academy head, and she holds this conviction firmly, given her relation as the academy head's niece. The matter becomes quite clear, does it not? Jiang Liue nodded, understanding. If they were cousins, her assembling a small team to covertly assist you would indeed be unremarkable. Meanwhile, Mu Yu, initially anxious that Yong Lin and his companions might harbor suspicions, felt her tension ease upon seeing their lack of doubt. While she recognized that this action would certainly embarrass Miss Zhao Sheiling and that the five of them would inevitably face severe punishment upon their return, it was a far better fate than perishing in the mine. Yong Lin then inquired, Sister, now that I understand your identities, I must ask you about the mine. Please, feel free to inquire. First, how should I address you? My name is Li Muyu. Very well, Muyu. When your team was fleeing, were there any other contaminants besides the bone-piercing worms? Yes, Li Muyu replied, a shiver running down her spine at the memory. We did not anticipate the presence of small explosive contaminants in addition to the bone-piercing worms. They are small in size, resembling tumors on their bodies, which is quite repulsive. The most perilous aspect is that, despite lacking offensive capabilities, they are incredibly swift. If one gets too close, it will detonate on the spot. Upon hearing this, Yong Lin felt a sudden clarity. No wonder the pollution beasts vanished abruptly after being sensed earlier. It appears they were obliterated. It is also understandable why Li Muyu and her five companions looked utterly disheveled. Upon observing them, it was evident that they were splattered with considerable amounts of green liquid, which subtly emanated a green mist. Most of their garments were corroded, suggesting that the exploded pollution beasts possessed a corrosive effect, albeit a mild one. Yet, despite the corrosion being weak, it was perilous due to the accompanying toxins. Even Li Muyu, in her relatively stable condition, exhibited hints of green upon her fair skin and delicate visage. Liue, Nianxun, Cici, and Longmen must exercise caution during their operations in the mine. In addition to the bone-chilling insects, this second type of small, explosive pollution beast releases a green liquid that has slight corrosive and toxic properties. Qinci pouted, expressing her disgust. Wow, that sounds revolting. How could such things exist in a mine? Who knows? In a place like a mine, anything is possible. While Yong Lin conversed with Qinci, he suddenly heard Jiang Liue exclaim, Muyu Muyu. Yong Lin assumed something was amiss and turned around, only to see Li Muyu, weakened to the point of extreme fatigue, without her spiritual shadow to support her. In the brief moment he had spoken with her, her complexion had turned even greener, and beads of sweat on her forehead threatened to cascade down. This sign indicated that without an antidote, Li Muyu and her companions were at grave risk of succumbing at any moment. Lin Nianxun felt a pang of anxiety, pondering what could be done. Indeed, Commander, Jiang Liue said, her brows furrowed in concern. The academy head has shown us considerable favor due to your influence, as has that so-called young lady. Although she has misconstrued your relationship with the academy head, her decision to send aid signifies her commendable character. If these five were to perish now, how would you explain this to the academy head upon your return? Yong Lin found himself in a predicament. Was Jiang Liue not speaking the truth? The mine was limited in size, and should only his squad return, what would he say if the academy head inquired about Zhao Sheiling's team? He could hardly claim he had not seen them. If a search party were dispatched to discover a pile of bones, he would likely bear the ill will of that young lady Zhao Sheiling. He must not allow his squad's troubles to instigate further discord between the academy head and that young lady. Commander, you are capable of anything. Surely you can handle this mere toxin? Cici chimed in. Do you truly regard me as a deity descended from the heavens? I am not omnipotent. If the commander is unable to assist, then what will happen to them? Qinci remarked, nudging Yong Lin to look at Li Muyu. At that moment, Li Muyu, although seated on the ground, appeared shaky and on the verge of fainting. Wait a moment, Lin Nianxun suddenly interjected. Nianxun, have you discovered something? I have pondered upon a matter of significant importance. Logically speaking, the 5 of them should currently be burdened with toxins. However, I have not sensed even the slightest trace of any poisonous essence. Liue, Cici, and Longmen, have you 3 perceived anything amiss? Jiang Liue paused momentarily and replied, Now that you mention it, I indeed feel that way. The absence of any toxic presence led me to underestimate the severity of the toxin's impact on the human body. I understand now. Qin, with an unusually grave expression, posited, could it be that our covenant with the commander has rendered us immune to toxins? At the very least, the toxins from the polluted beasts in this mine do not pose a threat to us, do they? Longmen merely listened to the conversation among the 3 women, as she held little understanding of toxins. Moreover, being a special entity herself, any intrusion would likely consist of her own void invading the toxins. Such trivial poisons could hardly disturb her in the slightest. However, Yong Lin's situation was different. Upon hearing the 3 women, he found himself somewhat incredulous. Are you implying that because of me, you possess an immunity to the toxins here? Indeed, Lin Nianxun affirmed. Just now, I attempted to make contact with Mu Yu and discovered that the green liquid clinging to her posed no threat to me whatsoever. It is undoubtedly due to your covenant with the commander that has endowed both me and Sister Liue with an inherent immunity. Yong Lin contemplated for a moment and said, in other words, I could utilize my spiritual power to help stimulate the toxins within them, thereby healing them, correct? I believe that is feasible, Jiang Liue responded. After all, even disregarding that young lady, we must also consider the head of the academy. Very well. Let us proceed with this trial. Yong Lin resolved to give it a try, but as his gaze swept across Li Mu Yu and her companions, an idea suddenly struck him. He then half-knelt before Li Mu Yu. Sister Mu Yu, I shall attempt to expel the toxins from you and your teammates. But the process may be somewhat embarrassing for you. Commander, before Li Mu Yu could respond, Qin interjected from behind. At such a critical juncture, if we do not swiftly eliminate the toxins, not only will their chances of survival diminish, but their corpses may also begin to decay. They are on the brink of death. How could they possibly concern themselves with such matters? After all, clarity is essential. I would rather not be met with hostility from them after I have exerted myself to save them. Li Mu Yu, grasping the situation, summoned all her strength to hold Yong Lin's hand and said, At this moment, I will not concern myself with trivialities. I hope, Commander, that you can save us. Our team harbors its own dreams and does not wish to perish in this forsaken place. Very well, I shall do my utmost. After speaking with Li Mu Yu, Yong Lin rose and assigned tasks to Jiang Liue and the others. Liue, you and Longmen shall reassemble the tent and prepare some warming porridge or tea. Nianxun, assist them in removing their clothes and guide them to the tent. Cici, prepare hot water and towels. As I subsequently utilized my spiritual energy to expel the toxins enveloping them, you were to assist by occasionally wiping away the evaporating toxins to prevent any secondary invasion into their bodies. Each member of our group had their designated role, and soon, the process of detoxification commenced in earnest. To my surprise, this endeavor proved to be unexpectedly effortless. Lin Nianxun's earlier assertion held truth. Due to my unique nature, the bond formed with these individuals became equally exceptional. While I could not ascertain whether I was impervious to all toxins, it was evident that the noxious substances within this mining pit could inflict no harm upon us. Particularly, when I infused my spiritual energy into Li Mu Yu and her companions, the dissolution of their toxins was astonishingly seamless. It resembled hot soup melting snow, with no hindrance whatsoever. It dawned upon me that I possessed strengths in areas I had yet to fathom. This was akin to the earlier scenario where Liue and her companions reaped benefits from the enlightened beasts at the temple level. Their fortunes were similarly bolstered by my uniqueness. A sense of wonder filled my heart as I pondered the myriad of potential I had yet to uncover. Who knew how impressive it might be? Perhaps to the point of overwhelming myself. After a diligent half-hour of effort, the conditions of Li Mu Yu and her 4 companions stabilized. Owing to their extreme fatigue and weakness, they soon succumbed to slumber after Lin Nianxun draped a blanket over them. Observing their detoxification, Qin's admiration for me soared to new heights. Commander, my fondness for you has surged from 200 to 300. A new narrative has been unlocked. Shall we activate it? Activate? Nonsense. If you truly cared, you would give me a back rub instead, I retorted lightly. Such a trivial matter. I shall gladly oblige, she replied. and seeing her genuinely take to the task, I chuckled. I expected you to dismiss the idea, yet here you are, providing a rub with commendable pressure. That is a given. After all, our commander is capable of anything. This is merely a reward for unlocking fondness. She added, and let it be known, I, Qin surpass Liue and Nianxun by leaps and bounds. Undoubtedly, you exceed both Liue and Nianxun 100-fold. Jiang Liue and Qin exchanged exasperated glances. What manner of individuals are these, speaking so brazenly without a shred of modesty? At that moment, it was still the middle of the night, and as sleep eluded us, we gathered together to engage in cheerful conversation. By around 8 in the morning, Lin Nianxun and her companions gradually awakened. Their emotions were a complex tapestry. Initially, they had come to compete with my Dragon Gate squadron, yet ultimately, they found themselves in an entirely different situation, exposed before the commander. However, they bore no resentment towards me for having seen them vulnerable. They understood the circumstances that necessitated it. Moreover, they were undoubtedly grateful that the commander had chosen to intervene and offer his aid. Thus, the situation has evolved to this point. What is there left to compete for? In the presence of the commander, even the most fundamental restraint and shame have dissipated. What can one possibly compete for? As for the state of Lin Nianxun and her 4 companions, while they have improved, the restoration of their vitality and spirit will require a considerable amount of time. Consequently, after partaking in the breakfast prepared by Jiang Liue, Yong Lin began to discuss serious matters with Lin Nianxun. Muyu, he began. Given the current circumstances of your team at the pinnacle of the clouds, the optimal solution would be to escort you out of the mine. However, after a lengthy exploration yesterday, we have ventured an extraordinary distance into the depths of the mine. If my team were to escort you out first, it would inevitably consume a significant amount of time. Apologetically, Lin Nianxun and her 4 companions bowed their heads before Yong Lin. It is due to us that you bear such burdens. Do not speak in such a manner, since you are a private battle maiden squad established by Sheiling, who is the niece of the Academy's headmaster, and considering the care I have received from the headmaster, along with your original intention to assist us, it is only just that I do not disregard your plight. Therefore, I have a proposal. Curiously, Lin Nianxun inquired, what proposal does the commander have in mind? For the time being, I suggest that you continue to accompany us. Once you are able to enter a state of spiritual shadow, rendering you immune to the threats posed by the piercing insects, then you may depart. Are you implying that you will temporarily protect us 5? She asked. Indeed. This way we shall save considerable time, he confirmed. However, Commander, we are currently in a state of recovery. Following you in this condition would merely render us as 5 burdensome liabilities. Do not concern yourselves. Consider it as if my team has taken on an escort mission alongside our ongoing expedition. Upon hearing Yong Lin's words, not only was Lin Nianxun astonished, but the other 4 team members were similarly taken aback. While it is true that their lives had been saved by this man before them, being rescued does not equate to recognition of their squad's strength. Why does this man exude such confidence, treating the protection of 5 individuals with such nonchalance? Lin Nianxun and her companions exchanged glances. Ultimately, they nodded in agreement, for they had no other choice. Having been saved, they already owed an immense debt of gratitude. To question his abilities or resist his arrangements would be foolish. They resolved to accept their fate. After all, their lives had been spared, and if trouble were to arise, they would face it together. The best outcome would be for the 5 of them to regain their strength swiftly enough to ensure their own safety, thereby no longer being a burden. Thus, the matter was settled. Once Yong Lin and his party had tidied up their temporary camp, the Longmen forces pressed deeper into the mine. The configuration remained the same as before, except that Lin Nianxun and her 4 companions were now included among those being protected. It was not long before the 5 women were startled by the Longmen troops' abrupt and vigorous advance. Commander, we are approaching a fork in the road. Are you not going to conduct even the most rudimentary reconnaissance before decisively choosing a path? This is no trivial matter. What do you mean it is no trivial matter? What if we encounter a large horde of contaminated beasts ahead? Rest assured, the area is well within my perception. I would never gamble with the lives of myself and my comrades. Lin Nianxun and her companions deemed Yong Lin's squad reckless. Although they had navigated several junctions without incident, they attributed it merely to luck. Should a real problem arise, it would be too late. However, reality swiftly proved them wrong. While traversing a lengthy transport tunnel, Lin Nianxun and her group remained oblivious, but Yong Lin had already alerted Jiang Liue and the others to prepare for battle. We have struck the jackpot. We have encountered a sizable horde of contaminated beasts. The total number is around 35 or 6, with more than 20 being piercing worms. While the remainder, similar to the second type of contaminated beasts I sensed earlier, are likely those small explosive creatures. Upon hearing this, Lin Nianxun and her companions could not suppress their shivers. Not only were they in a recovery state with no combat capability, but even at their peak, the mere thought of such numbers would prompt an instinctive retreat. What audacity does the Longmen forces possess to confront such a vast horde of contaminated beasts, especially in a confined underground space? Moreover, there are those small explosive creatures mixed among them. Just the memory of the small explosive contaminated beasts they had encountered previously tightened their brows. In stark contrast to their reaction, the entire squad, upon learning of the sudden appearance of over 30 contaminated beasts, was filled with eager anticipation. Particularly, Chini expressed her excitement. This is the first time we've encountered so many contaminated beasts on this journey. It's time to stretch our limbs. Lin Nianxun and her companions felt like crying. Is it truly about wanting to stretch your limbs, or is it about letting the piercing worms unleash their fangs? At the end of the somewhat cramped tunnel, a throng of contaminated beasts surged towards them. On the ground and against the walls, they rushed forward, eager to savor the delicacy that is humanity. At this moment, Yong Lin finally witnessed the small explosive contaminated beasts. Sporeworm, an ordinary level contaminated beast, a puppet larva of the large sporeworm. Upon detecting a target, they utilize their bodies as bombs to attack, their green blood possessing mild corrosive and penetrating toxins. What did I expect? This is what they are. Knowing that her battle sister's exceptionally potent spiritual barrier can withstand corrosion and is not afraid of toxins, there was nothing more to say. She gestured for them to unleash their full might. Then, Lin Nianxun and her companions were utterly astonished. In their line of sight, Longmen took the lead, charging boldly into the horde of contaminated beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Under her guidance, 7 or 8 spore worms exploded in succession, their splattered green blood failing to touch her at all. As she wielded the dual crescent moons to synthesize the sun, the entire underground was almost illuminated to daylight by the explosive radiance of Longmen. Following closely was Jiang Liue, her form ethereal, unleashing a flurry of sword energy with each motion. Coupled with her mature allure, clad in black silk, her occasional pauses were a visual delight, captivating even the eyes of other women. Lin Nianxun and Chini, constrained by their lower realms, could only engage in a concerted effort. Whether it was the scythe of death or the divine threads, each display was a testament to their formidable prowess, pressing forward with relentless intensity. In that moment, Lin Nianxun and her companions comprehended a profound truth. They were the weakest among the 9 battle maidens. Any member of the Longmen forces could easily overwhelm their team at the summit of the clouds. The earlier fantasies of competing with the Longmen troops now filled Lin Nianxun and her 4 teammates with a deep sense of shame and humiliation. The 5 had already been astonished by Longmen, Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini, but when they inadvertently turned to witness Yong Lin's actions, their hearts skipped a beat in disbelief. Chapter 80. Take note, this man is called Xiao. There was Yong Lin, aiming his Desert Eagle pistol at the battlefield. Ordinarily, the Desert Eagle was standard for commanders. However, its effectiveness was generally limited to intimidating ordinary individuals, proving nearly useless against polluted beasts. Yet, what Lin Nianxun and her companions could never have anticipated was that they were witnessing the true essence of a sharpshooter. Bang! The first shot rang out, and a piercing insect's mouth erupted in a bloom of chaos. Bang! The second shot followed, blowing the top off another piercing insect's head with specially designed bullets. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more consecutive shots, each lethal. In a mere span of 5 to 6 seconds, Yong Lin had dispatched 5 of these vile creatures in one breath. The speed was such that Lin Nianxun and her comrades recognized that even if they combined their efforts, they could never achieve such a feat yet. Yong Lin, whom they had deemed a burden on the battlefield, could. Gulp, gulp. The 5 women continuously swallowed their astonishment. As they gazed upon the 5 polluted beasts he had felled, their minds teetered on the brink of overload. For Jiang Liue and her companions, having witnessed Yong Lin's prowess before, it was no surprise. However, for Lin Nianxun and her team, his actions were akin to witnessing a sow climb a tree. Could a commander truly possess such capabilities? Were their preconceived notions about the commander's role blinding them to its merits? In that fleeting moment, An unspoken consensus emerged among Li Muyu and her companions. It was not that the commander's role was weak, but rather that exceptional commanders were a rarity. Before them stood a remarkably handsome man, a veritable paragon among commanders. Why did Yong Lin fire his weapon? Certainly to achieve a swift resolution. With 2 or 3 dozen pollution beasts, their combined combat prowess was formidable. Although Yong Lin was aware that Liue and her companions could manage, the risk of their delicate skin being harmed amidst the chaos was simply too great for him to bear. Moreover, with 5 other young women by his side, he felt it prudent to display a modicum of his strength in their presence. Commander, your prowess is truly remarkable. Our combined efforts could scarcely match your speed in dispatching the pollution beasts. Witnessed the admiration radiating from the young ladies around him. Muyu, I apologize for the spectacle. What spectacle? I speak earnestly, and we all share this sentiment. However, we are perplexed. Commander, is your aptitude truly only B rank? Given your performance, it would be more fitting to classify you as S rank, or even SS rank. Indeed, Commander, you must be concealing your true aptitude data, am I correct? Yong Lin chuckled, acknowledging that while aptitude may elevate one's external reputation, it does not dictate everything. For instance, although you all possess S-rank aptitude as battle maidens, Liue is merely A-rank. Do you genuinely believe you could triumph over her? Commander, you jest. Sister Liue has already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd realm. How could we possibly match her? And there lies the crux of the matter. Even if you were SSS rank battle maidens, a mere A rank would still pose a challenge due to the difference in levels. What does this illustrate? It reveals that no matter how exceptional one's aptitude may be, without development, it amounts to nothing. Indeed, aptitude is but one aspect, offering little insight on its own. Thus, even when I was assessed to possess only B-rank aptitude, I resolutely chose to become a commander. My profound love for this vocation allows me to unearth the deepest potential within a commander. Only by continually refining one's abilities and uncovering further potential can one truly be deemed a competent commander. As Muyu and her 5 charming companions listened to Yong Lin's impassioned discourse, they gazed at the defined contours of his profile, and in that moment, he seemed to radiate light. This man possessed an extraordinary perception. Even in the depths of a mine, he could accurately pinpoint the location of pollution beasts. His unique spiritual energy could even purge the toxins afflicting them. Furthermore, his confidence and charisma were undeniable. How else could he attract such formidable battle maidens to his side? When amidst the battlefield, he remained calm and composed, wielding his pistol with remarkable skill, leaving one in awe. If only we had encountered the commander sooner. Indeed, we once regarded the commander as a burden, but having witnessed his capabilities, we now recognize our error. Yong Lin, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Please, do not praise me. Otherwise, even I might become conceited. Yet, Commander, you are truly remarkable, and we hold you in high esteem. Esteem aside, let us acknowledge that, although you may not have encountered me before, since you are the niece of the Academy's esteemed figure, we are friends now, are we not? To befriend the Commander is indeed an honor and a joy. Do not speak so formally, Muyu. When time permits, bring your teammates to my apartment for a visit. We can delve deeper into discussions regarding the battlefield, the polluted beasts, and tactical operations." Li Muyu expressed her excitement. "If the commander does not mind, we would be delighted." "Excellent. It is settled then. As for now, let us wait for Li Yu and her team to wrap up, and then we shall venture deeper into the mine." A few minutes later, as Li Yu and her team concluded their tasks, Yong Lin posed a significant question. "Regarding this mine, I have made a crucial discovery." The group of battle maidens, intrigued, turned their attention to Yong Lin. He continued gravely, "To put it simply, there may be a leader-level polluted beast lurking deep within this mine. Thus, Li Yu and your team must prepare for the final confrontation with this formidable adversary." "Leader level?" "Indeed. I am certain there is a leader-level beast." Yong Lin's revelation stunned the battle maidens, particularly the 5 from Li Muyu's team. While Li Yu and her companions were surprised, they quickly regained their composure, knowing their commander possessed extraordinary abilities. If he claimed there was a leader-level beast, it must be true. However, Li Muyu and her team were puzzled as to how Yong Lin could assert such certainty without having reached the mine's deepest depths. Could it be that he possessed extraordinary sight? Yong Lin, of course, did not possess such abilities. Earlier, when encountering the second type of small explosive spore insect, the information indicated that it was merely a puppet larva of the spore mother insect, which itself is a leader-level creature. Therefore, Even when questioned by Li Muyu and her companions, Yong Lin could only attribute his knowledge to the capabilities of an exceptional commander. This further elevated Li Muyu's admiration for Yong Lin, particularly during moments when her gaze met his. The young woman, radiating classical elegance, felt her cheeks flush. Chapter 81. He is the light in the hearts of the maidens. The subsequent actions unfolded smoothly. Throughout the morning, Li Muyu remained thoroughly captivated by Yong Lin and his Dragon Gate team. They had come to fully comprehend the vast disparity between the Cloud Top team and the Dragon Gate forces. By afternoon, Li Muyu and her companions had mostly regained their composure. At this point, they should have departed from the mine, yet inexplicably, they found themselves still following Yong Lin. Yong Lin inquired about the reason for their lingering presence. Li Muyu responded, "Earlier, Commander, you mentioned the existence of leader-level contaminated beasts. After discussing with the other four, we believe that staying might be beneficial to you. The leader level is no trifling matter. I suggest you depart from the mine at once, knowing full well the dangers that lie ahead if we were to leave." "Muyu, please listen to me," Yong Lin interjected, concern etched on his face. His tone gently insistent. "Your group's condition has only just begun to improve. If you continue to expend your spiritual energy without proper recuperation, you may endanger your health. Therefore, as you all now address me as commander, I command you to leave the mine at once. Your health and safety take precedence. But those are leader-level contaminated beasts. Our Yin Top team may not measure up to your Longmen unit, yet if we coordinate, we can certainly wield considerable strength." "I understand, of course I do. However, given your current state, I cannot permit you to reach such extremes." Li Muyu, feeling helpless, pondered briefly before asking, "Then may I inquire, Commander, is your order to leave motivated by a sense of disdain for our weakness?" "Muyu, along with the four of you, what do you perceive me to be? My concern for your safety is precisely why I do not wish to see you take unnecessary risks. This has nothing to do with disdain." "Very well. Since the commander has issued a firm order, we shall heed your command and leave the mine for now. That is more like it. However, we will not depart until we can no longer see your team safely emerge from the mine." "Agreed. We will wait nearby for you after exiting the mine." With Li Muyu and her companions departing, Yong Lin finally exhaled in relief. There were undoubtedly reasons behind his decision to send Li Muyu and her team away. As time passed, their condition gradually improved. During several encounters with contaminated beasts, had it not been for Yong Lin restraining Li Muyu, she would have rushed in to assist her allies, Li Yu, without hesitation. Were Li Muyu and her companions weak? Certainly not. The issue lay in the fact that defeating contaminated beasts would not allow them to reach their maximum potential in spiritual energy. Moreover, the depths of the mine harbored leader-level contaminated beasts, and Yong Lin was uncertain whether he would need to employ additional abilities. While he had no qualms about Li Yu and her team, who were his own, Li Muyu was neither his battle maiden nor his woman. Thus it was prudent to have them withdraw. After Li Muyu's departure, Yong Lin led Li Yu and the others in a fierce battle throughout the afternoon. At 5:20 p.m., they reached the mine's deepest point. The situation had turned slightly more troublesome than before, as the spore-bearing mother insects were now at the bottom, resulting in a dwindling number of piercing worms, while the sporadically explosive spore insects posed a significant challenge. Fortunately for him, due to their unique bond, Li Yu and her team were unaffected by toxins. Otherwise, Yong Lin would have turned back long ago. "We have locked onto the leader of the contaminated beasts. It lies not far from us. Longmen, you are the swiftest. I require your insight into the leader's condition." As soon as Yong Lin issued the command, Longmen darted away like an arrow shot through the air, leaving behind a trail of phantoms. Meanwhile, he utilized his perception and Longmen's observations to rapidly analyze the leader-level contaminated beast, the spore mother. "That will suffice. Return," he instructed. Longmen's absence was brief. Merely a fleeting moment spent in the depths, yet it was ample time for Yong Lin. The intention was to send Longmen for reconnaissance, not for combat. After a moment of analysis, an expression of ecstatic joy spread across Yong Lin's face. "Commander, what thrilling intelligence have you acquired? This is exhilarating, beyond the ordinary excitement. Liue, Nianxun, Cici, and Longmen, we have struck fortune." The words perplexed the women, their gazes vacant. Encountering a leader-level contaminated beast, was this truly a stroke of luck? Had a similarly ranked team known of the leader's presence, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. Lin Nianxun, bewildered, inquired, "Commander, what is the meaning of this? Why do you say so?" To put it plainly, The leader-level creature we encountered is not dissimilar from the last time we stumbled upon a sanctuary-level beast, Yong Lin replied. As he spoke, a rustling sound emanated from the depths of the mine, and soon 2 to 3 dozen small exploding spore bugs surged forth. Now detonate them. Be mindful of your safety. As for our overall mission, do not hide. Proceed directly to the depths. Chini blinked in surprise. Commander, your decision is quite audacious. Are you not afraid of death? If I wish to perish, this leader-level contaminated beast must possess that capability as well. The women had already gained experience dealing with the small exploding spore bugs. Upon contact, they would swiftly retreat, luring the creatures into self-detonation, thus saving them from engaging directly. While their experience with such creatures was less compared to the more formidable thorn worms, the sheer number of small exploding spore bugs was overwhelming. Especially in the depths of the mine, where they emerged in swarms, Liue and her companions found themselves overwhelmed with experience. Returning to Yong Lin, with Liue and the others handling the detonations, he strolled leisurely in the depths, devoid of any sense of crisis. Eventually, the group reached the edge of a deep pit, confronting the leader-level contaminated beast directly. A white contaminated worm, as massive as an elephant, lay beneath them. Its head was adorned with tumor-like growths, and its eyes glowed an unnatural crimson. At first glance, it appeared unfathomable. However, only Yong Lin understood that the spore mother had attained its leader status primarily due to its immense reproductive capabilities and the corrosive toxins of the puppet spores. Beyond that, it was essentially a liability, so cumbersome that it could hardly move. It lay there, a mere living target. It appears somewhat daunting, Commander. This entity does not possess any peculiar abilities, does it? CC, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Confronting it is akin to our previous encounter with the enlightened beast of the temple. It is no different from seizing an opportunity. No need to fret. For the primary ability of this creature lies in the reproduction of small explosive spore insects. Therefore, you all know what must be done, correct? Upon hearing this, Jiang Liue and the others immediately felt their spirits lift. They had anticipated a grueling battle against the leader-class polluted beast, but this was the outcome. Shortly thereafter, a fierce blaze erupted at the bottom of the mine, during which Yong Lin fired off 30 rounds at the leader. The group found a clean spot to sit, beaming with joy as they watched their experience steadily increase, awaiting the collection of the core from the leader-class polluted beast. Chapter 82. Is this the path to becoming a sword immortal? Dealing with the final spore mother insect took roughly 20 minutes in total. While it may have been a living target, its body was remarkably resilient. Had it not been for Yong Lin's relentless barrage of gunfire and Long Yin's assistance with the lunar wheel, the process would have undoubtedly taken longer. Setting that aside, with the eventual demise of the spore mother insect, a series of melodious notifications began to resonate in Yong Lin's mind. Congratulations! Your battle maiden Lin Nianxun has achieved a breakthrough to the 5th stage of the battle soul. Congratulations! Your battle maiden Chini has reached the 4th stage of the battle soul. Congratulations! Your battle maiden Long Yin has ascended to the 9th stage of the battle soul. Congratulations! Your battle maiden Jiang Liue has successfully advanced to the 4th realm of Battle King. These were the upgrade statuses of several battle maidens, and the immense experience gained resulted in substantial rewards for them. Yet, the notifications were far from over. Due to your battle maiden Jiang Liue's breakthrough to the Battle King realm, she has acquired a new exclusive ability, Sword Control Technique. Upon hearing this, Yong Lin could not help but pause in astonishment. The sword control technique is exceedingly prevalent in fantastical novels, making it impossible not to find it familiar. However, he was curious as to what form Jiang Liue's version of this technique would take. On Jiang Liue's end, her elevation in level had already left her exhilarated. When she received feedback about her newfound core ability, her joy knew no bounds. Thanks to the commander, I have comprehended a new core ability. Upon hearing this, Lin Nianxun and Chini were equally intrigued. Sister Liue, this marks your 2nd core ability, does it not? Indeed. The instinctive feedback regarding my ability to comprehend a 2nd core ability is entirely due to the commander's influence. Chini, filled with curiosity, inquired, Sister Liue, what is this core ability? At the very least, you should demonstrate the basic version for us. Certainly, no problem. As Jiang Liue finished speaking, she strode purposefully forward. After reaching a certain distance, she turned and said, Do you see that large rock behind you? I intend to use it as my target for practice. Everything is fine. Liue, I am quite intrigued by your new core ability, the sword mastery. Is that so? Then, Commander, you must pay close attention. With a swish, Jiang Liue's dress billowed as the powerful surge of energy surged forth. In that moment, the already stunning Jiang Liue, with her beautiful black silk-clad legs, transformed into an ethereal vision of beauty as she entered her full divine state, illuminated by a radiant glow. At this moment, the focus was undoubtedly on Jiang Liue's new core ability. Her beauty could be admired by Yong Lin at any time. In the arena, the divine sword wielded by Jiang Liue emitted a melodious chime before it hovered gracefully in midair. Meanwhile, Jiang Liue, with her fingers deftly weaving gestures, summoned the divine sword, which transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the stone block she had previously targeted with astonishing speed. Boom! The sound was reminiscent of a powerful explosion. Although she aimed merely to pierce the stone block, the result was akin to the detonation of a massive firecracker. The colossal stone block disintegrated into dust, and even the walls of the quarry trembled in response. How impressive! I only exerted 30% of my strength for a test, and yet the effect was so exaggerated. Chini, witnessing this scene, was visibly excited. Isn't this just like the sword immortals from the television? Liue, can we conclude that the fundamental ability of your sword mastery is to strike precisely where you point? Indeed. But can it also manifest numerous sword energies that bombard the enemy all at once? And can this sword mastery allow one to fly? Jiang Liue felt quite embarrassed. How would I know? It certainly requires an elevation of realm to comprehend the derived abilities. Lin Nianxun gazed at her enviously. While CC and I have yet to fully grasp the derived abilities of our first core ability, Liue has already embarked on the cultivation of her second core ability. You envy me, but I envy your superior talents. Jiang Liue replied. We have all signed contracts with the commander. As our levels rise, are we not bound to comprehend new abilities? Indeed, Chini said, clinging to Lin Nianxun's arm. Advancing our realms under the commander's guidance is swift, yet we must also strive to work harder. Meanwhile, Yong Lin, having thoroughly studied the sword mastery, realized a profound truth. In summary, rather than viewing Jiang Liue as having comprehended a new core ability, it could be said that she had transformed her combat approach. Jiang Liue's first core ability, the Blade of Annihilation, and its derived abilities, Heaven's Light Fall, Starburst Obliteration, and Dream Shatter, were all melee capabilities. However, the second core ability, Sword Mastery, which allows for pinpoint strikes, was clearly at odds with the first core ability. In all honesty, Sword Mastery is not particularly astonishing. In an era of warriors, where cultivation is paramount, the ability to strike precisely seems formidable, yet its effectiveness is limited. After all, when facing a powerful adversary, a single missed strike could mean they would be upon you in an instant. However, if the abilities derived from the sword mastery can indeed supplement each other, then Jiang Liue would be able to effortlessly switch between close combat and ranged combat during battles. The branch of sword mastery must surely be the 10,000 sword technique, a return to the essence of the myriad swords. If our Liue were to master it as well, she could truly be called a genuine sword immortal. That said, such speculations may be a bit distant. Let us return to the present. The leader-level polluted beast has been slain, and the benefits along with its core have been collected. Thus there is no longer any necessity to remain here. As for the residual stinging worms in the mine, there are certainly some that linger, but our party has dealt with the majority of them. The few remaining stinging worms pose no significant threat when the combat personnel take over the mine. They can easily clear it out, allowing operations to resume. Today's harvest has been substantial, and this mission has been quite successful. Indeed, Chini, mimicking Longmen, clung to Yong Lin's right arm and remarked, after all, who could have anticipated that a leader-level creature was concealed deep within the mine? And a live target at that. Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun, following closely behind, nodded in agreement. It seems our luck is exceptionally good to be following the commander. Yes, Yong Lin replied with a light chuckle. In just a few days, while others may only have advanced 1 or 2 ranks, C and I have each made a significant leap in our realms. Yong Lin acknowledged that luck was but one aspect. The most crucial factor was their collective strength. As long as their prowess kept pace, the ability to level up and comprehend would come effortlessly. By the way, he added, let's set a small goal for you too. Nianxun and C, to strive for a swift breakthrough to the third realm of Battle Master. Then, we can collectively engage in rankings and work to elevate the reputation of our Longmen brigade. Lin Nianxun responded eagerly. Understood, Commander. See, and I will certainly work even harder. Chini echoed her enthusiasm. Effort is essential. Our Longmen brigade will undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire alliance under the commander's leadership. Yong Lin smiled. As a legendary commander, if he could not elevate his brigade to greatness, he might as well return to selling sweet potatoes. Thus, the new small goal was not a decree from the system, but a personal aspiration set by Yong Lin himself. In the days to come, he aimed to take on more commissions to elevate his title to a third-tier commander, and then lead Jiang Liue and the others into the rankings. Chapter 83. The young lady's confidence outside the mine. As the sky grew darker, Lin Nianxun and her 4 companions became increasingly anxious. Their time spent with Yong Lin had fostered a profound fondness for this man. Moreover, Yong Lin had previously rescued them from the clutches of death, making it impossible for them not to feel gratitude. Is the commander all right? Since he was aware of the leader-level creature lurking below, yet still chose to proceed. It indicates his confidence in his team. What if we 5 were in that situation, encountering a leader-level creature? Concerning this matter, Lin Nianxun and her 4 companions exchanged glances, all of them feeling a flush of embarrassment. Their cheeks reddened due to the undeniable shame they felt. Deep down, they understood that even though each of them was an elite among elites, confronting a leader-level contaminated beast with their current second-tier strength was anything but a prudent course of action. Under normal circumstances, a complete annihilation of their team was nearly certain. However, should the situation turn dire, they would undoubtedly possess an advantage in retreating compared to an ordinary team of similar rank, as they were indeed a selection of the finest. As these 5 young women worried about Yong Lin, their concerns swiftly shifted to themselves. Upon returning, how would they explain this to the young lady? It was not merely about how they would relate the events, but rather the absurdity of the situation itself. Indeed, the Longmen troops were extraordinarily formidable. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, who would dare to believe the extent of such exaggeration? Furthermore, knowing that a leader-level beast lurked within, one could hardly claim that the commander felt no fear. Just observe the 4 battle maidens by his side. None of them displayed a hint of trepidation. Thus, upon returning, they would relay the truth. Although they anticipated the young lady would be furious and that they would face consequences, the reality remained. They were simply no match for the Longmen troops. The disparity was far too great. While conversing, the 5 young women occasionally cast furtive glances toward the mine's entrance. As dusk deepened and the contaminated beasts grew increasingly ferocious at night, should they fail to resolve the matter beforehand, confronting a leader-level beast would undoubtedly become more daunting. They hoped fervently that the commander and his team would remain safe. As Lin Nianxun repeated her concerns, she suddenly heard footsteps emanating from within the mine. In an instant, not just she, but all 4 of her companions were on high alert. Could it be that they had vanquished the leader-level contaminated beast? Given their emergence, it seemed likely, and aside from the commander and his team, there was no one else. As Yong Lin and Zhang Liue emerged from the mine, the 5 young women hurried to greet them. Commander and Sister Liue, have you dealt with the leader-level beast? Mission accomplished. Yong Lin, with a flourish, produced the core of the leader-level contaminated beast, tossing it in his hand. The 5 women were overwhelmed with admiration. The Longmen troops were truly extraordinary. Even though they had only recently been established, they had already succeeded in slaying such a perilous foe, leaving them all feeling inadequate in comparison. Simultaneously, they were filled with deep respect for Yong Lin and his battle maidens. Commander, what exactly is a leader-level beast? We are quite curious. Could you perhaps provide us with a brief explanation? One of the team members inquired, piquing Lin Nianxun's interest as well. She too yearned to learn how this radiant man before her led his battle maidens to triumph over such formidable adversaries. Yong Lin chuckled. Actually, a great deal of luck played a role in this outcome. Otherwise, it would have certainly been an arduous battle. Could it be that they had encountered some extraordinary circumstances? Indeed, hearing Yong Lin recount the tale of the spore-carrying motherworm, Lin Nianxun and her companions expressed their astonishment. Was it mere luck, sheer fortune, or perhaps an extraordinary coincidence? Encountering a leader-level contaminated beast, which turned out to be a sitting duck, allowed the 5 commanders to seize such a substantial advantage. However, this stroke of good fortune elicited no envy from Lin Nianxun and her companions. One must possess self-awareness. Had it been Yong Lin's team, he might have dared to take such risks. Yet, if it were her own Yunding top team, upon being informed of a leader-level contaminated beast ahead, she would have promptly ordered a change of course. As the captain, Li Muyu was acutely aware of her team's capabilities and would never gamble with their safety. After a brief conversation, as darkness began to envelop the sky, they discussed their return journey. "Commander, why not travel back with us on the transport plane? It would be swifter," she suggested. "I fear that might not be possible, as I am still driving," Yong Lin replied. He opted against the transport plane because he needed the return journey to summarize the battles for the women. As a commander, it was his fundamental duty. Moreover, having toiled throughout the day, the journey home presented an opportune moment to bond with his companions. Thus, he graciously declined Li Muyu's kind offer. Consequently, Li Muyu arranged for the transport plane, while Yong Lin and his team boarded their modified off-road vehicle, with both teams heading back in succession. In Longting City, within the study of the esteemed academy head Li Jinxing, Zhao Sheiling was currently sharing tea with him. Almost simultaneously, they both received communications regarding the return of the two teams. Zhao Sheiling inquired about Li Muyu's condition, but due to the complexity of the situation, Li Muyu could only inform the young lady that she would elaborate upon their return. As for Yong Lin, he relayed to Li Jinxing that the extermination assignment had been successfully completed. Given the confidentiality surrounding the competition, Li Jinxing felt relieved upon hearing that Yong Lin and his team had returned safely and chose not to pursue further inquiries, preferring to await their return for more details. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheiling, already adopting a posture of victory, perceived Li Muyu's mention of a complex situation as a potential precursor to a surprise. Concurrently, she posed a question to Li Jinxing. "Now that the competition has concluded, which side do you believe the results will favor?" Li Jinxing, with a hint of resignation, noted, "It seems you place great importance on the desire to win, young lady. I do not possess the competitive spirit you imagine. My father is the commander-in-chief, and as his daughter, I cannot perpetually dwell in his shadow. Thus, I took it upon myself to assemble and nurture the Yunding top team, with hopes that one day they may achieve renown, allowing me to honor my identity as the daughter of the commander-in-chief." Li Jinxing nodded slightly, understanding her sentiments, yet added, "If I may be candid, the Yunding team might be a tier below the Longmen squad." "Are you jesting, Academy head?" Zhao Sheiling retorted. "Not in the slightest. Your unwavering trust in the Yunding team stems from the investment of your heart and soul in them. However, as a commander, I personally assessed Yong Lin. Do you know the outcome of that assessment?" Zhao Sheiling was momentarily stunned. "You are a 7th-tier commander. Please do not tell me you lost." "Indeed, I lost. Although carelessness played a part, it was precisely due to that assessment that I realized how unfathomable Yong Lin truly is. His potential and strength are beyond what you, young lady, can merely conceive. Well, since the Academy head has mentioned it to this extent, we shall await the results." While Zhao Sheiling spoke in this manner, she harbored unspoken resentment within. That audacious individual who dared to pinch his own cheek had better lose. Otherwise, I shall make him concede and lick my shoes. Chapter 84. 5 young ladies. Heavy-hearted 3 hours later, Li Muyu and her companions returned to Longting City ahead of schedule. As the esteemed Zhao Sheiling was currently residing in the residence of the Academy head, Li Jinxing, it was only natural that their Cloud Summit team also stayed there. Upon returning to the residence, the first order of business was to report on the situation regarding the mining operation. As for Zhao Sheiling, she could barely contain her eagerness. She awaited the victorious news from Li Muyu to prove to Li Jinxing that her Cloud Summit team was indeed the strongest. Her Cloud Summit team was comprised of true geniuses. However, when Zhao Sheiling beheld the complex expressions on the faces of Li Muyu and her companions, who even dared not meet her gaze, an instinctive pang of anxiety gripped her heart. She surmised that her Cloud Summit team must have encountered difficulties. Otherwise, Li Muyu and the others would certainly not appear in such a manner. Yet, with Li Jinxing present, Zhao Sheiling could only suppress her emotions and inquire, what was the outcome of this operation? In response, Li Muyu's voice trembled with apprehension as she replied, "We lost." Anticipating that the operation might not go smoothly, Zhao Sheiling was still unprepared for Li Muyu's blunt admission of defeat. "How could this be? All 5 of you are elite members I handpicked. How could you possibly lose to the Longmen forces so easily?" Faced with the young lady's outburst, Li Muyu and her companions felt a heavy weight in their hearts, their delicate forms trembling. Sensing the escalating tension, Li Jinxing quickly intervened, urging, "Young lady, please calm down. Perhaps we should first inquire about the situation." "Ah, Academy head, are you pleased now?" the young lady retorted. "Did I not express from the beginning that I recognized Yong Lin's extraordinary nature, Hence, I was indifferent to the outcome of this contest. Rather, I am more interested in hearing about the actions of both teams. Though Sheiling felt a swell of frustration, she could only suppress her fury upon hearing Li Jinxing's comments. Since you five have stated that you lost, does that mean you have indeed encountered the Longmen forces? Yes. And because you have encountered them, you inquired about the number of polluted beasts they had slain, and thus concluded your defeat? Not quite. We are unaware of how many polluted beasts they killed. Upon hearing this, Sheiling's eyes brightened with clarity. If that is the case, it is only fair to await the presentation of the number of polluted beasts each side has slain before determining a victor. How can you all lack such ambition, declaring yourselves defeated without knowing the outcome? The five of them, including Li Muyu, exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Li Muyu, the team leader, who spoke up. Although we are uncertain of the exact number of polluted beasts they have killed, we did retreat prematurely, and thus, we have lost. Retreat prematurely? Why? Li Muyu cautiously cast a glance at the young lady Sheiling and explained, earlier, due to our reckless ambition, we intended to act at night. Little did we anticipate that, within the mine, in addition to the bone-piercing worms, another exceedingly troublesome polluted beast would emerge. Unfamiliar with it, and overconfident, we inadvertently fell into the trap set by the polluted beast. If it had not been for Commander Yang and his team, we would have become fodder for the bone-piercing worms. Nearby, Li Jinxing was taken aback. Such a thing occurred? Yes, Li Muyu affirmed, adding, this type of polluted beast is called a sporeworm. It is small in size, yet it explodes upon contact. The blood of the sporeworm carries slight corrosive and toxic properties, which caught us off guard, and we were nearly annihilated by the toxins. It was at this critical moment that Commander Yang and his team saved us. Li Jinxing, upon hearing this, appeared enlightened. I had not expected that there would be a second type of polluted beast deep within the mine. Sporeworms, you say? They explode? Li Jinxing murmured to himself. And suddenly, he seemed to recall something, his expression turning grave. I remember now. Sporeworms are the puppet larvae of the motherworm. If sporeworms are present, then there must be a leader-level entity. This was the first time Miss Sheiling had heard of sporeworms and the concept of the motherworm. Observing Li Jinxing's serious demeanor, she inquired, is that creature formidable? Miss, the motherworm is indeed a leader-level entity and extraordinarily troublesome. To put it plainly, it is already a great stroke of fortune that Mu Yu and her team returned alive. As for victory or defeat, it has become insignificant. Is it truly that exaggerated? It's just a leader-level creature. True, it is a leader-level being, but typically, a small team would not dare approach a motherworm. The motherworm's primary ability is reproduction. So in its vicinity, there will be at least hundreds of puppet spore worms for protection. Should anyone dare to approach the motherworm, all puppet spore worms would swarm into action, not to mention the devastation caused by their explosions, merely entering the motherworm's domain, with its corrosive and toxic miasma, is something that even a small team would not dare to trifling with. Upon hearing this, Sheiling felt a slight easing in her heart. She asked Muyu, did a leader-level motherworm truly appear within the mine? Indeed, it did, but we did not encounter it. It was the Longmen troops who went to eliminate it. Although we have yet to behold the true form of the motherworm, we have heard Commander Yang's descriptions and witnessed the pollution core of the leader-class motherworm. Upon learning that Yong Lin and his companions had slain the spore motherworm, Li Jinxing was both astonished and elated. His voice quivered with excitement as he exclaimed, Muyu, is it true? Did Yong Lin and the others really kill the motherworm? Indeed, it is absolutely certain. You may inspect the pollution core he obtained later. Came the response. Excellent. Truly splendid. Li Jinxing rejoiced at the prowess of his disciples, bursting with pride as the head of the academy. However, he swiftly stifled his exuberance, having momentarily forgotten the presence of a young lady beside him, whose gaze was laden with complex emotions. Do not misunderstand, young lady. I harbor no ulterior motives. I am merely taken aback. Taken aback? It is hardly surprising. You hold Yong Lin in such high regard, and he has led his team to slay a leader-class foe. Your joy is entirely understandable. Meanwhile, my Cloud Peak squad barely escaped annihilation. My apologies, young lady. It is indeed our fault. Humph. I placed great expectations upon you, hoping that you five would bring me good news. Yet this is the outcome? Next time, we shall strive to improve. While Li Muyu was still bowing her head in contrition, Li Jinxing suddenly recalled something and interrupted the conversation between Li Muyu and the young lady. Sheiling raised an eyebrow. Headmaster, what troubles you now? I was so preoccupied with discussing the leader that I nearly overlooked an important matter, Li Jinxing replied, his gaze shifting toward Li Muyu. Is there an issue, headmaster? Li Muyu questioned, puzzled by his intense scrutiny. Li Jinxing's expression turned grave. To my knowledge, the toxins of the mother worm and the puppet spore worm are exceedingly potent. As a result, any squad with even a slightly lower level would rather engage in life and death battles with other polluted beasts than confront these entities. Due to the toxicity, the typical outcome for those lacking formidable strength is death from poisoning. Muyu, you mentioned that your squad nearly faced total annihilation. The toxins were purged thanks to Commander Yang. As Li Muyu uttered these words, not only did her cheeks flush crimson, but so too did her four companions. Had the headmaster refrained from mentioning it, they might have avoided the recollection, but now they were reminded that, in order to detoxify, Commander Yang had seen all of them completely exposed. Being young women, and as battle maidens, despite their remarkable appearances and figures, none had yet experienced romantic relationships. Thus, the memory of such an event inevitably brought them a sense of embarrassment and discomfort. Yet, Li Jinxing was not concerned with their blushes. His focus lay elsewhere. Muyu, I ask you, how did Yong Lin save you? Was it through a medicinal remedy? He utilized his spiritual energy to expel the toxins. Li Jinxing gasped in astonishment. He was merely a second-tier commander, yet he had already achieved such remarkable prowess. Sheiling was perplexed. She could not fathom the nature of a commander's role. Did a commander possess the ability to neutralize toxins? Commanders were responsible for orchestrating the overall strategy, as well as overseeing the battle maidens themselves. In the case of negative statuses, powerful commanders could indeed dispel them. However, Yong Lin, being a newly appointed commander, would likely need to ascend to the rank of a fifth-tier commander before he could alleviate toxins from the battle maidens. Otherwise, considering the sheer energy expenditure, he would struggle to assist even a single individual, let alone 5. Could it be that Commander Yang had indeed attained such formidable strength? This indicated that his spiritual energy was remarkably profound. Indeed, Li Jinxing concurred. It appears his spiritual energy surpasses our expectations. Not quite so. A teammate from Li Muyu's squad interjected. I believe Commander Yang's ability to detoxify us is not necessarily tied to the magnitude of his spiritual energy. During our subsequent operations, I overheard Li Yue and the others discussing how, thanks to Commander Yang, they have developed immunity to such toxins and other negative statuses. Thus, I surmise that Commander Yang possesses this unique ability, which may not be greatly influenced by the extent of his spiritual energy. Sheiling, incredulous, retorted, Are you certain you're not fabricating tales? The Longmen troops are immune to toxins because of one man. Absolutely true, Li Muyu replied. The battle maidens of Longmen suffered no adverse effects during combat. We witnessed it firsthand. Sheiling fell silent. Her desire to confront the man who had bested her and pinched her cheek growing ever stronger. On the other side, Li Jinxing remained quiet, yet he was deeply moved. Yong Lin, it seemed, had the extraordinary ability to confer immunity to toxins. This young man, while he knew he was concealing some talents, had hidden far more than expected. Returning to the present, seeing how matters had unfolded, Sheiling, for the sake of preserving her dignity, made a brief summation. Dean, let us consider this match concluded. You have heard, I trust, that due to an unforeseen incident in the mine, my Yun Top squad inadvertently fell into a trap while overreaching. I will certainly reprimand and correct them for this misstep. Therefore, we can discuss the next competition tomorrow. Upon hearing there would still be another competition, Li Jinxing's expression darkened. The 5 women of Li Muyu's squad each broke into a cold sweat at the thought. Considering the formidable abilities of the Longmen troops, Li Muyu mustered her courage and said, Miss, I believe there is no need for further competitions in the near future. They are simply too strong. Muyu, you are merely bolstering their reputation while undermining our own. It is inevitable for a squad to encounter setbacks during missions. We cannot allow their assistance to make us feel indebted and inferior. Thus, I shall confer with the Dean once more regarding this matter. Miss, we truly cannot compete with the Longmen troops. Although we are filled with reluctance, we possess the wisdom of self-awareness. Sheiling furrowed her brow and inquired, Li Muyu, are you aware of what you are saying? I am aware, but I kindly request that the young lady first views a segment of footage I have captured. Footage? What footage? Previously, when we were under the care of the Longmen forces, I was so astounded by their prowess that I discreetly recorded a brief video behind Commander Yang's back. Fearing discovery and disdain, I only managed to film that one segment. While speaking, Li Muyu transmitted the footage to Zhao Sheiling via the communicator. Zhao Sheiling, suppressing her displeasure, accessed the received footage. Upon hearing that it pertained to the Yong Lin Longmen forces, Li Jinxing also expressed interest and leaned in to watch. The two soon witnessed the spectacle of the Longmen forces slaying 2 to 3 dozen contaminated beasts. In the narrow passageway, for battle maidens executed their strikes with lightning speed, showcasing their elegance and formidable strength to the fullest extent. Zhao Sheiling watched the footage, her heart clenched with indignation, though her expression remained composed. As the founder of the Cloud Summit team, she could not be oblivious to the fact that her team could not achieve such feats. She was taken aback by the outrageous capabilities of the 4 battle maidens from the Longmen forces. With such ferocity and agility, the thought of her own Cloud Summit team achieving similar prowess felt like a distant dream. Li Jinxing, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of pride. Truly, his student was exceptional. Not only was Yong Lin powerful, but the battle maidens contracted with him were equally formidable. The future Longmen forces would undoubtedly make their mark in the world. Initially, having viewed 2/3 of the footage and recognizing the strength of the Longmen battle maidens, Zhao Sheiling, feeling agitated, contemplated discontinuing the viewing. However, in the next moment, her hand hesitated as she witnessed Yong Lin spring into action. As a commander, why would he not remain safely at the rear? What was he doing with the Desert Eagle in hand, preparing to emulate the battle maidens in slaying contaminated beasts? In the next instant, both Zhao Sheiling and the now curious Li Jinxing were left astonished. One shot, one contaminated beast, and it was in rapid succession. If training could transform one into a sharpshooter with ease and concentrated fire, how could one account for the presence of the 4 battle maidens amidst the chaos? Moreover, the Desert Eagle's power was limited. Unless one targeted the weaknesses of ordinary contaminated beasts, it would not only fail to breach their defenses, but might also incite their savagery. Yet Yong Lin, as if he had activated a lock-on feature, dispatched the contaminated beasts with a speed that eclipsed even the battle maidens. Could this individual truly be a genius commander? It seems I must acquire more precise information about him. I must reevaluate my understanding of him. At this moment, Zhao Sheiling found her opinion of the unpleasant man who pinched her cheeks wavering. Chapter 86. The Joys of Man. When Yong Lin returned with Jiang Liue and the others from the mine, it was already past midnight. After everyone had bathed and tidied themselves, they reconvened in the hall around midnight. At this hour, venturing out was unnecessary. Discussing the commission with the academy head would have to wait until the morrow. However, despite having endured 2 days of continuous fatigue, the expressions of the girls revealed a palpable excitement. This exuberance stemmed from their recent venture into the mine, where they had vanquished numerous pollution beasts. It was evident that they had amassed a significant number of energy replication points. Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini were all acutely aware that these energy points could enhance their innate qualities. The fundamental elevation of their potential would inevitably elevate their overall strength. Thus, their gazes towards Yong Lin were filled with an eagerness akin to longing to pierce through the autumn waters. All right, I understand. Please do not look at me with such fervor. It makes me uneasy. Who is looking at you with such intensity? What are you thinking? Sister Liue, we know our commander's disposition well. He is likely to tell us to wait until 2 o'clock, perhaps without success. Chini laughed heartily, her mirth causing her to sway. Nianxun, you know our commander's nature. Why not voice it? Cooperating with him won't cost you anything. Do you doubt your physique? Chini, who lacks confidence in their physique. Do you think yours is exceptional? What makes you superior to me? Very well, Chini declared, abruptly wrapping her arms around Yong Lin's neck. Commander, once we enter the space, please help us assess whose physique is superior. Yong Lin felt a rush of embarrassment. What is the purpose of entering the space, and why are you all preoccupied with comparing physiques? To speak candidly, setting aside longing, among Jiang Liue, Lin Nianxun, and Chini, it was undeniable that Chini possessed the most alluring figure, characterized by its fiery allure. As for Liue and Nianxun, they too were beauties of exceptional caliber, their forms beyond reproach. Yet, in comparison to Chini, they merely lacked a hint of that captivating essence. However, Yong Lin dared not utter such thoughts, fearing the ire of Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun. Since you are so eager to enhance your qualities, prepare yourselves. We shall enter the space in 10 minutes. By the way, can we bring other items into that enchanting space? Sister Liue, what do you wish to bring? Perhaps some wine? After our expedition, returning so late without a celebration feels amiss. That space is not merely fantastical and beautiful, it would be splendid to celebrate within it. Beside him, Qinci exclaimed with excitement. Sister Liue's suggestion is truly splendid. Dear Commander, such a modest request should be feasible, don't you think? Yong Lin paused for a moment, uncertain about this matter. Lin Nian, equally thrilled, suggested, why not give it a try? We can all lie down on the bed, each embracing a few items. When the portal opens, we can casually carry them over. Yong Lin pondered for a moment before agreeing. Let us give it a shot. I hope we can bring the items along. Soon, the trio of Jiang Liue pulled Longmen into the fray, and they began to allocate tasks. Yong Lin, tasked with connecting the space, had no further role to play. As for the others, they planned to bring along some liquor, fruits, and a variety of simple side dishes. The array of items was quite impressive. Originally scheduled to enter the space after 10 minutes, their preparations extended the wait by over 30 minutes. Once everything was nearly ready, the four stunning ladies returned to their respective bedrooms, each cradling their chosen items. Yong Lin also settled onto his bed, activating the system's internal connection. He silently wished that when he pulled the lovely ladies into the space, they would retain their belongings. Before long, Yong Lin, clad only in his boxer shorts, appeared in the dreamlike internal space. As the ladies had described, this realm was indeed mysterious. One could liken it to a celestial dome illuminated in full brilliance. Being within, it felt akin to stepping into a captivating miniature universe, far beyond mere dreams. What? At this moment, you wonder why Yong Lin was clad solely in boxer shorts? Was it not customary? Moreover, who sleeps fully armed at night? That hardly seems comfortable, does it? 3 minutes after his arrival, a portal opened, and Qinci joyfully emerged, arms laden with an assortment of fruits. Yong Lin, it really works. I brought a huge watermelon, along with apples, oranges, and grapes. Qinci, brimming with youthful exuberance, trotted toward Yong Lin. He swore he had no interest in the bikini adorning Qinci. His attention was solely drawn to the watermelon she embraced, a magnificent specimen. The other fruits were equally plump and tantalizing. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Liue and Lin Nian appeared in succession, clad in their own refreshing attire, each carrying liquor and simple side dishes, such as peanuts and tofu with green onions. Longmen, however, had opted to bring a blanket. Well then, gathering the items together, it was undeniably a picnic outing. Observing the ladies flaunting their intimate apparel on the sandy beach appeared entirely harmonious. At that moment, Jiang Liue sensually tossed her hair and remarked, I never imagined we could actually bring things over. Indeed, Lin Nianxun responded, celebrating in such a beautiful place is truly delightful. It must be our dear Liue, who could think of such a thing. Oh, by the way, Nianxun, you haven't forgotten what we discussed earlier, have you? Come here, let Yong Lin see whose figure is better. Qinci, you should leave. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Yong Lin. Did you see that? Nianxun is still as bashful as ever. Qinci, you're impossible. Commander, Nianxun is bullying me. You must take my side, sob. As Longmen instinctively nestled in his arms, Qinci pouted playfully, while Lin Nianxun charged at her in a fit of anger. Indeed, the atmosphere in this space could not help but become lively. Before long, the ambience here was thoroughly ablaze with excitement. Engrossed in their playful banter, Yong Lin, as the commander, certainly did not forget the important matters that brought him to this space. A lively gathering is trivial, but enhancing their capabilities and advancing their strength is of utmost importance. In any case, tonight was quite bustling. The potential of several girls would undoubtedly see a significant boost, and their combat prowess would surely escalate to a new level. Moreover, this gathering was remarkably enjoyable. As a man, Yong Lin felt an unparalleled sense of delight. Chapter 87, Joint Forces? Perhaps last night's revelry had been too much, for when Yong Lin awoke in the morning, it was already 9 o'clock, and it was Jiang Liue who roused him. Yong Lin, you still need to go to the residence of the academy head to submit the report on the expedition. Don't forget about it. I certainly won't forget. I didn't manage to prepare yesterday since I returned late. I will get ready and head over immediately. Regardless of the circumstances, Liue's heartfelt breakfast must be savored. Only then can he approach the day with renewed vigor. As he stepped outside, Lin Nianxun fussed over his attire like a devoted wife, anxious that her commander might appear disheveled in public. Reflecting on the past, Nianxun was once the aloof and stunning school beauty, Yet now she was so considerate. As for Qin Cici and Longyin, the latter was beginning to understand the world. Although her ability to mimic and her comprehension skills were remarkable, there remained much to teach her gradually. This responsibility primarily fell on Qin Cici. Despite Jiang Liue and Lin Nianxun often teasing Qin Cici, she maintained her composure when it came to her duties. Aside from her occasional mischievous antics, she was quite capable. For instance, as Yong Lin was leaving, he noticed Qin Cici eagerly pulling Longyin to observe a little wildcat scampering near the flower bed. "Stay at home and don't cause trouble. I'll return once I finish my tasks." With a warm atmosphere enveloping him, Yong Lin stepped outside. Then, he suddenly felt that perhaps he was experiencing a happiness that was a touch excessive. From being a diligent commander, he had unexpectedly transformed into a city white-collar worker, enjoying a harmonious and warm family life, and it felt absolutely splendid. Ahem, let us focus on the matter at hand. With ease and familiarity, Yong Lin arrived at the residence of the academy head, now capable of navigating to the study without assistance. Having visited twice before, coupled with the academy head's special instructions, the servants treated Yong Lin as if he were a young master. He felt somewhat uncomfortable with such deference, expressing that it was unnecessary. Yet his protests fell on deaf ears. Upon reaching the study, he found the academy head, Li Jinxing, brimming with joy and vitality. "Academy head, have you encountered some delightful news?" "What delightful news?" "I merely heard from Mu Yu that you led a small team to slay a leader-level contaminated beast, and I am simply pleased for you." "Ah, so you were already aware? Is that not obvious?" "Mu Yu and her companions are the young ladies of the academy, ahem, the team of Sheiling, and they are currently residing in this very mansion. Therefore, I was privy to your activities as early as last night." "Indeed, they mentioned it, but I had forgotten. However, since you are already informed, I need not provide a detailed account." "No, you must provide a thorough report." "Yong Lin, I truly did not expect you to have slain a leader-level beast. As your academy head, I feel an immense sense of pride and joy." Witnessing the academy head's fervent yet serious demeanor, Yong Lin felt an urge to cover his face. What leader-level beast? It was merely a stroke of luck that turned the leader-level beast into a target. Yet, Yong Lin perceived it as a fortunate opportunity, a sentiment he held privately. In the eyes of the academy head and outsiders, leading a team of relatively low average level to defeat a spore mother was indeed a remarkable achievement. Thus, Yong Lin proceeded to recount the detailed actions of his Dragon Gate team. Li Jinxing listened with keen interest, occasionally expressing admiration, causing Yong Lin's face to redden with embarrassment. He felt as though he were boasting about the prowess of his Dragon Gate team before the academy head, and despite his thick skin, he could not help but feel somewhat awkward. The morning passed in the midst of reporting and casual conversation with the academy head. However, just as Yong Lin was preparing to take his leave, Li Jinxing suddenly shifted the topic to something that puzzled Yong Lin. "Yong Lin, are you aware of the concept of joint teams?" "Of course, I am familiar. A joint team refers to the merging of one squad under the banner of another. The squad being merged is effectively demoted by one rank, and all actions, whether offensive or defensive, must heed the command of the merging squad. According to alliance regulations, this constitutes a form of contract between squads. Should the subordinate squad violate orders, the superior squad is entitled to impose penalties. Indeed, you are a distinguished student of our academy, well-versed even in such obscure knowledge." "Wait, academy head, why have you suddenly brought up this topic?" "Oh, do not take it to heart. I am merely engaging in casual conversation. The growth rate of your Dragon Gate forces is astonishing. If you were to be promoted to a 5th-tier commander, you would surely apply to establish a garrison, correct?" "Indeed, when that time comes, I will undoubtedly seek the establishment of a garrison from the regional commander. However, does this garrison have any connection to the joint forces mentioned by the academy head?" "Yong Lin, look at you. I merely brought it up in passing, so do not dwell on it." "Oh, I see. I cannot fathom why the academy head would mention the joint forces, let alone the garrison." At that moment, his demeanor suggested he was hesitant to elaborate. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Maybe the academy head was simply speaking offhandedly? On the way out, Yong Lin smiled faintly. He certainly wishes to establish a garrison as well, but the conditions are quite numerous. Firstly, achieving a ranking within the alliance is a monumental hurdle. So rather than think so far ahead, it would be wiser to consider how to swiftly enhance the strength of our battle maidens and promptly ascend to the rank of 3rd-tier commander, aiming for a commendable position. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Li Jinxing. After Yong Lin exited the study, he suddenly clutched his chest. It was not long before his complexion turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Only after consuming the special medication from his drawer did his condition gradually improve. Li Jinxing exhaled deeply, muttering to himself. Although the Dragon Gate forces are growing rapidly, it would be ideal if they could progress even more swiftly. Young one, I yearn to witness your glory, yet I fear I may not endure until the day you don the mantle of honor. Suddenly, the communicator on Li Jinxing's wrist beeped. Looking down, he was surprised to find it was a call from his old friend, Fang Wanshan. Fang Wanshan, the lord of Longting City and deputy commander of several surrounding cities. Upon seeing the urgent note attached to the call, Li Jinxing, even without answering, understood that something momentous had transpired. As soon as he connected, his expression shifted dramatically after only a few exchanges. How could this happen? 20,000 people, including combat personnel, have perished. Who could be responsible for such a calamity? Moreover, it seems that Longting City may. I too suspect it is the work of the unidentified species from before. Very well. I shall immediately inform the Elder Council and then proceed to the City Lord's mansion. The specifics of the conversation between Fang Wanshan and Li Jinxing remain unclear. However, it is evident that Li Jinxing's brow furrowed deeply, his demeanor grave. Unless the sky were to fall, as a 7th-tier commander, he would not exhibit such distress.